Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
If someone were to ask me what my position was at the academy, at the museum, I probably wouldn't be able to answer right away. But if they kept asking, I would eventually answer, after much deliberation, that I was a mercenary. It's just too vague, you see. Officially, I was a student enrolled at the museum, but I didn't bear any of the obligations that other students typically had, like paying tuition fees. Rather, I was on the receiving end, getting paid regularly like a salary. In exchange, you could say, I had to lead or teach certain classes, but that's beside the point. For instance, just like now. Therefore, today, we'll start with a brief explanation from Miss Han, and then proceed with the lesson using the textbook. Yes, I had gotten used to this by now, so I got up from my seat, carefully moving my chair back without making a sound. Eyes, eyes, eyes. As I was met with a barrage of stares from a dozen or so pairs of eyes, I forced my trembling legs to move, walking towards the front of the classroom. Sis, are you sure you'll be okay? Hee. Don't worry, Alice. Just trust this big sis. You, idiot. In my mind, I recall Alice's worried expression as she saw me off. And behind her, saw Ellie, giving me a disappointed look as I boasted. Honestly, it didn't seem like I could fall any lower. But as an older sister, I couldn't show any weakness, so I responded to Alice with a confident voice, completely oblivious to the fact that I was about to ride a roller coaster to hell. So, what would I say if I could go back to that time? Alice, save me? I lied when I said I was okay. I want to go back. I'd probably say something like that. Really? Why didn't I stay with the lovely Alice instead of coming here alone? Ever since I arrived, I've been kicking myself every day, regretting my decision, but there's no way to turn back time. History has no room for what-ifs. The only thing that exists here is my will to teach this class. The only thing that awaits me is my own doom. First of all, mercenaries are often hired for their highly skilled and specialized roles, such as cavalry or archers. The famous Boher cavalry is one such example. I don't even know what I'm talking about, but I somehow managed to compose my trembling voice and continued the lesson with a straight face. Is this loud enough? It should be, right? While keeping an eye on people's reactions, I kept swallowing my saliva, worried that they might notice my trembling voice and quickening intonation as I spewed out my explanation. Though it seemed the teacher next to me had seen through everything. Her face was composed, maintaining the image of a stern teacher, but up close, I could see the amusement in her slightly raised eyebrows and the corner of her lips clearly revealing her true feelings. To think earning money would be this difficult. An intense reality check, something I had never experienced before, hit me. They don't count lancers by the head, but rather, group them into lance units, and contracts are actually signed per lance as well. The reason is, for one lancer to exist, they need at least 5 assistants and attendants. This attention is too overwhelming. Truthfully, I'm just a beginner, who hasn't even been doing this for a year. Truthfully, I'm ashamed to even be called a mercenary. Truthfully, I only got this opportunity because the personalities of other mercenaries my age were all messed up. But they seemed to be mesmerized by my mercenary title, and every time I stood at the podium, the intense gazes following me only added to my burden. I just came to the academy to slack off, thinking it would be a cushy job, after listening to my seniors. There was a reason everyone had smiled and seen me off, but even as my insides were turning upside down in real time, there was a separate reason that was really destroying me inside. Looking here, looking there, this way, that way. There was someone observing my every move, as if trying to search for something. You could call it paranoia, but my intuition, honed from my past experiences, was telling me it was true, that she was watching me intently. Those shifty, seemingly out of place, eyes, what are they so desperately trying to find in me? A gaze that some might welcome, or some might even be happy about. But for me, who had felt a deep sense of unease towards her from the moment we first met, it was anything but welcoming. I had also been startled and terrified when I heard that she would be in the same classroom as me, and I had thought that I should never let Alice and her meet, no matter what. Because her name was Remy Akaya, the princess of the Tizalaya kingdom and a student at the same academy as me, and Alice's real family. The word freelancer was also coined from this. A shudder runs through my body. Why can't anything in the world flow smoothly? I continued the lesson, my heart filled with complaints. By the way, only after 10 minutes was I finally freed. Hying, the crack of dawn, when kind children like Alice would have been fast asleep. Bad adults who were neither kind nor a child, the kind you could find anywhere, were wandering in the cold, damp night air, treading on dew-wet grass. Just walking, wherever their feet took them, with no destination in mind, aimlessly. You know what I'm going to say, right? Except for the chirping of insect, it was an incredibly quiet dawn in the forest. A perfect silence, so serene it felt like it would be a shame to break it. In it, I was the one who opened the dialogue first. Well, I was the one who woke this person up and brought them out here in the first place. The cruel monster who had mercilessly devoured the villagers that had attacked Alice. And the person Alice called Big Sis Ellie, the one she followed like a real family. Ellie. She was standing beside me now. Speak, Ellie. No, please tell me. What happened to Alice in the past? With a mix of anger, fear, and sadness in my voice, I asked her. But she didn't react to my question at all, just looking up at the empty sky, with a resigned expression, as if she had finally accepted what was to come. She stared at the invisible stars, the night sky above us, painted a dark gray by the thick clouds that had gathered. The confrontation between me and her. It had all started when I took a bath with Alice. It's embarrassing to admit, but I was learning basic swordsmanship from Alice, who was physically handicapped. When Alice first offered to teach me swordsmanship, I was skeptical and watched with worry, but the moment I saw her swordsmanship, as if the sword was alive, I was mesmerized, and before I knew it, I was doing push-ups as she instructed. Well, I have my own fantasies too, you know. Swish, swish, like that. Swish, you know what I mean. Of course, the sword she wielded with one hand didn't seem to carry much force, but even to a beginner like me, the sharp trajectory the sword left behind was high level. Especially since the person who did it had a this works, look on her face. Well, that's how it happened. After that, it was simple. Ellie, as a precautionary measure, would always be present during my lessons, and I was growing steadily under Alice's tutelage. In fact, her teaching was so detailed and easy to understand that even a beginner like me could grasp it. They say effort is often expressed through blood and sweat, right? Thanks to that, Alice and I would both be covered in sweat after each training session. So usually, Alice would take a bath first while I continued training, and then I would go in after her. But that day was different. We were both tired, so we decided to cut the training short and take a bath together. Of course, Alice said that I would be uncomfortable seeing her body and offered to let me wash first, but I insisted it was okay and grabbed her wrist, and we entered the bathroom together. And that became the root of the problem. The uneven surface of her wrist. Seeing it up close, it was clearly a bite mark. And then, I remembered what Alice had told me before. I don't want to believe it, but I have to ask. Of course, it would be a lie to say I wasn't prepared. I already knew that Alice didn't have a wrist, having lived with her, and I also knew that her body was covered in countless scars, hidden by her clothes, memories that were etched into my mind. So I thought I would be okay. But as always, I was stupid, an idiot who couldn't control herself. The first time, when I saw Alice's naked body, without a single thread of clothing, right in front of me, my previous resolve crumbled, and my mind went blank. I couldn't think straight. I was so grateful that my body, which had instinctively turned her around so she couldn't see my face and embraced her from behind, was functioning properly. Sis. Sorry. Scars. Scars. And more scars. Her body was covered in scars. Even when Alice softly called out my name, I didn't answer, afraid that she would notice the tremor in my voice. I just stayed still, muttering apologies, which would never reach her. It was sad and pathetic. Why? That question wouldn't leave my head. The scar that ran across her stomach, reaching her back, I couldn't even imagine what kind of pain she must have endured to get that. There was a spot on her calf, where the flesh had been gouged out, as if someone had dug into it with something sharp, so deep that I could see through it with my own eyes. And when I saw her wrist, the clear bite marks of something, I realized I had opened Pandora's box, a box that should have remained sealed. To that extent, the wounds I saw directly with my own eyes, right in front of me, came as too great a shock to me, enough to make me instinctively turn my head away. I desperately tried to suppress the urge to vomit. After a long struggle, when I finally came to my senses, my gaze was fixed on something else, anything but Alice's body. At least it was a relief that Alice was still embraced in my arms, so she didn't see me looking away from her body. Yes, I had, once again, made the same mistake. That's why I had to know, to prevent myself from repeating that mistake. Even if what I'm peering into is just a part of an abyss with no visible end. I had to know. Tell me everything. Alice's past. Pandora, the first woman in Greek mythology. Her name means the all-gifted. She was blessed with many gifts from the gods, but unfortunately, she was also given curiosity. Pandora, unable to resist her overwhelming curiosity, ignored the warnings to never open it, and secretly took out a jar and opened it wide. TL note, in the original Greek myth, it was actually a jar. Box was a popular mistranslation. To think that a jar, created to be opened and closed, was forbidden from being opened, how frustrating. A spear and a shield. A contradiction, in a word. That's why the jar was destined to be opened eventually. Even if it wasn't her, someone else would have done it. If she was guilty of anything, it was simply that she was the one who did it. Disease, poverty, disaster, death, hatred, sorrow, malice, anger, greed, jealousy. The jar contained all the evils that the gods had put there to inflict suffering upon humanity. And at the very bottom of that jar, filled with evils that would make anyone shudder, for some reason, a small hope was placed. The primal human desire for the unknown, a small act to satisfy that desire. But the price for that small act was enormous. In a very short time, the moment the jar was opened, everything inside escaped, and by the time the horrified Pandora closed it again, the evils had already spread throughout the world. She struggled desperately, but they were like spilled water on sand, irretrievable, long gone. And in the end, humanity, because of one person's small act of curiosity, was torn apart and divided, destined to live a life of suffering, cursing each other, even as they died, swept away by the great flood sent down to exterminate humanity. The story seemed to end with that sad conclusion. But then it's revealed that only Hope remained trapped inside the jar, unable to escape, forever imprisoned. Yes, Hope couldn't escape. Forever, until the very end, it was trapped inside the box, unable to come out. Leaving us with a small lesson: curiosity comes at a price. The fictional story, whether true or not, ends with the usual happy ending where humans continue to live, believing in the hope that might exist inside the box. Why? Why could people, despite the fact that hope was clearly trapped in the jar and couldn't spread throughout the world, endure their hardships, believing in a brighter tomorrow? How did that absurd thing called hope exist alone amidst the evils that were destroying the world? What if that thing called hope had been released from the jar? What would have happened to the world? There's no need to even consider those curiosities. The story had already ended, with everyone smiling, living a hopeful tomorrow. We shouldn't think about those things anymore. Yes. So, what if, how, why? Such useless curiosity should never be entertained. She's looking at me again. The intense gaze from the seat next to me. I had given up counting how many times it had happened. Such a blatant stare, as if trying to bore a hole through my face, completely unconcerned about the reactions of those around her. Cold sweat was already trickling down my forehead. The owner of that gaze was Remy Akaya, the person I was most trying to avoid. She was number one on my list. For the record, my opinion of her was plummeting by the day, and the questioning glances from a few people, who had noticed the awkward tension between us, only made my headache worse. For one, she's royalty, and I'm a mercenary. Plus, I was just a commoner. I held my throbbing head with both hands from the stress and muttered to myself, seriously, what does she want from me? I even started to wonder if this was a new form of bullying, if she was discriminating against me because I was a mercenary. My mind was filled with such absurd thoughts. Well, I knew the reason, more or less. Which is why, this is especially true for the policies of Emperor de Bonaparte, who is known to have led the golden age of the empire. Especially since Remy Akaya's gaze intensified whenever the accessory I was wearing on my wrist peeked out from my sleeve as I was taking notes, twitching her hands and feet, as if trying hard to recall something, staring intently, this way. Her behavior had been unpredictable ever since she entered the academy. When I first realized that she wasn't looking at me, but at this, I was truly shocked. For a moment, my heart skipped a beat, and I felt like I was sinking. Bulletin, ona, papa, root. Scratch, scratch. I glanced down at my wrist, listening to the pleasant sound of the dip pen's nib, equipped with a reservoir, gliding across the rough surface of the paper. There was a bracelet made of small, beautiful, colorful flowers, the likes of which I had never seen before in my life. The comfort and security of the bracelet, custom made just for me, fitting perfectly on my wrist as if it had always belonged there. The warmth emanating from it was my source of strength, helping me endure each day, a girl alone in a foreign land, living in constant anxiety. Those flowers, which were clearly artificial, seemed to emit a faint fragrance, though it might have been my imagination. You could interpret it as just a gaze directed at a rare accessory, but I, who had too many things to be guilty about, couldn't just relax and think that way. Because Alice made this for me. That's right. I had a bomb on my hand. A dangerous bomb that, if detonated, could endanger not only my life, but the lives of everyone I knew. And here I was, clutching it tightly. This is driving me crazy. I even considered taking it off and hiding it. But this was a precious bracelet, made by Alice, who had stayed up all night to create it with artificial flowers, after seeing me wearing the bracelet she had made for me before, the one with real flowers and stems that had withered. It was a gift for becoming a mercenary. She told me to always wear it on my wrist, that I wouldn't have to worry about it wearing out and breaking anymore. A bracelet, one of a kind in the world, made just for me. My one and only treasure. Really, congratulations. Aliki. The feeling I had when I first received it was beyond words. I was so happy I felt like I could fly, and at the same time, something welled up inside my chest. Because I could clearly picture Alice working late into the night, her small hand diligently crafting this gift for me. So I couldn't laugh, nor could I cry. Just a twisted smile and tears streaming down my cheeks were the only way I could express my gratitude to Alice. I was just staring at it, afraid of accidentally breaking it, unable to even wear it on my wrist, and Alice, with a bright smile and her tiny hands, approached me and put it on for me. She said she would make me a new one if I ever lost it. She said I could throw it away if I didn't like it. Hearing those words, I vowed to never let go of this bracelet. Yes, Alice probably wouldn't say anything even if I didn't wear this bracelet. It was just a promise I made to myself, a delusion after all. But, even so, I could never let go of this bracelet. Well, now that she's seen it, it would be even more suspicious if I suddenly stopped wearing it, wouldn't it? It wouldn't look normal. And it was too far-fetched to think that she would realize that I had a connection to her supposedly dead younger sister just because of a bracelet. So I decided to just leave it as it is. In time, this excessive attention will fade away. Therefore, the only thing I could do was to diligently take notes on the teacher's lecture, sitting stiffly with a straight back, sweat trickling down my face. Even with her gaze scanning my entire body as if trying to see through me, I, a commoner among commoners, couldn't even think about complaining or speaking up. I have to get out of this academy quickly, somehow. I can't live like this. With that, we'll end the class here. Thud. The hourglass that had been flipped over at the start of the class. The moment the last grain of sand fell, the teacher's seemingly endless writing stopped abruptly, as if it were a lie. The sound signaled the end of the class, and the classroom was filled with the groans from the students. It sounded like a horde of zombies, groaning. I let out a sigh of relief and quickly packed my things. Thank you for your hard work. I gave a small bow to the teacher as she left the classroom. And then, I headed towards the training grounds, where my next class, self-defense swordsmanship, would be held. To get away from her, afraid that she might read my mind. To keep my secret hidden, as much as possible. Filled with fear, I hurriedly escaped. Without looking back. This is where, SIA is. The crossing paths, will be soon. Squeeze, squeeze. Will I? For the next 3 years, will I really, be able to survive? The lament of a girl who had just turned 16, still years away from turning 20. You might think it's a pointless worry, but right now, I'm genuinely concerned about my life. Death threats? I wish that was all I had to worry about. My arm ached so badly that I wondered if it would bruise. Afraid of accidentally touching the swollen area, I diligently massaged the area around my forearm, blowing on it to cool it down. It was a strange sensation, painful yet soothing. I wanted to stop, yet I wanted to continue. On my forearm, which had been clean without a single scar, a long, straight red mark was clearly imprinted. What in the world had happened? It's exactly like the saying a bolt from the blue, a perfect fit for this situation. Well, at least the 30 minutes of massage had been enough to alleviate the excruciating pain that had been threatening to overwhelm me. Though, it still ached. Is it okay to touch it now? Tap. No. I tentatively pressed the swollen area, and my body jumped as if I had been electrocuted. Like a flounder, pulled out of a water tank. Flop, flop. I covered my mouth to stifle the groan that was about to escape, and only after banging my head against the wall I was leaning on several times was I able to calm down. A person suddenly banging their head against a wall, that was me. Wah, wah, wah. I'm tired. I want to go home. Overwhelmed by self-pity, I glared at my arm resentfully. The red, swollen mark was a clear testament to the intensity of today's swordsmanship class, a battlefield in its own right. Self-defense, they said. A technique to protect yourself, they said. If this is a self-defense swordsmanship class, then what in the world were the things I've been through, until now? A wave of frustration washed over me. I lamented my misfortune countless times in my mind, but in this empty space, there was no one to listen to my complaints. Fear gripped me, the fear that I might actually die here, just like this. It even made me feel like the bandit subjugation I had participated in before with my seniors. Back when I was still a clueless newbie who hadn't even earned the title of mercenary, was easier than this. Yes, subjugation. As if I had come to hell, blood, and flesh flying everywhere. Behind? You little. A dead bastard's the idiot. Remember this, Han. Kick them in the balls, or the eyes, whatever. A dead man can't talk. A combination of strategy and tactics. Stab, pierce, Kia. Mother. That, isn't it not that they can't talk, but that they can scream, senior. A person is either a man or a woman. Therefore, that bastard is not a person. Such a scene where swords clash against swords, It might seem strange, but yes, it was a bandit subjugation. Throwing dirt in each other's eyes, tripping each other, stabbing each other in the back, it was a common occurrence, but it was still a bandit subjugation led by mercenaries. At least, it is, as far as I know. Yeah, I remember watching with trembling hands and feet, witnessing a fight where blood splattered everywhere for the first time in my life, but why is this the only scene that comes to mind? It's all because of today's class. By the way, what happened in the swordsmanship class was... The moment she picked up her sword, her expression hardened, and she looked at me with murderous intent in her eyes, a look that only someone who had killed a person or two could have. If you have a sworn enemy, I'm sorry, but I don't think it's me. You don't have one? Then why did you do that to me? No, seriously, why? I looked at the teacher, who was supposed to be the referee, hoping for help, but the teacher had already retreated from the arena. My classmates, whom I had considered friends, were outside the arena, their hands clasped together, praying for my survival. Should I be grateful that they're at least praying for me? Even now, I wanted to praise myself for not turning around and running away from the arena. No, thinking about it now, I should have just turned around and run away. Pride? What's that? Can you eat it? Your Highness. Despite my pleading eyes, filled with the desperate hope that she would go easy on me, she just smiled, chased away the person who was originally supposed to be my opponent, and approached me, requesting a spar. She then gritted her teeth and swung down her sword. Clang, clang. A deafening sound that was hard to believe it was just wood hitting wood was born between us. Block, dodge, block again. Where did she get that monstrous strength from, those slender arms and legs? The more I blocked, the stronger her attacks became, and I even thought it would be easier to just get hit once and lose consciousness. That is, until I saw the floor caving in from the impact of her sword. That's not happening. How many times did I block her attacks? Crack, a loud sound echoed through the arena. Her attack, filled with genuine murderous intent, was too much for the wooden practice sword, and it shattered into pieces. Countless fragments, like flower petals, danced before my eyes, and through them, I saw her eyes, filled with murderous intent. I thought it would end there since her sword was broken, but it didn't. I thought the match would end in a draw, but to me, who thought so, the sight of her charging at me, wielding the broken half of her sword, and the next thing I knew, she was pressing it against my arm, leaving the mark I now have. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. Her name, well, it was obviously Remy Akaya. The person I am diligently trying to avoid. She was now officially #1 on my list of people to avoid. Ugh. Honestly, if I had to fight her again, I would rather bite my tongue and die. I continued to complain in a voice so low that no one else could hear, fearing that my muttering might reach someone else's ears, as I tried to cool my head. I couldn't even speak properly. HNGG, this is too much. It might sound strange, but sparring with a princess wielding a wooden sword was far more terrifying than fighting criminals who had actually killed people with real swords. But please try to understand. If you had seen it with your own eyes, you would have said the same thing. If I were to tell this story to the people who had witnessed that spar, all 100 out of the 100 present, they would all nod their heads vigorously in agreement. They would say, of course, that's not even a fair comparison, and try to comfort me. Tap, tap. Oh, my whole body is sore. Was it because I had been sitting on the stairs where people often passed by? My pants, which I had just plopped down on, were covered in dust and dirt. I stared at it for a few seconds, then brushed off the dirt and prepared to leave. Well, it's all over now. The spar, the class, my daily routine, everything is over. Remy Akaya. I muttered her name, with a hint of pity and sympathy. To be honest, I didn't dislike her. Granted, her strange hostility and the way she looked at me as if I were a suspicious person were a bit annoying, but honestly, there was no reason for me to personally dislike her. She hadn't done anything to harm me directly, and she hadn't done anything wrong to Alice. In the story I heard through Saali, she was just an innocent victim who had lost her beloved younger sister. Rather, I wanted to be friends with her. That is, except for her older sister, of course. The reason I didn't tell her about Alice was because of the existence of her older sister, Anna Akaya. If it weren't for her, Alice would have. Hey yawn. I rolled my shoulders, loosening up my stiff muscles. I then picked up the wooden sword that was leaning against the wall and casually slinging it over my shoulder. Turn the corner, and go straight. The now familiar path back to my dorm. I walked slowly, enjoying the scenery, as if I were taking a stroll, surrounded by the sweet scent of flowers. It had only been a few days, but this unusual, daily life had become completely ordinary. I felt a pang of nostalgia for the overwhelming commotion that I thought I would never get used to, a wry smile forming on my face, but my legs steadily carried me towards my destination. To the place where I shouldn't be. To the place where I shouldn't exist. Until I heard that voice so familiar to me. Sis Sia. Ali, C. Thud. My legs wouldn't move, as if stuck in a swamp. My footsteps, once stopped, wouldn't continue. I couldn't even turn around, frozen in place. Alice, why are you here? That question was the only thing on my lips. So, shall we quickly take a look back at everyone's past? Don't want to see it? Look anyway. 2 years ago, the relocation chapter. Remy, 6 months before going to the academy, embarked on a journey to find the last traces of Eris. At this time, Saali had deliciously eaten up everything alone to the point of not even leaving any food behind for Alice's, so she can hand call the waiter, and decided to move far away, worried that their hidden shelter might be discovered by the princess and her entourage. To Syria village, within the Empire's territory, far from the kingdom. To encounter. 2 years before the main story, unidentified individuals infiltrated Syria village, but they were the main characters. There, Alice met Sia. Their bond grew stronger during the 6 months that followed, and Sia's heart, deeply wounded by hardships and rejection, gradually began to heal. Winter came, snow fell, and an unprecedented cold snap caused the tin to crumble. The wound that was slowly healing, started to reopen. Wide open. 1 year and 6 months ago, omitted part. Saali didn't like the idea of bringing someone else into their home, but knowing that her own sins were far heavier and irreparable, she didn't object strongly to Alice's decision to bring Sia back. She didn't like it. Really, she didn't like it at all. What is this, a parasite or something? A quote from an anonymous person who saw someone asking for food, anonymized to protect their privacy. TL note, it's Saali. She is talking about Sia. Anyway, Sia's heart, which had been shattered and reduced to dust by Alice's head pats and affection, started to heal, and she was horrified to realize that she had indeed degenerated into a parasite as Ellie, just like Ellie had said. But she still ate well. Very, very well. The incident that dealt the final blow to her heart came from Alice's legendary statement, Sis Sia, I'll earn money and take care of you, so you don't have to work. She began to question if she's someone who deserves to be alive. She wondered if she should just stick her head in water and die. Creak. Ah, sis. No. Sia, who had been contemplating her worth in life while hanging a rope from a beam, finally surrendered at the sight of Alice clinging to her, crying and begging her to stop. Sia thought she couldn't go on like this, she had to do something. She decided to become a mercenary or an adventurer like in the novels she occasionally read. though the mercenaries here were quite different from what she had imagined. They had cards that, when registered, would be plugged into a digital system, allowing those who used them to use it at any guild in the world or prove their identity. What kind of cheat is that? If such technology existed, it wouldn't be the Middle Ages. If they had that kind of technology, would people be fighting with swords? They'd be playing Overwatch in PC bangs. TL note, PC bangs is a word used for Korean internet cafe. Ryu ga Gateki wo kara? TL note, phrase from Hanzo, Overwatch. Well, anyway. Instead, there were mercenary guilds that held influence over each region, taking on requests, subjugating bandits, and participating in wars between lords on their behalf. Think of it like a PMC, you'll understand better. TL note, PMC equals private military company. Contracts with armed combat or security services for financial gain. For the record, she also learned swordsmanship from Alice, for 6 months. She cried, lamenting her pathetic self, learning swordsmanship from a child after confidently declaring her ambition to become a mercenary. Well, it's none of my business. I don't know if she even has any pride or self-respect left to lose. That's too much. 1 year ago, after 6 months of learning basic swordsmanship, SIA decided to join a mercenary guild. And at her remarkable growth, Alice wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, and Ellie, who had the face of a mother that was very pleased to have gotten rid of the freeloader who only ate their food. They wished her well on her journey. But the path to becoming a mercenary was long and arduous. Naturally, it wasn't something she could easily achieve. But luckily, the guild master of a rising mercenary guild saw SIA and immediately hired her. The reason? They said she had talent, or something. And so she began her 1-year internship as a mercenary. And then she thought, did they see my talent for dishwashing? Clatter, clatter. Hey, back in my day, I used to, swing swords and stuff. Hey Han, stop talking and come wash the dishes. Shit. Clatter, clatter. In fact, they did give her proper combat training. 5. The present. The Mercenary Guild selects personnel for an academy exchange program. Considering her age, personality, and character, the guild members decided that SIA was the most suitable candidate and decided to send her. In reality, it's just them dumping the task. Raise your hand if you think it's you. The truth was, it was a small act of kindness from those who knew that SIA had always romanticized the academy. Well, will the day ever come when SIA realizes that? At this time, Remy was in the academy, if we had to specify a grade, 2nd year. SIA also entered the academy as a 2nd-year transfer student. Dun dun du yun. TL note, dramatic sound effects. I omitted some parts because I thought people might get really pissed off, so I skipped appropriately. You guys wanted that too, right? No need to answer. If you want, I'll write it. Honestly, looking at it from a distance, I think SIA is the true protagonist of this novel. There's a heroine, who's like a walking anti-tank mine that chases people while walking, only exploding herself when she gets close to someone, caught in a tragic situation. And a tsundere sub-heroine who dislikes herself, and also sometimes eats people, also tears them apart. Scary, but also dislikes her. A coming-of-age story, a heroine's crisis, though almost all of it is self-inflicted, but that's just a feeling. And in the end, she overcomes everything, and even achieves success. Wow, clap, clap, clap. If there were a novel starting from SIA's point of view, it would be really interesting. It would be quite a dark novel, though. Isn't it fascinating to look at it from this perspective? Just by changing the protagonist, everyone can watch with a smile. Even though only the viewer's perspective changed, a smile comes naturally instead of tears. It's strange, isn't it, how only the feeling of this would be fun dominates the brain. But that's just how the world is, even if it seems strange. At the sound of my name, I reflexively turned around. Even without seeing her, the moment the first syllable of her voice calling my name reached my ears, I could immediately tell who the voice belonged to. But even so, I couldn't help but turn around. Because there was no way the person I knew could be here. This wasn't something I could simply dismiss with an "oh, I see, why, how." The two questions, relentlessly gnawed at me, their tails intertwined. It's Sis. Ali, CE. Standing there, where I turned to look, was a child wearing a jet black robe with an eye-catching pattern of red flowers. My ominous premonitions were, strangely enough, never wrong. As expected, I was able to accept reality with that short phrase. A small child. The outfit, clearly reflecting someone's taste, seemed way too big for the child wearing it. The hood, which was large enough to cover her entire face with room to spare, to the point where I had to lower my gaze to barely see her cute little mouth. The sleeves, despite being bunched up several times, still dangled down and threatened to slip down her arms. And the long hem of the robe, dragging on the ground, making me worry if it would trip her. She looked like a child who had secretly borrowed an adult's clothes, but the outfit somehow suited her, looking incredibly adorable, perhaps thanks to the child's inherent charm. But even as I watched her, my heart was filled more with bewilderment than joy. Uncomfortable. Swish, swish. Was it because the hood was obstructing her vision, preventing her from seeing properly? The child seemed to be trying to walk straight towards me, but she was stumbling and swaying, unable to find her footing. It was a sight that made me smile involuntarily. She tried to lift the hood to see better, but her arms, reaching out from beneath the loose sleeves, couldn't easily achieve their goal. Instead, and every time she tried, the bunched-up sleeves would come undone and slide down, leaving her in a predicament. To describe it in 2 words, flustered and clumsy. But there were people with nothing better to do, watching this clumsy sight with full attention. And unfortunately, I was one of them, staring at her with my mind blank. Unfortunately, indeed. Thud. Ah, ow. Such a precarious sight. It evoked contradictory emotions within me, a desire to see her bump into something, yet hoping she wouldn't. That sight had instantly captured the attention of the people around. Everyone held their breath, their eyes following the child's every step. In the end, the miracle created by the twisted and childish desires of the adults was finally realized. When she bumped her head against a nearby street light with a small, dull thud, I could clearly see everyone around me lowering their heads, trying to suppress their laughter. The unification of humankind. If such a concept, existing only in our imagination, were to materialize, perhaps it would be this very moment. But I cautiously question whether this peace achieved through such means truly holds any meaning. However, I couldn't even tell if the expression I was making was a smile or not. Alice, why are you here? Hee hee. Alice, who was standing crookedly and seemingly annoyed as she glared at the street light she had bumped into, let out a high-pitched laugh. I wondered if she was angry as I took in the sight. The words I couldn't utter, turned into a long sigh and dissipated into the air. Alice. That child had appeared here, at the academy, in the heart of the Akkad Empire. For some, it might be a shocking event. For others, it might be something that was bound to happen. But, it wasn't a big deal in itself. The Museum, a royal academic research institution. The academy, a place where they brought in promising individuals from other kingdoms and educated them. This place, serving both purposes, might seem closed off and heavily guarded, as if you had to spend each day under strict surveillance, but the truth was quite the opposite. It was actually much more open than one might expect, and even ordinary citizens living in the imperial capital could freely enter, as if they were going for a walk in a park. Well, maybe a walk in the park is an exaggeration. Anyway, the reason for this was related to the purpose of the academy's existence. Of course, the academy also served the purpose of instilling pro-imperial ideologies and policies in the students, and as a holding ground for hostages to prevent other kingdoms from recklessly attacking the empire. But those were just byproducts. The true essence of the academy was to elevate the national prestige through publicity. The vassal kingdoms voluntarily offered their important personnel to the empire. By showing that they were not oppressed, but treated with respect for their human rights, the empire could create a positive image not only for the surrounding kingdoms but also for its own people. That's why the museum was also known as the display case. It was a museum to widely showcase the loyalty of the kingdoms under the rule of the empire and to show that the empire is strong and thriving. Therefore, both outsiders and insiders could freely enter and exit the academy. What if a suspicious individual with an unknown identity entered and caused a disturbance? One might ask that, but in the first place, such a person wouldn't even be able to enter the imperial capital, let alone leave a single footprint nearby. And the possibility of causing trouble while evading the eyes of the escorts of the foreign nobles attending the academy, the patrol units that regularly made rounds, and the staff stationed everywhere with polite smiles, was practically zero. So, the fact that Alice came here wasn't a problem. Yes, the fact that she came here wasn't. Who is that child? Is she lost? Little by little, more and more people passing by stopped and stared at Alice, who was standing there, lost in her own world, their eyes filled with curiosity. A noble's maid, a noble's bodyguard, or nobles from other kingdoms. People whose words could travel 1,000 miles from just their mouth. They had become one, looking at Alice. Perhaps they were captivated by her adorable actions, or they were wondering about her guardian who was nowhere to be seen, or maybe they were mesmerized by the child's beauty, which was revealed for a fleeting moment when her hood shifted. The reasons varied, but the more important fact was that many people had started to notice Alice. Yes, Alice's survival might be revealed to her. Damn it. The crowd gathered. The murmurs grew louder and louder. The onlookers, who had been just a few at first, swelled to over a dozen in just a few minutes. And unfortunately, this was the path I had to take to get back to my dorm, so as time passed, the crowd wouldn't disperse. Instead, it would become even more difficult to even get through them. What should I do? What should I do right now? It felt like I had just turned to a new page on my exam paper, only to find it completely blank, with only a few minutes left on the clock. I forcefully racked my unresponsive brain, desperately trying to come up with the best possible solution in the current situation. And the only answer that came out was, right, let's kidnap her. Once I had made up my mind, I ran straight towards Alice without hesitation. Really, this is driving me crazy. SIA. Unaware of the situation, Alice's steps were slow as she saw me and started walking towards me. It was only natural. Of course Alice wouldn't know what the problem was. She had just come here to see her sister who was attending the academy, that's all. So the problem was me. Our selfish decision, made without even considering the child's opinion or thoughts. Like a sweltering night that seems to be burning, and a sudden downpour from the sky. Amidst that, Saeli and I had decided on the direction of our lives. To forget the sad past and live happily together, the three of us. To hide and distance Alice from her miserable past and connections. Even though I knew it was wrong, it was the best we could do. Saeli was nowhere to be seen. The fact that she, who was always by Alice's side, was nowhere in sight meant that she had entrusted me with Alice. For her to leave Alice like this without a word, it meant that something serious had happened. But if that's the case, I wish she had at least talked to me. Of course, Saeli wouldn't have known that Remy Akaya was at the academy I was attending. If she had known, she, who was always cautious, wouldn't have trusted me and left Alice here alone. Tap. Wah. We'll talk later. The child's weight, as light as a feather, rested in my arms. I ran straight towards Alice, and without slowing down, I scooped her up and carried her over the shoulder opposite to the one carrying my sword. Whether she was quite surprised by my sudden action, or unable to grasp the current situation, Alice let out a strange yelp, but I didn't have the time to indulge her playful antics right now. I'm really sorry. Because I had to get out of this place, right now. Hee hee hee. This is fun. Heave ho ho ho. Like a student who had just snatched a cat from the street and was running home, I grabbed the cat named Alice and quickly ran back to my dorm room. The peace I had found in my daily life. It began to skew again. The hand, desperately reaching out, grasped at nothing but empty air. A young girl, frantically calling out her sister's name. She couldn't grab her sister's hand that's reaching out to her for help, nor could she even wipe away the blood that was trickling from her lips. Because she was too weak. Truly, completely useless. If only she had run faster. If only she had known where Eris was, without wandering around lost. If only she had noticed the ominous tension between them sooner. If only she had noticed the changes in Eris, who had been spending sleepless nights worrying, and offered her genuine care and attention. How many times had I uttered that meaningless phrase, what if? But no matter how many thousands, how many tens of thousands of times I cried out, all that returned was a hollow echo. The past was like a broken bamboo, irreparable, irreversible. That hypothetical world, filled with eternal happiness instead of all this misfortune, was too overwhelming for me, someone who wasn't even allowed to dream of such a sweet moment. Because I had to live in the present. Persistently, even if it meant crawling. Because I had to live in a reality where Eris didn't exist. Trash. My past self, pathetically sitting on the ground, unable to do anything but shed tears. Behind the young girl, whose mere sight filled me with boiling rage, I slowly raised my sword. The chillingly sharp blade of the sword. In its unwavering reflection, I saw myself, my eyes fixed on the cowering girl. I will never go back to my weak, past self. Because I became stronger, for her. So, die. Resolutely. Perhaps, with anger, I swung down my sword. Now, it's time to wake up from this dream. It felt like a lump, a solid mass that wouldn't go away, was lodged in my chest. Whether I was walking down the street, sitting in the classroom listening to a lecture, having a meal with Tessa, or even at that very moment as I lay in bed, preparing for the next day, the lump was growing, slowly but surely, gnawing away at my nerves. As if it were a child, asserting its presence. As if protesting, begging me not to forget it. That lump, showing no signs of disappearing, was constantly pounding against my body and mind, like water dripping from the eaves. Drip, drip. Ripples form. And it finally succeeded in creating a small hole in my heart. The image that came to mind was that of a black-haired woman, the one who had driven me to this state. Yeah, I admit it. Truly, well done. You. Princess, are you alright these days? I'm fine, nothing to worry about. But still. Bloodshot eyes, and dark circles under them reaching down to my cheeks. Even I thought it was bad, looking at myself in the mirror. My condition was worsening day by day instead of improving, and finally, Tessa's nagging couldn't be held back. She voiced her concerns, but not in a harsh way, just as a small complaint. Of course, I wasn't unaware of how she felt, but the turmoil boiling inside me, the emotions I couldn't control, made me respond curtly to even Tessa's small concern. To the point where even I was surprised. But princess, you've been acting so unlike yourself lately. Tessa, what the fuck do you even mean by unlike myself? The words filled with irritation, as if shooting them, were about to burst from my lips. I had to clench my teeth so hard that I tasted blood before I could stop those icy words from coming out. But just like you can't retrieve an arrow once it's been shot, the call, filled with resentment and anger, couldn't be taken back into my mouth, and Tessa's expression, which had been worriedly asking about my well-being, froze just like that. Tessa's concern for worrying about my condition, which I would have been grateful for under normal circumstances. But for some reason, I felt a surge of anger towards it. She was the only one who had stayed by my side. The only one who had accepted and understood everything about me. Swish. Phew. I stopped walking and covered my face with both hands, taking a small deep breath. My breathing became labored as the flow of air was obstructed. It felt like my throat was being choked. It's suffocating. I'm so dizzy. Help me, help me. Sensing my unusual behavior, Tessa also stopped alongside me, feeling something was amiss. Me, standing still, with my head bowed low, and Tessa, standing beside me, frozen in place. For a moment, silence swam between us. Ha, ha. Princess Remy. Two women, standing still in the middle of a busy street where numerous onlookers were passing by. I could feel some people looking this way, staring at this unusual scene, but I was only desperately trying to compose myself. No, this is wrong, no matter how you look at it. The emotions that I had buried deep beneath a solid rock, had somehow melted into a molten magma, ready to erupt. Drip, drip. Through the small hole that had been created by the constant dripping. I tried to shove those hot, surging emotions back down, under a newly created mask. Crack. My flesh and blood transformed into paper and wood. Snap, crack, click, taking the form of past memories, recreating the previous form. Crack, 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 crack. What am I supposed to do? What did I do wrong? You took everything from me, and yet, why? I'm asking. Right now, what am I supposed to do? I'm asking. I asked. I said. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that, everyone? Why? Who are you all? There's no one is here. Eris, where are you? What am I supposed to do? Forget? Who? How am I supposed to forget? Tell me, I said. How? Am I, me, you say? Who am I? Make, again, newly, make. Have I made it? Thank you. I removed my hands. I'm okay. I smiled, brightly. Really, I'm really okay. Because I am completely different from my pathetically weak past self. Nothing happened, so shall we go? I moved my lips to form a small smile, trying to reassure Tessa, who was looking at me, with the same bright smile I always gave to everyone. The same smile which everyone had praised was as warm as a bonfire. Basking in the warm sunlight that came down from the sky and enveloped us all, I saw Tessa's reflection, hidden within the shadow cast by my elongated silhouette, and said it again. I'm okay, I said. PR princess. What is it? It's nothing. But for some reason, Tessa was staring at me with an even more shocked expression than before, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her body trembling, Tessa was avoiding my gaze, for a reason I couldn't understand. Eris, is it fun? Planting flowers, I mean. A long time ago, I once asked Eris, who was tending the flower garden with a happy face, why she bothered to plant flowers herself. I asked her why she didn't just order someone else to pick flowers that had already bloomed. In truth, I had come all this way here to see Eris, but those cruel words spilled out of a small jealousy at her, not even sparing me a glance. You might say it's embarrassing, but when I was younger, gaining Eris's attention was far more important than a fleeting embarrassment. That's how much her attention meant to me. It was a matter of life and death. Of course, my question, filled with childish jealousy, was directed at mere plants that were scattered around us, not even a person. It was just my childish jealousy. You. Thud. She could have just ignored my strange question. But Eris, ever so diligently, put down the trowel she was holding and stretched, looking at me. She wiped the beads of sweat that trickled down her forehead with her dirt-covered hand, a sight that, looking back now, didn't suit a child who wasn't even 10 years old. I don't know why, but I remember staring at Eris's appearance so intently back then. If there was a reason, it was probably because her smile, directed at me, was so beautiful. That's because, I can't remember what Eris said back then. It's strange. If I had to guess, maybe it was because personally tending to them was more rewarding, or maybe because flowers picked by someone else didn't hold any meaning, something like that. But oddly enough, it didn't seem like such a common reason. It was something more strange, something more profound, something more incomprehensible. The only thing I know for sure is that even now, as an adult, I still don't understand why Eris was so passionate about growing flowers back then. Still, is this emptiness, or is it futility? The sensation of everything I believed in crumbling from the ground up, piece by piece. Human ignorance, not even knowing what one knows and doesn't know. My eyes saw nothing, my ears heard nothing, and my hands grasped at nothing. Am I walking, or am I standing still? Or am I lying somewhere, waiting for death? Even that simple deduction wouldn't come to me. Throb? Han? SIA. I muttered the name of the mercenary who was still tormenting me. I clutched my throbbing head and recalled the image of that infuriating woman who had driven me to this state. Black hair and black eyes. A person who stubbornly insisted on putting her last name before her first name, an unusual arrangement. TL note, that's how names in Korea work, since Han is a reincarnator and all. The girl who always had a goofy grin plastered on her face, as if she was happy about something. As the image of that woman, whose unique style was, to put it nicely, and to put it bluntly, suspiciously unsettling, flashed through my mind, the headache that had been subsiding resurfaced. My vision distorted and narrowed, growing darker, and the now familiar pain of needles piercing my brain returned once again. By now, it was more of an annoyance than pain. The deep furrow between my eyebrows was a testament to my feelings. I'm sorry for her, but right now, I hate her. I hadn't liked her from the moment I first laid eyes on her. It's not that I was the type of person who judged others based solely on their appearance or first impression. Some people in certain kingdoms might believe that people with any black body parts on their body are the fingertips of a witch, and they can perform acts of witchcraft, but that's their business, not mine. Rather, her unique appearance was refreshing, with its own charm. And her title as a mercenary, belonging to one of the few crown-sanctioned and managed mercenary group in the empire, was quite intriguing. TL note, decided to use crown instead of government cause. Middle Ages. Her timid and delicate appearance, which shattered my preconceived notion of mercenaries as being rough and tough, was rather endearing. To put it simply, her first impression was above average, quite good. Rather than those unrealistically perfect individuals, she was moderately likable. Those interesting backgrounds would have been a plus, not a minus. So at that time, I thought that if there was nothing particularly problematic, I might be able to build a good relationship with her in the future. Yes, I thought that way. That is, until I saw her gently caressing the bracelet on her wrist, as if it were something precious. Crack. Really? How unsightly. Ha ha ha. My emotions were gradually intensifying. Where were they directed? As the waves of those unpleasant emotions crashed over me, a chilling sound began to emanate from the railing I was gripping. If I had been gripping someone's arm instead of a railing, something very unpleasant would have happened. The railing shattered with a scream, and countless wooden splinters piercing my palms, but the pain actually somewhat helped alleviate the headache that had been tormenting me, and I barely managed to stay on my feet. Slowly, with faltering steps, I started walking, leaving a trail of bright red blood. An aimless stroll, with no destination in mind, just walking wherever my feet took me. I wasn't worried about getting lost and becoming a missing person within the vast grounds of the academy. I thought that too, in its own way, might not be so bad either. Well, fine. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. A really nasty coincidence, specially prepared by the world to torment me. The fact that the stems were woven in the same direction, the silver flowers that my little sister in particular loved so much, the teal ribbon tied at the end, which resembled Eris's eyes, everything. All of it, I told myself, was just a coincidence. How many people in the world could possibly make bracelets? Roughly estimating, it would easily exceed several thousands. Just because it looked similar, of course it was enough to make my heart sink, but my mind wasn't weak enough to lose my composure and rush towards her. But what truly tormented me than anything was something else. Sia, her, stroking the bracelet made of artificial flowers that wouldn't wither, her clear eyes devoid of any darkness, picturing someone who wasn't there. And me, carrying around the remnants of a withered flower crown in my pocket, its original form long gone and decayed beyond recognition, recalling someone I could no longer see, bringing her back from the past, remembering her. So similar, yet so different. A gap that had formed somewhere, a gap so wide it could never be bridged. I couldn't even fathom where it had started. Seeing Sia clutching the bracelet whenever she felt down or overwhelmed, finding strength and comfort in it, sends me into an indescribable anger and self-loathing. Why are you making that happy expression? When I'm crying like this? What are you looking at in that empty void? When I have nothing left? For no reason, I felt a surge of anger. She was clearly just an ordinary classmate who had nothing to do with me. Her actions shouldn't have impacted me at all. Whether she lived well somewhere or not, it wouldn't affect my life even as much as a single sheep's hair. But strangely enough, whenever she looked at her wrist with a happy face, my mood plummeted. I started to feel irritable and complain about trivial matters that I would have ignored before, and my heart felt empty, like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. Even when I tried to listen to the soothing music Tessa recommended while reading a book. Even when I tried to exhaust myself at the training ground, pushing my body to its limits so I wouldn't have the time to think about anything else. Whenever I saw her image flickering before my eyes, my heart would be consumed by darkness. In our Wallenstein mercenary group, we mainly use polearms and spears for our infantry. Doesn't Miss Han use a sword? That. I have a rather unique situation. I was granted permission to use a sword personally. Yes, that's right. Then one day, it was during a time when the teacher, as usual, was drawing the attention of the students in the classroom by having Sia share her vivid experiences. I was sitting at my desk, listening to the lecture. Thud, the pen in my hand slipped and fell to the floor. The accumulated fatigue had long since passed its limit, and my body, which should have collapsed long ago, was in no condition to properly attend class. My eyes trembled, my hand wouldn't obey me, my body was falling apart. My body was so broken that I couldn't even hear what Sia was saying right next to me. Even the writing on the blackboard, which I could usually read without any problems, was now just a blurry mess. I was in such a bad shape that I would have excused myself and left the classroom even at the risk of being rude under normal circumstances. But for some reason, I didn't raise my hand nor did I leave the classroom. Instead, my eyes were following her, the girl who was standing next to me, looking at the students and teaching the lesson. I saw flower petals swaying gently in the wind. My unusually sensitive nose picked up a faint fragrance in the air. As if mesmerized, I just stared blankly at the bracelet on her wrist. The love contained within, the affection embedded within. The moment I saw it, I clearly said, in a voice so low that no one else could hear, I want that bracelet. Anger rising for no reason. Anguish that suddenly appeared and devoured my body. Irrational emotions directed at someone who had nothing to do with me. The name of that emotion is envy. No, I can't accept it. I shouldn't accept it. My footsteps finally stopped. It wasn't because there was an obstacle blocking my path that I stopped. It wasn't because I had run out of energy to walk, nor was it because I was overcome by fear of being lost. There was nothing but a wide open door before me, inviting me to enter. I was still breathing, and if I were the kind of pathetic person to be anxious about this, I would have already ended my own life long ago. After all, I had been wandering, having lost everything, for the past 2 years already. Nevertheless, the reason I couldn't move forward and just stood here like this, was because the world was too cruel. Really, it was too cruel. Whoosh. Ha, ha ha. As the late summer rain poured down heavily, signaling the end of summer, the humid wind now disappeared. A cool breeze was now blowing, but the wind coming from in front of me still carried the warmth of summer. A glass house, its interior visible through the transparent walls. Inside, green life flourished. I had arrived at a place I had never set foot in, even though it had been almost 2 years since I came to the museum. A place I had lost my reason to visit after Eris disappeared. The end of my long journey was a beautiful greenhouse where flowers bloomed vibrantly. Thud. I heard the sound of something hitting the ground. At the same time, the scenery around me spun, and the plants that had clearly been growing on the ground were now blocking my view. The plants couldn't have grown so suddenly, so my vision must have lowered. Ah, I see. I've collapsed. This is really the worst. And my vision faded to black. I ended up meeting her after all. I didn't want to see her. I really didn't want to see her at all. The reason why I chose death, out of all the countless options, to stand by their side and yearn for happiness is something I'm not allowed to do. A person's life is contained within their hands. What they do for a living, their bad habits, their level of hygiene. You can learn everything about a person by looking at their hands. That's why whenever I look at someone, I always look at the person's hands first. Isn't it ironic that the most honest means of expression in the world exists in humans, who live in a constant struggle between truth and lies? The more actions they take, the more prominent their tendons and bones become. Blood and nerves twist and turn, finding their way back to their proper places, flowing once again. Skin and flesh are torn and rubbed, gradually becoming tougher. Like the rings of a tree growing with each passing year, life accumulates in various forms within our hands. Like a work of art, imbued with sacrifice and hardship. So I could say it with confidence, without a shred of hesitation. I dare swear on all the lives I've lived, and the eternal life I will live. You have truly lived a life of effort. Ugh, It's warm. It felt like my body was melting. My older sister's palm, which I hadn't felt in a long time, was so warm and rough. It wasn't soft and delicate like the hands we used to hold when we were young, but a rough hand with countless calluses on her fingers and palm, as if she had been gripping something tightly. The rough texture of those calluses, large and uneven, wasn't exactly pleasant, but thinking about the fruits of her labor contained within, how could I not find it beautiful? I diligently massaged my sister's hand, which were more beautiful than anything else, using my own small, delicate hand, my only one. Even though this fleeting act couldn't possibly be a repayment for her actions. But I hoped that it would bring a small comfort to this tragic princess who was sleeping, surrounded by flowers. I desperately prayed that the path ahead for my sister, who was taking a brief rest on my lap, would be bright and clear, and that in that future, I, a mere burden, wouldn't exist. I prayed earnestly. Ugh, you must be very tired, sis. I sat with my legs neatly together, my back against a tree. Leaning against the rough, hard bark of a tree wasn't an easy task for an ordinary child, but my body and I, myself, was numb to most sensations and could do it with ease. Of course, if I got a bad bruise on my back, it would be obvious to Sis Sia or Big Sis Ellie, who were sensitive to my injuries, and I would be scolded for sure. My older sister, Remy, whose head was resting on my thighs, was groaning softly, her face contorted. I wonder what kind of dream she's having. Occasionally, her hands and feet would tremble, and she would break out in a cold sweat. Remy, who had looked unwell from the moment I found her, was lying at the entrance of the greenhouse, gasping for breath. I never imagined that Remy would be here, and the moment I saw her familiar face, I thought I was hallucinating. My sister really has a talent for startling people. Of course, after realizing that Remy was in a bad state, I worked hard to drag her inside using my one hand and created this position so that she could rest comfortably. It seemed like she had simply fainted from exhaustion and stress, so she would probably wake up in a few minutes. Well, until then, I'll just enjoy this pleasant time. A playful moment between sisters, reunited after a long time. Poke, poke. Hello, is anyone there? Ugh, ugh. I lightly poked her cheek with my finger and then pulled back, and watched as it jiggled back into place like a mochi. The feeling of my family's skin, something I hadn't touched in a long time, was so sweet and addicting it felt like it would melt me. I tickled her, I pulled on it, I poked it. My sister's face, so inviting for pranks, awakened the little devil inside me. Her face contorted even more, and the interval between her groans shortened. Remy was now making an interesting expression, much better than the pained expression she had been making before when she was sweating profusely. As I watched her, a sense of nostalgia washing over me. Behind those closed eyelids, were beautiful eyes that I had described as sparkling like stars. When we used to sleep in the same bed, she would often cling to me and ask me to rub her ears, acting spoiled. I wonder if she still does that. Was it here where she tripped and fell down the stairs, bumping her teeth against a rock, and lost a tooth? Really? I never thought I would see her again. Sia's behavior towards me was particularly strange and suspicious. Of course, she tried to hide it, but her speech would speed up for no reason, and the way the end of her words would curl up whenever she called my name were habits she couldn't easily break. The moment Sia saw me, she panicked as if she was being chased by something and grabbed me, who was glaring at the streetlight, to her dorm room. And then she came up with all sorts of bizarre excuses to keep me from leaving, saying that it was dangerous because there was construction going on, and that there were scary monsters lurking everywhere trying to kidnap me. Honestly, I wondered if I should react to such obvious lies, but I played along. Of course, I snuck out while SIA was in class. I wondered what the reason for such uncharacteristic behavior was, and it turned out Remy was here. Fate is truly a mysterious thing. Nom, nom, TL note, Alice is sucking Remy's cheek. That's what the onomatopoeia told me. Probably looks like this. Hee. Of course, from SIA's perspective, it was completely understandable why she wouldn't want me and Remy to meet. They couldn't even begin to fathom what kind of chemical reaction would occur between us. They couldn't possibly know, or rather, they knew it deeper than anyone else, but SIA and Ellie were so conservative and worried that they would hide my past from me, the person involved, to such an extent. They probably didn't want to leave even the smallest problem behind. They even went so far as to deceive me, an act that required tremendous resolve from SIA. There was nothing more to be said. But still, if there was one thing I wished SIA would change, it's about time for her to overcome her excessive paranoia, her tendency to see everyone as a potential threat. Squeeze. You're such a sleepyhead, sis. You really are a sleepyhead. Remy's hands were trembling pathetically. My only hand was now trapped in her tight grip, showing no sign of breaking free. My delicate skin had already reddened and starting to bleed, and my fingertips had turned white with a hint of purple. I wondered if my hand would really get crushed like this, but seeing Remy clutching onto it desperately, as if she had returned to her childhood, I stopped resisting and just smiled gently while looking at her face. What is she so afraid of? What is she so scared of? What meaning was contained in the tears that flowed from her eyes? As if my hand was the only lifeline that could save her, Remy held onto it tightly, refusing to let go. She must be old enough to be called an adult by now, and yet, here she was acting like a child. It was cute, so I couldn't help but let out a small laugh at the sight. The sun was slowly setting, and the flowers that had bloomed fully were now slowly going to sleep, having completed their duty. The fleeting yet infinite moment where our hearts were connected through our tightly clasped hands was also coming to an end, because it would soon be time for SIA to come looking for me. Sleep. The gods, while sending down hardships upon humans, also sent down sleep, and in the face of sleep, all good and evil lose their meaning, becoming mere objects of oblivion. But in the end, sleep is still just sleep. Sleep exists only so we could greet the sun that must rise tomorrow. So, it's time to wake up. A princess who's cursed and fallen into a deep sleep, a princess trapped in a nightmare. There's only one way to wake her up. Of course, I wasn't the handsome prince from the fairy tales, and unfortunately, my only tool, my hand, was immobilized, so there was no other choice. To think that even after becoming an adult, she still couldn't wake up without her little sister's help. Really, she was a handful in many ways, this older sister. So big sis, it's time to wake up. I slowly lowered my head. The flowers closed their petals, hiding their faces. The sun, watching over everything from the sky, blushed as if embarrassed and disappeared beyond the towering mountains. No one would know what happened there. Except for one person. You're awake, sis. Alice. The moment of our encounter is imminent. Twilight had begun. The sun had already set, and the sky was painted a deep blue. Even though there was no source of light, a mysterious, faint glow still lingered in the sky, softly illuminating the world. The hour between dog and wolf, lor entre chien et lu, a name given to this time, when the deepening twilight made it difficult to distinguish whether a silhouette approaching in the distance was a loyal dog or a dangerous wolf coming to harm you. And under that deepening gloom, I was running down the street, my breathing ragged, gasping breaths and the sound of wind whistling past my ears. My lungs felt like they were about to burst, my legs screaming in protest. It made me think that if there was ever a time to use the phrase giving it your all, it should be right now. Flutter? Whoa. What's that? I'm so sorry. I'll apologize properly later. As I ran, cutting through the wind, unexpected screams erupted around me. Perhaps someone had spilled water because of the sudden gust of wind I created as I ran past. The voices, growing fainter as I distanced myself, were clearly bewildered. Normally, I would have stopped immediately upon hearing those voices, fidgeting and desperately hoping they would accept my apology, but right now, I just left the scene, muttering a pathetic apology. I'll make it up to you twice as much next time? No, maybe 3 times? Since I didn't know the person, even though I said I would make it up to them, it was unlikely that I would actually find them and compensate them. But what else could I do? It's no use crying over spilled water. I could only let it go, thinking I would just get scolded and that would be the end of it. I never thought the class would end so late. Speak of the devil, to think that the teacher, who had never been late to class before, would be late on such a hectic day like this, who knew? And yet, she insisted on finishing the class, so I was the only one suffering, my insides burning with anxiety as I sat there. Click, clack. As I ran, the beautiful night scenery of the academy gradually came into view, illuminated by the streetlights that had started to turn on. The exotic and unique atmosphere was captivating enough to draw my attention, but unfortunately, I didn't have a moment to spare to appreciate it. The only thing on my mind was Alice, who must be waiting for me in that glass greenhouse. What if she's worried because I'm not there? What if she came out to look for me because I wasn't there even after all this time? What if she's crying her eyes out on the street? The more I thought about it, the paler my face became. Of course, even though she was innocent and delicate, Alice was old enough to take care of herself in this world. Rather, her wisdom and exceptional abilities that occasionally showed through, which were unusual for her age, sometimes made me wonder if I should be the one worrying for my future, not her. But that's just how it is with the human heart. The worry for a child who's left unattended is endless. I'm coming to save you, Alice. My anxieties grew like cotton candy, and in my mind, Alice had already been kidnapped by a demon king with black hair and red eyes, and was being forced to live a life of comfort and exploitation. Now, say yes, good. How about you ditch that parasite over there and come play somewhere else with me? Yes, big sis Ellie? I'd love to. The image of me collapsed on the ground reaching out towards Alice, and the demon king looking down at me with eyes full of disdain as if I were a worm. I knew it was just a delusion, but the absurdly realistic imagery tore my heart to shreds. Don't take that hand, Alice. What the? My master's thesis. Wait for me, Alice, I'm coming. Rip, tear, the product of someone's dreams, passion, and dedication, was torn and defiled. The pitiful sight of a graduate student screaming as he frantically tried to gather the scattered remains from the floor with both hands, was a work of art in itself, but unfortunately the papers, already soaked, seemed beyond saving. Without even the time to help, I silently offered my condolences, sending 5 action beams for the repose of his deceased soul, and shedding a small tear of mourning. TL note, action beam is a meme from an old Korean show. It's used the same way as RIP, action beam is the abbreviation for saying rest in peace. Hoping that it would bring a small comfort to the poor graduate student, I continued on without stopping, stepping on his noble sacrifice without a moment's pause. And so, I climbed a small hill, past the familiar school route I had seen every morning, and arrived at the back of the dormitory. My destination. I'm here. There, as if welcoming me, stood the glass greenhouse, its doors wide open. The sight of the greenhouse brightly lit as if someone was inside brought me a small sense of relief. I slowly caught my breath, and then I walked in to greet Alice, who must be waiting for me inside. Alice, I'm back. I'm so sorry for making you wait. My heart pounded, and my breathing became more labored. I couldn't even think of what to say, so I just made a firm resolution to hug Alice tightly. I slowly entered the greenhouse, and I saw them. Alice, were you waiting? Under the bright, sun-like lights, 2 people were facing each other. 2 people who should never meet. 2 people who should never encounter each other. Remy Akaya, and Alice. The 2 of them were there. The thought that something had gone terribly wrong swam through my mind. But that was only for a moment, because something else caught my eye. Drip, drip. Remy Akaya, with a strangely distorted expression, was firmly gripping Alice's hand, blood dripping from it onto her clothes. Let go of that filthy hand. Feeling those icy cold words I had never uttered before escape from my lips, I drew my sword. I wanted Alice to never experience sadness again. That was all I wanted. Alice, who always prioritized the feelings of others over her own desires. If I had pleaded with her earnestly, Alice, even if she felt stifled, would have obediently waited for me to return, staying quietly in my room without venturing outside. Well, of course. She might have puffed out her cheeks a little and protested with cute eyes, but still. A boring daily life, waiting for her older sister who had gone to class, alone in an empty room with no one to talk to, watching the clock tick by. We were the ones who had committed the sin. Why should an innocent child have to live a prisoner's life in place of an adult? Unable to endure that unbearable contradiction, I couldn't bring myself to force such a life of confinement upon Alice, even if it was done with good intentions, to protect her safety. That was something I could never ever accept. Yes, because if I did that, Alice would be sad. Fortunately, there was a place in the academy that met all the requirements. A place visible from the window of my dorm room, a place frequently patrolled by security and where the lights were kept on until late at night, making it a safe place where crimes rarely occurred. And most importantly, a place that suited Alice's taste perfectly. It was the glass greenhouse. It was often used as a venue for Noble's tea party, so it was always included in the security patrol route, and perhaps because of that, I had never heard of any incidents happening in that area. Also, the greenhouse, filled with various kinds of flowers native to the empire, was a place that perfectly matched Alice's interests. But the biggest advantage of the greenhouse was that it was a place that Remy Akaya avoided at all costs. For some unknown reason, Remy Akaya was well known for not only not participating in any events held in the greenhouse, but also for not even passing near it. I remember there were even rumors that she might have a pollen allergy, but who even cares? It was the perfect way to keep her, the biggest obstacle, away from Alice. After learning about this open secret, I took Alice to the greenhouse with a bright smile, along with the promise that she could stay there freely until I came to pick her up. It should have been a happy daily routine of waking up a sleepy Alice who was nodding off after playing excitedly and taking her back to the dormitory after school. Yes, it should have been like that. Then why did it turn out like this? I said, let go of her hand. Sis SIA. S-I-S-W-H who? Remy Akaya, her head turning towards me in a strange, jerky motion, like a broken doll. Alice's hand and arm that she was holding onto, I don't know what she did to it, but the skin was torn, bleeding, and swollen. Her growls emanating from deep within her throat, like a beast's, and her bloodshot eyes all showed that she wasn't in her right mind. It was a sight that should have instilled fear. But even so, I walked towards her, one step at a time. Because she wasn't the only one who was angry. Alice's transparent tears were streaming down her cheeks. Hey, let go of my little sister. Huh. I wondered what had happened since she hadn't been around since this morning. But to think she was here, in this place. Was it a lie when she said she wasn't feeling well and was going to rest in her dorm room? Really, when will this damn, persistent connection, a curse clinging to Alice, finally let her free? Filled with anger, I grabbed Remy Akaya's hand forcefully. Grab. Come here, Alice. Sis Sia. It's okay. Come on. I untied Remy Akaya's grip on Alice's hand, gently wiped Alice's tear-stained face, which had been crying no doubt from the pain, and hid her behind my back. Perhaps angered by the fact that I had taken Alice away from her, Remy Akaya glared at me with eyes that looked as if it could devour a person whole. Undeterred, I met her gaze, tightening my grip on my sword. The bomb that was bound to explode someday. The fuse had been lit, and she and I became enemies. Who are you? What was the problem? Was I that wrong? I thought I could finally see your face in reality, not just in my dreams. I was so relieved, feeling the warmth from your arm telling me that this wasn't a dream. Eris? My name. My blood ran cold. My heart stopped. The fruit born after a long struggle was sweet, but it contained a deadly poison that stopped my heart. But my name is Alice. Alice's hands were trembling, soaked in the blood flowing from her wound. The clear handprints and the blue, swollen bruises. I couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of violence could cause such marks. Seeing her pitiful state, I carefully took Alice's arm, as if handling a delicate flower petal, afraid that I might accidentally touch her wounds, and pulled her towards me. And to the child who was being pulled along listlessly, I forced myself to stay calm and spoke to her. Sis Sia. Are you okay, Alice? Is there anywhere else that hurts besides your arm and hand? No. Alice was crying. Alice, who always smiled, who always tried not to worry others, was crying like a child. That simple fact made me, who knew better than anyone that this shouldn't be happening, point a real sword at a living person. They say that a sword reflects the heart of the person wielding it. And true to those words, there was not a single tremor in the sword I raised. I said move. And I said I can't. After what you've done to her, knowing what you might do, how could I step aside? I muttered those sharp words. In my heart I had already forgotten about her status, her rank, or the punishment and repercussions I might face because of this incident. They all had long flown away from my mind. I simply stood there, blocking her path with my entire body, to defy her words, to prevent Alice's image from being reflected in those amber eyes. The child's frail body was completely hidden behind me. Her eyes, which had been solely focused on Alice, now finally shifted their target. Remy Akaya's menacing gaze was now fixated on me. Ha, ha ha. Is that so? Roll. Her body didn't move, and yet, I heard a sound like something rolling. And then, when I met her empty, strangely wide-open eyes, I realized what the sound was. The way she stared at me, moving only her eyes without turning her head, made her look like a doll clumsily imitating a human. Her voice, dry and cracked like a parched rice paddy. Her pronunciation, slurred and barely understandable. The person standing before me was no longer the brilliant and promising Remy Akaya that everyone once knew. There was only a beast, a wild animal that had lost its mind, unable to think rationally. Her eyes, which had once been praised for holding stars within them, were now no different from those of a beast, and her soft hair was a tangled mess. Feeling a small wave of disgust and pity at her appearance, I once again tightened the grip on my sword. I see. A chill ran down my spine. If a demon crawled out from hell and existed in the real world, would its voice sound like this? Her voice, echoing through the vast, glass-enclosed space, was truly chilling. Srrrk. So be it. The creaking doll drew its sword. That ominous weapon drawn from its scabbard seemed sharp enough to kill a person with a single swing. And that weapon was now aimed at me, at my chest, where my heart, pounding so hard I could feel it through my clothes, was located. Overwhelmed by the tension, I swallowed the saliva that had gathered in my mouth, making sure no one could hear the sound. What was about to happen was completely different from the spars and fights I had experienced so far. A real battle, where a single mistake would bring me pain, where a moment of carelessness could cost me my life. That's the weight that was contained within the sword I held. Because I have a mountain of questions to ask you too. If this were the past, I would have already raised my hands in surrender and begged for my life before it even began. She was superior to me in both skill and experience. I wasn't strong enough to bravely face the pain and fear that was coming. But I held my sword. That's good to hear. I could feel it. The presence of Alice behind me. The worry for me contained in the small hand that was weakly gripping my clothes. With just that alone, even someone like me, didn't feel like I would lose at all. Because I was thinking the same thing. In the greenhouse, without a breath of wind, there was no need for a signal to start the fight. She and I both charged at each other with all our might, as if we had made a silent agreement. And soon, that small space was filled with the cold yet heated sound of clashing swords. Even if it was an act done for the happiness of others, not for my own gain, the essence of my actions was still a lie. Whether it was a white lie or a malicious lie, the fact that I had deceived her remained unchanged. That act of betraying her trust was a betrayal, and no justification could be given for it. Likewise, the fact that I had deceived her wouldn't disappear. Therefore, her anger towards me was justified. And therefore, my anger towards her was also justified. That swordsmanship? As I thought. You. Ugh. What kind of strength? Clang, clang, clang. Ruthless downward swings with her entire weight and gravity behind each blow. The impact of those consecutive attacks, as if a hammer was pounding against my sword, was overwhelming. My tingling palms screamed for me to let go of the sword, and the liquid wetting the handle, whether it was sweat or blood, I couldn't tell, but I bit my lip hard, refusing to give in. If I let go, I die. If I die here, I'll never see Alice again. With that single thought imprinted into my mind, I focused on Remy Akaya's movements and managed to escape from that hellish barrage of attacks by slipping to the side, taking advantage of a small opening. Just for a moment, though. Unfortunately, the situation was still one-sided. Her hostility and attention was completely focused on me, whether I should be happy or not, her gaze was solely following my movements. In other words, she didn't even give me a chance to catch my breath as she launched her sword attacks towards me, who barely managed to regain my stance after quickly getting up with a roll. I was merely prolonging my life by devoting myself solely to defense. No, I should be grateful that I could even defend myself. The weight behind her sword was different. The speed of her swings was different. And above all, the mindset, the heart behind her sword, was different. I couldn't kill her. She wanted to kill me. It was completely different from the spar we had in the arena before, where we had agreed not to aim for each other's vital points. The gap created by that difference was something I couldn't bridge with just sheer willpower. Of course, I did manage to land a few hits by taking advantage of small openings. But instead of being discouraged by my counterattacks, she just kept coming at me, like a yaksha, a demon, as if she didn't even care about her wounds, and it was I instead who was overwhelmed by fear. TL note, yaksha is a mythological spirit being from Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. With the sound of metal vibrating and the hilt slippery with sweat and blood, finally slipped from my grasp. The sword approached with a menacing aura, not stopping its momentum as it aimed for my neck. That clear difference in our abilities was inevitable. UAH. Hey. A desperate situation. To think that I, who had confidently challenged her, would be facing death so pathetically in less than 10 minutes after starting. Forgetting even the fact that Alice was watching from afar, I couldn't help but let out a pathetic scream. I don't want to die a miserable death like this. That I wanted to remain as a cool older sister to Alice if possible. But even though I pleaded with those wishful thoughts, the trajectory of the sword flying towards my neck didn't change. However, in the end, the sword didn't cut through my neck. Sis, no. Because a childish scream blocked its path. Sia, don't kill her. Please, please. Alice was standing there with her arms spread wide, her bleeding arm and hand where the wound hadn't fully healed and the other that looked unnatural because of the missing part, her small body desperately trying to protect me. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she clung to her small legs, and slowly, she knelt. I wonder how it must have felt to Remy Akaya. The sight of her younger sister calling a complete stranger sister and begging for their life, when her real sister was right there in front of her. And then, clang, the answer was her dropping her sword powerlessly and her eyes looking up at the empty ceiling. I couldn't fathom what kind of emotion she was feeling as she lowered her head as if she would cry any moment. And I didn't want to know, either. Why are you fighting with Sis Sia? Don't fight. Okay. The fight ended in a ridiculously anticlimactic way. There was no victor, no one to savor their victory with a bright smile, as it usually went. There were only losers bowing their heads, shedding tears mixed with sorrow and resentment. Can someone who has never broken a bone truly comprehend the pain of a person screaming in agony from a severed limb? Can someone who has never been burned by a gas stove truly understand the despair and lament contained within the dying screams and soft cries of a person burning alive in a raging inferno? It's like someone who has lived their whole life in a dark cave claiming to know the lush green fields and the vastness of the sky, or a lonely person who has never experienced love claiming to understand the pain of heartbreak. Well, even if they can sympathize with others, even if they can feel compassion for others, never, I swear, could they truly empathize with them. Especially if that person is a stranger, someone completely unrelated to them. No matter how emotionally intelligent humans are, capable of feeling empathy and compassion. No matter how intellectually advanced humans are, capable of uncovering the truths of the world with their innate cognitive abilities. It's impossible for someone who has never experienced something to fully understand the heart and feelings of someone who has gone through it. To claim that they can understand is to be blind to the vast difference in the magnitude of the pain experienced, the depth of the despair felt. We know all too well how vastly different they are. Crack. Give her back. My little sister. Please, give her back. No, please give her back to me. I beg you. That's why I would never be able to understand the heart of this person, who is barely supporting their shaking legs by grabbing my collar with a weak hand, devoid of any strength, as if the menacing aura from before had vanished. The feelings of Remy Akaya, who is pleading with me, tears streaming down her face, begging me to say something, even though she must know that I'm just as helpless. I, who haven't experienced what she has gone through, will never be able to understand her. Because the emotions I'm feeling right now are as light as a feather compared to hers. And if the day comes when I truly understand her, I will probably choose ignorance. Thud. Why? Thwack, thwack. My chest hurts. Why? Her fists, flailing wildly, strike my chest. Why does Eris have to go through this? I finally thought we could meet again. I thought we could be happy again. The duel that was simply just a thinly veiled attempt at murder, which seemed like it would only end with one of us dead, was abruptly interrupted by a child. She, upon seeing Alice, had dropped her sword that was about to kill me, and collapsed to her knees on the dirt floor, her expression like that of a child abandoned by her parents. Seeing her weak and vulnerable, a sight that reminded me of my past self, I couldn't bring myself to unleash the rest of the anger that had been festering in my heart. This was futile and meaningless. A pointless fight, where everything was in vain. The child, relieved to see that our fight had come to a standstill, fainted as if falling asleep. I rushed toward her, worried that she might have been hurt as she fell to the ground, and my outstretched hand had overlapped with another's. When Remy Akaya's hand and mine touched, we looked at each other once, and, without a word, checked Alice's condition and laid her down gently. A single exchange. A brief interaction, conveyed through our fingertips, without a single word exchanged. No one could have predicted that that brief moment, where our fingers touched, would bring an abrupt end to the fight that had been interrupted. But it was a promise made over Alice. A promise that held a weight far greater than any written oath on paper. Alice is sleeping soundly. We, who surrounded Alice, confessed everything to each other, everything about what had happened to the child, and the sins we had committed. What I had done to Alice, what she had done to Eris, and lastly, what had happened to the child. We confessed everything. It was the moment when the harm, named truth was revealed. All hope, all possibilities, vanished entirely, and only pure malice filled the glass-enclosed greenhouse. Eris, yes. What awaited the older sister, who had been desperately searching and waiting for her lost little sister, was the cruel truth that her sister no longer remembered her. Ironically, the child named Alice had forgotten everything, except for the name of the one person who had driven her to that state, Anna. Her childhood memories. The faces of the parents who gave birth to her. Even her own name. Everything about the child had vanished, lost to the depths of her memory. Sob. Sniff. Eris, answer me, please. Please. She covered her mouth with both hands, desperately muttering Alice's real name, but Alice, already asleep and couldn't respond. The sight of her, crying miserably beside the peacefully sleeping child, was like someone lamenting beside a lifeless corpse. Feelings of pity for someone that truly came from the heart were of no help at this moment. Even emotions arising purely from the heart, called sympathy and compassion for someone, would seem like nothing but a dirty hypocrisy to her. So all I could do was stand there, my head bowed low, like a doctor who had to inform a family of their patient's death. I lowered my body and bowed my head. That was all. Why did you have to be so cruel to Eris? Her question, asking why Alice had to go through this. I, too, had thought about that unanswerable questions dozens of times, and instead of seeking an answer, I looked up at the night sky where darkness had settled. I wonder. Why, indeed. Really, why? A door designed never to open. A window through which the outside scenery cannot be seen. An oxymoron that threw all logic to the dogs. I, too, harboring curiosity about the irrationality of this world with its impossible question, simply lifted my head and looked up at the sky. No answer came down. A momentary delusion, or a momentary mistake. Leaving behind the greenhouse where misfortune born from a misunderstanding had occurred, Remy Akaya and I, having cleared up some misunderstandings through an honest conversation, walked forward, matching our steps despite the awkwardness between us. Carefully, cautiously, like two people running a three-legged race at a school sports festival, afraid of tripping over each other's feet. We headed towards the dormitory where I was staying. In our arms was Alice, sleeping peacefully, lying horizontally across our four outstretched arms. I held her legs. She held her head and chest. A pathetic power struggle ensued, each of us trying to claim a larger portion of Alice's body. The fight over who had the right to hold Alice's upper body, a fight over ownership, started back at the greenhouse and continued even as we walked along a deserted path. But let's just say that thanks to the kind consideration of a certain mercenary, the princess was able to fully enjoy the feeling of holding her little sister for the first time in a long time. Blub blub. TL note, their lips are basically moving like oh, you suck at rock paper scissors. Ah, shut up. I lost on purpose, but you don't appreciate it. Whatever. You were the one getting all red-faced and angry earlier. Want to play again? No, not doing it. You're terrible at it. Bicker. Let's skip over that brief pathetic fight. Hehe. She was looking at Alice's sleeping face, giggling, as if she couldn't get enough of it. It would have been a truly beautiful sight, full of love and a hint of sadness, if it weren't for the traces of sorrow in her eyes. But the endless possibilities contained within that sight were shining brightly, like a streetlight illuminating the night streets. Remy Akaya, as if sharing her warmth, pressed her cheek against Alice's and rubbed it gently, then buried her face in the child's slender neck and slowly inhaled. With her eyes, with her skin, with her nose, with her ears. She was reassuring herself once again that this sweet moment where her sister was alive wasn't a dream. And the hand she slipped between her armpits was slowly reaching for Alice's. Slap. Get your hand off her. I said take it off. Where did the sorrowful person from before go? It was a scene that made me wonder if she was bipolar. If it weren't for her tear-filled eyes, I wouldn't have believed that she was the same Remy Akaya who had been crying out in despair until her voice gave out just moments ago. Smiling, she said. That it was heartbreaking, that it felt like her heart was being torn apart, that the memories of their childhood together were gone. that she had wanted to bite her tongue and die when she heard that she, Remy, no longer existed in Eris's memory. But memories, even if they crumble, can be rebuilt. Rather, she also hoped that Eris wouldn't regain those horrific memories. Drip, tears fell. Even as new tears carved paths over her already thoroughly wet face, she was genuinely smiling brightly. I eventually had to admit it. That she was truly amazing. That she was truly Alice's real sister. Slap. Don't touch my little sister's butt. I'll kill you. HNGG. Well, their mouths weren't alike at all, though. HNGG. Time turns, and before you know it, the missing cogwheel that had fallen out finally finds its place again. The second hand of someone's stopped clock begins to tick forward once more. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. With the small sound of something clicking into place. A beautiful moment when color returns to someone's world. So, to sum up the situation. Yes. POO. How did this even happen? The common room of the special dormitory I was staying at. This place, where people rarely came and went, was located quite a distance away from the dormitories where other students stayed. It was provided free of charge to students who had entered the academy through the special mercenary program. Typically, the special dormitory provided one room per person, and naturally, it boasted a smaller size compared to the rooms shared by multiple people, but considering it was a single room, it was more than just cozy. You could even feel a sense of spaciousness and openness. It was thanks to those features that Alice and I were able to live together, even if it was just for a short time. The dormitory, a perfect space to get away from unnecessary attention. The place where I collapsed, exhausted, after a day full of classes, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., a grueling schedule that sucked my energy. And the place where I lay my weary body down, preparing to face the next day. My cozy haven had somehow become crowded with people, to the point where there were now 4 women, far exceeding the capacity it could accommodate. If someone passing by were to catch a glance at this scene, they would think we were having a housewarming party. But speaking from the perspective of the person involved in this situation, I'd like to say that it's a big misunderstanding. This is not a housewarming party, it's a funeral. And funeral or not, someone please save me first. Please. Of course, there must be those who are unaware of the reason, so allow me to introduce the guests who have graced us with their presence, one by one. First, a woman, introducing herself as Tessa, holding a thick book, at least a hand-span thick, raised high above her head with hands full of protruding veins. I wonder if the book she's holding is for reading, or for delivering a death sentence. We'll find out soon enough. I'll just hit you once, lightly. Ah, really, just once? No, if I get hit by that, it doesn't sound like it's gonna end lightly, is it? That's the point. She seems a little angry. Next, sitting right in front of the woman who's clearly planning something that might end up being attempted murder or straight murder, I'm not sure which, is a woman. Even though it looks like the book is about to fall on her head at any moment, she doesn't seem to realize that her life is in danger. She's just smiling, making baby noises while holding a child in her arms. This is none other than Remy Akaya. To call her a princess is a bit much. She looks a little lacking. The future of the Tizalaya kingdom seemed so bright that it was blinding. Isn't my little sister adorable? I have to agree with that. Princess. She's a bit of a strange one. And last but not least, the long-awaited third guest. Alice, with an adorable elephant trumpet in her mouth. I don't know where she got it from. Probably given by Remy Akaya, the kind that makes a poot sound when you blow into it as it unrolls the plastic. Her adorable appearance, cradled in Remy Akaya's arms, blowing the trumpet to her rhythm, looked truly happy. POO. Mother-in-law, please give me Eris. No, I can't give her to you. Excessively, very much so, the child was always cute. And here, with me, Han Sia, watching the whole scene while rubbing the bridge of my nose with my index finger, that makes a total of 4 people gathered. Related, if you want to see it that way. Unrelated, if you want to see it that way. People who would never have crossed paths if they had lived ordinary lives. Now, for some reason, they were all gathered in this small room, huddled together, centered around one person. By the way, here's an observation from a squid, watching those people with their vastly different appearances. Explode, all of you. No, 2 of you can live, just 1 of you, explode. TL note, squid is used as a slang for ugly people. To think you disappeared from the dormitory without a word? And when I got a call and went to look for you, you had turned the greenhouse into a complete mess? Because of that Yes. POO. Ah, that's not how you're supposed to answer. A light and cheerful response, to a question asked with a dark and heavy tone. It seemed Tessa didn't like that, because the veins on the back of her hand seemed to have multiplied. Crack. Hugh. Calm down, I must calm down, Tessa, who barely regained her sanity after battling her inner demons. But unfortunately, it seemed the book couldn't endure the intense torture. Intrigued by the sudden loud noise, I looked towards its source, and saw the cover of the book in Tessa's hand, clearly made of durable leather, was being crushed, screaming in protest. I thought I heard a strange voice muttering from somewhere, "Master, please save me. I've been a good book." The phrase written on the cover, Empire Academy patented leather, so sturdy it can withstand a horse's trample, was now distorted beyond recognition, leaving only the words horse and leather visible. Her round, oversized glasses and her neat yet modest attire made me wonder if Tessa was a legendary creature called a literary girl that only exists in legends, but… really? That? A literary girl? Is Crane, the Crane in Massacre? Then is literary girl, a girl that massacres with books? TL note, Crane, in, Massacre, and, literature, is the same. So the author is making a pun out of it. I'll give a more literal translation in the TL afterward. Ah, so that's what it was a sight that made me want to say that. Or rather, Miss Han. Yes, I'm sorry. Caught by her mad pupils that briefly swept over me, I could only quietly stand up and slowly head to the corner. To express any complaints or dissatisfaction, Tessa, who had forcibly pulled me out of my contemplation with just 2 syllables, was too frightening, so I surrendered, kneeling down and pouring out lamentations. This is my space. This is my room. But as always, nothing changed, no matter how much I cried internally due to the injustice. Because the world is cruel. While I was desperately begging the teachers, digging up every possible excuse and non-excuse imaginable, you were just wandering around the academy grounds. Yes, yes, yes. POO, POO, POO. At this point, shouldn't we be amazed that Remy Akaya could remain so composed in front of that woman? Tessa's current appearance was one where her anger had surpassed the ceiling, going beyond simple anger, shattering the meter and going off the charts, truly exuding an atmosphere of wanting to sincerely kill someone, a perfect murderous smile that would make even a passing serial killer exclaim, "Ah, this is a bit too much," and run away. And yet, Remy Akaya was sitting there, composed, in front of a woman with such a perfect murderous smile. If Tessa's rationality was a physical rope, she would be clapping and doing cartwheels above it like a tightrope performer. I could only nod my head in admiration for her incredible courage. She's amazing. How has she even survived until now? Another unsolved mystery has been added to the list. Kaie, Eris, you're so cute. Who do you take after, to be so adorable? POO. Tessa, look at this. One more time, Eris, just one more time. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Ah, Tessa. Have you seen the camera? Let me correct myself. It seems she just doesn't have anything in her head. Or maybe she's already been hit on the head too many times and has gone crazy. If not that, could it be that what happened with Alice has had an irreversible effect on Remy Akaya's head? Well, whatever the reason, it's a moot point because it will soon become meaningless. Kryak? This, idiot, princess. Are you alright? The sound of a volcano erupting is like the sound of a large drum being struck. Boom, boom, like that. When that deep, resonant sound, which makes your heart tremble and dance along, fills the world, that's when the disaster, that will change the course of human history finally reveals itself. In her hand, the poor book that had already exposed all its insides was trembling uncontrollably, unable to control its own body. With each word uttered, filled with emotions, boom, boom, the sound echoed. I just closed my eyes and turned my head away from the impending tragedy. Because it's impossible to stop a disaster with human strength. Whatever, let it be. I have nothing to do with it. Thud. I can't take it anymore. Kaya. Poot. A classic fairy tale ending. Good people are rewarded, and bad people are punished. And so, with the good person punishing the bad person, the curtain has just risen on a never-ending chaos. Ding, dong. This is a small letter, written by someone, for someone else. Russell, I unfold the letter. A luxurious black envelope, with only Alice's name written on it, which was in the mailbox this morning. The sender's name and address were missing, but the unnecessarily formal and old-fashioned writing style immediately made any attempt at guessing the writer's identity futile. I desperately wiped the cold sweat trickling down my face and prepared myself to face the letter before me, determined to find out what words were written in it that had made Alice look at me with those pitiful eyes after reading it. My Adam's apple bobbed up and down. It was a reflex. I read it, line by line, character by character, and the contents were as follows. I write this letter, filled with longing. Now that the little creatures have hidden away and the red spider lilies bloom red in their place, how are you doing? Are you eating properly? By any chance, are you feeling unwell anywhere? I'm so worried about that parasite, whether she's taking good care of you, Alice. If there's any resentment or injustice piled up in a corner of your heart, please write it down and send it to me, it would be much appreciated. I'm also heartbroken that I had to leave without even saying a proper goodbye, as misfortune came knocking without a sound, reaching right to my doorstep. Although she's a woman without a single redeeming quality from head to toe, she's the only one who understands the situation, so I had no choice but to entrust you, Alice, to her with tears in my eyes. I also desperately don't want to be separated from Alice, but some unsavory individuals have been following us. It's an extension of the incident that happened in the previous village, so I had to make a difficult decision. After appropriately shaking off these people, I plan to quickly return to Alice's embrace. It's not a difficult task, so don't worry too much. I promise to return before the first snow falls, so please be patient and wait for me. Alice doesn't have to read the following written below. Sincerely, Sayali. P.S. To my dear parasite. If anything happens to Alice while I'm gone, I won't let you off easy. You can do that much, even as a parasite, right? Even though you're a parasite, you haven't already caused some trouble, have you? It's not a matter of whether you can or can't. Just do it, and shut up. Thud. A single beautiful flower with bright red petals, attached to a long, bare stem, fell from the envelope and landed on the floor. Despite its beautiful form, it felt desolate because it was missing the thin leaves that should have been there to protect it or to add a small accent. And because I could clearly feel the murderous intent directed at me contained in that flower. That flower, reminiscent of death, was clearly aiming at me. At this moment, I was like a frog caught in a snake's gaze, a gazelle on the Serengeti destined to become a lion's meal. A chilling fear crept up my spine, and my body froze involuntarily, surrendering to the approaching death, like a helpless insect. And as if oblivious to my state, the people occupying my room were just giggling and cuddling with each other, smiling happily. This is all because of whom? The sense of injustice rises from my heart. Tessa, give me back Eris. No way. I was really missing her too. While I was working my butt off to the bone, you two must have been having a lovey-dovey time with Princess Ari. With Alice. POO. A complete reversal of the situation from just the other day. Alice, who had fallen into Tessa's hands, blew the trumpet in response to her words. Remy Akaya, with a large bump on her head and a white bandage, slightly stained with red, wrapped around it, could only glare at Tessa, who was cradling her little sister in her arms. Poot, poot, the trumpet sound blowing out was the referee's signal declaring a complete victory. With all justification on Tessa's side, Remy Akaya, who had nothing to stand on except for her title as a princess of the Tizalaya kingdom, could only bite down on her handkerchief, swallowing her frustration. The winner is Tessa, Yaae, Pooo, Eris. They're having fun. Well, it might seem like a pitiful sight, but it was all self-inflicted, really. From the moment she was reunited with Alice, Remy Akaya had been holed up in my room, spending all her time with Alice, without even telling Tessa. And for Tessa, it was as if the princess, who already seemed somewhat strange, had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even after dawn broke, and a new day began, the princess showed no sign of returning, and after spending a sleepless night worrying and searching for her, Tessa found the very person in question happily cuddling with her long-lost younger sister, completely oblivious. Tessa was greeted, not even by a simple sorry, but by a request from Remy Akaya to be quiet, as she was busy showering her little sister with affection and needed to focus all her attention on her. How? What? Why? Those questions were all buried under the erupting anger. Anger at her disappearing without a word, 1 point. Anger at her causing trouble here and there, 9 points. And anger at her secretly playing with her younger sister without telling her, 990 points. Adding up to a total of 1,000 justifiable anger points that was the cause of this incident. As for the reason why the last one was the highest, well, it seemed Tessa also harbored strong feelings towards Alice, even if not as much as Remy Akaya. Ari. Alice thinks so too, right? POO. Thank you, Alice. Hug. Alice, nestled in Tessa's arms, her back against her chest, looked bewildered at the sudden thanks. She tilted her head from side to side, but with Tessa's body pressed tightly against hers, the child couldn't turn her head back. What the person behind her meant by those words, or understand why these strangers were suddenly so kind to her, or what kind of face the woman holding her was making. It was all a mystery to Alice. The story of a younger sister, thought to be dead, who finally returned to her family's arms, even though she had lost her memories. A story filled with hardships and conflicts, but ultimately ending with everyone smiling happily, a story that would make anyone cry. If anything happens to Alice while I'm gone, I won't let you off easy. So, it will be okay, right? It will be okay, right? But no matter how much I tried to reassure myself, no matter how much I tried to find a positive aspect, to convince myself that everything would be fine, I couldn't imagine Saali forgiving my sins with a gentle, all-encompassing smile. In the end, I had no choice but to accept reality, that I am so fucked. It doesn't seem like it's going to be okay at all. I'm screwed. Have you ever seen someone sparing a house centipede just because it's considered a beneficial insect? The bug would be lucky if they didn't scream and crush it with their shoe the moment they saw it wriggling around. Beneficial or not, in people's eyes, it's just a bug. Yes. No matter how tear-jerking, how touching the story might be, for the cruel demon queen who treats humans as beings worse than bugs, this incident would be no different from a heavy downpour washing away a colony of ants. Trembling, with my uncontrollably shaking hands, I carefully picked up the red flower that had fallen to the floor. Lycoris radiata, or, the flower with the name red spider lily. As with most flowers, its meaning isn't just one, but many, but there's one that stands out. It's not a matter of whether you can or can't. Just do it, and shut up. The meaning of that flower is death. It was Saali's own special language, a warning that if I did anything stupid, my head and body would part ways, permanently. It meant that I had a special opportunity to see my heart with my own 2 eyes. I slowly turned my head to the side. If this is how it is, I'll use my status to. Do you want to be marked again? POO. But, I've already been marked, haven't I? HNGG. I'm probably doomed. I climbed onto the bed. Lying straight on my back, my body aligned with the edge of the bed, I grabbed the blanket and rolled myself up. Roll, my pathetic figure, rolling around like a bug. I was like a caterpillar that had become a pupa. I wonder what will emerge from it, a butterfly, or the same old caterpillar. Wah, I'm a baby parasite. SIA doesn't know anything. Having made a kimbap with the blanket and my body, I could only let out a pathetic scream as I rolled around on the bed. Roll, 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 roll. Their brilliance, dazzling enough to blind the eye, was no less than that of the stars burning in the universe. Considering the infinite possibilities and the eternal future that was yet to come, I wonder if such a moment more beautiful than this would ever grace me again. Knowing that it might blind me, I couldn't help but stare at them, mesmerized, like a moth drawn to a flame. Even though I knew it would eventually burn me, they were. Tessa, how about this? I thought you were up to something. You were really looking at the camera, laughing and joking with a friend who's on the same page. Ugh, I'm tired and lazy. I just want to cling to Alice and live off her. Wah. Or sometimes just staring at the sky, without a thought in their minds. They were living a life that was more grounded in reality than anything else. Worries about the uncertain future that were meaningless to dwell on, regrets about the past that would only torment them if they dwelled on them, these things wouldn't hold any meaning for them. Because this moment, right now, was far more important to them than wasting their time on those narrow, useless thoughts. It didn't mean that they were content with the present and had given up on the future, like someone here. It simply meant that they had realized the truth of life, that if they lived in the moment, the future they desired would naturally follow. Not servile, not arrogant, not powerless, not hasty, not trapped in the past, not adrift in the future. People who are truly living in reality, not merely existing like me. I'm proud to be me. I'm proud. Prody? Even without looking in a mirror, without tracing the corners of my mouth with my fingers, I could clearly picture what expression I must be wearing. I quickly lowered my head, hiding my face from view, and desperately tried to compose myself, but my twisted expression wouldn't fade. No, this can't be happening. Are you really going to show them this face? But for some reason, the corners of my lips, which had drooped so low, wouldn't curl back up, as if they were frozen in place. Life, a marathon with no finish line. A grand journey where the direction you head towards becomes your ideal, where every step you take is a manifestation of your will, where the footprints you leave behind are etched into history. On that glorious path, it's not enough to just keep looking forward. Sometimes you have to look around, to appreciate the vast scenery, to take a detour onto an unfamiliar path and see a new side of the world. They, running with all their might, were victors in their own right. Who could dare to say that the path they chose was wrong? At least, not me, who wasn't even allowed to stand at the starting line. Not me, who could only watch them from afar. I didn't have that right. No, I know that all too well. Oh, yeah. Eris, Tessa is bullying me? Scold her. When did I ever do that? Thump, a soft impact enveloped me. My blood relative, with her face brimming with excitement, unable to hide the joy and anticipation despite her faint crying, clung to me. Following her, the librarian, looking thoroughly flustered as if she hadn't expected for me to be used as a shield, approaches. Normally, I would have played along, putting on a crown act to bring laughter to those around me, but strangely, I couldn't do anything. Because this moment was truly perfect. I became a clown who wasn't even allowed to laugh freely, with only the red tint on my lips permitted in a world of monochrome. A clown with traces of tears lingering heavily in both eyes. Really? At this rate, I'm completely turning into a Pierrot. TL note, Pierrot is a sad clown character from Italian comedy. Why? I'm just trying to take a picture of our pretty Eris. What's so wrong with spending a little money? Right, Eris? Yeah. Oh my head. The best I could do was to bury my face in her embrace, accepting her body that was yearning for me. My skin, which normally could sense the warmth of objects, now felt nothing more than rubber when touched by anything. I couldn't feel anything. Not my arms, not my cheeks, not my lips, not my neck. All the sensitive parts of my body, nothing. It was as if everything was empty, like a pathetic doll with all its stuffing removed. Surely, the distance between them and me is no more than the thickness of a few layers of fabric. Surely, if I reached out, if I leaned my head against theirs, I should be able to feel their warmth right before my eyes, and yet, this inescapable emptiness, this sense of distance, I wondered what it is. I couldn't understand the reason. No. Eris, did you say something? Actually, I knew. Yes. It would be a lie to say that I didn't know. That I wanted to keep watching their happy figures from afar, forever. That I wanted to settle for this reality and give up on the future. That I wanted time to stop, just like this. That I wanted to be happy like them. That I wanted to experience that happiness like them. Why can't I be like them? That was what I had thought, all along. That was the reason why I had always longed for death in a life that seemed to stretch on forever. Because jealousy had settled in my green eyes. I was just falling into hell, following my fate. I want to die. As if an invisible weight was holding me down, preventing me from moving forward, my limbs bound. But at the same time, it felt like a chain, hanging from the ceiling and wrapped around my neck, was forcing me to stand up, preventing me from collapsing. It was just an ordinary winter morning. As usual, I woke up clutching my throat, which felt strange, and started my day by spitting out a mouthful of saliva mixed with dark, clotted blood. My throat, which still felt clogged, showed no sign of improvement, but I couldn't waste a single moment, so I recalled the day's schedule as the maids helped me get dressed. Review the documents from yesterday, write my opinions on them, greet the trade delegation that was coming for lunch, and then after that, military training, I think. The instructor would probably be the head of staff. Russell. After the banquet with the Veils night. I know, it was head of staff Chicelian's lesson. A schedule so packed that there wasn't even a single gap. The doctor had said it was ruining my body and mind, but I didn't care. Pushing my body and mind to their limits was something I quite enjoyed. At least, when I was focusing on something, other thoughts wouldn't enter my head. But actually the lesson has been cancelled. But the words I heard from beside me were a sudden negation. Unless I had a problem with my memory, I hadn't heard anything about a change in schedule, so logically, the military training should proceed as planned. Had something urgent come up for the head of staff, or had something else happened? I slowly turned my head to look at the maid who had informed me of this unexpected change. That is. I saw her blue hair, fluttering in the air. If I'm not mistaken, she was a daughter of the Jabber family. With her overall appearance reminiscent of the sea, she flinched and curled up, letting out a small scream as soon as our eyes met, even though she was the one who had spoken to me first. The hairpin she had been holding in her hand slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. A pitiful sight. At her trembling, uncertain appearance, the maids who had been adjusting my clothes also started looking at me nervously. The atmosphere crumbled in an instant and choked me. Really, this is suffocating. So suffocating. Suppressing the urge to spit out blood again, I quietly waited for her to compose herself. Although I couldn't say I felt good about that gaze, as if she was seeing a ghost, this too was a burden I had to bear. I had no intention of blaming her. Nor did I want to blame her. I merely thought it was unexpected, so take your time and tell me again. I understand. I don't know if my words had any effect. But fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, her ragged breathing calming down, and started speaking again. Perhaps one mistake is enough. Seeing her completely changed demeanor, so different from her previous embarrassing behavior, I confirmed that she had the spirit to become a maid, after all. Of course, that didn't mean her past mistake would disappear. Just like me. After the banquet with the Veils night in the Hall of Mirrors, His Majesty has requested your presence at his chambers, Princess Anna. For what reason? Something that has never happened before. Because my parents always prioritized my opinion above all else, the weight of this order felt heavier than anything else. And to change my schedule so arbitrarily like this, without even giving any notice. What could they possibly want to say to me that they had to cancel my schedule without a word? I just asked, what is the reason? As her words began to drag on, I pressed again with a cold voice. Although it was a foregone conclusion to postpone the military training now that the king's order had come down, but that was a separate matter. I had to know why they wanted to see me so urgently. This unexpected change in routine. It was a small curiosity. And the answer I received was something that defied all my expectations. It seems His Majesty intends to ask you to inquire about the well-being of the second princess, who is currently studying abroad in the Akkad Empire. Yes, truly, in many ways. This was beyond my expectations. I would like you to reconsider, please. Please, I beg you. What's broken can't be fixed. That sad lesson was already deeply etched into the depths of my heart. On the unstable ground where scars remained thick and wavering, building a new relationship wasn't even allowed, and even if I managed to break through that impossibility and tried to build something new on top of that, it would only be a mere imitation. Yes, that horrific day, when I killed Eris, Remy and I had already crossed a river of no return. So if the day ever came when we had to face each other again, it would be when the flames of hatred in Remy's heart had completely extinguished, leaving not even a single ember behind, or when one of us was dead. But why? Why now? I have no intention of reconsidering. Father. Bang, a deafening sound as my hand slammed against the desk. The mountain of documents, piled high, a testament to the workload, scattered like fallen leaves from the impact. It was loud enough to make even the servants, who were waiting nearby, flinch. Only the old head servant, with his years of experience, remained unfazed, his eyebrows not even twitching. But despite my outburst, my father, who was sitting right in front of me, didn't seem to mind at all and just stared at me, his eyes filled with firm resolve. Seeing that he had no intention of withdrawing his decision to send me to the Akkad Empire, I covered my face with my clenched fist. Really, what is this all about? I tried to calm down, but my emotions wouldn't listen. Even though I hadn't been exercising, my chest heaved up and down, visible even through my clothes. My ragged breathing and my heart pounding like crazy showed that I had lost my composure, caught up in a sudden wave of agitation. It was a truly pathetic sight, a sight deserving of ridicule. Hugh, Anna. Through the gaps between my fingers covering my face, I saw my father's kind eyes, looking at me. The dark clouds that had gathered over this peaceful kingdom were all my fault. If it weren't for me, everyone would be living a happy life. Eris would still be alive. And yet, in my father's eyes, which reminded me of a lush forest, there was no anger, only love and affection for me, and because of this, I couldn't bring myself to act any harsher towards him. I was always a loser, unable to do anything right. It's been 2 years already. The first to break the silence was my father. His gentle tone, his demeanor that never revealed any negative emotions, his way of speaking as if talking to a child, held a captivating charm that could control the atmosphere. Both myself and your mother can't seem to stop worrying. I was the one who suggested separating you two, but don't you think it's time for you to face each other again? 2 years ago, Remy was sent to study at the Museum in the Akkad Empire, by my father's order. My little sister had been furious, thinking it was all part of my plan to keep her away from politics and to use her as a pawn, but in fact, it was all my father's idea, his attempt to help Remy. He told her to let go of Eris, to see a wider world. He said that those who are alive should live. Some might say that everyone experiences hardships in their lives, but Remy's pain was especially deep. She refused to eat or drink, and besides sleeping, the only thing she did was chase after the phantom of Eris, who was already dead. Resentment and hatred were deeply rooted in her soul, my sister's body crumbling before our very eyes. Remy's unusual behavior worsened, and there was even a time when she came to the place where I was receiving my lessons, sword in hand. Eris's wish for me to be a good queen. If it weren't for those words, that plea, still lingering in my mind, I would have offered my neck to my sister right then and there. But as long as Eris's words, her wish, still remained within me, I couldn't allow myself to die. I could only remain silent, before Remy, who was demanding I bring Eris back to life with tears streaming down her face. A soul who had lived a life devoid of honor and shame. They say that even the depths of hell reject those who do nothing but indulge themselves, the wicked ones. The dead, who stand at the gates of hell, only envying other fates, letting out mournful cries. I was barely living each day, awaiting that end, unable to even atone for my own sins. Remy should have reached a stable state by now. Yes. In the first place, the agreement with the Empire doesn't apply to members of the royal family, so Remy is free to return to Tizalaya whenever she wants. She must miss her home by now. Remy's rebellion ended with a scolding from my father, who had heard the news and rushed to her side. Remy, who had dropped her sword and was shedding bitter tears. She had cried out to the sky, asking what she should do, how she should live, and even my father, who had come to stop the fight, had simply lowered his head, unable to answer her. And so, unlike me, who at least had a small straw to cling to, Remy, who had nowhere to lean on, had no choice but to lock away her burning anger inside, breaking herself down in the process. Remy, having lost all purpose and goals in life, had become a complete wreck. My father, who had witnessed with his own 2 eyes the pitiful sight of Remy screaming her lungs out and pointing her sword at me, finally made a difficult decision after much deliberation. He declared that he would send Remy to the Akkad Empire to study. It was father's attempt to help Remy start a new life in a new land where there were no traces of Eris. He fully understood that Remy might resent his decision, but he was willing to bear even that, if it meant that anger could keep Remy going. Of course, even my father didn't foresee that anger would be directed towards me. If Remy enjoys her life in the Empire and doesn't want to return to the kingdom, tell her that's fine. This father has no intention of standing in the way of your future, and if you think Remy is still trapped in Eris's death, it's okay to come back here as is. This will be the last time I send you away. I knew this day would come eventually. I wasn't so foolish as to be oblivious to the fact that sending Remy away wasn't a solution to mend our broken relationship, but just a temporary measure. It was a clumsy attempt at healing, akin to simply bandaging a cracked mirror, with a shattering sound. It was a mirror that would shatter into pieces at the slightest touch, unable to fulfill its original purpose of reflecting others. But even though we were walking on different paths now, the day would inevitably come when we had to face each other. And that day had simply arrived. It wasn't that surprising. But even though I knew that, even though I had taken deep breaths and prepared myself, facing your own sins head-on was always a difficult task, especially when it involved my beloved little sister. I ask of you, Anna, my daughter, what is this feeling, this emotion I'm experiencing right now? No, could it even be called a feeling in the first place? A lump of blood, rising from the depths of my chest, threatening to burst from my throat. The suffocating feeling that constantly tormented me, the feeling that would never disappear. It's alright even if Remy doesn't want to come back. It's alright even if she hasn't yet come to terms with her emotions. Just. I would like it if you and Remy could meet, even just once. Your sisters, after all. An earnest plea, not from a king, but from a father. I wonder when they appeared. Wrinkles, that I hadn't noticed before, were stuck deeply onto his rough palms, as they held onto mine. They were weak hands now, aged, hands that I could easily break free from with my strength, but for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to pull my hands away from his grasp. I understand. And in the end, I could only nod my head. Where to, ma'am? Where to? I pulled down the hood of my white robe, hiding my face. On a gloomy day like this, why was the sky so clear, without a single cloud? I wish it would just rain instead. The blindingly bright sky and the cool breeze blowing. As I watched 2 sisters strolling down the street, hand in hand, looking happy, I unconsciously fiddled with my sleeve. The thought of me and Remy, and Eris, being in their place, tormented me. With my head bowed low, I managed to move my heavy lips, forcing the words out. Yes, I have to go. I have to go, so. I'd like to go to the Akkad Empire. It will be a long journey, ma'am. Long, huh? For a coachman who considered 30 miles a day a lot, it would definitely feel like a long journey, having to travel from here to the Empire. But if it's a journey so boring that it makes you yawn, a journey so long that you can't see the end of it, I wish it would be long, literally so long that it never ends. We'll depart immediately. I boarded the carriage. Eris has been acting strange lately. The one who started the conversation was Remy Akaya, sitting across from me, sipping her coffee with a serious expression. She was forcing herself to drink the dark-colored coffee with ice cubes floating in it, saying it was the latest trendy drink. I wonder if she even realizes how distorted her face looks. Unable to bear watching any longer, I added a spoonful of honey and a generous amount of milk. Only then did the wrinkles between her eyebrows finally start to disappear. Seeing that familiar sight, one I had witnessed countless times in my life, and even experienced myself sometimes, evoked a strange feeling within me, but the person in question didn't seem to notice, just continued to stare at me with a disgruntled look. By the way, Eris acting strange, huh? It's true, even I had to admit that Eris's recent behavior had been a little strange. Normally, Eris would look at me with sparkling eyes the moment she heard my voice, but lately, she would respond late when I spoke to her, and sometimes she wouldn't even react at all. Moreover, she would spend all day in her dorm room staring blankly out the window, not even setting foot in the flower garden she loved so much, as if she was possessed by something. It was so heartbreaking to see her seemingly lost and listless. And it was even more concerning because Eris was the type of person who would hide her struggles and try not to worry others. She's been responding late when I talk to her? My Eris, who always used to answer with a smile. Huh? And she spends all day in her dorm room, just staring blankly out the window. She's not even going to the flower garden to look at the flowers she loves? This is serious, do you understand? Wow, that's creepy. How can she be this accurate? I wonder if there's some kind of mind-reading magic in somewhere in the world. I rubbed my arm, goosebumps rising as Remy Akaya recited everything I had felt while observing Alice for the past few days, word for word, without a single mistake. Hey, passing security guard over there, there's a stalker here stalking a young child. The goosebumps that popped up on my arm were proof that my feelings weren't an exaggeration. Ah, shit. Is this a time for jokes? Eris is depressed, I tell you. Eek? That. That's true, Butte. Then, what is it? Do you know something? Tell me, spill it, tell me everything? Let go of me first, I can't talk unless you let go. Clatter, clatter, my body swayed like a piece of paper in her hand, shaking me back and forth by my collar. I tried to tap out, tapping on her wrist repeatedly to signal my surrender, but my desperate plea didn't reach her as she was too caught up in her excitement. And so, for a few minutes, strange screams echoed through the coffee shop, or so they say. Caw, caw, every cause has an effect. That statement, which could also be interpreted as everything has a cause, was sometimes expressed as nothing comes from nothing, ex nihilo nihil fit. So, even Alice's sudden change in behavior must have a reason, it couldn't be happening for no reason. After much deliberation, my answer to the question of what was making Alice sad was homesickness. Well, something like that. Nostalgia, a longing for home when in a foreign land. I concluded that homesickness, which was also considered a form of depression, must be the cause of Alice's current struggles. In fact, Alice's behavior, although slightly different, were very similar to what I had done before. The longing for a homeland you can't return to, a home you can only picture in your mind. I, too, had spent countless hours staring out the window, my vision filled with nothing but foreign scenery, trying to process my emotions. So I could easily understand her behavior. And considering Alice's circumstances, it was practically a confirmed diagnosis. There haven't been any other significant events, right? I guess so. The only things that have happened so far are you and me acting like idiots in front of Alice, right? Well, there was that time when you and I fought. But I don't think that's it. The fight between me and her, a bloody battle that could be considered one of the main suspects, could be a possible cause, but even that had happened a long time ago. Of course, Alice had panicked back then, but thanks to her kind nature, it hadn't taken long for her to forgive Remy Akaya, who had hurt her, and to become close friends. And Remy Akaya, who had spent sleepless nights worrying that she would be hated after accidentally injuring Alice's arm, had been saved by her angel-like little sister who had approached her first, saying it was okay. And so, that day's fight had ended in a ridiculously anticlimactic way, and it was an event that had essentially been concluded in everyone's memories. It might have been different if it were right after that day, but now, nearly a month later, it was unlikely that it would suddenly start bothering Alice now. I could guarantee it wasn't the cause. The truth should always be sought in simplicity, and never in chaos and complexity. Be objective. Think rationally. There is a cause. But no matter how much I thought about it, Alice's current worries couldn't be attributed to anything that had happened within that Akkard Empire. It meant that Alice's depression wasn't caused by anything that had happened here. When we first arrived in the Empire, Alice's behavior wasn't that different from the Alice I knew, so it couldn't be because of something that had happened before either. The only thing that remained was the fact that Alice had come to this place. Could that be it? If so, the thing that's bothering Alice right now is the fact that she's been separated from her and came all the way here. Dozens of hypotheses were formulated. After eliminating all impossibilities, that was the only thing that remained. But even after I shared my opinion, Remy Akaya's face didn't brighten up. Rather, her face was growing with suspicion and doubt, and I realized that she wasn't studying Alice, but me. Oops. Was I too lost in thought? I made a mistake. Come to think of it, you never told me in detail about how Eris has lived all this time. You always avoided going into details, just glossing over things with vague explanations, full of holes. That's right. I had told Remy Akaya about the past that Alice and I had shared, but it was only a small part. At most, all I had told her was a brief overview of the unfortunate incident in Syria village, where I met Alice, and that I had learned some basic swordsmanship from her before becoming a mercenary. In other words, the story of her, who was probably working hard somewhere at this very moment, was completely omitted or skipped over in my explanation. The doubts and suspicions that Remy Akaya felt must have all been because of this. How Alice, who had been critically injured, could have been rescued and treated after falling into a freezing river in the middle of winter. What the half-year gap between Alice's disappearance and her living with me meant. How we escaped the desperate situation in Syria village. If she was as clever as I thought, she would have immediately grasped the contradictions and inconsistencies in my story. Of course, she must have had some suspicions from the beginning, but until now, she had been too happy to be reunited with Alice to bother questioning me. And so, the forgotten bomb had now resurfaced. Yes, that kind of thing that I couldn't bring myself to mention. The reason I didn't tell her was because I hated sharing someone else's story without their permission. It felt like gossiping, but the bigger reason was something else. That the person, no, the being who saved Alice, was classified as a monster by the standards of this world. That it was none other than she who had bitten off Alice's arm, and Alice considered her to be her true family, more than her biological family. To casually reveal that cruel truth to Remy Akaya, of all people. So, I shook my head. I can't tell you. I couldn't bring myself to tell a white lie. I couldn't do that. I was sick and tired of lying to others, and I couldn't just reveal someone's secret, a secret that was more precious to them than their own life, to a complete stranger. Even if I were to paint the crow crying sorrowfully above us white and presented it as a gift, who would accept a crow that was just pretending to be white? TL note, similar to a leopard can't change its spots. The paint would chip away, revealing the black beneath. A lie is a dirty sin that only plunges both the person who says it and the person who hears it into misery. In the end, all I could do was keep my mouth shut tight and present only the result, without explaining the process or the reason behind it. I said that Alice was desperately missing someone, or something that wasn't here for some unavoidable reason. I said that the one who entrusted Alice to me is the very person who saved her and whom Alice adored more than her biological family. That when the time was right, and if she wishes, you too will be able to know the truth. That a little time, a little patience, was needed. Hoping to ask for that? Ow. A slightly raspy crow's caw came from the rooftop of the building we were sitting at. The ominous sound of a crow cawing loudly 3 or 4 times. The people passing by and Remy Akaya sitting in front of me were ignoring and not reacting at all to this seemingly ordinary event of a crow cawing. I wish I could just ignore it too, but in my current state, I couldn't bring myself to do so. That's because I had bad memories associated with crows, and because it was a creature that symbolized her. You're telling a very interesting story. I'm screwed. Bang. I desperately hoped this wasn't real, and slammed my head on the table. I hoped it was just a bad dream, but the vivid pain on my forehead felt like it was saying, now that the owner is dead, this is my world. If I die, you die too, you bastard. Ha. I forced my stiff neck to turn, and greeted the new participant in this conversation with the brightest smile I could muster. I'm also very interested in hearing your story. Like, why you're with that girl over there. Who are you? Do you know me? I know you. I know you better than you know yourself. Speak of the tiger and they shall appear, as they say. TL note, the original proverb in Korean is even a tiger comes if you say his/her name, basically means whatever you were talking about just appeared. But I translated it into an English idiom and changed the term a bit so it fits, speak of the devil. But I didn't know that something several times scarier than a tiger would appear. If I knew, I wouldn't have said anything. Really, I wouldn't have. Really. Don't you agree, Parasite? I really miss Alice. They say people are naturally afraid of animals that are black. As far as I know, there was an animal far more terrifying than any other. She, Sally, had appeared in the imperial capital. Being dragged around by the scruff of my neck wasn't a pleasant experience, as I've learned whenever it happens, but I think it's particularly unpleasant this time. The feeling of my shirt being stretched taut and my fragile neck becoming the only support for my heavy body, is something that any normal person, not just me, would try to avoid. Of course, it might be someone else's fantasy, but at least, that someone isn't me. Really. I just wonder how cats can feel so comfortable in this position. That's all I'm curious about. Creak. Stop. Sayali. No, Lady Sayali. Be quiet. Shut your mouth and follow me quietly, while I'm still being nice. How is this being nice in any way? Is this some kind of joke that only monsters understand? Crack, an ominous sound emanated from my back, bent to its limit in the opposite direction as it was meant to bend. I was in a strange and uncomfortable position, almost like I was performing a circus act, maintaining a delicate balance with only her hand gripping my neck and my toes barely touching the ground. TL note, WTF, is this some Michael Jackson move or something? The fact that it wasn't voluntary was the key difference between this and an actual circus act. It felt like the slightest misstep would lead to an irreversible disaster. If it weren't for the flexibility I had gained from my years as a mercenary, I would have already tumbled to the ground, making a fool of myself. Of course, that didn't mean my current posture was any better, though. Never have I been so grateful for the lack of people around. They say that if you can look up at the sky 3 times a day, you're living a happy life. That's nice. I've already achieved one, today. Yui. Whoosh, whoosh, the scenery whizzed by. Forced into a position where I had to look at the sky, I noticed that we had transitioned from the clean and orderly shopping district to a more rundown area, and I could roughly guess where we were now. The outskirts of the city, at its very edge. The taller and thicker the buildings, the darker and wider their shadows become. Just like there are well-trodden paths people frequent, there are also dark, secluded alleys that people avoid and turn away from. We had entered into one of those dark shadows. Whoosh, whoa, ha. Now that we'd reached our destination, I guess there was no need for her to keep holding on to my neck. My body plummeted towards the ground with a whoosh. I wasn't expecting her to help me up, but she could have at least gently placed me on the ground instead of throwing me. And please stop looking at me with that expression, as if you had touched a parasite, after throwing me away. I wish she would show me even a third. No, that's too much to ask. Just a ninth of the kindness she shows to Alice. And then, if I were to go to Alice and tell her about this outrageous act, she would probably appear behind Alice out of nowhere and kindly chop off my head before describing the horrible things that would happen to me. It would be truly a tragedy that would make the heavens weep and the earth tremble. It's too much. The touch I felt after so long lacked any gentleness that could be called human kindness, reminding me of my pathetic situation. And the even sadder fact was that I was getting used to it. Hing. What's with the hing again? Tisk, tisk. Even if it's rotten, it's still a good tooth. TL note, another Korean proverb meaning that a valuable item retains its original value even if it is damaged. Still, though it was a secluded alley where people rarely came, the only things that stood out were the moss and plants that had grown along the walls. There was no garbage or filth in sight, truly befitting the imperial capital. Lying sprawled on the clean pavement, I counted the leaves of a dicotyledonous plant growing beside me, squirming slightly each time her foot nudged me. 1 leaf, 2 leaves. Stop acting pathetic and get up. Yes, ma'am. Feeling like I might really die if this continued, I quickly got up. As the saying goes, the law is far, but violence is near. Alice, who could protect me, was far away, and Saali was right in front of me. Perhaps it was because I hadn't eaten properly during my growth spurt. I was relatively short, but even considering that, I felt like a tiny kitten in front of her large frame, her shadow easily engulfing my entire body. She opened her blood-red lips. What did I write in the letter? Her vertically slit, bright red eyes glared at me, flashing with a dangerous light. Looking into her eyes, I learned that a person could curse someone with just their eyes, without saying a word. She is so angry. Saali, ma'am? It's been a while. I asked what I wrote in the letter. Hike. Operation Greet with a Smile was a complete failure. Hoping to appeal to the sage's wisdom that you can't spit on a smiling face, I tried to move my expression, which was shrunk with fear, into something resembling a smile, but Saali's face didn't soften even as I greeted her. Saali. She was a woman who could throw a punch at a person's smiling face without hesitation. I'm screwed. I'm totally screwed. That thought alone kept lingering in my mind, refusing to leave. You? Where are you suddenly going with that woman? TCH. But was I being thrown a lifeline? Tap, tap, tap. The sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the alleyway we had come from. Following our trail, Remy Akaya came running towards us, panting heavily. I was about to wave my hand to greet her, but I had to slowly lower the hand I had started to raise. After all, asking for help from her, the very source of the problem, would be the worst possible move I could make in this situation. In the end, I had to navigate this life-threatening predicament on my own. The lifeline that had seemed like it would save me was actually a bomb that would only make things worse if I grabbed it. Well, you told me not to cause any trouble, and to just stay quiet. That's what you said. What I meant in that was don't cause any incidents, but, well, you seem to understand that well. So, why did you do it? Why is she with you? Saali's words, interrogating me. Honestly, I had a lot of excuses I wanted to make. I was just living an ordinary life at the academy, and it was she who had impulsively entrusted Alice to me. Of course, I understood that if Saali had gone as far as to leave Alice with me, it must have been a serious situation, but still, it was too sudden. And besides, Saali wouldn't have known that Remy Akaya was at the museum. But when I thought about Alice's injured arm, and the fact that I hadn't done anything to help Alice until her mood had taken a turn for the worse, I couldn't completely deny her words, either. Since I had no intention of denying or making excuses, I lowered my head as a sign of apology. Wait, I'm asking who you are. You don't need to know who I am. And I have no intention of telling you, either. Did she sense that the situation was turning sour? Or did she instinctively feel that Saali, standing in front of her, was a crucial piece to solve the puzzle of Alice's past? Remy Akaya strode towards us and forcefully grabbed on Saali's shoulder, trying to make her look at her. Squeeze. What the? But if there was one thing Remy Akaya had overlooked, it was that Saali wasn't an ordinary person. No matter how much strength she exerted, Saali's body didn't even budge. She just looked at Remy Akaya's face with a disinterested look, as if she didn't care what she was doing, her hand still resting on Saali's shoulder. Even I felt a chill run down my spine at that condescending gaze, as if she was looking at an ant, so imagine how much worse must it have been for Remy Akaya herself. She shrank slightly. But at Saali's next words, Remy Akaya's demeanor changed completely. It doesn't matter. In any case, I'm taking Alice back with me. Those chillingly cold words, I wonder which of the two was the coldness coming from. I lifted my head and looked to my side, and saw Remy Akaya's eyes, devoid of any life. Her voice was reminiscent of when she was back at the greenhouse. Realizing that her gaze was fixed on Saeli, I sensed the storm that was about to engulf us. Unfortunately, it was a storm without an eye, so to speak. Who's taking who? You, say that again. I said, I'm taking Alice back. Ha, you seem to think your mouth is the only hole that's been opened. Amber eyes, resembling the moon. Blood ruby-like eyes, resembling the sun. I could see the gazes of the two people, both unwilling to yield, locked onto each other. HNGG. Life is always so tiring. I crouched down and started counting the leaves of the plant growing nearby again. Crack? Why, I wonder, won't the world leave that child alone? You. Soft flesh and strong metal. The collision between those two opposing forces resulted in a rather shocking outcome, as the sword blade crumpled like a sheet of paper. Black smoke rose from Saeli's hand, which had effortlessly crushed Remy Akaya's sword as if it were aluminum foil. Faced with this result that defied common sense, Remy Akaya could only stare blankly at Saeli. Although she hadn't intended to take a life and hadn't thrust the sword with full force, she never dreamed she'd be rendered so pathetically powerless, even taking that into account. Shards of the sword, now reduced to a powder, rained down. A grating, unpleasant sound filled the alleyway where we stood. That child finally found some peace, but now this is happening. What? I was incredibly relieved that the two of them were still clinging to the last shred of their sanity, and that Remy Akaya hadn't crossed the line. If she had thrust her sword with even a hint of murderous intent. If Saeli had judged that killing her wouldn't threaten Alice's safety but rather help. Right now, on this pavement, a cold, lifeless corpse would have been lying there. Of course, I knew that this clash was just the first aftershock of the many earthquakes that were to come, but still, it was a relief that they had somehow managed to overcome the first hurdle I had been most worried about. After all, no one had died. I sighed in relief, grateful that I didn't have to intervene. SRRRK. A faint sound of a sword that was half drawn. I discreetly sheathed the protruding blade, coughing loudly to cover the sound. The situation still showed no signs of heading in a good direction. The two of them were still glaring at each other, their eyes locked in a deadly battle, and the tangled mess of a situation was too complicated that it offered no clue as to where to even begin unraveling it. I watched them face off, trying to come up with a way to turn this situation around. Of course, it wasn't coming easily, but still. Alice is already happy with me. There's no room for you to come between us, Saeli declared. Her words were definite, without any conditional phrases like if or perhaps that implied uncertainty. Her blunt words, reminiscent of a straight line, carried an unexpected weight that didn't match their simplicity. And because they were so simple and direct, they became the sharpest weapon, piercing straight into her opponent's heart. If you truly want Alice to be happy, then give up on the idea of getting involved with us. Your existence will only be a hindrance. Look, even now, you're just making a fool of yourself. It was essentially a declaration that she had no right to take Alice away. You bitch. Of course, just because her weapon was broken. Just because she had nothing to rely on in her hands. Remy Akaya wasn't a saint who would just stand there and let someone take away Alice right before her eyes. She dropped the now useless hilt of her broken sword and lunged at Saeli, her fist aimed at her face. But if there was one thing she had miscalculated, it was that. Saeli wasn't weak or kind enough to quietly take a punch thrown without even proper form. Crash. Dust scattered into the air. I won't, allow that. Your permission doesn't matter. What matters is that Alice wants me. As long as she wants that, I will never leave her side unlike you. Go, to Keck, hell. Her swung fist was easily caught by Saeli's hand. The two of them, spinning around on the alley pavement hand in hand, almost looked like a dance, but the outcome of that dance was rather brutal. Saeli, using Remy Akaya's attack against her by slamming her into the wall, and then using the forearm of her right hand, which was still gripping Remy Akaya's wrist, began to slowly apply pressure on her slender neck. Of course, Remy Akaya wasn't the type to readily admit defeat, and she thrashed like a wild beast, desperately trying to break free. But the very idea of pushing back an opponent she might not be able to beat even in a proper stance, while pinned to a wall in an awkward position, was just stupid. All she could do was provoke her opponent while letting out small groans. But for Saeli, a cold-blooded woman who treated humans as nothing more than mere bugs to be used at will, such cheap provocations wouldn't work. Crack? K-E-H-K-Hyuk. Maybe not. Did it actually work? I mean, she wasn't even listening, was she? Although her face still held an impassive expression, the black aura emanating from her arm seemed to have intensified a bit. Maybe? Huh? What's this? Did she really get angry? Seriously? Come to think of it, watching her play with Alice, I did get the feeling that she was becoming more human-like day by day. Since they must have spent a year together being lovey-dovey after I left, it's only natural that she's become more human-like than before. But then why am I still being treated the same as always? I don't really get it. Anyway, the winner had essentially been decided. Watching their fight, which showed no signs of calming down and was only getting more violent, I decided that I should intervene. Judging by Remy Akaya's face, which had gone from red to deathly pale, if this continued, someone might really die. And it's not like either of them would back down. If I were to butt in with a lame joke from the side and ruin the mood, they might leave saying the excitement was ruined. Well, even though it was a losing deal for me, I guess I'll just take a few hits and end this. I'm used to being treated like a punching bag, after all. Ha. I dusted off my clothes and was about to stand up. That is, until I heard Sally's words. I will keep Alice with me, forever. I will make sure she only sees a happy world and never has to think about sad things ever again. I froze, mid-rise. Hearing those words that should have never come out of her mouth, I stared blankly at Sally's face with my mouth open. Because I couldn't believe she had said that. Because I couldn't believe she had actually said those words. I even felt a slight sense of betrayal towards a friend I hadn't seen in so long. Eris is ugh. Don't call Alice by that name. I stood up silently, without making a sound. I firmly grasped the slightly curved handle of the sword that was hidden beneath my clothes, hanging behind my back, making sure it wouldn't slip out. The silver light, created by the sunlight reflecting off the blade, illuminated the moss growing on the ground. My little sister, IGAK. Lost little sister, you mean? Sally, strongly pressing down on Remy Akaya's throat. That back, which had seemed so intimidating before, now looked so pathetic. I couldn't bear to see any more of her pathetic display. I quietly approached her from behind, muffling my footsteps. And the more I see you, the more of a circus you become. Pointed my sword at her neck. In the past, there was a child who adored the monster that had saved her life, as if it were her real parent. The monster's frozen heart melted at the child's warmth, and the monster, having faced its own heart, didn't want to let go of the child. So she locked the child in a cage, deceiving itself with the excuse that it was all for the sake of protecting the child, to prevent the child from abandoning her and flying away. What are you doing? Have you forgotten that her own selfish desire to keep the child by her side had ended up hurting the child? Where did the one who had cried tears of blood, confessing her sins, where had that person gone? Have you forgotten what we talked about that night? Are you trying to repeat the same mistake as back then? I asked, pressing the sword I held to her heart. Honestly, my actions might not have been all that different from Sally's. Someone might call me a hypocrite. After all, wasn't I also deliberately hiding the truth from Alice, who was desperately searching for her past, even if that past is only filled with betrayal and pain? I had no right to criticize Sally's actions, her attempts to protect Alice by pushing away anyone she deemed a potential threat, to only show her the good and bright things in life. But even to me, even to a trash like me, that's wrong. That's just wrong. Even as time passed, the curtain showed no sign of falling. The original script, which I had practiced and thought about dozens, hundreds of times, was now useless. Even improvising had reached its limit. The more I continued, the more I felt like I was sinking into a bottomless swamp. Just when will the curtain finally fall? How long do I have to drag this life out? I thought I could finally end it beautifully this time, but the many opportunities to end my life which had presented themselves, had long since vanished. It would be nice if they could fly far away. The people who had grown from small ducklings into graceful swans soaring through the sky were still circling around me, refusing to leave, as I drifted along the water's edge. I felt a sense of pride, seeing them fly freely in the sky, their beautiful forms, but at the same time, there was a miserable me who ended up feeling jealous of that sight. I wanted to be like them, but I could never be like them. It was a truly outlandish desire. You're all so unfair. My complaints were short-lived. The stage lights, shining brightly upon me, alone on stage. The sound effects, echoing from all directions. They showed no sign of disappearing, continuing to shine mockingly at me, still sitting on the ground. No more mistakes will be tolerated. The red shoes were put on my feet. 1, 2. A frenzied dance that wouldn't stop until death began. Even if the two dancing legs were cut off, even under the falling blade of the guillotine, the curse of these red shoes will never be lifted. Because the hands grasping my legs, none other, would not allow the dance to stop. Wrinkled hands and delicate hands. Unsightly crushed hands and small, snow-white hands. Hands with all nails pulled out and bleeding, hands covered in calluses. Smooth hands and hands with unique rings, hands with traces of burns and hands with several fingers cut off, hands clutching banknotes and hands with striking red manicures. As long as all of them don't let me go, that is. If one person is happy, does that mean another person has to be unhappy? Conversely, if one person is unhappy, does that mean another person has to be happy? I don't know about such a dichotomous argument. I don't even want to think about it. My head hurts. But one thing is certain. The happiness I had been ignorantly enjoying before, was something that should have belonged to someone else in this place. And that I, who was only prolonging a meaningless life, had stolen theirs. The hands holding onto my legs were their hands. The hands of those who couldn't live a happy life because of me. Whether this never-ending life was something I wanted or not, the fact that I had stolen from them remained unchanged. And the fact that I had to pay the price for it also remained unchanged. That's why I shouldn't wish for happiness. To bow my head, to kneel, to let them step on me and climb to greater heights, was the only thing I could do. And a single flower, a single teardrop that they dropped, a place in their memories that wouldn't be forgotten, was the only reward I could receive. Be content with enjoying that process. Haven't you been doing well so far? Haven't you been enduring well so far? Ha, ha ha. I stood up. Who was it that said once you start dancing, you have to see it through to the end, that they didn't want to see a pathetic and anticlimactic ending? It was none other than myself. Thud. On the table, I saw a small knife used for cutting fruit. A knife so sharply honed that if misused, it could easily take the life of a young girl, even by accident. As if enchanted, I climbed down from the windowsill and started walking towards the table. Princess. Who is she calling? It was easy to quietly pick up the knife without waking Tessa, who was sound asleep beside me. With trembling fingers, I caressed that sharpest object containing death. Swish, swish. My pulse raced, my heart pounded. My reflection in the blurry blade. The dull surface was completely covered by a red liquid flowing from my finger. But, even so, I don't feel anything. As if I was completely broken. Really, I felt nothing. It fucking hurts. That was my first thought. From now on, I would appreciate it if you wouldn't get in my way with your half-baked sense of duty. You're saying it's my fault? What the hell? No, seriously, why? Hey. Clink, clink. I soothed my swollen cheek with a glass filled with ice, glaring resentfully at her, who was leisurely walking in front of me with a gaze full of dissatisfaction. I had stopped the fight, and tried to set things straight when she was about to head down the wrong path, so why then are you treating me that coldly? On top of that, she even broke my sword. The wrist of my hand which had been gripping the hilt is still throbbing. Look at my wrist. I said look. Step, step. Like a cat that's done something wrong but still wants to maintain its pride, yet can't quite manage to act completely brazen. Seeing Saeli trying her best to avoid making eye contact with me, as if there was something she felt guilty about, but in the end, I was the one who surrendered. Well, considering my boundless generosity, I have no choice but let it go. No, in this case, she's more like a lion than a cat. Anyway, from what I've heard, Saeli has lived several times longer than me, and if you look closely at her words and actions, they often seem no different from a child's. Maybe because she lacked experience in human relationships, despite her long life. Like a naive child who had gotten hold of something so precious that she doesn't know what to do with it and just wants to hold it tightly in her arms. Before, she used to give off a more adult-like vibe, but I wonder if it's because she's become more true to her emotions while living with Alice. Thwack. Oof. Stop. You hit a bone. Seriously. I got hit again. My side ached terribly. Really, it hurt so much I could cry. And Remy Akaya, instead of showing concern for me as I limped down the street, clutching my aching side, glared at me with a look of disdain. To think that I had basically saved this woman too, and yet she was treating me so coldly. I wonder if she's not thinking of her own embarrassing moment, in that while Saeli and I were arguing, she was flapping her arms around and tapping Saeli's arm that was choking her. Really, it seemed like everyone around me was completely devoid of conscience. HNGG. It's not like there's any place on my body to hit. You know, I've been thinking, don't you have a natural talent for earning a beating? I'm saying you deserve another hit. Thwack. The fight was somehow resolved. Saeli admitted that she hadn't meant what she said from the bottom of her heart, and that she had been overprotective of Alice's safety due to the unknown individuals who had suddenly attacked their home. Come to think of it, that's why she had sent Alice to the museum. I wonder who those reckless people that dared to attack Saeli were. What is it? No, tell me what it is. You don't need to know. When I asked about the identity of the attackers, just in case, she stared at me intently for a moment and then clammed up. She still hasn't explained what she meant. I don't know what she means by weeds either. And I don't know why she looked at me when she said that. I really have no idea. Anyway, even though it ended that way, Saeli still adamantly opposed Remy Akaya being near Alice. When Remy Akaya heard that, she went berserk and got angry, almost opening the prologue to a second fight, but let's skip over that. Thinking about it would only give me a headache. Well, in the end, we all agreed to just shut up and go see Alice. Thinking about it, we all had the same thought. Tap. The fact that you've already crossed the line doesn't excuse your actions. That's what you're bringing up after coming all the way here. I thought I should say it before we meet Alice. The dormitory where I was currently staying. With just one step left before entering the dormitory where I'm currently living, I turned around and gave Saeli a warning. We had, undeniably, made a mistake. But it should become a milestone engraved in our hearts so that the same thing never happens again. It absolutely cannot mean that because we've already committed a sin, it's okay to commit the same sin again. Even if her anxiety, born from the recent attack, made her act rashly, what was wrong is still wrong. I didn't mean to confine Alice. I just wanted to eliminate anything that could harm her from her surroundings. Shut up, a sturdy fence is no different from a cage. Do you think it's right to lock away everything else so that they can't reach Alice, just because Alice isn't the one being caged? What's the difference between that and turning the outside of the cage into the inside? Saeli needs to understand that difference. Well, at least it's a relief that she apologized, admitting that she too had momentarily lost her head. Because if Saeli truly set her mind to it, no one could stop her, except for Alice. Even I was only able to get behind her back because of luck. Anyway, Alice has been gloomy lately, probably because you haven't been around. Go and cheer her up. Yes, I understand. TCH. There was one person who was unhappy that the woman she didn't like was going to see her little sister, but overall, it was a satisfactory ending. We slowly entered the dormitory where Alice was waiting, completely unaware of what was about to happen. As I stepped out of the carriage, which now felt familiar and even endearing, I could sense the cold winter air welcoming me. The moment my feet touched the solid, unwavering ground, a strange feeling arose. But it was short-lived. Soon, the wind that felt refreshing at first turned bitterly cold, and I tightened the white robe covering my body. The cold season. Around me, only bare skeletal branches stood alone, asserting their existence after shedding their leaves to the ground. The only sign of life I could find were the people walking down the street, bundled up in thick clothes. The dark clouds that filled the sky made it impossible to tell whether it was day or night, or somewhere in between. The season closest to death, it's winter. Come to think of it, it was like this that day too. I still vividly remember the day Eris fell from the cliff. The wind was just as bitingly cold then as it is now. Khyuk. The dry wind, devoid of any moisture, brought up the taste of blood in my throat. I've always thought this, but it seems I could never get used to the grey, desolate beauty of winter. Perhaps, never will. Winter will forever remain a nightmare for me. It's cold. And lonely. I exhaled softly. I could see my misty breath carried away by the wind. The breath that had painted the sky vanished within seconds, but that fleeting moment was more than enough to captivate me. I inhaled, then exhaled again. My mouth grew drier, my lungs colder. The act of breathing, so essential for life, now felt like it was slowly killing me. I could only stop this addictive process when I could no longer form a mist with my breath. How many minutes had passed since I began this pitiful pastime? Step. I could sense someone who had been watching me approaching. I didn't want to turn my head, nor did I have a reason to, so I just kept looking up at the cloudy sky, but it seemed they weren't of the same mind. Tap. Princess Enna, what are your plans now? The footsteps that had been approaching stopped right behind me. As I gazed at the sky, gathering my thoughts, a man's voice reached me. At the edge of my vision, I could see the contents of today's newspaper he seemed to be holding. Perhaps it was because he had called out my name, or perhaps it was because I wanted to see the insolent person who had interrupted my thoughts. I turned away from the sky and looked at the middle-aged man who had approached. There stood a man who had been reading a newspaper on a bench in the square until I got out of the carriage. He had naturally rolled up his sleeve as he approached me. On that wrist, a small symbol I recognized was engraved. What is it? I trust you haven't forgotten the orders I gave you earlier. It's cold outside. You might fall ill. A crow with a sword in its beak. He was one of the guards who had followed me from the Tizalaya kingdom to the Akkad Empire. Perhaps it seemed dangerous to them, a woman standing outside in the cold winter wind, so one of them had approached me, breaking the unspoken rule of not directly contacting the person they were guarding. The people drinking hot beverages in nearby shops, the group of women chatting in a corner of the square, the peddler spreading out a cloth and selling his wares, all those people who had been glancing at me from earlier. Was it that they all subtly worried about my well-being? Sometimes, their kindness is burdensome. Someone like me should just be left alone somewhere. So, I had to make a decision. I couldn't keep standing here indecisive in the cold. Not only was it a nuisance to me, but also to them. I came to see my sister, yet here I am, the very person in question, unable to face her and throwing a childish tantrum. But it was ironic that it was they, not I, who were suffering from my indecisiveness. Yes, it has always been like this. Whenever I made a mistake, the consequences of my sins always fell upon others. How many times have I wanted to tell those consequences, seemingly taunting me as they passed to others, to torment me instead? Remy, Eris, all of them. Their only sin was that they had this incompetent older sister. Then why were they the ones who had to suffer? Mistakes, sins. All of those things weren't created on their own, but by my actions. I could no longer tolerate the fact that my weakness was causing harm to others any longer. It's time for me to meet her soon. Yes, I have to go. As you wish. But right now, I was just exhausted. The journey, which had lasted almost a month, had taken a toll on me. But what weighed down my steps even more was this cold wind that felt like it was clinging to my limbs, dragging me down. Really, isn't this too much? Of all the day I had come to see Remy, it would be a winter day like this. It was as if the world had prepared this especially for me, to torment me. It knew exactly the most effective way to hurt me. So, please rest today and recover from your fatigue. Tomorrow, I will take you to see Remy tomorrow. One day should be fine. If I had the energy, I would have gone to the museum right now and talked to Remy. I wanted to ask if she was doing well, if she was eating properly, if she still hated me. But I was too tired right now. I turned my steps towards the inn where I would be staying temporarily. The sky filled with grey clouds, earnestly hoping in my heart that it wouldn't snow tomorrow, that the world wouldn't be covered in white. It's so noisy. At the sound of shouting echoing in the room, I raised my hands to cover my ears. But I quickly realized that one of my arms was missing a hand, so I just buried my face in my knees instead of covering my ears, thinking that if I couldn't see, at least I could alleviate the headache that was clouding my mind. Like I was trying to sleep. I curled up sitting on the windowsill, and wished for time to pass. Alice, are you sick somewhere? Tessa's voice, filled with genuine concern for me. Her hand stroked my head, which must have grown cold from the wind blowing through the wide-open window. My head moved from side to side, not on my own will, but as if it had a mind of its own, so she must be stroking it. I wanted to tell her that the thing that was bothering me the most right now was their presence itself, but I couldn't bring myself to say it out loud. The blanket covering me felt cumbersome. The emotions directed at me had become tiresome. The best I could do was to turn my face side to side while keeping my head buried in my knees. A child's clumsy way of expressing her displeasure. Bang, bang. Oh, for crying out loud. Hey, Be quiet? Can't you see Alice's condition right now? Comma. Comma dot. At the sound of Tessa pounding on the wall, the noise from the next room momentarily quieted. But it was only for a moment. The voices arguing with each other showed no signs of subsiding, and instead, they were gradually escalating. I could almost hear Tessa's sigh from here. They had entered through the front door, chattering excitedly. Those who had expected to see me smiling brightly froze in the very posture they had when opening the door, upon seeing my completely broken, unsightly state. Only after seeing their strange reaction did I realize the mistake I had made. My face reflected in the nearby mirror, which I thought was smiling, was wearing an expression I couldn't bear to look at. Soon, Saeli, quickly judging that something was wrong, rushed towards me, but it didn't change anything. I climbed onto the windowsill with my face down. And that's where I still am. Alice. No, Lady Eris. Have you regained all your memories? Could you tell me what happened, just to me, please? They were making another interesting misunderstanding. No, in a life riddled with misunderstandings and deceptions from the start, one more misunderstanding wouldn't change anything. The only difference was whether I had intended it or not. But that, too, had become meaningless now. No one cares about your intentions. They judge your intentions based on the outcome. Everything is meaningless. The shouting from the room shows no sign of ending. And then, finally, after seeing me unresponsive even when they called me for dinner, Saeli decided that this couldn't go on and made a decision. I just kept sitting on the windowsill, my head buried in my knees. They say that growth always comes with pain. The pain that silently resides between our outer and inner selves, leaves us with lessons. People with a reason to live, those people could endure pain that would make them want to bite their tongues off and find meaning within it. Yes. Just like those I know who shine merely by being seen. And for those who aren't like them. For those who are like me, who live reluctantly as if pushed from behind. Pain is just a punishment that doesn't even offer lessons for growth. Like Sisyphus's endless punishment of pushing a boulder up a steep hill, only to watch it roll back down again. Eris, shall we go see the flowers? A new book came out at the bookstore. Let's go together. Sway, sway. My body, too weak to stand on its own, swayed back and forth. Remy, the owner of those lively hands that were shaking me, was the only one who hadn't lost her signature smile even when everyone else, including me, was drowning in melancholy. In SIA's case, she still made an awkward, creaking expression whenever she dealt with me. Tessa was consumed by guilt for not noticing my state despite being by my side all this time. And as for Saeli, she looked like the world had ended. I wonder what they are so afraid of. Of me suddenly leaving without a word? Of me confronting them about deceiving and betraying me? Or, of me doing something unspeakable after realizing the shocking truth? I knew all too well what they were afraid of, what they were worried about, but I didn't feel the need to respond to them. Because no matter what I did now, they were already gone, far away, beyond my reach. And even if I sacrificed myself, my life wouldn't be of any help to them. And, to me, who was merely paying the price for my own greed, everything had become meaningless and tiresome. For Remy, of course, it was sad to see me drowning in sorrow, but perhaps she didn't find it all that bad that I had regained my lost memories. She was momentarily shocked by my state, but quickly regained her composure and started treating me just like before. After all, sorrow is a fleeting emotion, one that fades with time. And the memories I had lost were originally irretrievable. Bad things are bad, but good things are good. That's probably what she's thinking. You could say that her strong mental fortitude, built from past experiences, and the fact that she hadn't done anything particularly wrong to me compared to others, shone unnecessarily beautifully in that moment. Well, if that wasn't the reason, then it must be that even if I were to spend the rest of my life as a doll, even if it was impossible to mend the deep rift that had formed between us, between our family, just having me alive and by her side is enough to make her happy. Even if I'm broken and shattered, as long as I'm alive, that's enough. That's how Remy, who had lost me once, might be feeling. Thud. The scenery in my view suddenly blurs. Looking closely, it seemed a single snowflake had flown in and landed in my eye as I was staring blankly out the window. The snowflake was incredibly pure and full of moisture. It was hard to believe that it was born from those gray clouds. I blinked a few times. The snowflake, having transformed into a single teardrop, slowly trickled down my cheek. Drip, drip. The parched earth, my skin, absorbed the moisture. Snow. Snow? It really is snowing outside? It's the first snowfall this year, so it must be the first snow, right? The world was beginning to be painted white. At this moment, neither the unique colors of the buildings nor the attire of passing pedestrians held any meaning. The sight of large, beautiful snowflakes, formed by smaller snowflakes clinging together in midair, were falling. The man in the gray coat walking absent-mindedly down the street, the woman with green hair who had been intently reading a poster on a fence, the child who had been running around excitedly, all stopped and looked up at the falling snow with blank eyes. Snow slowly accumulated on the streets, and new snow fell upon the snow that had already settled on the ground. And so, the snow began to pile up, layer by layer. It's snowing? Before I knew it, I was unconsciously extending my bandaged right hand out the window. Saeli, who had noticed faster than anyone else that I had gotten a cut on my hand while playing with a knife, had glared at my hand like a ghost. Unable to suck on my finger in front of everyone, she had used her clumsy medical skills, and the bandage that should have ended with wrapping my thumb ended up covering my entire right hand. When SIA had criticized her, She even got angry, saying that there was no need to conserve bandages when it was for the child. If someone were to look at me from outside the window, it would look like a bandaged hand had suddenly popped out. I wonder if anyone would notice, given that the arm wrapped in bandages has become similar in color to the snow. And with that hand, I was making a meaningless struggle to catch the snowflakes falling from the sky. Of course, I knew that the snow would melt immediately upon landing on my hand, that it would be absorbed into the bandage within seconds, but still, I couldn't stop this foolish act. And, sure enough, poof. After much struggle, a single snowflake finally landed on my hand. The snowflake that had been freely flying through the air soon disappeared on my hand. Truly, like a dream. Even the traces of its existence, everything, was gone. PSSSS. Ah, the last sound the snow made. It was so sad. Eris, do you want to go out and see the snow? Let's go together, shall we? I was about to shake my head, but then I stopped. I had thought about just shattering the window and jumping out, or just staying in this spot and waiting for the end. Countless times. But still, wouldn't it be better to go out and feel the snow, as she said, than to have the curtain close with the sight of a child curled up on the windowsill, dying? That thought suddenly came to me. Okay. I looked up at the sky, filled with dark clouds that relentlessly poured down white snow. The reason snow falls. They say that the reason it snows is that it's God's attempt to make the dirty world look clean. Even if it was a futile effort, a world that would soon be stained black by its inherent filth. Even if it was destined to become a muddy mess, trampled underfoot. The pure white snow sacrifices itself so that people walking on the streets cannot know that they themselves are dirty people. In this way, the snow becomes a small salvation, liberating people from all that is dirty. Liberation. Yes. Liberation, that's what it was. I want to go out. Okay, let's go out together, Eris. With those words, I climbed down from the windowsill. At my sudden change of heart, she could have been angry, but Remy just smiled, seemingly happy. Well, I didn't have any particular reason to go out. I just felt like walking down the street, if only for a moment. However, I will not accept any objections. I spoke in the coldest, firmest voice possible to the man kneeling at my feet. If I showed even the slightest crack in my emotions, they would seize it and appeal to my heart, trying to sway my decision. I had originally planned to take only a minimal number of people, but the fact that I ended up with such a large entourage for this journey to the Empire was all because of their scheming. Of course, behind it all were the instructions of my father and mother, but still, I will take, at most, 2 people with me. I will not accept any more than that. I didn't need as many guards now that we had arrived at the imperial capital. Their help had been somewhat useful when we were traveling by carriage through forests where bandits and kidnappers lurked, but their presence was unnecessary here where law and order were well maintained. Rather, the fact that they were openly operating here could be detrimental to international relations. And the only reason we've been able to move like this so far is largely because the Empire, knowing everything, has turned a blind eye. Of course, I assumed that they too had prepared some countermeasures, but I hoped they would refrain from interfering any further. For the sake of a sincere and private moment. Between me and Remy, only. It's starting to snow, after all. I looked out the window. The ominous clouds I had been sensing since yesterday had started to spit out white snow. I was reminded once again of the simple and clear truth that the world would never grant even my simplest wishes. Let's go. The snow continued to pour down like a heavy rain. I set out on an uncertain journey outside the inn. Where did it all go wrong? Sometimes, no. Maybe, it's a question I ask myself every morning when I open my eyes. My original plan to end my life after helping Remy and Anna grow, that blueprint of a bright future, was already shattered, not even its original form remaining. Ellie, who had fished me out of the forest as I was drifting towards death, saving my life on a whim, and then refusing to kill me while starting to gain her own enlightenment and move forward. SIA, I've never seen anyone who has lived as many lives as I have, not even those who have lived 5 or more lives, so perhaps this life, or the next, would be my last, and I could finally rest in peace. That's what I had thought. Unexpected encounters and relationships. The time spent with those heartwarming people had become pained, and they started to paint over the picture I had drawn. But, it was okay. I thought that another opportunity would come again with time. That then, I could truly end everything with a smile. With those thoughts in mind, I was able to endure each day. But no matter how much I tried to restore the picture to the way I had originally envisioned, the misplaced brush strokes and the random splashes of color kept shaking my heart. Why, isn't it going the way I want it to? Why, won't they let me go? By the time I couldn't even remember what the original picture I had in mind was, I had thrown away my brush and given up on everything. But, above all, the incident that truly broke my heart. The person who shattered my heart like this, more than anyone else. The person I loved more than anyone in this life, the one I wanted to help grow, the one I thought I would never see again. Remy Akaya. When my sister appeared before my eyes in a flower garden full of beautiful blooming flowers. Yes, all the cracks originated from her. Thud. Wow, Eris, how about this book? This one, I used to read it to you all the time, remember? Yeah, Remy, as if she couldn't be any happier, was dragging me around the marketplace, clutching my right arm. Thump, thump. In the street where white snow was falling, those amber eyes shone particularly brightly amidst it all. I couldn't bring myself to shake off her hand, mesmerized by her bright smile and those eyes looking at me, and I was just being dragged around, unable to fulfill my original purpose of wanting to walk in the snow. That's right. As always, I was nothing without others. I, who had lived as a friend to someone, a lover to someone, a child to someone. That meant that without them, I was nothing. Just an empty wooden doll, nothing more. Whatever more could I do? What more could I do for them, who no longer needed someone like me, who had nothing to gain from the trials I set before them? Ellie and Sia, who had been left alone in the dark wilderness, could only stand there, doing nothing. Even cheering them on as I watched them take step after step from beside them was no longer possible, now that I had drifted so far away from them that I could no longer hear their voices. While I had chosen to remain here until their figures disappeared over the hill, there was a despicable me who was getting angry at them for not trying to take me along and moving forward alone. Anger, or perhaps, jealousy. If not that, then perhaps just the whining of a child. Like that, I was slowly crumbling, being consumed by a green-eyed monster. To me in such a state, the one I had already let go of in my heart, my lovely, immature sister, had approached me, now shining with a soul more beautiful than anyone else's. And I felt it. I've truly reached my limit. Because I saw Remy, flaunting the joy of growth, as if it was something a being like me could never experience again. Even Remy's smile as she looked at me felt like she was mocking me, who could only watch from afar, unable to follow by their side. Of course, Remy probably didn't mean it that way, but to me, who was already twisted and broken. Really, everything about her seemed to be mocking me. And so, with a sound I couldn't even describe, a small crack, in my heart, Eris, snap. A blue-covered book appeared before my eyes. Looking at that familiar object, I opened my mouth. Yes, I remember. Eris, thank you, hee. Of course, I remember. A children's book with a blue background, its cover filled with cute animals and a young girl with green eyes. A book about a girl who went on an adventure, overcame various hardships with the help of the friendly animals in the forest, and returned to the home she missed. It was one of the many books that Remy used to read to me at my bedside when we were younger. That was now in front of me. Thud. I hugged the book Remy handed me with trembling arms, afraid of dropping it onto the snow-covered ground. Even though I couldn't run my fingers across the cover to enjoy its texture with my bandaged hand that no longer had any feeling. Even though I couldn't bury my face in the book and smell the unique fragrant scent of paper with my nose that only had the function of exhaling left. The book in my hands looked exactly the same as before. I could never forget it. How could I ever forget it? Drip, drip. Tears fell. Alice. Are you all right? I remember everything. It wasn't like something had gotten into my eyes like before. I was just recalling something I hadn't lost in the first place, something I could feel as if it had happened just yesterday. But tears, for which I couldn't explain the reason, kept flowing, creating countless holes in the snow that had piled up on the ground. Plop, plop, as if rain was falling from the sky instead of snow, droplets fell. I ended up leaving wet marks all over the book Remy had given me as a gift. But even though I tried to wipe them away, tears kept flowing from my eyes like a broken faucet. And at my shocking state, they all rushed to my side and spoke words of concern about my condition, but I couldn't give any reply. Because these tears weren't tears of joy, and these tears weren't tears of sadness either. They were just tears of pain. I'm crying because it's too painful. All the anguish is flowing out as tears. I had deceived myself, saying it was for their sake, that it was a coincidence, that it couldn't be helped. But the time I had spent with them had undeniably been a time filled with what one might call happiness, a thing I had tried so hard to avoid. Precious memories that should never disappear, no matter what happens. If there was an end to this arduous journey, or if the day came when my soul rotted away, those would be the memories I would proudly reminisce about in my final moments. But even those memories, now, only served to torment me, reminding me of my own worthlessness. Useless me, who couldn't even help others properly. Such a useless person like me had no right to be by their side anywhere. They had already flown away to a place high above beyond my reach, and my existence by their side could be nothing more than a burden increasing their weight. So I want to stop now. I want to rest now. Should I have just died recklessly? Please stop tormenting me right before my eyes. Please don't humiliate me like this. Rather, kill me and throw my body onto the barren earth where no sunlight reaches. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Why is everyone coming closer to me? Just fly away to that high sky above. You've bloomed beautifully, so go back to the arms of your owner who will welcome you. Please don't make me say that I want to live with you all. You all can do that, can't you? Hyuk, Keo, Hawk. Eris? Why, what's wrong? Incoherent words, ramblings that a sane person wouldn't utter. But with my muddled mind, thinking of words to that extent was the best I could do. My swollen throat and my ragged breathing felt like they were choking me, and my spinning vision seemed to be saying it was a miracle that I hadn't lost consciousness yet. I'm okay. I can still endure it. I tried to say that. Remy. I heard a voice. You. I heard a voice I knew. It wasn't the voice of anyone near me, and yet I knew that voice. I know of someone who could call Remy by her name so casually in this place. It might sound cold and indifferent, but I know better than anyone the kindness and warmth hidden within. I know it, don't I? Rack. I turned my head. Res. Now, I really couldn't hold on any longer. No. Without looking back, I ran. I didn't know where I was going, what I was running from, or even what I was so afraid of, but still, I ran. Because my mind was filled with a single thought, the thought that I had to escape from this place. Thump, thump. No. Alice? Siley, I'll leave the guards to you? Okay. Wait. Why you? I ran. Even as I heard someone desperately calling out my name from behind. Screaming my lungs out in a voice I had never made before. Even as I tumbled pathetically on the grimy, snow-covered street. Even as I felt the wind catch my hood, flapping, and then finally giving way, falling back. No. I dodged the hands reaching out to grab me, darting away with lightning speed. Legs, run. Run faster, faster. Even if my muscles melt away, even if my cartilage completely wears down to nothing. You can devour everything I have. So please, please take me to a place where there's no one else. Save me. Ha, ha. I ran through the winding alleys, my body swaying. I sprinted through the narrow passage that's barely wide enough for two people to walk side by side, without even looking ahead. Naturally, I bumped into a few people passing by, but even the quick apology I would normally utter reflexively felt like an obstacle holding me back, so I couldn't say it. And so I kept running, my feet slipping on the patches of ice hidden beneath the snow. I bumped into someone who had been walking wobbly with their hands in their sleeves, and we both tumbled to the ground. And that thud, ugh, was no exception for a woman in a green robe passing by. Ignoring the woman who had fallen backward from the sudden impact, I quickly got up, using the stump of my severed arm to push myself off the ground and my other hand's nails frantically scraping against the rough wall. Drip, drip. Was it tears streaming down my cheeks, falling onto the snow? Or drops of blood flowing from my fingertips, pulled by gravity? If not that, maybe it's the last shred of my sanity. The blood-red trail that followed me on the white snow, it knew the answer. I continued my aimless escape, forcing my unresponsive legs to move. Like a sheep being chased by a wolf, trembling in fear. I ran and ran and ran. Whose is it? I'm sorry, we're in a bit of a hurry right now, I'll make it up to you later. Now, excuse us. Hey, wait. Han. My head hurts. It felt like someone was rummaging through my brain. I clutched my head with one hand. Even if my senses were lost, even if my hearing and sight were the only senses functioning properly in my body, this unpleasant sensation of my brain being squeezed and this foreign feeling that felt like something was crawling all over my body wouldn't disappear, tormenting me. I desperately endured the urge to vomit, and I ran towards the bright light at the end of the alley, the point where it connected to the main street. At the end of my escape, the end I had arrived at. My eyes instinctively tried to close at the sudden brightness. The light reflected off the pure white snow felt like it was burning my eyes. In my eyes, blurred with tears and barely able to see properly, I took in the sight of the wide road where people and carriages were moving in droves. It was a sight that resembled a giant wave. I stopped and slowly walked towards its center. A hunting dog that has finished its hunt loses its purpose. And if that dog is one that can no longer even guard the house due to its age or injuries, it's even more so. No matter how great its past achievements might have been, what awaits an old dog is not a comfortable bed or an abundance of food. Its end is nothing but a lonely death in the cold snow, amidst constant mistreatment and abuse. The paradise that the old dog had dreamed of didn't exist. The dog, in the end, was a pitiful creature that could only succumb to its fate. Everything I had done so far was an act of atonement. A form of self-punishment, a promise to myself that I would never commit the same sin again. Even though I hadn't consciously stolen anything as abstract and unquantifiable as happiness from others. But I had definitely stolen something concrete that was related to happiness, like a good school, good friends, material wealth, a warm family, a high position that gave a sense of superiority, and achievements. They blamed me for that. And I simply accepted those words. That's how my atonement began. Sometimes I became a passerby who helped others out of goodwill, sometimes a teacher who taught others. Sometimes I became a parent, and sometimes I became a child born from the heart to pitiful parents. As a friend, as a colleague, as a superior, as a subordinate. Those who would have been trapped at the bottom, in the darkest depths where light doesn't reach. Those who would have grown up weak and frail, tossed and turned by the blowing wind and flowing filth. So that they could blossom fully, so that they could feel proud of their achievements born from their own lives and efforts. And, so that they could be happy. The ending to that story of dedication would be my death, the death of a person who didn't want to become a burden to them. To close my eyes, listening to their lamentations and wails as they faced my fading life, their fleeting despair, and their final words as they rose again using that despair as nourishment. I had deceived myself, telling myself that their actions, their confirmation of my existence, were the greatest happiness I could experience. Yes, that was my only worth. My only reason for existing. Remy Akaya. Anna Akaya. That's why there was no reason for me to exist by their side, now that they were complete. In the end, I had become a useless being. Step. One step at a time, I walked forward. Who is that child over there? Wait, that child's hand is completely covered in blood. Where did she come from? It's not that I didn't feel happiness. I, too, had felt like I was floating on air, happy to be beside those who cherished me. I, too, wanted to live together by their side. I, too, was a human, even though it was only for a fleeting moment. even though I knew that enjoying happiness would only make my sins heavier. I ate up that undeserved reward, justifying it with the excuse that it was all to help them grow. Love was both a medicine and a poison for me. So, perhaps, all of this was an inevitable outcome. Step. I looked up at the sky once, then lowered my head to the ground. Where is that child walking to? Hey, stop her? Stop that child? Don't let that child go over there. What did you say? But now, even that flimsy excuse had vanished. When they, who were now complete, appeared before me, those whom I could no longer offer any help. I, who wanted to live by their side and experience happiness, definitely existed here. I, who didn't even repent for my sin of daring to crave happiness. I, who had simply ignored the difference between atoning for my sins and being punished for them. I, who believed that once I was punished, all my sins would be washed away. Really, I came face to face with the fact that I am a shameless piece of trash. A hollow laugh escaped my lips. A meaningless laugh, intended to comfort others, with no heart behind it. They say the most meaningless death in the world is a car accident. Come to think of it, I've never experienced one even once in all my life. Yes, it's true. Isn't that the most fitting death for me, more than anything else? Get out of the way, get out of my way. Little girl, get out of there. CRKKK? The sight of the coachman roughly pulling the horse's reins, trying somehow to stop the carriage, caught my eye. But the carriage had already picked up speed, and with the street crowded with people, changing course was impossible. It would be nearly impossible for him not to hit me. Suicide is a courageous act, a confession that your life had no value. It would be a bolt from the blue for him who's probably living hard trying to raise a family, and I even regretted not just quietly drowning myself in a river and waiting for death instead of causing trouble for someone else. Really, I'm sorry, but right now, I just wanted to clear this muddled head of mine and quietly rest. It's already too late. Little girl over there. Move. If you don't want to die, move out of the way. The heavily loaded carriage charging towards me at high speed. Two horses boasting large bodies and weight. To meet a gruesome death, crushed beneath them, my body unrecognizable. I threw myself. Grab. Say off. A sudden impact. My body rolled on the side of the road, held in someone's arms. Clatter. The clatter of wheels echoed on the unpaved road as the carriage approached. The street was filled with the deafening screams of onlookers and the shouts of the coachman. Everyone waved their hands and shouted for her to get out of the way, to move, but not a single one actually stepped forward to help. When Alice stopped in front of the heavy carriage that was charging towards her, as if welcoming death, my legs moved faster than they ever had. What pushed me forward wasn't my legs. It wasn't my legs, strengthened from constant training, nor was it the absurd and unbelievable reality that Alice might die. It was Alice's smile, sad and pained, as if she was saying, "It's okay to be at ease now. It's okay to let go of everything now. I'm sorry, for everything." I screamed. My body creaked from the exertion, muscles and joints screaming in protest as I pushed myself beyond my limits. But what did those aches and pain even matter? When Alice was making that kind of expression. When Alice must be enduring even greater pain than this. The pain of my bones breaking and my blood vessels bursting was nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to the pain in my heart right now. I ran. In that moment, the birds flying in the air stopped. A wallet someone had dropped froze in midair. A time of warmth and connection that felt like breastfeeding, a time of cold and harsh reality of endless time like ice. TL note, literally translates to breastfeeding. What the F? It felt like I was swimming alone underwater. And within that, I reached out to the bluebird before me. Say off. I barely managed to grab hold of Alice. Thank goodness. Really, thank goodness. I carefully embraced Alice in my arms, her body limp as if she had fainted from the shock. The bandages that Sayali had wrapped around her wounds had come undone. And her delicate, pretty fingernails were broken and missing in places, as if she had been desperately scratching something, with the surrounding area covered in bleeding wounds. Falling down, bumping into things. And still, the child who tried with all her might to escape from that place. The child who had endured everything with a smile, no matter how difficult. The child, who was unusually mature and composed for her age, had shown a vulnerability so heavy that it almost led to a terrible ending. We always wished that the child would be a little more selfish, that if there was something she wanted to do, we hoped she wouldn't hesitate to do it. We were prepared to fulfill any wish Alice wanted, whether it was throwing a tantrum, acting like a spoiled brat, or even making some absurd demand, so that she could live brightly as a child should, without any worries. That was the role of us adults, that's what Sayali and I thought, to ensure such a natural thing. But I swear to the heavens, we never wished for Alice to make this kind of choice. In a way, it was only natural. There's no one in the world who doesn't feel anger or rage. There are only those who can keep it bottled up for a long time. Just because someone is always composed and calm doesn't mean they can bear a lot of burdens. Just because someone doesn't say anything doesn't mean they are truly okay. They were just enduring it all. And we had been judging them based on our own subjective standards. And that was true for Alice as well. Swish. I gently stroked Alice's soft hair. Twitch. Seeing Alice's body tremble slightly with every stroke of my hand through her hair, my heart was consumed by an indescribable sadness. I wonder what she's so afraid of, even in her dreams. Her body was covered in blue bruises visible through the tears in her clothes, and the raw wounds where skin had been scraped away were so numerous I could barely touch her. Why won't the world leave this child alone? It was at this moment that I understood Sayali's feelings, how she had desperately cried out to Remy Akaya and this unfair world. I let out a small sigh. Now then, what should we do now? Thud, an innocent pine cone lying on the road flew far away after being hit by my foot. We had somehow managed to extinguish the massive wildfire that had been threatening to devour the forest, but there were still many problems that remained. And those remaining problems were like a towering mountain. First of all, what to do now was a problem. Considering Alice's condition and her mental health, the right choice would be to forget everything else and rush straight to the hospital while carrying her like this. If not that, at the very least, I should take her to Remy Akaya's dormitory and leave her there, since there's no one there right now. But I couldn't just do that, because I had to get back to that street where they were confronting each other as soon as possible. NNGH. The last thing I saw before I chased after the fleeing Alice. It was Remy Akaya drawing her sword and charging forward while spewing all sorts of curses, and Sayali, who had given me a smile that contained to the brim with murderous intent, while holding back two men who looked like guards. Of course, considering Sayali's true nature, it was safe to say that neither Remy Akaya nor she would die or get seriously injured. But this was the middle of a busy street where many people were walking around. Sayali, unable to recklessly reveal her true nature, was essentially handicapped and unable to use her abilities. And for her in such a state to quickly defeat those highly skilled warriors who seemed far stronger than someone like me, and the additional guards who were appearing one after another. Honestly, while I couldn't imagine a scenario where she would lose, I was still worried. And I was also worried about Remy Akaya, who had given in to her anger, considering who her opponent was. Yes, if that fight continued, whether it was the opponent or the two people I knew, someone might actually die. And if that happened, Alice would blame herself again. Meaning something like this could happen again. Meaning something like this could happen again. A difficult dilemma where I had to choose between two options. But both of them were traps. If I left Alice, who had been so distraught that she had thrown herself in front of a moving carriage, alone in the hospital or the dormitory without a guardian, there was no telling what she might do once she regained consciousness and panicked. The reason I was able to save Alice just now was purely because of luck. If I had been even 1 second late, if the distance between me and Alice had been just a little bit longer, by now, I would be on my knees with a hopeless expression on my face. When I saw the child, my most precious friend, my family, the person I cared about more than anyone else, throwing herself towards death. When I realized that I had failed to notice Alice's mental state, how she had been pushed to the edge, to the point where she would impulsively think about giving up on the rest of her life. The despair and misery I had felt then. I never wanted to feel them again. Even if it meant that I, and everyone else, had to die. I can't let that happen. Never. So in the end, this was the only option left. I'm sorry, Alice. This time, I promise I won't let you get hurt. I swear on everything I have. So, Alice, will you trust me and let me care for you? First, I quickly treated her wounds. Hey, you there? Don't look away. You, with the red hair. If that's you, come here. Why yes, me. I grabbed a passerby and had them fetch me medicine and bandages. I quickly disinfected Alice's wounds and covered them. My entire fortune was spent on the expensive medicine, but who the hell cares? I couldn't help but wince as I applied the medicine to her torn skin and the countless bruises, but at least none of her bones were broken or fractured. That was a small comfort to me, because if there were, I would have to completely change my plan. Whisk. This was it, right? I spread out a large piece of cloth and wrapped Alice's body in it as if I were swaddling a baby. I had to go through a few trials and errors due to the urgency of the situation and my limited knowledge, but I was eventually able to secure Alice's body firmly to my back. I draped the remaining cloth over my shoulders like a cloak to hide the child so that no one from the outside could see her, and so that she couldn't see the outside, either. They say that when whales fight, the shrimp's back gets broken. If it only gets broken, then I'll be grateful. TL note, another Korean proverb, that means that when powerful people fight, it's the weak who suffer the consequences. The shrimp is going to get crushed, completely pulverized. One step at a time. Feeling Alice's small trembling breaths against my back, I moved forward with heavier steps than ever before toward the middle of the street, where they must be fighting. Having made the biggest gamble of my life. Steel clashes against steel, and nameless battle cries echo through the air. This place was, without a doubt, worthy of being called a battlefield. Wow. I whistled softly. It wasn't because it was entertaining to watch or enjoying the sight, of course not. Rather, it was just an expression of bewilderment, a release of emotions after giving up on everything. A bitter laugh had escaped without my notice. Clang, clang. Sharp metallic sounds ring out. The clear sounds reflecting off the alley walls and buildings brought me a tingling unease. But as I approached my destination, the street I had been heading towards gradually came into view, and I could see the intense fight taking place in the distance. I stopped in my tracks, my eyes fixated on that hellish scene. They say that a tragedy seen from afar is a comedy, but a comedy seen up close is a tragedy. It was a scene that fit that saying perfectly, a sight so captivating that I couldn't help but let out a gasp of admiration. There was just one problem, however. The fact that I had to go there. Holy, my life is a goddamn tragedy, not a comedy after all. HNGG. Right now, I wanted nothing more than to grab them by the collar, those people who were fighting so fiercely, and ask them if they knew that they were in the middle of the Akkad Empire's capital. Well, I wasn't one to talk, having caused a scene in the museum myself, but there's a limit to everything. I had at least expected them to go somewhere secluded to fight. Who would have thought they'd be having an all-out brawl right out in the open where everyone could see? Personally, I was hoping the Imperial Patrol units who were currently hiding somewhere, watching the situation in the distance, would intervene and stop the fight, but it seemed like that was too much to ask. Unfortunately, they were content just watching from afar. Since the people involved in the fight were who they were, they probably couldn't easily intervene for fear of diplomatic incidents. But why did the actual parties involved seem unconcerned about it? The fact that I, an outsider, was the one most concerned about this situation. How ironic. Anyway, the patrol units probably figured out who these people were from talking with the guards nearby. And in this world that valued honor above all else, duels were relatively common and even encouraged to a certain extent. They might be reprimanded for causing a disturbance on a public street, but the fight itself wasn't something to make a big deal out of. So they were sticking to just observing, unless an actual incident occurred. Well, that wasn't a welcome fact for me at all. Clang? You, with that audacity. Remy Akaya, shouting something as she clashed swords with the attacker. The attacker barely manages to deflect Remy Akaya's sword strikes coming from all directions by twisting their blade. And behind them, I could see a few guards standing awkwardly, their swords not even properly drawn. They probably couldn't dare to point their swords at their lord. No matter how skilled they might be, they probably weren't confident they could stop the two spheres fight without causing any harm. Or maybe they were ordered not to intervene. It's the underlings who suffer. The higher UPS don't understand their struggles. Either way, thanks to that, the two of them were able to continue their fight. And beside the fighting women, I thought I told you that I would be your opponent. Huh? Get out of the way. Thud. There stood Sayali with a somewhat heavy expression, dealing with the guards. She had already knocked down more than half of the guards. She was asserting her presence while casually dusting off her hands and feet. While some guards tried to use their numerical advantage against her, others were trying to slip past her and head towards the alley where Alice and I had run into, but it was all for naught in front of her watchful eyes. Squeeze. What? Didn't I tell you not to try to pass through here? A cloud of dust rose and a loud crack. The man who tried to pass by her side had his ankle grabbed and was made to forcefully kiss the ground, without any loss of momentum. She just looked at them with an indifferent expression, not even flinching as countless blades were pointed at her. If they had engaged in a war of attrition or had the support of archers, it might have been different, but the guards were too caught up in their urgency to quickly get past her and chase after us. The tide of the battle was clearly in her favor. It was a scene that unfolded as expected. But if there was one thing where my thoughts had been wrong. Clang, clack, you. Remy Akaya's sword was slowly being pushed back. From an objective viewpoint, the difference in their skills didn't seem that significant. Of course, looking at the weight and speed behind their swords you could argue that Remy Akaya held a slight advantage, but she was fighting with her body fueled by anger swinging her sword like that. Thanks to that, all her critical attacks missed, and instead she was exposing fatal openings to her opponent. If her opponent had taken advantage of those glaringly obvious openings earlier, she would have been lying on the ground by now. Even a light cut could have easily inflicted wounds severe enough to immobilize her for a while. And even a single strike to her vital points with the hilt would have been enough to bring her down in pain. But my prediction was completely off the mark, as proved by the fact that Remy Akaya's body remained unharmed without a single scratch. Answer me. Ugh, princess. And rather, it was the attacker who had several wounds carved into their body, a few drops of blood flying through the air. The attacker's hood completely fell back, and beautiful silver hair fluttered in the wind. My eyes were drawn entirely to this attacker, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with that color, as if I'd seen it somewhere before. That question was quickly answered. The answer was right behind me. Right. It was Alice's color. Although her yellowish tint eyes resembled Remy Akaya's more than Alice's. Her features, her hair, her eyes, her skin, and above all, the aura that surrounded her. All of it was so identical to the Alice's appearance I had always known. I wondered if this was how Alice would look when she grew older. Back when we were shopping together peacefully, I had turned around when I heard someone calling out Remy Akaya's name. Even though I had never met her before, I had immediately recognized her just by looking at her face. She was the spitting image of Alice. Yes. She was none other than the first princess and crown princess of the current Tizalaya kingdom, the one who had stabbed her younger sister multiple times with a sword, and in the end pushed her off a cliff. This is getting beyond ridiculous, seriously. It was Anna Akaya. I should have been furious. Even if not anger, I should have naturally felt disgust thinking about what she had done. In fact, until recently, I had harbored such strong hostility toward Anna Akaya that I would shudder at just hearing the N of her name, even though I haven't met her personally back then. And when Saeli's words were further confirmed by Remy Akaya's testimony, my anger had known no bounds. Because what she had done was an act that couldn't be justified by any reason. So why? Was it because of her appearance that resembled Alice? Was it because of her sad eyes that seemed to speak of regret for everything? Toward her, I ended up feeling a small inkling of sympathy. Step. Everyone, stop. Before I knew it, I was slowly walking towards them. Hey, what are you doing here? You. Saeli and Remy Akaya's gazes pierced me, as if reprimanding me for returning to this place, but I ignored them. I had my own reasons too. Okay. You didn't see Alice throwing herself in front of a moving carriage. There was no way I could leave the child anywhere alone. And you too, if I hadn't intervened, someone would have died, wouldn't they? The urge to explain everything to them bubbled up inside me, but right now, stopping the fight unfolding before me was more urgent than clearing up misunderstandings. I pointed my thumb behind me and muttered softly, "The child's sleeping, you know." Everyone stared at me blankly. At their expressions that looked to be asking what the hell I was talking about, I brought my index finger to my lips and gave them a be quiet gesture. What do you mean? What nonsense? I meant that Alice is inside the bulging cloth on my back, of course. A moment of silence. Saeli and Remy Akaya, who quickly snapped out of their daze, naturally went into an uproar asking why I had brought the child here, and the guards who had been trying to chase after me to find out the truth were also confused by the fact that I, their target, had walked here on my own. But among them all, the sharpest was Anna Akaya's gaze as she stared intently at me, an outpouring of emotions so mixed they were beyond understanding, like sticky mud. While trying to avoid that, I opened my mouth. Let's talk this out, with words. It would have been better if she had been the unreasonable person I had imagined. A cruel human being who had committed unspeakable atrocities with her own hands. A human being who had obtained all the power, wealth, and everything else she had desired and coveted. Then why was she showing that sadness, that guilt, that dissonance, that inexplicable gap? Made me want to hear her story, just once. First clear the street, then everyone follow me. Well, let's start by cleaning up the surroundings first, then, I'll take my leave. Saeli bowed politely and left for the next room, carrying the sleeping Alice in her arms. I had expected her to explode in anger, saying she couldn't even breathe the same air as Anna Akaya, but her unexpectedly calm and polite demeanor surprised me. My surprise was doubled because I had thought that if there was anyone who would shatter this precarious ice, it would be her. You. However, at that moment when Saeli turned her head to enter the room, from the side, I could see her trembling eyes, and I could feel it. Like a fire that had been forcefully extinguished. Those red eyes that should have been blazing with fury were now just ashes of a tree that had burned itself out. Was it a feeling of self-hatred? Or perhaps, a feeling of disgust towards her own kind? As the only one who knew her past, I could understand Saeli's heart. It was a small fragment of her heart. If it weren't for Saeli, Alice would have died alone in that cold winter river. While it was Saeli who saved Alice, it was also Saeli who had bitten off Alice's arm. The fact that she had done a good deed couldn't erase the fact that she had also committed evil. And the fact that she had saved someone couldn't be used as her free pass. The only two people who could forgive and absolve her of her sins were Alice and Saeli herself. But that's why Saeli had to live with that guilt, forever. Because she knew that the day she forgave herself would never come. Truly. How pitiful. Alright then. Take care. Knowing the weight of that fragment, I could only nod my head. Personally, I had hoped she would stay by my side since she was the person I was closest to. But Saeli seemed to be struggling too, so it couldn't be helped. Moreover, after hearing that Alice had thrown herself in front of a carriage, she had been trembling uncontrollably, and considering Alice's state when she wakes up, it was probably for the best to have Saeli be with her. It would be good for both of their emotional well-being. I hoped that she would find some peace for the time being, patting Alice's head in her room. Phew. Now then, guess it's my turn to deal with the problem. Thump, thump. I won't accept it. Why are you bringing that woman into my dorm room? Are you out of your mind? I think I need to find some peace and quiet too. But the problem plaguing my mind is so far from being solved that I'm not even ready to pick up the pen to address it yet. A towering mountain peak with no end in sight. Before me was a scene where two people, no, one person was glaring at the other with eyes as if looking at their parents' murderer. One person with bandages hastily wrapped around her wounds, silently looking down at the floor with her head bowed. The perpetrator, the one who had caused this situation, Anna Akaya. Get out right now, I said, get out. And the other, Remy Akaya, who was venting her frustration by stomping on the floor. If I hadn't separated them, the fight from earlier might have started again. That's how intense the tension was. Come to think of it, the one who had gone berserk when I said I would let Anna Akaya into the room wasn't Saeli, but Remy Akaya, who was related to Anna Akaya by blood. It was an understandable reaction, as she was the one who had directly witnessed Anna Akaya stabbing Alice right before her eyes more closely than anyone else. I raised both hands in a calming gesture and slowly tried to speak to her. Now, calm down, Remy Akaya. Let's first try to talk. Shut up. I got scolded. And boy, did I get scolded hard. What's there to talk about with this woman? Didn't you see? The wounds on Alice's stomach. Stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. She stabbed her so many times. Right before my eyes, she just, like that? And what? Talk. Slowly, she rose from her seat. In the dimly lit room where sunlight barely filtered through the curtains, a pair of sinister eyes shimmered. What kind of monster lurked within those eyes that hold a blazing inferno? I could feel the murderous intent radiating from her even though she wasn't holding a sword, and I was certain that their relationship could never return to what it was before. Like soybean flour that's sprinkled around rice cakes because they don't stick together well. Just like that metaphor, it was a perfect example of a completely broken family. Bang! There's nothing to talk about, nothing. Her fist slammed against the wall. I was about to scold her, saying that Alice might wake up from the noise and vibrations, but I shut my mouth when I felt the murderous aura directed at me. I can kill you even without a sword. My fist, my nails, my fangs, will be directed at you. As if saying that, Remy Akaya declared that her and Anna Akaya's story had ended 2 years ago, the moment Anna had stabbed Alice and thrown her into the flowing river. It was essentially her own way of threatening me, telling me not to bring up the topic of her sister again. Indeed. Uwaya. Faced with such strong opposition, I really couldn't say anything either way. And Anna Akaya, who had been keeping her head bowed without saying a word, didn't seem like she would be of any help. I understood how she felt too. Honestly, if the previous me had suddenly been told, "Do you want to have a one-on-one conversation with Anna Akaya, the one who put Alice in that state?" I would have punched that person rather than praising them. I, too, had once resented Anna Akaya after hearing Sayali's story. And in my mind, I had chewed her to pieces, even though I didn't even know what she looked like. Rather, I was surprised that I was even able to remain composed in this situation. Instead of anger, I felt a strange sense of worry. Instead of hatred, I felt a strange sense of pity, lost in a turmoil of those contradictory emotions rising from within my heart. A voice I had never heard before reached my ears. Eris. Anna Akaya, who had been silent until now, continued speaking, ignoring my surprise. Slowly, in a trembling voice. Eris, is she alive? You bitch? How dare you say Eris's name? You, of all people? Are you even human? Hey, calm down, calm down. The first thing she asked about was Alice's well-being and nothing else. At her words, her voice breaking here and there as if choked with emotion, Remy Akaya's voice rose again. I tried to restrain Remy Akaya as she screamed that Anna didn't deserve to say Eris's name, that if she uttered another word with that filthy mouth, she would kill her. She's alive. Drip, drip, I heard a strange sound. It was definitely the sound of something colliding with the wooden floor. The floor was slowly getting wet, forming a small puddle. At that sound, I couldn't accept the reality before my eyes. That's because the Anna Akaya we had imagined was the purest embodiment of evil incarnate. The one who, blinded by jealousy, had tried to kill her talented younger sister. A heinous criminal who indiscriminately stabbed her own sister in an attempt to murder her. That must have been why Remy Akaya wanted to get Anna Akaya away from Alice's side as quickly as possible. Because she didn't know what that woman might do if she found out her sister was alive. A cold-blooded, insane psychopath. That was the image I had of her, which could hardly be expressed even with those modifiers. But, what is this? Was this really the Anna Akaya that I knew? Really? Drip. What was flowing down her face as she lifted her head was undeniably a stream of tears. While her eyes were streaming with tears, her lips were curved into the most beautiful smile. It was the first time I had seen Anna Akaya, who had always been either expressionless or consumed by guilt, smile, and I couldn't bring myself to finish what I was about to say. About how Alice was when she was first found, what kind of injuries she had. About how Alice had lived for the past 2 years. And about how just moments ago she had tried to commit suicide after hearing your voice. There were so many things I wanted to blame her for. I'm so glad. Really, I'm so glad. But that bright smile. That radiant smile, as if she had been saved, a smile devoid of any darkness. It overlapped with the image of Alice, smiling brightly at me in the past. Damn it. I understood why I had felt that way towards her. You think I'm going back? Anna Akaya's sudden visit. The reason, she says, is to ask if Remy Akaya has any intention of returning to the Tizalaya kingdom. She explains that it had been a temporary measure, a chance for Remy Akaya to study abroad and get away from the kingdom, for her mental well-being after she had been devastated by Alice's disappearance. And in the first place, the agreement between the empire and the kingdoms didn't apply to members of the royal family, so there was no reason for her to be bound to this place. For the record, it took a whole 30 minutes to hear that explanation. 30 minutes of holding back Remy Akaya who was about to run out, of stopping Anna Akaya who kept trying to go to the corner to bang her head against it, of trying to process every single sentence. But despite all that effort, the answer was a cold, one-line rejection. I understand, but isn't that a little too harsh? I won't go back to a place where you are. And neither will Eris. You just stay there and disappear. Hey, she's still your older sister. I'll rip your tongue out if you say another word. HNGG, I shrunk back. Come to think of it, Remy Akaya is still a member of a royal family after all. I had become so accustomed to her naive and foolish behavior after meeting Alice that I had forgotten her status as royalty. Faced with Remy Akaya's charisma as a princess, which she hadn't shown in a long time, I could only shrink back and lower my head. I thought she was just like me, after seeing her get pushed around by Tessa. Of course, it must have been a lie, but it felt real enough in that moment. TCH, maybe I should just quickly have you beheaded for treason, so that Eris and I can be alone together. You're joking, right? You have to be, yeah. We're friends after all. And so, time passed, each second feeling like an hour. Thinking surely a lot of time must have passed by now, I looked up at the clock to see it showing 1 p.m. Anyway, get rid of that bitch quick. Today was still very long. I despaired. HNGG. What more can I do here? It was a day of heavy snowfall. Between the dark gray clouds, pure white feathers untouched by even a speck of dirt danced through the air. The first snow of the year. Feeling that chilling coldness, I headed towards the entrance of the museum, where Remy was said to be staying. My footsteps dragged along the ground, stumbling forward. They were terribly dull and slow. Step, step. I said only 2 people should follow me. I apologize. No, it's my own oversight, really. As I walked, I spoke to the 2 guards beside me. I didn't want to unnecessarily provoke Remy, so I had told them I wanted to minimize the number of guards following me. Now that we were in the imperial capital, there wouldn't be any direct threats to my safety. Moreover, having an unnecessarily large entourage would only make everyone, including Remy, uncomfortable. I had originally planned to go alone, but I had even made a concession and set a limit of 2 people, considering them. But I never imagined they would disobey my orders and secretly follow me like this. Their faces showed clear traces of worry and regret. Yes, for them, who valued honor and loyalty above all else, they must feel a great sense of guilt for not respecting my wishes. But the most important value, my safety, had forced them to make this difficult decision. Remy, the victim of my actions. I had told them it was okay, but they must be worried that my sister would charge at me with her sword drawn again, just like before. Or perhaps they were trying to prevent me from giving in to my despair and offering my own neck to Remy. Whatever the reason, all of this was merely an extension of the consequences of my actions. And it was all my fault, my incompetence that had caused it all. That much remained unchanged. Therefore, let's go. Yes, ma'am. I had no right to punish them. Rather, it was my fault for making them worry and causing them trouble. As always. Swoosh. The falling snow, instead of subsiding, only intensified as time passed. The snow, which had started as small flakes, was now swirling like a horse's mane. On the streets, children were running around, gathering snow and forming snowballs, while shopkeepers were starting to set up awnings in front of their stores. And the servants, their faces indifferent, as if unconcerned by the falling snow, were hurrying along with their arms full of coal. Amidst the countless people, not a single one stood still. What drives them? What do they live for? Will the day ever come when I can understand the hearts of these people, who live their lives day by day, seeking a balance between joy and boredom? Hugh. As I walked down the street, which showed no signs of brightening up even though the sun had long since risen, I started mentally preparing myself for what I would say to Remy. How she had been doing all this time. If she was hurt or sick anywhere. That our whole family was worried about her. I carefully rehearsed these words in my mind, things I would never actually be able to say when face to face with Remy. Meticulously, like forming a snowball with wet snow. But that carefully crafted snowballs would never reach Remy. Why, Eris, why, did you kill her? What did she do wrong? The image of Remy cursing at me, demanding with what face I dare to appear before her, screaming at me to never show my face to her again, was so vivid that it felt like I was watching it right in front of me. A dark shadow of dread was cast upon my lips, that could neither cry nor laugh, at the thought of the gloomy future that awaited me. Even so, I continued walking forward, alongside the people around me. Even if all that awaited me at the end of this path was a cruel future, a condemned prisoner heading to the gallows isn't allowed to stop walking. It's cold? Let's go, quickly. Tinkle, tinkle, the sound of a small bell echoed through the shopping district. With that sound as my background music, my footsteps on the snow-covered streets quickened slightly with each chime of the bell. Every time I heard a jingle from somewhere. Tap, tap, I took 2 steps forward. See Crown Princess. Ignoring the guard's surprised voice, I didn't slow down. No matter how fast I ran, it was impossible to avoid the snow falling from the sky. Rather, the more I tried, the more rapidly the weight of snow accumulated on my shoulders. But the futile escape continued, where there was no pursuer anywhere, only someone running away. Where am I walking to? Where am I running away from? Right. It was the museum. I was going to see Remy. When my footsteps, which had been heading towards my destination, turned into awkward steps, as if running away from something. When new snow started to fall and accumulate on the wet patches where the previous snow had melted and soaked into the ground, eventually covering the entire street in a blanket of white, my footsteps finally returned to their normal pace. And at the same time, the sounds around me, which had been muted, started to come back. And then, Eris, thank you, hehe. Yeah, I heard a familiar voice, coming from up ahead. At first, I thought I had misheard. That I had simply mistaken someone else's voice for hers. Their voice is similar. If not that, then it must be my mind, still not fully recovered, playing tricks on me, creating auditory hallucinations. Even now, whenever I closed my eyes, memories from before would often vividly resurface, their sounds crystal clear. Cruel memories of Eris and Remy playing pranks in the flower garden, of Eris running to throw herself into my arms as I sat quietly reading a book in the distance. The bright and cheerful voice of Remy from the past, a voice I could never hear again. The refreshing laughter of Eris, a sound I had buried with my own hands. I thought that those precious memories from the past were resurfacing to torment me again. Yes, I thought that way. Hyuk, Ko, Hawk. Eris? Why, what's wrong? But, it wasn't. The sound grew louder as I drew closer to its source. Eris's voice that I haven't heard for a long time, gasping and struggling as if choking. The guard walking beside me muttering speculation that the voice we're hearing must be Remy's. And then in the distance, I could see Remy's figure becoming visible, and beside her a small figure clutching her clothes, trembling. That figure, I couldn't help but think it was someone I knew. Someone who shouldn't possibly be here. With a trembling voice, I called out. Ari-s. A small call. At my faltering call, the eyes of everyone there focused on me. Among them was Remy, staring at me with a look of horror, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. And beside Remy, 2 women with black hair were also looking at me with equally shocked expressions. But despite their gazes directed at me, my eyes were solely focused on the one child standing there. A small child. There was no mistaking it. There was no way I wouldn't recognize her, even though her appearance had changed a lot. Even though she had grown so much in these 2 years, to the point where I almost didn't recognize her. Silver hair, peeking out from beneath the black hood, flowing like waves, unable to be contained. And as she slowly turned her head towards me, deep, clear, blue-green eyes, like the forest and the sea blended together, met mine. Eris Akaya. My little sister, Eris, who was supposed to be dead. Faced with the impossible reality of her standing right before my eyes, I couldn't even speak. I just stood there, frozen in the same walking pose. How is this even possible? Why is Eris with Remy? The facts that had been so clear began to crumble at the evidence that had been presented before my eyes. My thoughts spun, like a long worm, entering through my ears and rummaging through my brain, wringing it out. I stared at that figure as if entranced, forgetting even to breathe. But was that the problem? Because I thought this changed reality could bury the past that had already passed. But the things I had done remained unchanged. I don't want. Slowly, Eris's small lips parted as she looked at me, and as I watched, I vividly remembered what I had done to the child, how I had been consumed by a hideous jealousy, the sticky sensation that had lingered on my fingertips, the horrifying feeling of repeatedly piercing her soft flesh again and again with a sharp blade. The murderer was reunited with the person she had killed. Then, where is this place? It must be, without a doubt, hell. No. In my hazy, wavering consciousness, the vaguely visible truth only seemed to drift further and further away as it screamed. The scene before my eyes was too fleeting and sweet to be reality, yet too miserable and bitter to be a dream. Was it a truly existing entity, or merely a false illusion conjured by my memories? No. Without even a moment to confirm the truth, Eris's figure darted away from me. Like a soap bubble that could burst at the slightest touch, I knew I shouldn't, yet I unconsciously reached out to. Slash. Along with a chilling sound, the only thing that met my hand was a miserable reality. You, who are you? For a moment, I couldn't understand what had happened. I only felt an intense heat surging through my arm. My pristine white robe, now stained crimson around the torn fabric, slowly started to spread, like a blooming flower. As if a red flower was gracefully unfurling its petals under the sunlight, using the flowing blood as nourishment, the stain on my robe grew larger and larger. Thump, thump. My head spun. My pounding pulse quickened its beat, gradually intensifying, until finally, it became a single instrument dominating my ears. At that stinging, burning pain, I absent-mindedly looked down, forgetting even to withdraw my arm. Drip, drip. Blood trickled down my fingertips, falling to the ground. On the snow-covered road, a red rain fell. Why you? Why are you here in front of me again? I'm asking you. A small sigh escaped. That lament which had cut through the air between us, whose sigh was it really? Remy's sword, without a sound, without any hesitation, lunged straight towards me, as I was forced to face the reality I wanted to deny. That sharp attack, aimed at me as I stared blankly at my arm, carried enough force to easily take my life. Perhaps. Hey, Clong? If someone hadn't intervened. Remy's attack, fueled by all her might, was blocked only by the scabbard of the guard who had jumped between us with a scream, and barely managed to stop right in front of me. Sparks flew as the swords clashed, and Remy's blade struggling against the guards writhed like a snake, as if trying to devour me. On the blade of Remy's sword, I could see a fresh, red liquid that hadn't yet dried, and I finally understood the source of the pain I had been feeling. And I also realized that the sigh I had heard had come from me. Crown Princess? Are you alright? Princess Remy? Even if you are a princess. So what? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Thud. With a somewhat dull sound, the guard was thrown back a good distance away. As my eyes slowly followed the guard's figure, flying through the air in a gentle arc, I saw Remy's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on me as if she had found her target. The tip of her weapon raised high, demanding my neck, held not a shred of hesitation, only the single-minded determination to kill me. I simply watched the whole scene unfold. The surreal sound of steel cutting through the air. Remy's scream, like a reprimand directed at me. Even the urgent cries of the guards around me. In that chorus of all those sounds. Yes. Remy had cut my arm. Finally, a small sense of reality seemed to be setting in for the first time. Would this be how it feels if every piece of flesh on my body was torn away? The heavy snowfall that seemed like it would never end had finally ceased, and the sun, which had hidden itself behind the clouds, was starting to reveal its face, but I was still trapped in a bottomless abyss. It hurt, so much. My heart ached, as if being torn apart. Every time Remy's contemptuous gaze, like she was looking at something disgusting, swept over me. Every time the image of Eris screaming and running away from the sight of me suddenly appeared in a corner of my mind. That stinging pain, like pouring salt on an open wound, kept washing over me, like relentless waves crashing against the shore. They say that waves, as they approach the shore, gradually reveal their towering heights, which they had hidden beneath the surface. Even the heaviest rocks or sharpest spires are no different from mere pebbles before waves that sweep away everything. This suffocating, agonizing feeling that seemed to be eating away at my soul, like mocking me, only grew stronger and stronger like a rising tide, no matter how much good medicine I applied to my exposed flesh or how tightly I bandaged my wounds. Only when that pain completely engulfed me, burning through my entire body, did I finally realize that this pain, incurable by any means, stemmed from within my own heart. Yes, an illness. One that easily leads people to death. A truly fatal, incurable illness. Let go of me? That bastard needs to die. I have to kill her. Hey, are you crazy? Just wait a minute. Alice is sleeping in the next room. Ryeb, Remy's clothes stretched taut, screaming in protest. If I reached out, I might be able to touch that spot. There, Remy has her sword aimed at me, not caring about ripping her clothes, and a woman desperately pulling on Remy's clothes to restrain her, stood. A mercenary who had introduced herself as Han Sia. For her, who had only gotten involved in someone else's family matters, she must be feeling quite unhappy about the current situation. I'm deeply sorry for dragging everyone into this mess. Let go. I'll kill that bastard and then go see Eris. This crazy princess? Aish? Why is she so strong? Hey, you, go somewhere. Don't just stand there looking pathetic, go somewhere. Her words were a little rough, weren't they? That woman, with a self-deprecating smile, was holding Remy by the neck with a surprisingly skillful grip, maintaining a delicate balance. Though her attitude might seem disrespectful towards royalty, it's said that the words and actions of wise ministers taste as bitter as poison while those of sycophants taste as sweet as honey. That kindness embedded in those actions would surely become a great source of strength for Remy in the future. Remy must also understand that on some level. That's why she's only trying to push the woman away rather than swinging her sword or using violence. A friend who would steadfastly advise about the future without wavering at her side. Just having such a treasure by her side showed the value of the past 2 years Remy had spent. Unlike me, who had simply been swept along. We were fundamentally different. Forgiveness? Ha, I can never forgive her? You know too, you know everything? Then why are you trying to stop me? Oh my god, this is driving me insane. Remy continued glaring at me with eyes full of hatred, even as she struggled to free herself from the mercenary's grasp. Remy, who was once praised as the kingdom's most promising talent, a brilliant and intelligent individual destined to lead the kingdom. The palace officials, the teachers who taught Remy, the maids who attended to her, all had sung praises of Remy's beauty in unison. But now, under the faint light filtering through the red curtains, Remy's eyes had lost their original brightness and were stained completely red. Those eyes, burning red with hatred as fuel, felt like the fires of hell, waiting to consume me in their flames. I simply kept my head bowed, waiting anxiously for the time of judgment to come, like a condemned prisoner offering their neck. Hugh, and the small breath I inhaled was filled with a metallic scent. I'm sorry. I apologized. Even though I knew my small voice wouldn't reach Remy who was shouting, I still muttered the words. Though an apology, aimless and without a target, was no different from an insincere response. Even though I knew my immature attitude would only fuel my sister's anger. Even though I knew that the reason I could still be alive now was all thanks to the woman who is presumably Remy's friend. Despite all that, I couldn't help but lower my head. Because I had a reason I couldn't back down from, even if it meant risking my life. I didn't think I could ever return to the past when we all laughed together, as if nothing had ever happened. Nor did it mean I wanted to let go of the weight of the world that had been placed upon me because of my mistake. Just one word. I wanted to convey just one word, sorry. And so, some time passed. Creak. An eerie sound reached my ears. The unpleasant sound of unlubricated metal grinding against each other. Strangely enough, that sound alone was crystal clear amidst the chaos filling the living room. Creak. Ah, see, that's why I told you. Even Remy and the mercenary, who had been wrestling with each other, stopped their actions and held their breaths. My head, following the source of the sound, slowly turned towards the door which had been closed just moments ago, now revealing a small gap. And in that darkness, Eris, a pair of eyes like brilliantly shining jewels, were quietly staring straight at me. There's an afterword. TL note, spoiler, there wasn't. Or at least no shown author afterword in the raw, or maybe it isn't an author one. Alice, are you awake? A sigh. An indescribably creepy breath brushed against my ear as I lay quietly in bed. A rustling, uncomfortable sensation, as if a small insect had crawled into my ear and was moving around. It took me a moment to realize that it was Illa's voice. Ellie had noticed the slight disruption in my previously steady, rhythmic breathing while sleeping, and thinking I was awake, she had called out to me, asking if I had slept well, if I had any nightmares. The careful, polite way of waking me. A question I'd heard countless times over the past 2 years. If it were the usual me, I would have rubbed my sleepy eyes, gotten up, and wrapped my arms around Illa's body to answer her, telling her that she had appeared in my dream today, so it wasn't scary at all, and Ellie replying that I had also appeared in her dream. We would have talked about that interesting coincidence of having dreamed about each other. And on days when I was especially sleepy, I would have pleaded with her to let me sleep just a little longer, using my cute charms until she finally relented, and Ellie would have gently stroked my head until I woke up on my own. Small joys of everyday life. But but for the current me, it was too much to ask. I was struggling just to suppress the something welling up inside me, let alone respond to Illis' words. It's noisy, I said, it's noisy. Everyone, shut up. Illis' voice, which used to sound clear and beautiful, like a bird's song, but now her voice reaching my ears felt somehow awkward, like the static from a broken cassette tape. No, it wasn't just Illis' voice. Let go, I'll kill that bastard and then go see Eris. This crazy princess? Aish? Why is she so strong? Hey, you, go somewhere? Don't just stand there looking pathetic, go somewhere. The sound of Remy and SIA arguing, seemingly coming through the walls. The rattling of the window panes, shaking in the wind. Even the gurgling of water flowing through the pipes from upstairs to downstairs, all of it, sounded like a grating, unpleasant noise. Thump. I don't want to. I pulled the blanket over my head. Because I didn't want to face this cruel reality, and because I couldn't believe that I was still alive. I squeezed my eyes shut, covered my ears, and burrowed deep into the suffocating warmth of the blanket. Neither Illis' gaze that I could feel watching me, nor my reputation that would fall into the abyss because of this, held any meaning for me. Because what remained for me already no longer existed. But, even with the blanket pulled over my head, why, yes, I'm here. Even as I desperately tried to cover my ears with my one remaining hand. The bright sunlight streaming through the window pierced through the blanket, through my eyelids, and struck my retinas. And the sounds around me, as if mocking my feeble attempts to block them out, easily penetrated my hands and rummaged through my brain. Even when I tried to hold my breath and strangle myself with my hand, my trembling fingers couldn't even do that, and the noise entering my now defenseless ears only intensified. In the end, I had to admit that even the eternally joyful song of the canary would eventually come to an end. No, Alice. Was it me who was broken from the start? Today, my ears went deaf. In the distant past, a time I couldn't even remember, or in the memories that felt as vivid as yesterday, I received only an inorganic touch that couldn't feel warm. Even before that, I had lost the ability to smell the sweet fragrance of flowers. And in the eternity that seemed to stretch on forever, I must have lost something else. Losing, and losing more. What will the world take away from me tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow? What else will I be robbed of? Tick-tock, the hands of the clock hanging on the wall, pointing to 3 o'clock, moved relentlessly. If I pulled out those hands, or broke the clockwork that moved them, I might be able to stop the clock right in front of me. But that doesn't mean I could stop this moment. No matter how tightly I clasped my hands together to scoop up water from the sea, the water in my hands couldn't exist forever. And the small, unavoidable gaps between my fingers would sadly let the water trickle back down. Drip, drip, the droplets would eventually fall. To live a day, is to die a day. Even in this moment that I'm alive, I was slowly dying. Yes, really, that's exactly it. My chest hurts, big sis Ellie. It hurts so much. Is that so? The loud commotion from the other room, 2 people's voices raised high, showed no signs of subsiding. When I removed the blanket that had completely enveloped me, the intense sunlight asserted its presence even though my eyes were closed. The sunlight, bathing my entire body, seemed to be berating me, reminding me that I hadn't died, and I felt resentful towards it. Swish. Looking at Ellie, whose face seemed ready to burst into tears at any moment, I slowly got up from my bed. What should I do now, as I stand on this fragile ice sheet that's slowly melting away in the warm sunlight, singing of its demise? When this ice melts away, all that awaits me is the inevitable fate of sinking into the depths of the deep sea, where even light can't reach. And all I could do in those crashing waves of fate was to desperately cling to something, anything within reach. Even though I knew, better than anyone, that it wouldn't save me. Even though I knew that the ending I would face would be nothing but being surrounded by sharks in the blue sea, my bones the only thing that remained. The only thing I could do. The only rebellion and resistance I could offer. Was to repeat that meaningless act again and again. I said, I want to go outside. Even the greatest empire that ruled the world couldn't last 1,000 years. And even a play that seems like it will go on forever will eventually come to an end, the curtain falling. Let's go outside. Let's go outside, tear out my heart, and burn my soul. To put an end to this wretched life. Crunch. I want to go outside and see Anna. I understand. Like a drowning person hopelessly grasping at straws, I tightly clutched something, anything within reach. And the innocent blanket, caught in my grip, could only crumple helplessly without any resistance. Were those wrinkles my final words? This one and that one, every single one of them, I found them all displeasing. That scoundrel who suddenly appeared before me and Eris as we were enjoying our reunion after so long, claiming that she had been protecting Eris all this time, and declaring that I had no right to take her. And that scumbag over there, who should have just died a quiet death somewhere if she wanted to atone for her sins so badly, shamelessly appearing before Eris, the victim, and saying she wanted to apologize. They were all just selfishly clinging to their own desires and hopes, wrapping them in sweet words like for Eris's sake. What makes them think they're so great that they can try to come between me and Eris? Really? I didn't like it, not one bit. Eris. Anna. The door opened with just enough space for 2 fingers to fit through. Creak, the pathetic sound of the door opening filled the living room. But surely, it was just the sound of unlubricated hinges grinding against each other. Then why did it sound like Eris was crying out in pain? As if Eris was saying, it hurts. That she couldn't hold on anymore. Big Caeneus. Eris. No, that's just how it sounded to me. I missed you. No. Eris, don't come to me. Eris didn't slow down, but ran straight towards Anna and threw herself into her arms. A soft thud echoed through the living room, silencing Anna Akaya's cry. It was a sight that would make anyone watching let out a small gasp. At Eris's actions, which could be called hasty, that SIA girl who was holding me back and the woman watching Eris from inside the room were fidgeting their bodies around. And I, seeing their half-hearted reactions, let out a small sigh. But Eris, oblivious to their gazes, only sought to be held by the woman who had tried to kill her. Anna, trembling and at a loss for what to do, tried to push Eris away, but Eris only burrowed deeper into her embrace the more Anna tried to push her away. Deeper. And even deeper. Like a lost child clinging to their parent after being reunited. Rubbing her cheek against Anna's chest, burying her face in her arms. Eris was finally able to fully enjoy the embrace of her beloved big sister, the one she had missed so much, the only person she remembered even when she had once lost all her memories. Squeeze? I've missed you so much. But, just as everyone was breathing sighs of relief at this seemingly happy scene, my eyes were focused on the small gap between Anna's chest and Eris's face, a gap that no one else seemed to notice. And as I saw the blue-green eyes shimmering within that gap, I was certain that the only person here who could truly understand Eris and make her happy was none other than me. I see. More painfully than anything else. Like a candle flickering in the wind. Or, like a sand castle built on top of the sand. The precarious confrontation, which seemed like it would erupt into a bloody battle at any moment, ended with Alice opening the door, running to Anna Akaya, and embracing her. To approach and tightly embrace the person who had tried to kill her. To break the endless chain of hatred, a chain that would only lead to a dark end. That was something only Alice, with her kind and gentle heart, could do. Well, even so, I thought she would at least throw a tantrum or two. Don't you agree? Alice is kind, after all. Thinking about the child who had to bear the pain alone, it wasn't exactly a comforting thought. Just because someone is kind doesn't mean they don't feel pain. Whether it was the shock of regaining her memories, or something else, I couldn't say for sure, but how agonizing must it have been for the child, who was so distraught that she threw herself in front of a moving carriage just from seeing her older sister's face, to make that decision. 12 years old. I was once also that age back then in my past life and also in this life, and having seen children of that age, it was all the more unimaginable. I stretched casually and continued speaking. Ugh. I hope she learns to think about herself more than others like me, later when she gets older. Did you, perhaps, eat something bad? Seriously. I was only trying to be considerate and start a conversation. I glared at Sayali, who was standing beside me, gloomily enjoying the fresh air. Oblivious to the fact that she had ruined the mood, she just rested her chin on her hand, her unfocused eyes gazing up at the sky. Sayali. She had been listless ever since Alice regained her lost memories and was reunited with her family. Even when we all gathered for meals, watching Alice slowly regain her energy after her initial depression. She just watched Alice quietly from a distance. Taking a step back. A somewhat dry, refreshing winter wind blew across the veranda where we were standing. Someone's hair, perhaps mine, or hers, tickled my cheek as it fluttered in the wind. Beside me, within that black hair, dancing in the wind like a crow's feathers, a pair of unwavering red eyes were fixated on the clouds floating in the sky. What was she looking at? Though I knew what she was feeling. Though I understood her feelings better than anyone. It's completely winter now. It is, indeed. I simply maintained my usual nonchalant attitude, uttering meaningless words. Because I knew that unnecessary worry and comfort would only make her uncomfortable. Because I knew that sometimes a moment of silence was more valuable than 100 words. I pretended not to notice Sayali's feelings and treated her normally. Thinking about it, how should I put it? It felt like raising a cat that I didn't particularly care for but was subtly concerned about. A cat that eats people, that is. I wonder if any shelter would accept a cat like this. By the way, I didn't expect you to just let Alice go like that. Sayali didn't answer. Drip, drip, tears falling to the ground. I had trusted those tears, that transparent display of emotion, and decided not to chase Anna Akaya away, but when Alice ran straight towards her without a shred of caution, my heart had sunk. Because there was still a possibility, however slight, that her shed tears were crocodile tears, merely an act before devouring prey. If it had been an act, it would have been really chilling. Looking back now, without considering the current situation, allowing Alice and Anna Akaya to meet face to face was a gamble. That's why, even though I was the one who had allowed it, I didn't expect Sayali to just stand there and watch as Alice went out to meet her. I thought she would stop Alice from leaving, or at least stay by her side. Well, it all worked out in the end, so shouldn't I be grateful for that? Bang, bang? Seriously. If you're done here, just go back already. Here, Eris. Say I'm trying to believe that. Princess Remy? Please be quiet. The second princess of a certain kingdom was throwing a tantrum, demanding that Anna leave immediately, banging her fists on the desk. But she was quickly subdued by the librarian who came running after hearing the commotion, armed with a thick encyclopedia. Let's just gloss over the identity of the woman rolling around pathetically on the floor, clutching her head in pain, for the sake of her privacy. Thud. Good grief. They're really going at it. The princess was diligently cleaning the floor with her clothes today as well, rolling around and around. Honestly, seeing that sight, rather than saying the situation had been resolved, it was more like a torn hole had been hastily patched up with a piece of cloth. It looked like a bus precariously balanced on the edge of a cliff, barely maintaining its center of gravity. Still, it was better than the chilling atmosphere that had filled the air before. If we had to call it something, it was progress. Phew. I turned my head back and looked at the scene before my eyes again. Fortunately, the one I had been most worried about, Saali, didn't seem to mind that Alice was now clinging to Anna Akaya like glue. Rather, she seemed to be cheering for Alice's new beginning. Like a parent celebrating their child's independence, she was watching Alice's every move with affectionate eyes. Perhaps Saali would stay by Alice's side for the rest of her life, as long as Alice allowed it. That image, naturally formed in my mind. You. Why is everyone so mean to me? Just be patient, Princess Remy. Didn't we agree that you would go play with Eris in the flower garden the day after tomorrow? Humph. What's with the humph dot? Even Remy Akaya, who had treated Anna Akaya like her sworn enemy, had to reluctantly lower her banner in the face of her little sister's pouty displays, threatening to get angry if they continued to fight. Though sparks still flew occasionally, it wasn't like before when she would draw her sword in earnest, so she must have sorted out her feelings to some extent. The past doesn't disappear, it only gets painted over. She must have finally realized that the future they would paint together was more important than dwelling on the faded past. Seeing them like that, I couldn't help but think that this was a rather anticlimactic ending, considering the efforts of those who had been desperately trying to prevent Anna Akaya from learning anything about Alice, if I may say so myself. It felt like all that effort had been for nothing. Really, we had worked ourselves up for nothing. Tessa. Can't you at least try hitting that fox over there with that encyclopedia? I believe assaulting a member of the royal family would be considered treason. Tessa, even you, et2, Tessa. TL note, it's a famous Latin phrase of Julius Caesar. The original phrase was et2, brute. Meanwhile, our hot potato, Anna Akaya, had started visiting Alice constantly ever since that day. They say that once a monk knows the taste of meat, there won't be any bedbugs left in the temple. She had become completely addicted to playing with Alice. TL note, the proverb is used to describe someone who, once exposed to something pleasurable or forbidden, indulges in it excessively. Though, I wonder if it's appropriate to compare Alice to meat, but let's just move on. I heard that the crown princess of Tizalaya was a woman so cold-blooded that even if you stabbed her, not a single drop of blood would flow. But seeing them now, embracing each other tightly without a word, it felt like I would be the one covered in blood if I tried to poke her, the blood gushing out like an explosion. With a boom, like that? She had briefly scribbled a few lines in her letter about Remy Akaya's well-being, her original purpose for coming here, and the very next day, she barged into my dorm, luggage in tow. I wasn't sure what I was looking at that time. I opened the door because someone was knocking, and there she was, someone I had seen before, standing right there. It felt like a medieval-style hidden camera prank. Sneaking in while watching Remy Akaya and Saeli's reactions, like a mouse, and offer food to Alice. That spirit and boldness were really astonishing. Indeed, it seemed like shamelessness was a default setting for princesses. Hey, this is my room, not yours. It was only natural for Remy Akaya, who hadn't yet resolved her resentment towards her older sister despite Alice forgiving her, to fly into a rage. And of course, she would snarl at Anna Akaya every time she visited, demanding that she leave. But when Alice, her eyes welling up, would start following Anna Akaya like a chick chasing its mother as she tried to leave the room, Remy would cling to Anna's legs, begging for forgiveness and showing a truly pathetic display. Seeing that, I would let out another sigh. Seriously, this is my room. Now, 2 weeks after that incident, the precariously balanced pendulum had yet to tip in either direction, maintaining an uneasy equilibrium. But when the slowly burning candle finally reveals its wick, when the bus precariously balanced on the edge of a cliff finally begins to tilt downwards, perhaps, we would face a sudden change, a choice. Me, Alice, Saali, all of us. About how we should live from now on. Hugh. And that choice. I don't know why, but I had a feeling that it would be an extremely important choice that would change the direction of my life. I'm not happy, I said nudge, nudge. Sis SIA, let's hurry. Even if you don't rush me, I'm not going anywhere. Alice. Hee. Okay. Perhaps it was because of the light sleet that had fallen yesterday. The weather wasn't so sunny that the harsh sunlight was waiting, nor was it so cloudy that it was dark and gloomy. A perfect balance of clouds and sunlight, the kind of sky I loved the most. Under that soft, fluffy sky, I slowly stepped out the door, guided by the small hand leading me. Tap, tap, matching my body's rhythm to the sound of footsteps. Worried that my clumsy gait might bump into that delicate body if I didn't match the steps. Each step I took was filled with the utmost caution. And, behind me, crack, ugh, you, Han SIA. Have a nice time, Princess Eris. Seriously, why are you blaming me for this? I felt a burning gaze directed at the back of my head as I was about to leave. I had a rough idea who it was, but the persistent stinging sensation made me reluctantly turn around. And sure enough, there was Remy Akaya, glaring at me with jealous eyes. Next to her was Tessa, who had come to the entrance to see Alice off, waving her hand in our direction. I smiled wryly, stroked Alice's head once, and waved back at them. Are you jealous? But apparently, even that displeased her. Let go of me, Tessa. This is a royal order. I can't let this stand. I served Teasalia. Grab, and a groan. They were seeing Alice off, but their bodies were shaking strangely. Considering Tessa's arm and the faint sounds of struggle coming from behind them, I couldn't even begin to imagine how intense the battle unfolding behind them must be. Tessa, you're working hard. I'll buy you something delicious later. Something cheap, though. Crack? I want to go too. Good grief. With a loud noise and the sound of something breaking. From my perspective, I could clearly see sawdust, which looked like wood shavings, fall from Remy Akaya's hand. As if threatening to do the same to me, she pointed at me and then at the sawdust, and then drew her thumb across her neck. Seeing that universally understood body language, I silently prayed that I would live to see tomorrow's sunlight. How many times have I offered this kind of prayer now? Well, still. I'll be back, big sis Remy. Oh okay, have a good time, Eris. Alice had her wrapped around her little finger. The moment Alice turned around and shouted that she'd return, Remy Akaya's previous expression vanished completely, replaced by the saintly smile of a doting older sister. No matter how precious her little sister is to her, this princess really discriminates too much. Why was she taking out her frustration on me just because she and Alice couldn't go to the flower garden yesterday due to the rain? At that inexplicable injustice, I shook my head. Really, this is too much. Exactly 48 hours from now. In other words, 2 days ago. In the dormitory where I was staying, there was someone named Remy Akaya who had been very excited since the day before, thinking about going to the flower garden with her little sister after a long time. But what awaited her wasn't a happy and joyful time with her little sister, but unfortunately, a gathering of dark clouds. Before long, the sky turned so dark that not even stars could be seen. And so, the next morning arrived. In other words, yesterday. The ominous premonition came true, as sleet suddenly began to fall from the morning, it is said. With that kind of weather, what else could be done? Forget about a flower garden visit, the weather was telling them to stay inside and mope around. Her plan to take Alice to the flower garden was rejected with 1 vote in favor, 1 abstention, and 2 votes against. Thump, thump, thump. 3 strikes of the gavel. No, I want to go play with Arianeaeus. It's okay, big sis Remy. We can go next time. The perfect realization of democracy in the Dark Ages. By the way, it feels like the roles of child and adult have been reversed. Am I the only one who feels this way? I also feel somewhat that way. I'll leave it to your imagination as to who voted for what. If I had to give a hint, let's just say that someone shamelessly tried to attack the person who abstained out of guilt and couldn't bring themselves to vote against her. A truly ungrateful act. Votes should be anonymous in principle, after all. That's what democracy is all about. Well, anyway, how many people had been mobilized to stop Remy, who, pointing at the overcast sky, had insisted it was perfect weather for going out, claiming that the shade was good. How much effort had been spent to subdue her tantrum as she insisted she could still go and tried to take Alice to the flower garden. It took a whole hour. She had been clinging to the door, refusing to budge until Alice, unable to watch any longer, patted her head and soothed her. And then, the very next day, today, WHYYYYYYYYYY. Wow, jackpot. On the morning when it was finally my turn to go out with Alice, the clouds that had covered the sky had miraculously vanished. Tap, tap. After many twists and turns, we finally started our walk. Alice was humming, seemingly so happy about finally visiting the flower garden again. Since her reunion with Remy Akaya, she had only occasionally viewed it from afar, rarely visiting the flower garden directly, so for Alice, this was almost like her first flower viewing in a month. Hee, we're going to see flowers. Let's enjoy it to the fullest today, Alice. What is it that she wants to see so badly? The child, holding my left hand tightly with her right, her little legs busily moving towards the flower garden. Alice, already excited about the place we were about to visit, looked no different from any other child her age. Yes, she was a child who was happy just to be able to go where she wanted. A child who was happier than anything just by going to the place she wanted to go. Perhaps because I was focusing on Alice with such dark thoughts. It was inevitable that the long piece of cloth fluttering in the wind opposite Alice kept catching my eye. Swoosh, cutting through the wind. Like a windsock dancing in the street, Alice's empty left sleeve dangled limply. Within that long sleeve, which needed to be rolled up at least 7 times to reveal bare skin, a wrist that had been lost because of the person she trusted most, existed in vain. On her skin, hidden by her clothes now, cruel scars were etched all over her body, scars that she couldn't bear to show to others. Wounds created by a momentary lapse of judgment, a single wrong choice. But that's why it felt even more bitter and painful. A small change. If only that had happened, a happy, ordinary life would have been waiting for the child. That fluttering sleeve, as if a horrific past contained within those wounds were cursing at the child, saying that the words ordinary and happiness could never exist in her future. As if an unbreakable shackle was wrapped around the child's ankle. I simply couldn't take my eyes off Alice's blurry figure. A world where the nonsensical practice of shamanism was rampant, where curses could be cast on strangers and deadly poisons freely created. A world where strange monsters were summoned and beasts strong enough to crush steel with bare hands roamed the villages. But ironically, there wasn't anything at all, that could make this gentle and kind child happy. After what felt like an eternity but was only a few seconds. Feeling a slight shift in weight from a sudden stop, Alice and I came to a halt just before the flower garden. Is something wrong, sis SIA? Nothing. You. It doesn't seem like nothing, really. Did she notice that I was troubled? Alice, who had been walking ahead, stopped and looked up at me with worried eyes. In those clear, blue-green eyes, filled with pure concern for me, the reflection of a gloomy-faced woman that anyone could tell was troubled could be seen. Alice smiled and asked me if something was bothering me. That appearance was so calm, it was hard to believe she was the same child who had been screaming and crying just days ago. Alice, you're not really okay, are you? Alice, you're actually in pain but enduring it, aren't you? It was only natural that such thoughts would swell up from within my chest, almost to the point of bursting. But in the end, all I could offer were those irresponsible, empty words that anyone could say. It's nothing. Okay, sis. Really, it's nothing. Swallowing the words that had come up to the tip of my tongue, I could only mutter that it was nothing, words truly devoid of any meaning. Hee. I'm excited to see the flower garden. Me too. I'm really excited. And so, the two of us, hiding our true feelings from each other, slowly entered the flower garden where the flowers were waiting. I have to do it. What can be heard is the sound of sword and stone grinding against each other. To save the one beside that horrific monster, I have to. What can be heard is the sound of someone stealing their weak heart. This is something only I can do. Clink. In the darkness, a cold blade reflecting the faint glow of a small oil lamp. And within that killing intent, a head of green hair shook violently up perhaps to prevent the warmth from escaping. As we opened and closed the somewhat stiff greenhouse door, we were met with a stark difference in air, divided by the door as the boundary. But that sudden change in air, instead of being unpleasant, only offered me a sense of coziness. Inside the transparent greenhouse, where the chilly outside weather was clearly visible, a warm air, as if the cold wind from moments ago was alive, was gently rising and filling the space. Creak. Ah, I'm melting. Finally, I feel alive again. Hee, we're inside. Feeling the warm air slowly thawing my frozen skin, I took in the beautiful scenery of the greenhouse. Before coming to the Akkad Empire and experiencing so many things, I used to think, how advanced could the technology and creations of medieval or early modern people really be, but it didn't take long for me to change my mind. This greenhouse, for instance, was one such example. With its walls and ceiling made entirely of glass, creating a sense of openness, combined with the black frames supporting the structure, it gave off a modern vibe that felt incredibly familiar to me. Really, at this moment, even if someone told me I'd gone back to the past, I'd believe them. Well, of course, I had never actually been to a luxurious place like a glass greenhouse before. Everything I knew about them was from pictures I'd seen. Or was it videos? I wasn't particularly interested, but if I had said I wanted to go to a place like this, I would have been too busy crying while listening to my mother say, "You silly girl. Stop being pretentious and go study." How could I have gone to such a place? Anyway, the weight of culture and technology, painstakingly accumulated by countless geniuses over hundreds, no, if we were to trace its origins, thousands of years, was far beyond my imagination. I think it probably felt even fresher since this is my first time properly entering the greenhouse during the daytime, and for a leisurely purpose like sightseeing. Before, I had only briefly glanced at it from the outside, and when I brought Alice here to hide her, my busy schedule hadn't allowed me the time to properly look around. Lately, thanks to having the princess's backing, I had been able to take some time off. I wonder what exactly was done to create this flower garden. Metallurgy, the furnaces to melt the materials, the refractory materials to withstand the heat, and the other components required to build them. And the new technologies needed to create those components. The more I thought about it, the longer the chain of efforts grew, each link connected to the next. Made, born, created. It all started from a single human hand. Within everything I observed closely, the history of mankind was hidden. How many trials and errors must the people of the past, who couldn't even properly start a fire, have gone through to achieve this level of technology? Whenever I looked at these things, the embarrassing memory of when I, in my youthful arrogance, tried to create a ballpoint pen using all my knowledge, only to fail miserably and give up, would resurface. Tada, what do you think, Rumi? With this, we'll be rich. Han, what strange thing are you up to today? Just go do the laundry. So mean. A sudden flashback of that embarrassing memory from the past, one that appeared without warning. Perhaps because of the stuffy air inside, or the chilly temperature from outside, my face flushed for no reason. Why were these embarrassing memories so vivid and persistent, trying to stick to my brain like unwanted gum, unlike other memories that I could easily forget, always showing up uninvited just when I want to be alone? It's truly a mystery. And so, feeling a touch of nostalgia for that embarrassing memory I could never return to, even if I wanted to. As I slowly took in the center of the greenhouse, there was a plum tree at its heart, surrounded by purple bleeding hearts in full bloom, and lilacs exuding their refreshing fragrance noticeable from afar, all proudly displaying their presence. Besides these, the greenhouse was filled with various flowers that bloomed in spring, like red and pink anemones and hyacinths with their beautiful purple hues. The greenhouse theme changes periodically. It seems this time, the theme was spring. Tap. What's that over there? And a little distance away, there was a patch of bare earth where nothing had been planted. The soil was fertile, as if it had been generously sprinkled with plenty of fertilizers. Strangely enough, that plot of land didn't seem like an abandoned spot at all. It looked like seeds would grow on their own if you just tossed them there, yet strangely, nothing that should have been there was present. But seeing how the soft soil was maintained, it must be either a place where new flowers would soon be planted, or a space for visitors to experience planting themselves. Considering the neatly arranged tools like watering cans and rakes nearby, it seemed like the latter was the correct assumption. It must be a space specially prepared for children like Alice, who would want to try planting flowers themselves. Tap, tap. Ah, found it. Oh, there are seeds too. And this thought was confirmed when I saw Alice run towards the container where the tools were gathered, as if she was familiar with it. I wonder if this was Alice's goal from the beginning. Alice, who had only visited the flower garden a few times before meeting Remy Akaya, now seemed to recognize the place and understand its purpose, cutely handling various tools with her one hand. Next to her were even seedlings that had already sprouted, ready to be transplanted into the ground. It was nothing short of a perfect experience zone for children. Tap. Oof. Alice put various tools, including a small shovel, into the basket placed beside her, then slung the basket over her shoulder with her small hand. Alice's actions, which seemed so familiar, didn't look like the movement of someone who had only done this once or twice. Come to think of it, Alice had said that when she was still a princess in the kingdom, she used to enjoy gardening as a hobby. Seeing Alice's unchanging nature, both then and now, perhaps memories reside not in the head, but in the heart. I had thought that for a princess gardening was just a hobby for entertainment, but seeing her prepare so diligently, it must have been something she was quite passionate about. Well, Alice wouldn't do anything half-heartedly. If someone who didn't know Alice's identity saw her now, they would probably think she was the energetic daughter of some farming family. That's how enthusiastic she looked. Crackle, crackle. Ah, so comfortable. In one corner of the glass greenhouse, there was a stove to maintain the air temperature. I pulled a chair nearby and sat down near that warm space, listening to the mysterious sound of well-split firewood gradually crumbling into the flames, while observing the cute Alice. There didn't seem to be anything particularly dangerous around, and honestly, it didn't seem appropriate for a woman in her 30s to participate in the child's own garden that she was creating by hand. Although others' evaluation of me had long since plummeted through the Earth's crust and into the abyss, I still wanted to be treated as a minimal human being. Well, I was already beyond repair anyway. Rustle, rustle. This one, and this one. Alice, seemingly having gathered all the tools, went to the area where the flower seeds were displayed and started examining them one by one. It seemed that each basket contained different types of seeds. The fact that she wasn't just picking up the already sprouted seedlings meant that she wanted to do everything herself, from start to finish. With a serious expression I had never seen before, her lips pressed together, she busily moved her one hand, touching the various seeds, sometimes rolling them around in her palm, and at times spending several minutes staring intently at a single seed with narrowed eyes, completely engrossed in her task. Seeds were carefully selected and gathered in Alice's hand one by one. If there was a painting depicting happiness and peace, the scene before my eyes would be it. But something was different. Hee. My face slowly hardened. Like the parched earth cracking, fissures began to appear in my expression bit by bit. Like a rotting fruit, my face was slowly decaying with each passing moment. Denial? No, that wasn't it. Surprise? No, not that either. Sadness? It might be similar, but no, not quite. This was something else, something more than those one-dimensional emotions. It was closer to the fear one feels when encountering something unknown. A clear abnormality. The actions, the movements unfolding before my eyes. It was a reaction born from my inability to genuinely understand what I was seeing. Alice. Alice picked up a seed and carefully placed it in her basket, as if it were something precious. It was covered in black mold here and there. Alice picked up another seed, seemingly pleased with it. Its shell was cracked and broken. Except for the seed that Alice had picked, she returned the other seed to their original containers. They were faded and shriveled. Anyone could see they weren't normal seeds. It wasn't a matter of whether they would grow well or not, but whether they could sprout at all in the first place. But despite my questioning attitude, Alice, as if having obtained the seeds she wanted, hummed a happy tune. She made no move to throw them away, instead hugging them close. Tap, tap. Hum. She was only picking the broken and rotten seeds. One by one, carefully. Each. I simply leaned back in my chair, and stared blankly at Alice's incomprehensible behavior. 700 meaningless lives spent wandering the world blindfolded in pitch-black darkness. 70 lives spent simply drifting, not knowing where to go or my own destination. 7 lives spent chasing mirages that would only blur my vision, a destination I could never reach. In this eternally repeating life, I agonized, and agonized again. What am I living for? But that question, even now, after all this time, continues on endlessly, forever, without ever being resolved. The sky that day was like any other, a cursed and resentful dawn sky. In that fleeting moment when the blue sky and the red daybreak blended together in the air, the color closest to death revealed itself. Grandpa, what are these seeds for? Oh, hyena, you're here. Under that melancholic, purple sky. I slowly crouched down in front of Grandpa, who was sorting seeds with his old, wrinkled hands from early morning. Are you coming back from helping people again? You're so diligent, haha, I wish my own children were even half as kind as you. The old man, his kind smile showing the passage of time, greeted me warmly. He seemed happy to finally have someone to talk to after a long while. One word from me, and several would come back in return. Was it because he was getting old? Or was it because he was a lonely and solitary man? No. Well, it didn't matter either way. I was just listening to what others wanted. Grateful that I could be a small comfort to someone else, I continued speaking, glancing up at the sky once. There was no one today. Haha, I see, hyena. That's why you've looked so gloomy since earlier. I subtly shook my head at his question about whether I had been helping people again. I replied that I hadn't seen anyone who particularly needed help today. The same mechanical routine every day. Quickly finishing my assigned tasks to earn enough money to survive, and then spending the rest of my time helping those in need. But in the early morning, when only a few diligent people ventured outside, a time far from the bustling lunch hour, it was unlikely that anyone would require the help of a small kid like me. And having confirmed that there were no lost children wandering around or starving people collapsing from hunger anywhere in the village that I could help with my abilities, I ended up having to spend time alone. To endure the painful, agonizing time. A time of idleness that would continue on indefinitely. I needed to help others quickly. I needed to give up everything I should enjoy, to atone for my past greed, and dedicate everything for the sake of others. My friends, my family, and neighbors, the people of this village who raised me, the citizens of my country, everyone living in this world, I needed to help them, and help them again, and again. But why wasn't it going well? Why was this emptiness only growing? The reason why I had to do this had long since faded and worn away through repeating lives, and I couldn't easily recall it, like a faded old photograph. But that sense of duty, that compulsion, had already become chains and shackles, tightly binding my soul. I would continue this act until my life was worn away, until nothing remained. But loving everyone was the same as loving no one. And saying that you want to be helpful to everyone is the same as saying you can't be helpful to anyone. Especially if those actions weren't even based on genuine goodwill towards others, but simply for one's own satisfaction. It couldn't become anything at all. Good deeds done for one's own salvation are no different from a lump of lead coated in gold. It wasn't much different from the unsightly actions of a loser trying to escape the sins they had committed. And yet, I, throughout 77 lives, had continued to repeat this absolute worst behavior. Even if only ruin awaited at the end of these hypocritical actions, believing there was meaning in it and clinging to a thread of hope. That was how I had lived my life. But, no, of course. No matter how many good deeds I did, no matter how much I reduced what I ate and tightened my own neck, my heart remained unfilled. The corner of my heart that wouldn't ignite was still empty and void. Was there really meaning in what I had done? Was there truly any value in the help I offered out of a sense of obligation? Was I missing something? Like a jar with a broken bottom, no matter how much water I poured, my heart remained empty, only indifferent thoughts surfacing. And so I was falling into an endless hellish abyss of self-reproach. That's when, ugh, this is getting difficult now too. Russell, looks like it'll rain tomorrow. Oh dear, my whole body is aching already. The sight of him diligently working on something in front of the flower shop caught my eye. Tap, tap. By the way, to think a little one like you would be curious about an old man sorting seeds, I've seen it all now. Haha, I was just curious. Despite being at an age where his eyesight must be failing, as if the age was just for show, he was swiftly and accurately sorting seeds into the basket beside him while talking to me. His hands moved through the seeds like sifting through sand. The seeds caught one by one were tossed into the basket with holes and tears here and there. A small one. An unnecessarily large one. One with strange fluid stuck to it. Most of them were empty shells, hollow inside, while the rest were either rotten and blackened from water damage or broken. Seeds that must have dreamed of a bright future, of blooming beautifully and bearing fruit, when they were first born. But what becomes of the fate of those whose futures were twisted from birth, or by their surrounding environment? Would they simply be trampled upon and vanish? Or is there another future waiting for them? I, who had lived like a machine, simply helping others day after day. I, who wasn't even allowed to question my own actions. It was a curiosity that came to me after a very long time. But most of the seeds in that basket will be thrown away. Thrown away. Despite my anticipation, the answer I received was a cold, heartless one. Even as he uttered those cruel words, thrown away, his skillful hands continued sorting the seeds mechanically without slowing down. One by one. Without being remembered by anyone. Seeds that were rotten from the moment they were born. Seeds that had become unusable because they were improperly stored, regardless of their own actions. Seeds that had no choice but to fall, blown by the wind before maturing, all of them, swish, were being swept away by his indifferent, wrinkled hands, devoid of any emotion. The old man continued speaking. The completely rotten ones are useless, you see. Of course, it would be a waste to throw them all away, so we might roast or fry them to eat. But why do you ask? Hyena. But unfortunately, the rest of what he said didn't properly reach my ears. That these seeds containing a noble and glorious future, would all be thrown away without even properly blooming, disappearing without a trace. Only that thought was striking my mind. Why? Well, because they're empty, you see. Even at my single-syllable question, uttered with trembling lips, the response I received was the cold, heartless answer of society. Just because seeds that weren't fully developed inside had a low chance of growing even if planted in the ground. Just because planting them would only take up space that could be used for other seeds, they were considered defective products. While handing over all opportunities to the glossy, well-filled seeds beside them, they had to end their lives without even being given a small patch of land to spread their roots. You've never even tried. Opportunity. An opportunity that had been taken away and given to someone else. I tried so hard, but you just trampled on everything, you ruined everything. Crash. Oh dear. What's wrong? Stolen opportunity. The moment those words came to mind, I was finally able to find the missing piece of the puzzle I couldn't put together. The one piece that had remained unfilled even after I had put together all the other pieces. I was able to recover that last lost piece from within my memories. Why had I been doing these meaningless things all this time? Why had I been thinking I needed to help others all this time? Wasn't it all to atone for the past, for the opportunities one had stolen and enjoyed from others? Yes, that's right, that was it. People with outstanding talents and warm personalities, even those who should rightfully succeed and be happy, cannot properly spread their wings and were crushed by misfortune that came without discrimination. What I had to do was to become their stepping stone so they could succeed. To help bloom the one precious, noble, and pure life they possess that cannot be exchanged for anything. That was my reason for existing. Swish. Give me those seeds. Huh. I held out my hand. I could see the grandfather right in front of me making a confused expression at my words filled with an authority he had probably never heard from me before, but I didn't care. Because I, with a bright smile that might be a first in this life, was opening up endless possibilities for my future. Now, and today, the long wandering and journey of a young child came to an end here. The destination that seemed like it would never exist, the mirage that grew fainter the more I reached for it, they were all revealing themselves. I had 2 legs, and knew which direction to go. All that remained for me now was to walk forward. I'll raise them. I carefully held the broken and shriveled seeds in my cupped hands, bringing them close to my chest. As that small something touched my heart, I felt a sense of fulfillment welling up inside me, in a place I thought would remain empty forever. That feeling was so good, that I thought, I wouldn't mind if my heart stopped beating right here, right now. Even as I hung from a noose, a gun barrel against my chest, and poison in my mouth. I could willingly sing a hymn of life, my hands clasped together, with such joy. Squeeze. This is a blessing. I tightly clutched the small, broken and shriveled seeds in my hand, lest I lose them. The warm pulse of life emanating from within, was guiding me towards the truth hidden within this world. The value of my life. The mission I had to fulfill. Everything. I can see it. I could see it. I opened my eyes wide. In front of me, with a small smile, was a black-haired woman looking at me with an expression mixed half with shock and half with concern. Sia. Living her second life, halfway into a heresy that shouldn't be touched. In this life I couldn't even remember the number of, the one closest to me. I opened my tightly closed mouth wide. Sis Sia, I have a question. Alice. I will ask you, you who once denied my way of life. I will ask you, you who are one of those who keep shaking my heart. The beginning of a crucial question that would determine the direction of our lives. The beginning of a grand prologue and epilogue. A very, very important question. I really want you to answer it for me, Sis Sia. Now, let us sing. Sis Sia. Send the precious child on a journey. A difficult journey where sharp thorns lie in wait below and hot molten metal flows from behind. Place tall signposts along the way for the child to see. Magnificent signposts that can lift the child's wavering legs when they try to give up, gently pushing their reluctant body forward. Like that, one by one. The day when the child overcomes all the hardships and adversities that everyone said they would give up on, even as their legs are blistered, and their hands covered in calluses. We, who have been secretly watching from behind, will witness the breathtaking moment when a swan takes flight across the vast sky. At that time, I, too, will depart on a journey. My life will be completed, perfectly. TL note, in the original Ra, the word, Wanjaeol, is the Korean equivalent of fin/the end, essentially stating the end of a story. I don't really know how to translate something of this level in English, so I'm hoping you readers will be able to understand the meaning from this TL note. Step. Once upon a time, there were 2 seeds that flew to me on the wind. With the final scraggly seed, its insides exposed and crushed in various places, carefully buried in the ground. Alice finished the labor that had taken so long, carefully burying one by one all the many seeds she had chosen. A gentle smile, filled with infinite affection. Alice's smile, which had been directed at me, was now turned towards the small mounds that had risen above the field. Tap, tap. Gently patting the small mounds of earth with her bare hand. Alice's story began, like the song of a bard starting the verse of a grand epic poem, or like the narration explaining the background for a long play about to begin. It started with a small monologue. Because they had warm hearts and personalities, able to care for others and empathize with their pain, I thought those 2 seeds could bloom into flowers more beautiful and magnificent than anyone else. Yes, flowers that would grow more fresh than my favorite white baby's breath, more radiant than the 5-petaled cistus. Hee, even as I tried to hold on to them tighter. My meager strength was barely enough just to plant those 2. Alice looked around the greenhouse with dreamy eyes as if recalling the distant past, and murmured about past events in a voice tinged with an inexplicable maturity and mystique, all while performing a strange, dance-like movements. Twirling around and around. She suddenly spun around while walking, and reached out her fingertips towards the empty air. And then, with a small hop, as she passed the field, she jumped over the flat furrows as if crossing a narrow stream, though no obstacles were visible. It was like someone standing in the present, carefully pulling out and reminiscing about memories from the past one by one. Or perhaps, it looked like the last struggles of someone about to disappear. But even despite my gaze, as if I could see countless things within her, even despite my silent plea for her to stop, to return to her normal self. But if left alone, the two seeds were destined to be crushed underfoot by someone, or to fall into a dark valley where not a single ray of light enters. Yeah, I see. Ha, ha ha. Alice's incomprehensible behavior showed no signs of stopping, and just continued as she moved up and down here and there. Why is she trying to plant only seeds that already look rotten, that seem like they won't grow? Rather, wouldn't it be much better to plant the perfectly fine, healthy seeds visible right next to them? Trying my best to push down the instinctive feeling of rejection that was trying to surface, I asked Alice as naturally as I could. If anything was wrong, if she had any worries, she could tell her big sister, that I would do whatever it took to solve them all. Alice. But what I got in return was neither affirmation nor denial, nor any reason or intention behind her mysterious behavior. Sis, I have a question. It was Alice's evasive response, asking if I could answer her question, running parallel to my own words. No. It was as if our conversations were two lines that would never intersect, no crossroads in sight. I doubt it could even be called a response. Of course, in such a sudden situation that I couldn't accept, there was no way Alice's words could properly reach me. And the deep feelings hidden within were not something that I, in my confused state, could easily accept or notice. In the end, all I could do was nod my head to show I was listening well to Alice, or give soulless replies. What on earth was happening? I moistened my dry lips with my tongue, continuing to mutter such meaningless words. Hey, sis, sia. Yes. Isn't it strange? Tap, her footsteps stopped. Alice, who hadn't been looking at anything in particular until now, raised her head for the first time and met my eyes as I stood still. Flowers of all colors blooming against a blue-green background. Alice's eyes, tinged with a rainbow of colors, seemed to contain a blazing fire. A fiery inferno, hotter than anything else. Why was it that a kind and warm future wasn't waiting for those two seeds, but a hot and bloody battlefield? Alice, wait. Let's calm down for a moment. I don't understand what you're saying. Why did that have to be what awaited the two seed, sis? I don't understand the meaning of your words. I forced my lips to twist and open. I was about to utter those words, but Alice's strong voice rang out again, cutting me off. And my lips, which had been carefully parted, were now tightly shut, like a clam. I decided to raise flowers. Swoosh, a cloud passing through the sunlit sky cast a small shadow on the ground. That shadow that had freely flown through the air. Before I knew it, it had darkened the area around Alice that had been bright. Me, standing stiffly in the space where warm sunlight shone down. Alice, standing alone in the small darkened space. The shadow of a metal frame between us, like a boundary line, clearly separated Alice and me. In the middle of the darkness, in the midst of the light, Alice curled up the corners of her mouth and gave me a lovely smile, her loose sleeves fluttering. Yes. The bright and cheerful smile she always showed me every morning when I opened my eyes. But why did that ordinary smile, which seems no different from usual, feel so terrifying to me now? I couldn't understand anything at this moment. Step, and Alice began to slowly walk towards me, making small footsteps. I sprinkled fertilizer over the small holes I had dug, and sprayed water over the dry soil to moisten it underneath. As she took that first step, Alice's voice began to grow more agitated. Worried they might be lonely, I sang to them day and night, and gently stroked their soft coaty lead-ons. All for the sake of those seeds. By the second step, Alice's voice gradually began to mix with sobs. And so, those flowers grew vigorously, their petals blooming so beautifully that I was certain every animal in the world would admire their beauty. With the third and fourth steps, Alice's sobbing voice began to shake uncontrollably. And then, tap. The last, final step. But then, you see, Alice had now come right up to the edge of the long shadow cast by the metal frame. At that distance of about a hand's span, where it seemed I could touch her if I reached out, Alice stopped and came no closer. As if an invisible wall of glass existed between us. Or as if she was saying this line could never be crossed in her lifetime. Looking at that sight, for some reason I felt the distance between Alice and me had grown by the width of that single line drawn between us. Despite being only about an inch apart, the current Alice felt so very far away. After I had so beautifully finished everything, I was about to return them to nature, to where they originally belonged, but then, you see, suddenly, several stems grabbed my legs tightly. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that strange, sis sia? It's strange, so strange. With a loud boo, Alice pretended to scare me by flapping her sleeves widely, as if imitating a ghost. But as if finding my unresponsive, frozen state amusing, Alice burst into laughter as she looked at me. Alice's mouth stretched wide, wider than I had ever seen before in laughter. But the eyes of Alice that I saw were not laughing at all. No. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Rather, they looked like they were crying. Alice said, they told me not to go, not to send them away. That they wanted to stay here in this greenhouse. Even though I said I couldn't do anything for them anymore. Continuously. That they wanted to live with me, hidden away in this small flower garden, instead of proudly showing off their petals beautifully and being admired by everyone. even though I said I no longer had anything to offer them. Without stopping. Again and again, like that? That's what they kept saying. With each sentence, Alice's voice grew quieter and quieter. But the trembling and instability only intensified, and I knew instinctively that Alice's long speech was nearing its end. What should I do? Hey, answer me, sis. What am I supposed to say to them? And I, too, instinctively knew that the moment of choice had finally arrived. Someone once said, if you gaze into the abyss long enough, the abyss gazes also into you. Therefore, those who fight monsters should be careful lest they become monsters themselves. And those who don't even have the strength to fight, shouldn't even put themselves in a situation to encounter monsters in the first place. But, sis sia. But in the depths of a dark well where even light loses its way, in that place where everyone said a monster lurked, there was only a single girl, sitting with her legs neatly folded, staring straight at me. The child with a sad expression reached out her hand to me as if begging for salvation. And faced with that outstretched hand, I had to do it. I had to give her an answer. Even if it would lead to a cruel outcome, I must return that answer. I think you need to forcibly detach the flowers, even if it's against their will. Couldn't you do as the flowers wish? An important choice. Was she contemplating where to look? Her black pupils looking at me were shaking back and forth, as if lost and unsure where to go. In the quiet flower garden, the small sound of her swallowing created ripples, disturbing the still surface. Sia's eyes twitched as if she was forcing herself to move them, and she kept swallowing her dry saliva while a mechanical smile is plastered on her face. Confusion and fear, bewilderment and anxiety, and even worry directed at me. Was she truly unaware that her actions were so artificial that even someone insensitive to the emotions of others could see through her? Sia simply remained silent, maintaining the awkward silence. What am I supposed to do? Hey, answer me, sis. Sis. At a distance so close that I could almost touch her if I reached out, she simply stood there, her face a mixture of confusion, as if still unable to grasp the situation, her gaze following my every move. As if she couldn't understand what I was saying. As if she couldn't keep up with my words. Her black pupils, now blinking excessively, were filled with chaos, with no trace of the order they had shown before. Yes. In the end, on the palette where I had mixed various colors of paint hoping for a beautiful result, the color I had expected wasn't created anywhere. All that remained on the once pristine white palette was a murky, dark gray mess, a color whose original components couldn't even be guessed. Yet, even as I shuddered from the guilt that clawed at my heart, I continued to crave an answer. Because of my small, selfish desire to hear an answer to the question that was tormenting me from her, Sia. Yes, it was greed. In truth, I hadn't expected her to immediately understand my words and offer an answer from the beginning. No, it would be a lie to say I didn't know. How could she possibly understand and unravel this tangled mess of emotions, a mess that even I, the one experiencing it, couldn't fully express? Even I said it was impossible to unravel it. The only way to solve the unsolvable Gordian knot was to cut through the entire knot with a sword. No matter how much of an outlier Sia might be, living a second life different from others, to me, who had lived a 4-digit life, she was not much different from ordinary people living their one and only life. Being born, living, and eventually dying. Just like someone running a marathon with a predetermined end. But the sight that would greet my eyes when I opened them after crossing the finish line along with them was the sight of the tape breaking as I passed through, signaling the end of the marathon, and the sight of a new, pristine white line being quietly wrapped around the finish point, without making a sound, as if telling me to keep running without rest, as if I wasn't allowed to rest yet. And so, like that, the starting pistol for a new race with complete strangers, ignoring my protests, rang out again in the stadium, and I, once again, had to run that long and arduous path alone, in solitude, without being understood by anyone. Despite all that, the reason I asked her that question in this flower garden, the reason I chose her, who could never understand me, as the one to answer my question was, Remy would have told me to just leave the flowers that wanted to stay in the greenhouse alone and find other flowers. Anna and Ellie would have said that my original intentions were more important and that I should proceed as planned. Unlike them, whose answers were already predetermined by their inherent values and personalities, I thought that she, who always observed the world from a distance, would be able to choose her own answer based on her beliefs. You, who are closer to me than anyone else, without being swayed or influenced by anything. You, who are still trying your best to give me an answer to my forced question. I sincerely hope that you would judge my actions from the perspective of an objective third party who could view everything impartially. Therefore, I think it's okay to detach the flowers, even if you have to force them. Even if those words were spoken without knowing my circumstances. Even if it wasn't her true intention. That single small phrase felt like it was affirming my actions so far, telling me that what I had done wasn't wrong. Thank you. Sia's single phrase, affirming me. That alone was enough for me to feel saved. Therefore, this was a gift. My own way of expressing gratitude to her, for making such a difficult decision, and for affirming my actions. Really? Slap? Really? Thank you, sis Sia. My palm moving at a speed she, still inexperienced in many ways, couldn't quite see, struck her face. With a light sound that made our long conversation up to now feel somewhat meaningless, Sia's body, her brain rattled from the impact to her jaw, began to slowly collapse, falling to her knees right where she stood. SIA's eyes gradually closed, her face showing an expression that she didn't even know what was happening. Lee, see. My name flowed out softly from between her stupidly parted lips, not knowing what had hit her. What was the arm reaching out to me for, I wonder? I answered. Thanks to you saving me, sis, I was able to be happy. So, sis. All of this was just a nightmare, a midwinter night's dream that you'll forget once you wake up from your sleep. When you open your eyes, shake off and forget about the illusion that made you break out in a cold sweat, as if nothing had happened. Because a better tomorrow is waiting for everyone. For courageous Ellie, who decided to leave the dark room despite being abandoned by the world and forgave it all, a new opportunity will be given. For Remy, who cast off her shackles and gained new wings instead, a free world where she can spread her abilities will be given. For Anna, who worked diligently and did her best in her given position, a place higher and more respected than anyone else will be given. And for SIA, who didn't forget her kindness towards me, the very happiness and joy she herself had missed despite being so close by, will all be given as a reward. Because it's time for everything to return to its rightful place. Children who learn about the bluebird that brings happiness set off on an adventure to find that bird on Christmas Eve. They meet a witch, a cat, a fat man and a rich lady. But wherever they go, whether it's the palace of the night, the graveyard where the dead are buried, or the land of happiness, the bluebird couldn't be found. But why are you here, Rumi? Did Sis SIA not come with you? That's right. There's something I have to tell you on her behalf. SIA said she hurt her leg and asked if you could come down to the foot of the mountain. Okay, thank you, Rumi. Yes, you really are a kind child. Truly kind. Just like the hopeful story where the bluebird that bring happiness turns out to be the blue-feathered pigeon they had been raising at home all along, showing that happiness isn't something far away, but something that exists close by. For them, happiness wasn't some illusory existence like me. Alice, was it? If this continues, Han will die. You are the witch. You are the monster. You are the bad child. You are the one who did wrong understood. But someone who had silently stayed by their side, watching over them. And so, following the trail of green hair I had vaguely remembered from our encounter on the street, my script, to return her happiness everyone's happiness to its rightful place, began to be written anew. Chirp, chirp, and chirp. What is this? From afar, something like the cry of an unidentified bird, reminiscent of a sparrow's chirping, tickled my ear. The bird's song coming from beyond the window was pleasant to listen to, but its irregular rhythm was enough to pull me out of my slumber, as I had been comfortably napping with my back against a tree. Feeling a small weight and warmth on my lap, I slowly regained consciousness. But when did I fall asleep? Did I doze off from fatigue? No matter how hard I tried to recall, the memories from the time I came to the flower garden with Alice to the time I fell asleep against the tree wouldn't resurface. As if a thick coat of white paint had been applied, my mind was completely blank. That with Alice, that from Alice, twitch. Sis Shay. Should I have bought that camera back when Remy was going on about it? But the fortunate thing was, Alice was sleeping soundly with her head resting on my outstretched legs. If, by some mistake, even the slightest scratch had appeared on Alice, I would have had to face two princesses chasing after me with swords drawn, and a monster silently cracking her knuckles. Thanks to her being unharmed, I was spared that ordeal. Well, it must have been a nightmare. The reason I can't remember is probably because it wasn't that important. Alice is alive and well, and what could be more important than that? So, poke. That's a relief, right? Poking Alice's soft cheeks, ripe as a peach, with my index finger. I forcefully washed away the anxiety that was stirring up inside me for some reason, a feeling that wouldn't disappear even though I earnestly tried to forget about it. But no matter how much I washed it away, no matter how much I scratched at it, the anxiety that clung stubbornly to my heart, insisting it shouldn't disappear, as if saying that it absolutely couldn't be forgotten. The anxiety that I might not be able to see the bright afternoon sun at 3 o'clock anymore, showed no signs of fading even as time passed. Persistently, strangely so. If we run into the secret house of death, ere death dare come upon us, would that be a sin? I don't know. 15 days had passed since the incident in the flower garden. The 23rd day of the 12th month revealed itself, when everyone was already beginning to revel in the festive atmosphere of Christmas celebration, which would be officially announced starting tomorrow evening. Through the snow-white city, buried entirely under the cold remnants of yesterday's sudden snowfall, shadows of people began to emerge one by one, like sprouting seedlings. Figures gathering steadily in the streets. Tall adults, moving their long legs to finish the preparations for the blessing ceremony they couldn't complete the day before. Small children, their hands clad in thick mittens, contemplating what games they would play in the freshly fallen snow. On the eve of the festival celebrating the birth of a single person. As usual, I was sitting on the windowsill, my knees drawn to my chest, blankly staring at the lively scene outside. People busily going about their daily lives. From my small open mouth, a faint breath, like a wisp of a soul, rose and disappeared repeatedly, until my lungs grew cold, completely frozen, and no more soul could flow out. That series of actions continued on and on. It's a month? How are you to stay? Go already. Don't your head look at you? Arg. Bang, bang. Remy's sharp voice and the sound of her banging on the desk pierced my ears as I turned my head away. Despite the unpleasant sensation and pain, like someone was stabbing my ears with a sharp metal skewer and trying to pull my brain out, I smiled helplessly and looked in their direction. And sure enough, visible with my still functioning eyes, was Remy, grabbing Anna by the collar and shouting something, while Anna, being dragged by Remy, turned her head as far to the side as possible, trying her best to avoid making eye contact with her. One avoiding eye contact with a sullen expression, the other glaring and scolding. It looked like a scene of someone scolding a misbehaving cat. Ha ha ha, hee hee. At that random, silly thought, I let out a small laugh. In the past, I used to be able to smile all day long, wondering what was so funny about such an uninteresting thought. In the past, I used to be able to find joy and laughter in even the smallest, most trivial things. The carefree days when I would play pranks, laugh, and chatter without even thinking about the reasons. When did it start? From where? Since when did my fake smile begin? Even as I writhed in the overwhelming pain, I didn't let the smile on my face fade. Because it would be over soon. Because everything would begin anew, once again. I was able to endure. Just a longer? Can't I? A bit. That's the time you've that? Can't get now. Remy was pointing at the door, yelling at the top of her lungs for Anna to leave. It had been a month since Anna had taken up residence in SIA's dorm. Her ambitious declaration of "I'll only stay for a little while" had been repeated so many times that it now sounded like a cliché excuse of an unemployed person being hounded by the landlord for not paying their rent. Of course, they say that there is no younger sibling that could win against their older sibling, but even an older sibling's position can be reversed if they are in the wrong. Even the most dignified older sister couldn't bring herself to act harshly towards her younger sister, and Anna, while cowering at the cold treatment, stubbornly refused to budge. She must have a lot of work piled up as the crown princess, but she was still insisting about staying here with me. I don't know whether to call this admirable or foolish. For me, it was all a mystery. Around them were Tessa, reading a book as if this was now a familiar occurrence, and SIA, looking at the desk that had finally broken under Remy's punches with a resigned expression. It's too, Alice here. And lastly, there was Ellie, drinking tea at a distance. Water and oil. And a spark. Remy and Anna, whose cherished memories from years past had turned into hatred, now resenting each other as much as they had once loved each other. And Ellie, who had been hiding and protecting her true identity alone, in solitude, for a time longer than the lifespan of several people. They were people who couldn't mix no matter how hard you tried, who couldn't get along no matter how much effort you put in, everything about them diametrically opposed. Thanks to SIA's characteristic easygoing nature and lack of prejudice, she had somehow managed to build a somewhat harmonious relationship with everyone, but for the other three, it wasn't something that could be easily resolved. But, I won't forgive you. I will never, ever forgive you, even if revenge was forbidden, and forgiveness was impossible. So, you, just make sure you treat Eris well from now on. Remy. Surprisingly, they learned that they could reconcile. Among those who knew the scene from back then, when they would draw swords and throw punches at the mere sight of each other's faces, who could have predicted a scene like this? Probably everyone, all 10 out of 10, would have shaken their heads. But in the end, they did it. I'll be watching from the side. If you show any signs of doing that again, I'll beat you up then. Got it. Remy, don't get me wrong. I still haven't fully forgiven you. I'm just telling you to stop moping around in the corner like that. They broke and threw off the chains of hatred, the shackles that everyone thought impossible to remove, all by themselves without anyone's help. Time. It is the greatest medicine of all. No matter how fatal the wound, no matter how painful the agony that makes one want to die, it would all eventually fade in its presence. Even someone's death, in the face of time, is just a momentary wound that will eventually pass. Everything they had experienced would eventually pass, becoming a memory to reminisce about, a scab that would one day fall off and be forgotten. That's the kind of wounds they were. Even if right now, their relationship is still awkward, with conversations that don't quite connect and break off abruptly, I was certain that they, the ones I loved and trusted, would be able to overcome even that awkwardness. So, it's really over now. All that remains is for me to disappear while blessing their future path. Before I stole someone else's happiness again. Before I stood in their way again. And my desk? The one eye after the one broke. Really? SIA? Before I broke down even further, I rubbed my increasingly blurry eyes. Big sis Remy. What is it, Eris? Just say it. I'll kick her out right now if you want. Through my strangely blurry vision, I murmured Remy's name. Though she was in the middle of a tug-of-war, still gripping Anna's collar, Remy immediately let go and looked at me the moment she heard my voice. I could barely understand her muffled words by looking at the shape of her mouth. What a dull and boring task. I prepared to utter the words that, once spoken, could never be taken back. Once, the slide is pulled back. And with that, a bullet is loaded. Click, and the hammer pulled back to its limit, waited to be released. The loaded pistol, aimed at my neck. When the carelessly aimed muzzle spewed out hot flames, it would soon be, there's something I want to buy. I want to buy gifts for my big sisters. So, I'd like to go out for a bit. This is the last. This is the real last, in this life. Really, this was my final script. Big sis Remy. So, I want to go to town. Can I go out? Please. Tessa. Prepare the clothes now. We're leaving immediately. Should I call for a carriage? They started getting dressed quickly, as if they had planned it all along. Even at my sudden request, they quickly started moving without a single complaint or objection. Watching them, I thought, everyone is too good for me. So I hoped they would leave me behind, this insignificant being, and find their own freedom. I hoped they would forget about me and set off on a journey to find a new bluebird that brings happiness. That's what I wished for. Hehe. Now, the grand festival begins. Adults and children, men and women, the wicked and the righteous. On Christmas, blessings be upon you. The words of blessing that everyone utters with one heart and mind. Merry Christmas. Ding-a-ling. Let's go. Feeling the loud gunshot-like sound flowing from the bell hanging on the front door, we stepped outside. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. So this world also has festivals like this, huh? Of course, it's a bit different. Well, I guess a place where people live is still just a place where people live, after all. Muttering those words, I looked around. Although the festival officially started tomorrow, the world was already completely immersed in a festive atmosphere. It was like the day before a school field trip, when everyone's all excited. Every time groups of children moved around with colorful handbells clutched in both hands, the streets were filled with clear, beautiful melodies. And the carols, which had started with the humming of one or two people, spread like the aroma of delicious food, and before I knew it, the entire street was immersed in a grand harmony. Adults and children alike, everyone blessing this day. It was truly a festive moment, a feast for both the eyes and ears. Tap, tap. Wow, big sis Ellie, look, look. There's a tree with a huge star on top. I wonder what kind of tree that is. Needle-shaped bark and pointed leaves. It must be a fir tree. And those hanging on it seem to be candies made from hardened sugar. Oh, look, flowers. Hehe, let's go see, big sis Ellie. And it looks like Alice was no exception to this. At 12 years old, soon to be 13 when the month ends and the new year begins, Alice wasn't exactly a small child by this world's standards, but perhaps because this kind of festival was a first for her. Alice, completely immersed in the festive atmosphere, was leading us around here and there with an innocent smile on her face. The sight of Alice running about, grabbing Saeli's arm and busily moving around to see the street vendors and the goods they were selling. It was like a young child's bold declaration that she would enjoy this moment forever. Alice, running around like that here is dangerous. Big sis Ellie, look at this, it's a narcissus? Oh, and there's a camellia too? Hehe. Aren't they pretty? Yes, they're very pretty, indeed. I wonder what our Saeli finds so beautiful. Looking at her flushed face, which even the hood couldn't completely hide, I had a rough idea what it was. Worried that Alice might slip and fall on a hidden patch of ice, Saeli tried to warn her. Running around on the streets where snow had fallen could be dangerous. But Alice, who would normally have stopped immediately upon hearing Saeli's words, was now too engrossed in her surroundings to even hear Saeli's words and just continued with her own excited chatter. Swish, tada. Alice, who had run up to a merchant displaying flowers, hugged an armful of daffodils and camellias that were on display there and turned back to face us. In the midst of the Christmas festival, filled with human warmth, it was the moment a white flower bud with striking blue-green eyes bloomed fully. Well, I suppose it's all right, just for today. Seeing that excited look, even Saeli couldn't bring herself to be stern, and she nodded with a wry smile. Despite her words, she was the one who doted on Alice the most among us. And then, squeeze, let go off me right now, Han Sia. Mercenary, release this arm immediately. I must go to Eris. Geez, you princesses really can't read the mood. Where do you think you're trying to butt in? Two women, each being grabbed by one of my arms, frozen mid-stride as they tried to run forward. The names of those who were muttering, of course it should be us, me, who stands beside her, were Anna Akaya and Remy Akaya, respectively. They were, even though I really want to deny it, they were Alice's real older sisters, connected by blood. Whether it's because sisters are sisters even if they don't get along, or what, these two who were acting like exact copies of each other until just now, upon seeing Alice and Saeli cuddling up ahead, moved in perfect unison to try and split them apart, as if their earlier bickering had been a lie. As I pulled them back, I shook my head vigorously, trying to resist the solidifying stereotype that everyone with the last name Akaya has this kind of personality. I mean, Alice's last name is Akaya too, right? They can't all be like this, can they? Ariaeus, come here. Your favorite big sister is here. Eris, there appears to be flowers here too. TCH. The conclusion to that age-old question was finalized as these two simply being weirdos. Of course, I knew better than anyone that if I were to utter the thought process behind solving that puzzle, I would never see the light of day again, so clamping my mouth shut as it was about to open was just par for the course. Unfortunately, in this world, there was no such thing as the nicety of freedom of speech, and I, unlike them, knew how to read the room. Well, like that. Are you all right, Alice? The scent wafting over seems quite spicy. No, I'm fine, big sis Ellie. Hehe. Sometimes, we all gathered to buy and eat strange skewers made of meat we couldn't even identify. Eris, how about this? It's a butterfly-shaped bookmark. Let's each get one. I want the orange one. Orange? There are only yellow and green ones. Are you talking about this yellow one, Eris? Yes, that one. And sometimes, though it felt like we were being ripped off a bit, we would buy small trinkets that would become a page in our memories to cherish forever. The eventful and somewhat bizarre 5 hours of the festival, a time so intense and unforgettable, was nearing its end. Just as flowers bloom, they must eventually wither. The happy times, where every second felt too precious to waste, finally came to a close. Tap, tap. Ah, that was fun. Hee, this bookmark is my treasure now. But Remy, you've never really liked reading since you were young. Oh wow. I am sorry. I said I'm sorry, Remy. And so, as we were all reminiscing about the happy memories of the festival, slowly savoring the lingering feeling under the slowly setting evening sun. Big sisters. Yes. We heard Alice's voice calling us, though her voice was small and weak, as if she was barely able to speak. Strangely enough, Alice's words entered our ears as clearly as if she had spoken right into them. I wanted to buy you all gifts, so, yes. As if embarrassed, she covered her flushed face with her long sleeves. Alice moved her small, cute lips, peeking out from between the fabric, and spoke to us. It's a surprise, so, I'll quickly go buy them from the store over there, so. I'm a little embarrassed, so would it be okay if I quickly go by myself? Alice said she had seen something she liked on the way here, and wanted to get us gifts to show her gratitude. But she was too embarrassed to buy gifts for us in front of everyone, so she asked if she could quickly go to the store by herself. She said the store was right in front, so she'd be back quickly. And their reactions were, well, no way. Eris, what do you want? I'll buy you the whole store for you. Alice is the one buying the gifts, why are you butting in? Hey, stop right there, Crown Princess, don't try to sneak away. Where do you think you're going with that wallet? I'm going to buy the store. Is that not allowed? You guys are actually close, right? You're just pretending not to be in front of me, right? No one could resist that destructive appearance, like a cat looking up at its owner and begging for treats, especially in this situation where everyone was ready to give Alice their liver and gallbladder if she asked. Well, it's right in front, so I'll be back quickly? Big sis, you really can't follow me. Ah, she's gone. Alice was also about to turn 13 years old enough to be considered more or less an adult, and seeing Alice running off ahead saying she'd go to the store right in front, of course no one could follow her. The place she said she was going was pointing to the building right in front. And this was the Imperial Capital, famous for its excellent public safety. It wasn't like we could spend our whole lives by Alice's side, restricting her every action and taking away her freedom. There wasn't any reason at all, to stop a child who had pleaded with us not to follow her, saying she wanted to buy us gifts. Don't fight while I'm gone? I mean it. Okay, we got it? Come back soon, Alice. We all waved our arms vigorously as we watched Alice look back at us one last time before turning back to the road we had come from, simply cheering Alice on in our hearts, wondering what gifts she would bring back. Thinking, this much should be fine, right? Because that's what we all thought. Yes. What's wrong, Sayali? In this hellish world. We shouldn't have done that. The nightingale that sang of dawn had its wings broken. Now the bird wondered where to go. Its destination had already been decided. Everything returns to the beginning. Throughout my life, I've made many choices. These decisions were undoubtedly unavoidable, or so obvious that even if I could go back in time, I would have to make the same choice. But even so, there was always, undoubtedly, another version of myself, who wanted to make a different choice, existing somewhere in a corner of my heart. Therefore, if that version of myself who wished to make different choices were to exist here and now, standing firmly on both feet, would the choice I made back then have truly been the right one? That is, can we really say that it was a choice at all? The story I'm about to write now is, no, I didn't want this. A tale built upon the somewhat empty premise of what if only I had made a different choice. A hypothetical story that could be true, or merely a fantasy, a lie, a story that exists everywhere. Han Sia. This is the story of what would have happened if she had made a different choice. As we live our lives, we pass by countless crossroads, both big and small. Those crossroads might be so obvious, so natural that we don't even realize they are crossroads, not requiring even a moment's hesitation or contemplation. Or they might be so cruel and harsh that they force us standing before them to fall to our knees in despair, staring blankly at the choices ahead. Yet, these vastly different, seemingly incompatible paths share one thing in common. What am I supposed to do? No matter how right a choice might seem. No matter how just a choice might appear. Squeezing my eyes shut. The moment we cross that threshold, we always leave behind small regrets and lingering feelings on the path we didn't choose. Therefore, humans are perhaps foolish beings, always looking at the path they didn't take rather than the one they're walking on. What am I supposed to say to them? Alice. Sis Sia? Please answer me. With those words, Alice closed her mouth. Alice's voice, which had been shaking and agitated as if she was about to burst into tears at any moment, also came to an end. What remained was only a deafening silence that seemed to carve into my chest and a darkness that consumed my heart. I looked at Alice, hoping she would explain a little more, or rather, that she would just tell me directly if something was bothering her. But, in the shadow cast by wandering clouds, Alice quietly looked up at me, her eyes urging me for an answer. Her tightly closed lips remained silent. She was patiently waiting for my mouth to open. Blue-green eyes, which had always held a gentle kindness towards us. But now, etched within them was a resolve as strong as that kindness. I realized that no amount of evasion or sweet talking could break this silence. The only way to break it was one. For me to make a choice. For me to answer Alice's question. Alice said she had raised 2 flowers. Like the seeds she had just planted in the flower garden, one rotten and one broken seed that should have been thrown away, she had personally cared for them, one stitch at a time. The child who had successfully bloomed 2 seeds into flowers that everyone thought would fail and be abandoned, now wanted to transplant those flowers outside the greenhouse. But was it because of the warmth of the greenhouse? Or was it because of the love she had given them all this time? The flowers that had grown up with Alice inside the greenhouse didn't welcome her decision. And so, the conflicting opinions of the 3 remained unresolved, and Alice was now agonizing over whether to leave the flowers as they were or to force them outside as she had originally intended. This dilemma had now come back to me in the form of Alice's question. It could be seen as an ordinary, everyday conversation, or a question tinged with a child's unique imagination and fairy tale elements. But for some reason, to me, it felt like a question carrying a heavy meaning. Dark and deep. Such a heavy question. So, what should I do? What choice should I choose? Only those thoughts filled my mind. The thoughts I'm having now might turn out to be nothing but needless worry when I look back later. Like a MacGuffin that only creates suspense and confusion before appearing to be nothing. Perhaps I was overthinking and misinterpreting Alice's words and actions, which were no different from usual. Alice's gloomy expression from just now, her unnatural smile as she stood before me, this sticky, nightmare-like situation on a midsummer night, all of it could simply return to Alice's normal self once I close and open my eyes, nothing more than a fleeting moment. Yes, it might be more comfortable and better to think that way, but I didn't want to have any regrets. I didn't want to have any lingering feelings about the choice I was about to make. I absolutely refused to do something foolish like kicking the ground later and regretting why I had made such a choice. Future misfortunes are the world's revenge for the moments I spent carelessly, and future regrets are the world's revenge for the choices I made carelessly. Therefore, for me, who refused regrets and lingering feelings, I had no choice but to put in my utmost effort in every single moment of choice I encountered in life. I had no other choice. An hour that felt like 10 days. And a few seconds that felt like an hour, after what felt like an eternity of contemplation that would make my brain explode, and a moment of decision that felt like it was tearing my heart out. I think it's okay to do as the flowers wish. Because I believed that help should be given when the recipient truly needs and wants it. Because I believed that help given when it's not wanted is really nothing more or less than just for the giver's own satisfaction. Despite knowing that it wasn't what Alice had originally intended, I ended up uttering those cruel words. The nightingale that had been looking towards the faint light of dawn was finally trapped in a small cage. Inside, the bird slowly grew sick and started to die. Now, what should the bird do? Come, let's sing of the dawn. At the end of the path that was believed to be a crossroads, there was only a single path stretching straight ahead. Nowhere was there a new path that one could choose for oneself. Nowhere. From the very beginning, time flowed on, and the day marking the beginning of a new year arrived. Perhaps it's because of the tradition of spending time with family during the most important holidays. After much deliberation, Anna finally decided to return to the kingdom. Where's Sis SIA? Hasn't she boarded yet? Ready? Board? Late, you ride. All strength here, hup, ugh, last, luggage. That is, taking everyone including me, Remy, SIA, and Sayali. With a slight jolt, my blurry vision shook up and down. When I asked where SIA was, Remy shouted out the window, and judging by the loud reply coming from behind, I assumed it was definitely SIA's voice, though she wasn't here right now, I guess. Although the carriage was large enough to accommodate 5 people with room to spare, the fact that it shook this much from the impact meant that moving the luggage must have been quite a difficult process. I wonder if it's alright that no one went to help her. I thought as I sat inside the carriage, almost ready to depart, my head buried in Illa's arms beside me. We too. L. And a few minutes later, as soon as SIA boarded, the distorted scenery around me began to move backwards. From the deep forest I had arrived at by being carried by the river's current, to the Syria village where I met new people, and to the museum, where I am now. The long journey was finally coming to an end, heading towards its final destination, and also the place of its first beginning. Ali. Hee. Ears that have completely lost their function as hearing organs, unable to distinguish even human voices. All I could do was look around with blurry, smudged vision, observe others' reactions, and piece together the fragments of those conversations in my mind. A daily life of glossing over vague questions with laughter, and responding with irrelevant sounds to conversations. On that precarious tightrope, I continued my dangerous balancing act, losing and being robbed of my senses. Eventually, on the day when even these eyes lost their sight, I would no longer be able to be called human. I wonder how much longer I can go on. I wonder how much longer I can endure. In the moving carriage, inside, heading towards the Tizalaya kingdom, I couldn't bring myself to smile. And so, the girl named Eris Akaya, after returning to the warm palace of the kingdom, as some time passed, my completely blind eyes and deaf ears were finally discovered by everyone, showing the precious people before me that unsightly appearance, slowly dying day by day, like someone who wasn't meant to live. Unable to even keep my own resolve of not causing trouble for others, I died sadly with a crying face in front of everyone. What a terribly sad ending. Next, and if she had chosen in the dot. I will return with the afterword. Fairy tales, stories born from the hopes and dreams of many. But even within those diverse fairy tales, which seem so different that they share no common ground, there exists a single, absolute rule. That is, a child who sets off on an adventure will eventually, at the end of their long journey, be reunited with their loved ones. The girl who fell asleep while napping peacefully in a field and followed a rabbit into Wonderland. The country bumpkin who was suddenly swept away by a tornado and dropped into the magical land of Oz. And the dutiful girl who crossed a dangerous forest where a wolf roamed, to visit her sick grandmother. All of them. At the end of those stories, sometimes grand, sometimes childish, all conclude with the courageous child who defeats the villains with their wisdom and wit, finds their own bluebird and returns to the side of their loved ones. Even if the fairy tale ends with the girl being eaten by a wolf, or being forever trapped in the magical land, unable to return to her original home, it doesn't matter. Because we all saw clearly how the children, in their perilous adventures that could have broken their spirits, persevered with kind hearts until the very end. And because those who believe in the most valuable and important principle in this world, that good children should rightfully be rewarded, have continuously tried to revise those sorrowful endings. Therefore, answer me, sis SIA. What I need to say now, what I must do now, wasn't some trivial question and answer like whether flowers should be forcibly transplanted or if we should do what flowers want. Nor was it a story about seeds or flowers, inanimate objects that couldn't even comfort the child weeping sadly before me. Rather, it had to be an action so obvious, so natural, that it didn't even need to be said. Clench, I tightened my fist. Even though my hand was turning white and blood was slowly seeping out, I didn't stop. If it meant I muster the resolve to shatter this damned tragedy before me, I could endure even worse than this. In the past, I had only been able to cry alone and desolately in the forest. Having lost all hope, surrendering to this world that tormented me, living with the thought of just letting my body drift wherever it may go. But even to that wretched me, a small hand reached out. Swish. Here, sis, a present for you. A single child who approached me first. Through that child, I caught a glimpse of hope. Although what lay ahead of me when I finally lifted my head and looked forward wasn't always filled with pleasant and exciting things, and sometimes held sad and difficult moments. If there's one thing I could say for sure, it was that. Hey, Han. You go on this subjugation mission. Boss, you're not trying to dump work on me again, are you? When your superior tells you to go, you go. Why are you talking back so much? I was able to have. SIA? Do you want to go to the library together? They said new books arrived. Tessa, you're just trying to make me carry books for you again, aren't you? TCH, I don't like perceptive people like you. The opportunity to create. Sis, I made this in the greenhouse. Thank you, Alice. But, are you allowed to just pick flowers from there? One by one, the happy future I had only dreamed of, one so incredibly happy. And it wasn't just me. Saeli and Remy Akaya, and Anna Akaya. Tessa, Alice's parents, even the people in the royal palace waiting for her return. Countless people had enjoyed, and were still enjoying, happy times thanks to a single child. Yes. Therefore, this was simply a matter of course. The very obvious principle that good children should be rewarded. Just like my past self, crying alone and desolately in the forest, the child weeping sadly before me in this greenhouse filled with blooming flowers deserved to be happy more than anyone else. Therefore, I'll choose the path where you can be the happiest. What? None other than because I decided so. Because it was my choice. At the fork in the road split in two directions. A crossroads where a choice wasn't even needed in the first place. What I chose on that path was, because I'm hoping for your happiness, to warmly embrace the child before me, and to pray for the happiness of this kind child. My legs were light, and my resolve was more than enough. So I walked forward. Alice. Because Alice was in front of me. My mind, which had been hazy as if covered in fog, cleared up as if a refreshing breeze had passed through. Tap. If I had to choose between the two, I'll choose the path where you, Alice, can be happy. No, that's not the answer I wanted, sis. One step. I firmly planted my foot towards the dark boundary line that existed between us. As I approached with big strides, Alice backed away little by little with a fearful expression, but the distance between us was steadily closing as my speed increased, gaining momentum. The bright flower bed and the dark flower bed, and between them, a distinct black shadow. That dark shape, which had seemed impossible to cross just moments ago, no longer held any meaning beyond a mere shadow before me now, for something without even a physical form to hold my ankle back. My steps were filled with more certainty than at any other time in my life. Yes, this was my choice. I asked you to choose between the two, and I chose, Alice. I'm choosing for you to be happy, okay? Tap. Alice, seeing me walking towards her without stopping, took a step back as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. But I, not to be outdone, closed the distance even further than the distance she had retreated. If Alice took one step back, I took 2 steps forward. If Alice quickly ran away, I ran forward with all my might. You think you can run away from me, the one who, when given gifts or treats from someone, would forcefully stuff money or snacks back into their pockets even if they refused, until satisfied? I wouldn't let you go, not until I had given you back the amount of happiness you had given me, no, even more than that. Call me greedy if you want. Because this is my way of life, this is how I, want to live. It doesn't matter whether you transplant the flowers or leave them be. I'm somewhat curious what you want, but if there's something more important than that. No, don't say it, sis. I want you, Alice, to be happy. Don't say it, don't say it. A loving family welcoming back the returned girl. Hot food waiting for the girl tired from her journey. Even the playful antics of animals greeting their long-awaited owner. All of these things, the simple things that anyone would call happiness. I will give them all to you, because you deserve to be happy. Hike. Tap. Slowly, Alice's back, as she had been fearfully stepping backwards, bumped into the transparent wall of the greenhouse. Looking back and seeing there was nowhere else to retreat, Alice's face turned pale with despair. Looking at me, who had now come right up to her, she took a small, sharp breath. Watching this, believing that at this close distance, my feelings would surely reach Alice. I deeply hoped that my thoughts would be conveyed to Alice without any distortion or alteration. I carefully uttered each word, one by one, cherishing them. And no, don't. Look at this. I am a child with only one arm. That has nothing to do with you being happy, Alice. I still couldn't fully understand what Alice was so afraid of. What the flowers Alice mentioned meant, what the seeds symbolized. Unraveling those hidden secrets was still too difficult for me who lacked understanding. The only thing I could vaguely sense was that Alice believed her existence would somehow cause us trouble, and that she was trying to distance herself from us because of that. And the fact that we hadn't noticed this pain until now. But not having an arm isn't a reason to not pursue happiness. Even if one becomes a being who can't help others and only receives help, that's not a reason for that person to live an unhappy life. I, myself, had learned that from none other than Alice herself. I took another step forward. I can't even hold things properly anymore. If this continues, you and everyone will have to help me with everything, even if it bothers you. Me and those guys would gladly do that. We wouldn't find it bothersome at all. Alice continued to list all the inconveniences we would experience because of her. She talked and talked. But despite that, the value of the happiness Alice had given us couldn't be diminished by such trivial matters. No, rather, it was far, far from enough. I spread my arms wide. And my ears. My ears aren't working well either, sis. See. Look. I keep hearing this ringing sound, constantly. I will be your ears. Your hands, your arms, your legs. All of it. Alice even revealed a shocking fact. The child, saying that something was wrong with her hearing, that the reason she had been responding vaguely all this time was because of that. For a moment, I wished it was a lie, a bluff to somehow escape this situation, but believing in the child who had never lied to me before, I accepted that reality. Yes, so that's how it was. You must have been struggling a lot, Alice. I'll help you with everything. Step. So, let's go together. No, this isn't it. Sis. This isn't right. But even as my heart ached at the secret Alice had been hiding all this time, I didn't stop walking. The distance between us was now so close. Close enough that not even a fist could fit between us, close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. That's the problem, sis sia. My eyes, even my eyes are getting blurry now too. If this continues, I'll really become completely useless. People aren't defined by their usefulness. I was like that too, in the beginning. In the beginning, I really was completely useless, just a freeloader eating Siali's food, as she had said. But now, how about it? I had succeeded beyond everyone's expectations, earning money on my own, even reaching a position where others addressed me with respect. It was all thanks to you, Alice. Tap. And I took the last, final step. I'm really nothing but a burden to you all now. You're not a burden. Wah. Shouting. I tightly embraced Alice's body. I could feel Alice's slightly cold body temperature, colder than the warmth of the greenhouse, through my clothes. Thump, thump. Alice weakly pushed me away with her one arm, pleading to be let go, but I ignored her and instead tightened my grip on the child. Don't try to escape, Alice. I still have so many things I want to tell you. Good and evil. Right and wrong. Good things and bad things. None of that holds any meaning here and now. Hugging a crying child is apart from all these tiresome thoughts. Isn't that the most natural thing a human being should do, something that doesn't even need to be considered? I said. Alice. Actually, I died once and came back to life. A sudden confession. A truth I had never shared with anyone before. A memory that no one would believe even if I told them. I quietly, but clearly, recounted those 18 frames of film, one by one. I was living my life like that, meaninglessly, and then, bam, I met you. Why? I used to think that my second life was nothing but a curse. A life trapped in a hamster wheel, unable to go forward or backward, just following the movements of those around me. A life where I couldn't find value in anything around me, or a reason to live within myself. A life spent weighing my own life on a scale. I thought it was God's curse, to torment me. I had already lived a full life, and had no regrets. Why? So I didn't have anything I particularly wanted to do, and just chased after fun, which is how I ended up here, but not anymore. I realized the reason I had to start a second life in this unknown world. If this was the plan the world had prepared for me and Alice, I wanted to shout out loud, I wanted to boldly say to the world, well done. I will live my second life for you, for your happiness, for you to be able to live with a smile. And if even that's not possible, I'll share my own happiness with you. Why, me? Because I like you. My second life that seemed like it wouldn't have any meaning or purpose. But in this world, all things rightfully have their reasons for being. I had realized that. A second life. It seems this was a blessing for me, after all. How? I decided. I firmly established my purpose in this world. The value of my life. The mission I had to fulfill from now on. All of it. I will choose. So, Alice, don't cry. Because a smile suits you best. Crunch, crack, munch. Things in the shape of humans were grabbing and devouring other things also in the shape of humans. Damn it. Woman, Yana. Everyone run, don't look back. What the hell, Jungian? Those things, until just now, there wasn't a single one of them anywhere nearby. Why did they suddenly swarm in like that? How should I know? Everyone grab a stick or something, and run instead of wasting time thinking. Red, white, yellow, and back to red again. No matter where you looked in any direction, the world was filled with shriveled up chunks of fat and bloody handprints. What is with these things? They're multiplying? Did they gather like, every single one of them in the area or something? Then what do we do now, Jungian Sunbi? The path we came from earlier is completely blocked too. Fuck. Corpses that should be resting peacefully in the afterlife have shattered the laws of nature to come out and roam the streets. In this horrific space, as if the hell they spoke of in religion had descended upon reality, no, where even an expression like that couldn't begin to describe the disaster unfolding before us. At that critical moment, right before being grabbed and devoured by those maggot-infested creatures. Tap. Come inside, Eunice. We, as if in a scene from a movie. The door of a house in the distance that until just now was firmly shut suddenly had a small gap, and peeking her head out from it while waving her small hand at us telling us to come in was. Eunice. Quickly, hurry. A girl, child. We met a single young girl. Whether it was due to the suspension bridge effect coming to me who had been extremely agitated until then, or due to something else, I couldn't say for sure at this moment. With her white hair and eyes, everything about her visible appearance was white. If this had been a dream, I might have mistaken her for a fairy. I felt my heart pounding at that beauty and mystique. And standing stock still in the middle of the road, forgetting even the current situation where a horde of zombies was approaching right before my eyes. Pretty. I found myself murmuring those words. This is a record of the 42 days I, the 18-year-old Li Wamin, spent with that child whose everything was white, a record of everything that happened during that time when the world was hurtling towards its end. Something I absolutely cannot forget, that I absolutely must not forget. The journal of those 42 days that are more precious to me than anything else. That day was, if we were to describe it, an extremely ordinary day. A day when we were more concerned about what university we would go to in 2 years than what we would become several years later. A day when we were more worried about the pop quiz we would have in class a week from now than the regular exams that would be held a few months later. A day when we were more concerned about what to eat for lunch at the school cafeteria over the homework we had to turn in the next afternoon. That kind of day where nothing suits it better than the phrase ordinary. Kaya, along with a scream that felt like it would pierce my ears, likely belonging to someone I knew but whose name I don't remember. The world, as if everything that had happened up until now was a lie, suddenly hurtled towards its end. Everything I had thought about, worried over, or agonized over until that day, like a sand castle on the beach swept away by the waves, unable to leave any trace that it had ever existed anywhere. It all lost its meaning. At that time, I learned that reality is sometimes more unbelievable than lies. The knowledge and experiences gained from education, something we had dedicated practically half our lives to since we gained consciousness, were utterly useless before the disaster that had struck. All that remained for us in that critical situation were the friend who by chance happened to be standing next to me, my junior in the club 1 year below, and the heavy backpacks hastily stuffed with food items off the shelves of a convenience store we spotted while fleeing. Bang! Guys, grab everything you see here and just shove it in for now. Jungian Sunbi? Wamin Sunbi? Are we allowed to just take these? I'll just do it. I'll pay for it or give up my kidney or whatever later, so for now just shove it all in first. If anything goes wrong, we can just point the finger at Jungian, Yana, for now let's grab it all. You damn bitches. The only reason we were able to get our hands on even that small amount of food was thanks to the insistence of Jungian, the most assertive among us, though her words were a little rough. When the incident first happened, the reality hadn't fully sunk in yet, and the sense of morality that is now shot to hell was abundant in me and Yana back then, so the two of us could only hesitate without taking initiative. But Jungian was different. To us, who were wavering, she said that if any problems arose later she would take full responsibility, so we should empty our backpacks, throw away all the books, and fill them with canned food and shelf-stable instant meals. Thanks to her words, we started picking up the food we usually wanted to eat and putting them in our bags. After that, following Yana's suggestion, we took shelter in a building complex with multiple entrances and exits, where it would be easy to observe our surroundings and prepare for any unexpected situations. Finally, we were able to catch our breath. Thinking back on it now, it really does seem like it was a smart choice. Young as she may be, Yana isn't at the top of the school for nothing. Anyway, after many twists and turns, on that first day we sat on the top floor of the building complex counting down the minutes until the rescue team that would resolve this situation arrived, occasionally making silly remarks to Jungian about how she was our hero, whenever she suggested we secure more food. Actually, I've been waiting for a friend like you for a long time. I believed in Yoongi and Sunbi from the very beginning. You damn bitches, are you even human? The curses we received in return were comforting enough to make us momentarily forget about our difficult situation. Perhaps, it was for that reason that we all tried to laugh while talking about trivial things. Gya, ENG? Why are you doing this? ST stop. AAAHHHHHHH. Even if just to forget the horrific scene from moments ago, when friends who had been laughing and chatting together, closer than anyone else, suddenly turned and began to devour each other. Mom, what's wrong? What's that noise next to you? My parents, they're not answering the phone. In order to push away the dark thoughts and speculations of what terrible things might have happened to our families who couldn't be reached. Haha. Save me, please, help me. Ha 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 ha. In order to ignore the pleas of those still being grabbed by countless zombies below, shouting for us to save them with bloodshot eyes and screaming voices, we kept talking and had to keep talking. We shouted until our voices were hoarse, laughed until no more tears came, and stared at each other's faces to avoid looking at our surroundings. Because we firmly believed that soon, everything would be resolved. That with a single line appearing briefly in the news, everything would end and we would return to our normal daily lives. But why isn't anyone coming? Sunbi, look, that building, it's burning. What awaited me, my friend Yoongi, and my junior Yeon 1 year below, was just the despairing reality of the survivors gradually disappearing from sight while the horde of zombies only grew, and the increasing number of columns of smoke rising from burning buildings in the distance. That's right. Even after half a month had passed since the outbreak, the situation that we thought should have died down long ago was only sinking into deeper chaos. As time passed and more than half of the food we had prepared was gone, we realized that instead of hoping for rescue we now had to worry about what we would eat a week from now. We came to an agreement to leave our hideout in the building complex and move to a place with a large supermarket that would have relatively more to eat. Assuming that most people would have come to the same conclusion, we were also hoping to encounter other survivors, or perhaps even our families who couldn't be reached, a hope that fueled our decision, even if it was a futile hope. And so, after roughly grasping the general locations, numbers, and behavior patterns of the zombies we had observed out of boredom from the rooftop, we spent 2 days gathering weapons and equipment to clear the path and thoroughly prepared ourselves before setting off on our journey. But, unlike what we had observed from the window, what awaited us outside was a massive horde of zombies, like a surging wave. And so, met you. It must have been so hard for you, Eunice. Haha. I gazed at the child leaning against my chest and looking up at me, and took a drink of water to wet my somewhat burning throat after finishing the long story. The lukewarm yet clean water sloshed in the clear glass bottle. With a gulp, I was able to drink bottled water for the first time in a while, but, for some reason, the water tasted so bitter and salty, not at all to my liking. Yeah, it really must have been hard. It's okay now. It's okay, Uni. It was so bitter that tears flowed out without me realizing it. It's true what they say about a blessing in disguise. TL note, original idiom is or a misfortune turns into a blessing. The situation we had only viewed as a crisis turned out to be a blessing for us. Of course, it would have been better if the crisis hadn't come knocking at all in the first place. Knock, knock. Thank you, you saved our lives. Hee. It was nothing. Come on, Eunice. Follow me this way. Thanks to the kind child's help, Yoongi, Yeona and I were able to dramatically escape amidst the horde of zombies. Expressing our gratitude for her help, we all followed the beckoning hand gestures of the child, leaving the locked gate behind and entering into the house with the eye-catching blue roof. Thump, thump. Even after we entered the house, the incessant noise of the zombie horde pounding on the firmly locked iron gate and fence did not end. But despite those horrific sounds that should have made us tremble in fear, our hearts were slowly finding peace. Compared to the previous situation where zombies had come right up to us, extending their hands, the fact that we had entered a house surrounded by a stone wall coated with thick concrete and sturdy bricks gave us more reassurance than anything else. And when we thought about it like that, the current pounding just sounded like the frustrated attempts of zombies who couldn't enter. In short, it meant this. Serves you right, you bastards. Thump, 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 comma. Like raindrops tapping against a window. The splattering sound of their rotten hands and faces colliding with the gate continued even as we locked the front door and entered the room. Knock, knock. It continued on. Continuously. When this utterly unpleasant sound finally stops, it will mean one of two things. Either the zombies have grown tired of knocking on the gate, given up on trying to catch us, and dispersed to chase after other groups of survivors wandering outside. Or the walls protecting us had finally given way under the zombies' relentless assault, instantly turning this house that had felt so safe into our very own coffin. Our deaths. Or the deaths of strangers whose names we didn't even know. That cruel choice between the two. And it meant that no matter which one happened, only someone's death would remain in the end. Well, that's that, and this is this. Slide. Oya. Yoongi, I'm dying. Don't talk to me, woman. I have no energy left to answer. Talk. I'll kill you when you get up. Really. Right now was the time to put aside heavy thoughts like death and take a little rest. Jungian and I had all our tension released from the relief of surviving, and as if by agreement, we both collapsed in front of the entrance, putting on our usual comical skit. Only the well-mannered Yeon-ah remained uniquely upright, sitting, with her head held high, conversing with the small child who had saved us. Hee, are you tired, Eunice? I'll bring you something to drink. Just wait here a bit, okay? Please do. So, child, what should we call you? First, my name is Sunwoo Yeon. My friends call me Yeon-ah, and the two lying here are my Sunbi, Lee Woman, and Park Young-ian. At Yeon-ah's words introducing herself and us, the child paused briefly while looking around at us, then answered with a bright smile. Each syllable, clearly and distinctly, as if to ensure there would be no chance of any misunderstanding. Hia. My name is Hia. Nice to meet you, Yeon-ah Uni. Yes, nice to meet you too, Hia. Well, even though Yeon-ah was putting on airs like that by herself, she was in the same state as us, kneeling on the floor and looking up at the child. The house we entered following the Snow White girl, who introduced herself as Hia, was surprisingly spacious, larger than we had expected. It was like one of those big houses you might visit during holidays in the countryside, where multiple relatives live together. We had no choice but to quickly enter the house following the child in the pressing situation, with no leeway to look around our surroundings, but even taking that into account, the size of the house equipped with multiple bathrooms and even a bathtub was astonishing enough to surprise not just me, but Jungian and Yeon-ah as well. Of course, surprise aside. Wah. Mama Jungian, I'm tired. Give me some water. Get lost, brat. And stop acting cute. You wanna die? Want me to throw you to the zombies to die? Rub rub. The first thing we did was to collapse onto the fluffy carpet laid across the living room floor. A week's worth of food supplies and several weapons, including wooden clubs, and the thick leather outfits we had bundled ourselves up in from head to toe in case of getting bitten were enough to make us collapse even in the still cool weather of spring. Tada? Eunice, Hia brought what? Eunice, are you hurt somewhere? Why are you all lying down? Hia, you're here. Thank you. But we don't have the energy to move our hands right now, so if you could just leave it there, we'll drink it later. And don't mind those two over there. For that reason, rolling around, Jungian and I were like college students who had drunk too much after a company dinner. We were sprawled pathetically on the carpet made of felt, wriggling our bodies here and there like caterpillars. Next to us, Yeon-ah was sitting with her head bowed, covering her red face with both hands. Sorry, Hia, we showed you something unsightly. So please don't look at us like that. Really, such embarrassing sunbez. Hee. Seeing this, Hia laughed awkwardly. Like that. After the somewhat eventful, peaceful moment of rest passed. Perhaps we were hungry for new encounters in our isolated and stagnant lives. We pathetically gulped down the water brought by a child who seemed several years younger than us, and sitting in front of Hia who had taken her seat, we began our story. Starting with a simple introduction of myself, Jungian, and Yeon-ah, how we came to be here, what urgent situations we had been through, and why we had been running from zombies just moments ago. All of that horrific past. Looking back now, the story we told then was not something that should have been told in front of a child. A story that would only make the listener uncomfortable, dredging up dark and painful memories, was certainly not something to be told in front of a child who wasn't even 10 years old yet. The child too must have witnessed such scenes before. But we were so cornered at that time that we couldn't even think of such obvious things. Tap. Like that, hearing people's screams from the rooftop. Yes. I'm listening, woman Uni. Though she knew that better than anyone. Thuk, and the words I had spat out on a whim, intending to complain just once, poured out uncontrollably like water spilling from a punctured embankment. And swept away by the storm of emotions pouring out uncontrollably, we began spilling out everything about ourselves, forgetting that the person listening to our story in front of us was a child. We wanted to save them, I see. As we continued talking, our emotions grew more intense, tears would sometimes flow from our eyes without realizing it. Sometimes wailing and crying out loud while embracing the child who had snuggled into our arms, saying she would listen. Feeling the child's unique warmth, so hot it was almost burning, we would be reminded that we were still alive. Like that, we poured out our hearts, our stories that no one else knew, to a girl we had only known for less than 2 hours, as if to release all our pent-up frustrations. That we had gone through so much hardship. That we had walked such a difficult path. Just because we wanted to say those words. Just because we wanted to be comforted for our journey so far, to hear someone say we had worked hard. And so, that's how we met you. I see. Without complaining that she didn't want to hear such things. Rather, with a bright smile, she agreed with us and listened attentively to our stories. In front of the child, we all unraveled the sad emotions we had kept in our hearts, sharing the pain and hurt we had accumulated in our chests. But if there was one thing we had overlooked at that time, it must have been really tough. It's okay now. It's all right, Uni. It's that not a single one of us, no, not even one person, had thought to listen to the child's story. We couldn't notice it then, but in the spacious interior of the house, no sign of human presence could be felt aside from us. Only after some time had passed and we had regained enough peace of mind to calmly look around the house out of curiosity could we feel the sense of dissonance. Among them, what stood out the most was a spot where a lovely ivory-colored wallpaper was neatly applied. The place where a dazzling family photo of 3 was hanging. At the far left and right ends of the photo stood 2 people presumed to be the girl's parents, wearing neat clothes. With black hair and black eyes, the 2 who looked like typical Koreans were subtly turning their heads away from each other, as if shy. But even so, the faint blush on both of their faces and the natural distance and fresh, innocent vibe between them couldn't be hidden. And, in between them was a child with snow-white hair who I could immediately recognize as the girl from earlier, was smiling brightly, her arms tightly linked with theirs. Squeeze. I wonder how much strength she used, as even through the photo, wrinkles were clearly visible on their arms where Hia was holding. The strong force emanating from her tightly grasped hands, as if determined to never let go, made me think that it was the girl, not the 2 shy people beside her, who had initiated taking this picture. The child, with cute dimples on her cheeks, smiling brightly as if happier than anyone else to be creating a beautiful memory with her family. That alone was like a work of art representing the beauty of family love. Or perhaps, it might have been a work that evoked a heartbreaking story just by its existence. Why was a young child living alone in this large house? Where had the 2 who looked like her parents in the photograph gone, leaving her behind? How could this child smile so brightly inside this large, empty house? A question that I would have asked casually without thinking much of it in an ordinary, everyday life, and received an ordinary answer like, they're on a trip together, or they're away on business, something not particularly special. Thump. Eunice can use this room. Hehe, I wonder if there are enough blankets. But only just realizing, taking far too long to notice, the chilling truth that probably everyone, including me, had reached. None of us could dare to speak to the child, who was busily pulling out blankets from the closet with a smiling face. Perhaps because of the overwhelming sense of helplessness and guilt of having missed the time when we should have asked. For the simple reason that we had no confidence to ask about it now that the moment had long passed. Yes, this is more than enough. We simply watched as the time we had already missed continued to slip away. Unable to even ask that short, single question, are you okay, Hia? We just remained silent with our mouths firmly shut. You can eat anything you want here. Wow, this is incredible. How much is all this worth? After crying our eyes out and making a complete fool of ourselves in front of the child, following Hia, who said she had something to show us, we entered into what was, unbelievably, a storage room filled with stacks of food. Perhaps this explained how a young child with no guardian had managed to survive alone in this insane world. Inside, there were vegetables and fruits that, though slightly wilted, hadn't rotted or discolored, along with solid food ingredients like curry powder, and even smoke-cured and salt-preserved chunks of meat. Due to the power outage, most of the temperature control and air circulation systems weren't working anymore, unfortunately. However, thanks to its location in a shaded basement, the storage room maintained a natural coolness even without any special equipment. Thanks to the early spring season and the consistently low temperatures, even food that would easily spoil at room temperature had been preserved without rotting. Of course, some of them were starting to get soggy and squished from the long storage, but it's not like we would die from eating them. And so, we stood there dumbfounded, our mouths agape, before a mountain of stored food. The supermarket was right here all along. Hia, are you really sure it's okay for us to eat these things here? Yes, Yeon Yuni? I can't eat it all by myself anyway. Hehe. And there are some things I don't like. Yeon carefully asked Hia. It would be a lie to say we didn't feel any guilt or remorse. No, it wasn't just us. Anyone with a normal sense of morality would undoubtedly feel that way. No matter how much food there was for the small Hia to eat alone, and no matter how much of it would eventually have to be thrown away if left untouched, it was still true that we, high school students, were taking a child's food. And we didn't even have the ability to properly repay her, as all we had were tasteless canned goods. That's why Yeona had asked Hia several times if we were really allowed to eat it. But, if my unis eat, I'll be happy to. The child was not only saying it was fine, but actually asking us to eat it. Well, what can you do when she puts it that way? We'll gratefully eat then, Hia. Thank you. Really, thank you. In the end, it was us who had grown tired of the endless parade of canned food and instant meals. And judging that it would be rude to keep refusing, we moved toward the fresh foods with grateful but bitter smiles, making sure to express our thanks to the child. And so, as we inhaled the fresh grassy scent coming from the vegetables, excitedly thinking, should we make curry for dinner tonight since there are so many vegetables? Hey, by the way, does anyone here know how to cook? Pause. As if someone had pressed the pause button on a video, looking at the 2 people frozen mid-stride, I thought. It seemed our crisis wasn't over yet. What do we do? I've never cooked before either. Whoosh. A slightly chilly basement breeze swept past us. Thud. Eunice, enjoy your meal. Mother, today, I committed a heinous sin. What should we, who have committed an unforgivable sin, do now? Does salvation truly exist? I honestly don't know anymore. Jungian. I guess I'm trash after all. You're right, woman. To think humans are capable of falling this low. Wamin Sunbi, open your eyes. Jungian Sunbi, please get up too. It's okay. Even though we cried and snotted all over ourselves in front of a child and let her comfort us, even though we don't know how to cook and had to ask the child to make food for us instead, there's still meaning in living, right? No, is there really? Even Yeona, who had been trying her best to offer a glimmer of hope, had fallen. The three of us sat with our heads respectfully bowed on the table, faced with the beautiful golden curry that the child had cooked. Meanwhile, Hia, the one who had cooked the curry, watched us with question marks floating above her head, completely puzzled by what was happening. It's nothing, Hia. We're just having an existential crisis, that's all. By the way, who would have thought that among 3 high school girls, not a single one would know how to cook? Was this the downside of modern education, which only teaches specialized knowledge in one area while neglecting other practical skills? Perhaps all schools should reduce the weight of regular subjects and increase the time spent on practical skills classes like home economics, where they teach cooking. No matter how much they say a person's worth isn't determined by their usefulness. Being this utterly useless felt like we had failed as human beings. But I at least know how to make ramen, ramen sunbi. Even my dog Poppy knows how to do that, Yeona. I ignored Yeona's lame excuse, insisting that you absolutely need a scale and measuring tools to cook. What kind of rubbish is that? That's just a chemistry experiment. It's questionable whether you can even call it cooking. It seemed poor Yeona's brain had been completely devoured by studying. Still, at least Yeona knows how to make ramen. She was an angel. The real problem was right next to me. What are you looking at, woman? Nothing, I'm just amazed. How could a human being even think like that? From claiming that plastic wrap won't melt when exposed to fire, to insisting that soup gets blander the more it reduces. Young-Ian had given answers so wrong they seemed intentional when I tested her cooking knowledge. I looked at her face, hoping it was a joke, but she was more serious than I'd ever seen her. And I realized, this girl was for real. Of course, I was so dumbfounded that I asked Young-Ian when was the last time she'd touched cooking utensils in her life. And what I received in return was the legendary answer that she'd touched them while playing a dumpling-making game on a flash game website. I grabbed my head with an awe of despair. It seemed that today, I had witnessed the very depths of human depravity, the very limits of how twisted a person's common sense could be. Well, now that things had come to this, maybe I could claim victory since I at least knew how to make soy sauce egg rice. That's not really something to brag about, Sunbi. Hey, Lee. Less talking, more moving side dishes. Yes, ma'am. Clink, clink. The sound of dishes clinking against each other filled the dining table. This is too much. As a side note, the curry the child made was devastatingly delicious. It would have been better if it tasted bad, but from the aroma alone this curry screamed this is delicious because it was made with care. To the point where everyone at the table was forced to reflect on their own cooking abilities. Later, there was a debate about who would get the rights to the few remaining ladles of curry, but let's skip over that. Hee. Thank you for enjoying it. There are still ingredients left, should I make more? No, we're sorry. We're really sorry. So please, stop saying that. Hia. Okay, woman Uni. Only wounds remained in everyone's hearts. It was truly a brutal war. Good night, Unis. Yeah, good night, Hia. Dream of MGUH. Warm and delicious food has its own strange magic. The kind of magic that makes one laugh and chatter, forgetting the sadness and pain they carry within their hearts. With a soft click, the flashlight that had been illuminating the darkness lost its light. And we all lay in a row in the darkened room, smiles on our faces, drifting off to sleep to relieve our fatigue. I recalled the mountain of supplies that could probably sustain the 4 of us for several more weeks. The room with the soft and fluffy mattress laid on the floor, instead of zombie-filled spaces echoing with their moans. And the sight of us 3, going to bed waiting for tomorrow's sun to rise. In the pitch-black darkness, we had found a single ray of light. In the invisible future, we were able to gain hope to slowly move forward. All thanks to a single child who extended her hand to us. In the beginning, we might not have even been able to see what was right below our feet. Sometimes stumbling from stepping on something, sometimes clutching our foreheads in pain from bumping into an unseen wall. No, that was definitely how it had been. But even so, if we don't give up, if we continue to try and look at the world with our eyes open until the end, we would eventually notice a faint ray of light entering the room through the window from outside, in the room that had felt pitch black. And as our eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, the outlines of the objects inside the room would slowly begin to appear. I'm getting sleepy. I let out a small yawn and closed my eyes. Sleep came more easily than I thought. Day 18 after the zombie outbreak. The day I met the child who introduced herself as Hia. That memorable first day. Woman, hurry. Should I run away, or should I stand and fight? I was deep in thought, staring at the red monster right in front of me. If I turned around and ran now, although everything I had gained on this journey would become worthless in an instant, at least I could save my life. Of course, a difficult journey would follow, but that would simply mean building everything up again from the beginning. If I simply retraced the path I had already walked once, both the difficulty and time required would be reduced. But was that really the best choice? If I were to cast aside my fear and fight the monster, if I were to make the biggest and perhaps the last gamble of my life, risking my own life, something considered the last resort for humans, I could protect everything. My comrades who had endured hardships with me, the weapons imbued with memories, even the pet following behind me, all the bonds and memories I had built. The reward hanging on one side of the scale was worth betting my life on the other. The heavy weight of choice, where a single gesture could determine everything. Faced with this, I finally made my decision and Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Whoa, WH what? Time's up, woman Sunby. With an alarm sound loud enough to make my eardrums burst, I dropped the dice I was holding. Roll roll. The face that came up on the rolling dice showed the words critical fail. Didn't I tell you to roll quickly? Huh? Lee woman, you wanna die? How long does it take you to roll one die? Shake, shake. I was being vigorously shaken, Jungian's hand gripping my collar. Jungian, with veins popping out on her forehead, demanded to know why I had to drag things out so long, that if I'm going to run away quickly, and if I'm going to fight, close my eyes and fight. Every time her strong hand shook my collar, a pathetic scream, like the sound of someone making noises with their mouth open in front of a fan, escaped my lips. Hying, don't be so angry, Jungian. It's just a game, a game. This is why the news keeps saying that games promote violence. You're the last person who should be saying that? You're dead meat today, brat. Crash bang. Objects went flying through the air. Uni. What happens in this case? I think it was written somewhere here. Found it. It says, if a player takes longer than 2 minutes to make their move, all actions during that turn are nullified and the turn passes to their opponent. It's our turn now, Hia. Aha. Leaving behind the board game littered with scattered dice and cards, Hia and Yiana, now as close as family, were sweetly reconfirming the rules together. It seemed like this rule was implemented to prevent situations where someone would drag out their turn. So that's why there was something like a stopwatch in the board game box. Today as well, I was learning from my defeat. Oyaa. Die. By the way, when will she stop? I, being tossed around like grain being threshed, was waiting for Jungian's anger to subside. I swear, I'm never being on your team again. Hia, be on my team? Please? Pretty please? If I team up with this bastard one more time, I'll die from frustration. No way, Jungian Sunby? Hia is on my team. And there you have it, Jungian repeating the same thing for the 7th time. Ha ha ha. No matter how much you deny it, in the end, we are destined to be together again, you know? Just watch. Whether we draw lots or play rock paper scissors, the two of us will forever be a team. You are not a free person. Come on. Stop struggling and come to my side. Smack. You son of a bitch. Guhk. Hey, wait, stop. My bones are hit. By the way, that alarm was surprisingly loud. If we used it outside, it would probably attract every zombie in the area. Well, of course, we had absolutely no intention of leisurely setting up a board game and playing outside anyway. No one would even think of doing that. Rub. Ugh. As Jungian was choking me, I carefully massaged the inside of my ears, which were still throbbing from the sudden noise. Day 34 after the zombie outbreak. The 17th day since we met Hia. A daily life that seemed impossibly bright and happy compared to before, with everyone smiling without a shadow of worry. Yes, it was a life that seemed too happy to be true. I wonder if summer is coming soon. I hate summer because it's too hot. The cool breeze that blew during early spring nights was gradually losing its freshness. Feeling time flowing on regardless of what I did, I quietly looked up at the night sky densely packed with stars. The city that used to be so full of streetlights and neon signs that it was hard to find even a single star. That place had now become a village where not a single small light could be seen, a perfect observatory for stargazing. Under the moon, slowly filling from a half moon to a full moon, I looked at the canned food in my hand, using the bright moonlight as my light source. 01/22/2019. So boring. The reflected text indicated January 22nd of next year. A little less than a year from now, a time both short and long. That was the remaining shelf life of this canned food. Just like the mountain of vegetables we couldn't finish even though we all ate as much as we could and had to throw away eventually, even canned goods that were supposed to last a long time would become inedible after 3 more seasons pass. Even the ones stored inside the house. Even the canned goods left behind in marts that no one took. Perhaps even the freshly manufactured ones stored in the factory, all of them. As time passed, a foul odor would start emanating from the cans, and the surrounding area would be completely taken over by fruit flies and insects attracted by the smell. Yes, it would all rot from the inside out. Just like you guys, so annoying. Just like those things still wandering outside this house, even now. Even with a mountain of food piled up in the storage room, it couldn't be infinite when faced with the consumption of a family of 4, 3 high school students in their growth spurt and 1 child. In fact, most of the perishable foods, including vegetables, have already been eaten or thrown away by us. Since we were minimizing physical activity by just lounging around inside the house, we could be satisfied with just 2 meals a day. Thanks to that, if you could call it thanks, the storage room hadn't completely hit bottom yet. Furthermore, if we add the canned food we brought with us when we came to this house, we could probably hold out for about another month. But, how long could this peace really last? A month had already passed since what we called the zombie outbreak began. The city lights remained dark without ever coming back on, and televisions and mobile phones stayed dead with black screens. Well, since we couldn't even charge them or connect them to a power source in the first place, I wonder if dead is the right word. Even on the radio, now considered an antique that runs on batteries, we couldn't hear anything beyond static noise. In the sky I kept looking up at until my neck hurts. There wasn't a single sparrow to be seen, let alone rescue helicopters flying around. Even the survivors who could be seen occasionally before, not a single person has been seen recently. Therefore, it might sound surprising, or perhaps obvious, but we had actually given up on being rescued a long time ago. How much longer would we have to wait? Would a rescue team really come if we just waited? Perhaps the outside world, except for us, had already been destroyed. Because we had no hope, because we no longer had any expectations. We were able to laugh, and laugh like crazy, and continue living. Because, haha, that was the only way we could endure. The only way we could survive one more meaningless day. When we close our eyes today, tomorrow will begin again. The gradually disappearing food supplies, the countdown ticking down one by one. Faced with the decreasing numbers, we would smile brightly and start another game. Just like that, another day would begin. And another day would pass. Passing by, and passing by again. Like that, in the end. The moment when that number points to 0, a number signifying nothing. What will we tap? Woman, uni. Perhaps it was because I was absorbed in admiring the quiet night sky. Lost in deep thought, I didn't notice someone walking right up behind me until they tapped my back. With a hiccup, feeling my heart sink at the sudden touch, I turned around. Hee hee, it's woman uni. And there, stood a girl looking at me. Not the kind that seems devoid of color, giving that fading impression, but a pure white, untouched by any dirt. Purity, that's the first impression that came to mind. A child whose everything was white. What are you doing here all alone? Hia. Yes, it's Hia. Do you have something on your mind, woman uni? In the space between the open door of the veranda, with the curtain fluttering like flower petals, Hia stood there, bathed in the soft moonlight. Asterisk 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 hee hee. It feels refreshing. Does it? Yes. Woman uni's body is cold, it feels nice. Under the night sky, where stars seemed to be swimming in water. Hia snuggled close against my body, her face rubbing against my slightly cold clothes from the night breeze, gazing at the beautiful sight of stars densely dotting the dark canvas of the sky. Even Hia's mysterious, slightly grayish eyes seemed to be captivated by the beautiful scenery, unable to tear herself away from the stars etched in the sky. Well, then, that's good. I, feeling the child's unique warm and rapid pulse from within my embrace, was busy listing the reasons why we had ended up in this situation, matching them to each and every star in the sky. They say that different hormones are secreted at night compared to during the day. Like the embarrassing thoughts I was thinking about just before, the ones I'd never want to think again. And someone's last words, swallowed whole by the monster called late-night sentimentality. Things like, I, sometimes, cry, must all be because of those hormones. Wouldn't those poor victims, when they open their eyes the next morning and see what they had created, shed tears after realizing the consequences of being swept away by a momentary emotion? The thump of kicking the blanket with their feet would be a given. Our ancestors were not wrong when they said, a letter written at night should be read again in the morning, and never be sent immediately. Perhaps late-night sentimentality isn't a problem limited to modern society, but a phenomenon with a long and rich tradition. So, there was nothing wrong with me. Those thoughts I had been having until now, thoughts that would have made me too embarrassed to even lift my head during the day. And the late-night laments where I acted as if I were the sole protagonist of a tragedy. It was all the fault of this damned night air. Swish. Uni, I think woman Uni's body suddenly got warmer. Isn't that your imagination? I mean, it hasn't been long since you woke up from sleep either. Is that so? Yes. Our little Hia must be very tired. When Hia parted the curtains and tried to come out to the veranda where I was, she found me leaning alone against the railing and gave me a bright smile, apparently happy to see me. Well, I was quite startled to see Hia coming out at this ungodly hour. But regardless of my surprise, Hia walked toward me, slowly parting the fluttering white curtains. In the same posture she was looking at me, one step at a time, carefully. The sight of the child, whiter than the curtains, a child who truly suited the word pure white, walking towards me, held an indescribable charm that surpassed even the beauty of the night sky I had been admiring. However, I was nervously sweating bullets, wondering if Hia had woken up because of the noise I had made while moving to the veranda, or because of the sounds of me muttering to myself, caught up in the mood. Those two extremely plausible reasons made me watch the approaching child with nervous eyes. But as it turned out, my worries turned out to be unfounded. What greeted me as I stood still was not a playful complaint that she woke up because of me, nor a puzzled look wondering what I was doing out here alone at this hour muttering scary things to the empty air like that. Squeeze. Woman Uni's warm embrace is nice too. Snuggle. Along with a sound like soft fur being rubbed together. As I tried to wave off any concerns, what I got was just one child who wordlessly threw herself into my embrace. The screams of those pounding on doors, and the human figures swept away and scattered by the horde of zombies, their forms no longer recognizable. If a smile naturally bloomed on one's face despite being in that situation, a situation that was not at all funny, a situation where one shouldn't be laughing, it surely means that they have broken down, unable to accept this horrific world. Yes, we had broken down. The reason why a desolate desert can appear beautiful is because of the oasis hidden within. The reason why one can say a life filled with pain is beautiful is because they believe a better tomorrow is waiting in the future. But in a completely barren desert where no oasis exists, in a life where only despair awaits no matter where you look in the future, Does the meaning that people speak of truly exist there? Since when had we begun calculating our future by the number of canned goods stored in the kitchen drawer instead of hoping to be rescued and eating together with our families at home? Since when had we become able to tell the approximate time by looking at the position of the sun, instead of desperately watching the sky hoping to see rescue helicopters or supplies dropped from above? Tick-tock. Like sand falling in an hourglass, our sanity began to slowly run out. It was an environment where mental illness would inevitably develop even in those who never had it before, an environment where even a perfectly normal person would slowly go insane. Those bastards, how do I kill them? How? Tap, tap. Jungian was desperately putting on a strong front with a forced hearty laugh, clumsily hiding the fear lurking beneath her face behind a mask. Sunbi, is there anything I can do to help? Should I fix the door? Or close the window? Scouting? Exploration? Deduction? Give me any task, please. Please tell me what to do, Sunbi. Yeona was trying to follow behind whomever was leading the way by delegating all the decision-making to others, grabbing only the hem of that person's clothing without looking ahead. I watched as my precious friends who I had lived with slowly being pushed to the edge of a cliff, one by one. Pfft. Ha ha. And I also noticed that I, myself, looking at my friends, was becoming no different from them. After coming to Hia's house, everyone seemed to recover slightly, enjoying a brief respite, but the situation hadn't improved. Although we had regained a moment of peace, we still couldn't change this gloomy and hopeless reality. And that, shouldn't have only applied to us. We all knew. No, with those things placed so visibly, we couldn't not know, even if we wanted to, that there was no way a child who looked not even 10 years old yet would be living alone in this large house. The sets of more than 6 pairs of chopsticks and spoons when roughly counted, and the 4 beautifully prepared teacups. And this. The photo hanging on the wall, a picture of 3 people looking happier than anyone else. We saw it clearly with our own eyes. The child's hope that had completely withered away, unlike us who still held on to some futile hope. Considering Hia's age, it would have been understandable if she had simply given up and burst into tears. But, come on, let's play a game together, Waman Uni. A game. Yes, a game. Yeona Uni and Jungian Uni too, come here. Let's play a game together The child was different. The child, who had more right than anyone else to abandon this world, was different from us, who had already given up. Thud. Oh, it's over. It's over? See can't we play again? Yeona Uni. Wow, Yeona, I never thought you'd be like this. Seriously playing to win against a child. You really are heartless. No, it's just. Hia is really good at it. I am serious. Please believe me, Sunbi. The child who observed the world with clear eyes, not losing hope. Even in this terribly transformed world, Hia maintained her true self. And, hurry up and roll. To be, or not to be, that is thy question. If you don't roll now, your kid dies, Naya. Perhaps that hope had become contagious. Or was it a case of life's already ruined, so whatever happens, happens? Before we knew it, Yeona had started to think that she should try and do something herself. And Jungian, who had been hiding her vulnerability behind a facade of strength, was able to let out a deep breath and regain some composure. Yes, all thanks to this child. I lowered my head and looked down. In my arms, wrapped in a grey cardigan, I could see Hia's face, her eyes half closed as if she was falling back asleep. Even if a child acts mature, they're still a child after all. I smiled briefly at her cuteness, and thought that I should probably go back to bed now for Hia's sake as well. The thought of staying up all night had long since vanished. You'll catch a cold, Hia, and if you do, Yeona will scold me. Shall we go back now? Okay, let's go together, Uni. Tap, tap. While dusting off my sleeve that had gotten dirty from resting on the railing, I spoke to Hia who was looking up at me. Hia, responding to my words, was full of drowsiness. I carefully followed behind Hia so she wouldn't trip, asking if she's okay or if it's hard. In this quiet space, Hia and I didn't particularly exchange words asking about each other's well-being. All we did was simply lean against each other under the dark sky and gaze together at that beautiful night sky. That was the extent of the conversation we shared. But for me, just that single embrace, was more comforting than 100 words. Step. Hia, that game, the box said second on it, so I wonder if there's a third one. We don't have it at home, but maybe there might be some at the mart. Is that so? Well, in the end, nothing had changed. Nothing visible, nothing tangible, nothing at all existed yet. Probably after I take Hia back to her room, the same day would repeat itself, no different from any other. Still, if there's a second one, there must be a first one. Still, the reason I can have hope is. Still, the reason we could all get back up was. So later, let's play that game together. The reason life is beautiful is not because there is definite happiness lying ahead on the path I walk. It's simply because we were given the ability to hope and dream of a beautiful future. Next time, it'll be me and Hia, on the same team. Okay, sounds good, Hia Uni. That's what I decided to believe. For the really ridiculous reason of wanting to act like an adult in front of a child. And so, day after day, the month's worth of dates printed on the calendar, which we thought would never be torn off, eventually passed, and the day to rip off that page finally arrived. Last night was fun, Waman Uni. Your embrace was very warm. I know what you guys are thinking, but it's not like that. It's not like that, you jerks. Yoongian, stop looking at me like that. Hey, Yeona, the phone's not going to work anyway, so who are you even trying to call? Food, clothing, and shelter. Even the bare minimum necessities required to live a decent life as human beings were either scarce or slightly defective. Why am I on the same team as you again? You guys planned this, didn't you? You totally planned this, right? Hoo. Yoongian, I told you. You can never escape from me. Ah. Crash. Still, we were living tenaciously, even in that deficient environment. My friend, who had once been consumed by fear, had regained the composure to look at her surroundings. And my junior, who had once lost her sense of responsibility, had found the resolve to stand on her own 2 feet again. And, ha, don't laugh. I'm serious. I was able to laugh a genuine laugh, one that wasn't forced or born from despair, but from joy rising from deep within my heart. If this small child younger than me is trying this hard to live, I, as her older sister, should at least set a good example, right? Honestly, we were far too lacking to be called adults, but even so, we had our pride that wouldn't let us give up. As a human, I shouldn't act shamelessly in front of a child. Hee, we're on the same team again today, Yeon Uni. Now, let's try to win together again today, Hia. If we finish too quickly, it'll be boring, so should we go easy on them today? Hey, are you challenging us right now? Like that? Even if the world we lived in was slowly hurtling towards its end, even if the hope we believed in was worth less than a flickering candle in the wind, we were able to do our best in our given positions in this unreasonable world. We were able to renew our resolve to never give up on life and endure until the very end. But while the environment can influence one's heart cannot change the environment. Even if you look at the world from a different perspective, you couldn't change the rule that living necessarily comes with its price. Yes, that's why, eventually, tap. We're almost out. That day was bound to come. Day 58 after the zombie outbreak. In other words, the 40th day since we started living together in this house. The canned food had almost completely run out. Tick, tick. Damn it. Words that I wouldn't dare utter in front of Hia flowed from my mouth. Staring at the empty cupboard, I realized I was biting on the nail of my thumb with my teeth. It was a habit I had supposedly stopped when I entered high school. But in this urgent and critical situation, I didn't have the time to be mindful of such things. Well, there's no one around now to scold me for biting my nails anyway. What can we do, woman? This was inevitable. I'm pretty surprised that the canned goods lasted this long. That's true, but, strictly speaking, Yoongian wasn't wrong. The supplies that we initially thought would last a month at most had somehow stretched to nearly 40 days, with a few items still remaining. 1 or 2 days. Maybe even 4 days if we rationed it. The canned goods had done their job well, lasting 10 days longer than expected. Perhaps because all we did at home was occasionally check around the house for any damage to the walls and make sure no zombies had secretly climbed over the fence. Of course, we had 1 or 2 battles here and there, but since we were mostly staying still, we didn't get hungry that often, and considering the current situation, our appetites had naturally decreased. All these factors combined to make the food last longer. Yes, we had endured well. But we need to go out, Yoongian. You're right. The moment of choice had finally come for us, who had been staying put. Though, can you really call it a choice when the options are whether to keep living or quietly choose death here? If it were the old us, we might have suggested staying here and waiting until we starved to death from exhaustion. Well, then we'll have to go out. I knew you'd say that. Must be nice being so carefree. Huh. But the current us were different. 58 days. Almost 2 months had passed since this mess started. During that time, we hadn't seen a single rescue helicopter, let alone one falling from the sky in flames. Had the world really ended, with just us remaining? Or were there others barricading themselves somewhere other than here, surrounded by barbed wire fences? We couldn't know anything. We couldn't see anything. All right. Everyone gather round. We have important matters to discuss. Yo Yeona, bring Hia downstairs slowly. And be careful on the stairs. Yes. Let's go, Hia. However, amidst all this uncertainty, one thing was absolutely clear. The fact that we have to leave this house. The fact that to survive, we had to open the door and take a step outside. Tap. First off, securing supplies is our top priority. Do you understand this much, Sunbi? Well, for now. It's not for now, Sunbi. The meeting began with Yeona at the center, drawing on the chalkboard while explaining, with me, Hia, and Yoongian sitting around her. On the green chalkboard was a detailed map of the general area and the routes to the mart we were planning to reach. I'll continue? Yes, ma'am, teacher Yeona. Wamin Sunbi, if you keep doing that, I'm going to get mad, okay. The drawing was so precise that from a distance it could be mistaken for a photograph. It was Yeona's work, drawn purely from memory, without any map or other aid. Considering their characteristics of being sensitive to smell and sound, driving a car which inevitably creates noise and emits exhaust fumes would be suicidal. Moreover, with all the abandoned cars and other obstacles, it's not a place for beginners like us who have never driven before to be driving. I guess we're lucky the mart is within walking distance, at least. Yes. It's about a 5-minute walk from here, so no problem. It's not like we did nothing over the past 2 months either. From observing the commercial district and watching the zombies wandering around this house, we had long since thoroughly analyzed exactly what these creatures responded to and how they behaved. Well, when all you can see around you is zombies, you end up studying them whether you want to or not. However, there was one concerning point. Those bastards are unexpectedly smart. No, dumb. They definitely seem to be acting with a specific purpose in mind, but unfortunately, there's no way for us to know for now. These creatures weren't mindless like the zombies typically portrayed in movies. They knew to slide open sliding doors, and we even saw them pressing elevator buttons to move between floors. The slowly closing elevator doors, and me watching from afar. I still haven't forgotten the zombies' eyes staring at me through that narrow gap. Also, whether related to their intelligence or not, they also seemed to prioritize attacking those who looked relatively weaker, rather than groups of people armed with weapons. Well, at this point it's probably safe to say they definitely possess intelligence. Our only saving grace is that their physical abilities were weak. So weak that even someone with little strength like me or Yeona could fend them off if we tried, to that extent. Of course, as if mocking that, they would surround us with their overwhelming numbers, but the reason they couldn't enter our house where we were staying, despite clearly knowing we were inside, is because they lacked the strength to climb over the fence. If they had just a little more strength, they would have been able to climb over easily. In fact, there were ones, though a small minority, that trampled their fellow zombies and managed to climb over the fence. However, there are still things we don't understand. Like why, when two people who looked no different from each other were running away separately, would all the zombies chase after only one of them? I even entertained the thought that perhaps something like taste preferences could exist among zombies too, but that was too difficult a question for us, who aren't professional researchers. Right. Let's not think about such complicated details. There was only one thing we needed to do. Then, Sunbi. That's all for now. Okay. To do our utmost best in every moment. In order to reunite with our families who we can no longer meet. In order to move forward for the sake of the friends we've lost and may never meet again. And above all, tomorrow, we raid the mart. That is all. In order to survive. That's all there was to it. Swish. I stealthily extended the stick with a mirror attached to it forward, before turning the corner. And sure enough, reflected in the mirror were zombies standing motionlessly in the alleyway, waiting for something, perhaps. They were standing still under the hot sun, staring at the empty air. If anything, I should be grateful that at least they don't seem to be on alert for us. Tap, tap. Left, 2, not on alert. Understood. Recalculating route, stand by. I immediately relayed what I had found to Yeona behind me using simple hand signals. I moved my right index finger sideways once to indicate the direction I had checked, raised my middle and index fingers and slightly bent them, wiggling them to show there were two zombies, and finally, after pointing at my eyes, I crossed both arms to make an X. Although the movements were clumsy and awkward, it was a good enough method considering our current situation where we couldn't make any noise carelessly. Unexpectedly, I rather liked how it helped set the mood too. This kind of thing is fun, isn't it? Tap, tap. And so, what felt like an hour but was only a few seconds passed. Change route. Proceed straight ahead like this. Then reassess situation. Understood. Yeona, quickly grasping my signals, immediately marked the location of the zombies we had just confirmed on the small map and suggested a different route. Swish, the red ballpoint pen in Yeona's hand moved vigorously across the paper. Over the existing black straight line, a new crimson line was drawn, bypassing the path that turned the corner towards the supermarket and instead indicating a slightly longer detour, going 1 block further. In short, combat was prohibited. It was a reasonable decision to proceed to the next corner and reassess the situation. Although it was a slight detour, there was no need to attract the zombies' attention and waste our energy when we hadn't even reached the supermarket yet. Furthermore, the horrible stench that rises when zombies die could potentially attract every zombie in the surrounding area. Previously, the reason we got surrounded by hordes of zombies while fleeing from the building complex was specifically because of the few holes we made in the zombies' bodies while escaping. That was also the reason why most of the weapons we had brought this time were blunt weapons like wooden clubs. If we were to inflict large wounds on the zombies and the bodily fluids inside splattered everywhere, there was no way we could handle the disaster that would follow. Of course, to prevent such a situation, Yeona's map had detailed markings of where to escape to and which buildings would be relatively safe to enter. Step by step. After carefully confirming the path Yeona had drawn, we nodded once to signal our agreement and began to carefully move forward, trying not to make a sound. And that paper with the crucial path drawn on it. Tuck. Let's go. That means let's attack. Hee-ah. Hee-hee. A small, white arm stretched upwards. The small hand that barely reached our chests gently took hold of the paper. Yes. This was the ultimate reason why we were trying to avoid or minimize combat as much as possible. Because Hee-ah, bundled up in thick clothes, was among us, moving towards the supermarket right now. Frankly, we didn't want to bring Hee-ah on this dangerous mission. Isn't that obvious? No one sincerely wanted to bring a child, infinitely younger and more vulnerable than us, on this life-threatening gamble. If anyone had to die, it should be us. That was the shared opinion between me, Yoongian, and Yeona. If anyone had argued it was unfair that they had to go while this child didn't, insisting Hee-ah should also help gather supplies, we would have rushed to beat that bastard senseless. With the wooden clubs in our hands. Because someone like that wouldn't even be human. But I don't want to. Hia, no, why? Why do I have to be alone again? I don't want to be alone anymore. Don't leave me behind. Please, let me go with you, Eunice. Wah. Seeing Hia clinging to us, crying and shouting for us not to leave her behind, we could only freeze up and forget everything we had been thinking, as if turning to ice. Where had the mature Hia from before gone? And seeing the child pulling on our clothes like a little kid throwing a tantrum, we were once again reminded that Hia, despite acting mature, was still very much just a child. Hia, who had always silently comforted us. Perhaps we had been placing too heavy a burden on this child. But still, that was that, this is this. Yiana and I tried to dissuade Hia from coming on this dangerous mission, but Hia was determined to follow us no matter what. A war that would never end until one of us backed down. It was a tense tug-of-war where no one wanted to give in. And then, tap. It's just as dangerous for her to stay here alone, anyway. Jungian. That long standoff entered a new phase with Jungian's words, who had been quietly sitting beside us with her chin resting on her hand, lost in thought. If we want to secure at least a month's worth of supplies on foot, all three of us need to go. That means Hia will have to stay home alone. In this house where zombies could break in, all by herself. But still, Yoongi and Sunbi, you know how dangerous it is there, right? I don't want to take the kid there either, Yiana. You think I'm crazy or something? A strong force was added to the other side of the rope we were pulling. The name of that force was truth. But if we were to die or get in danger from the start, you know better than me what will happen to Hia who would be waiting for us here alone. No, us being in danger means Hia is in danger too. But we can't protect Hia if she's here by herself. In that case, it's better for Hia to be near us, where we can protect her with all our might. Even so, words dropped away. It was an extreme argument, but a cruel truth we couldn't deny. Of course, even Jungian, who said those words, didn't seem to want to put Hia in danger, judging by the furrow in her brow instead of a sense of satisfaction. But this too was Jungian's own way of choosing what was best for Hia. In fact, during the past 40 days, some zombies had managed to climb over the fence by stepping and trampling on each other. Although it had happened frequently only in the beginning when zombies surrounded the house, and they were quickly taken care of after being caught by us who were on high alert then, there was no guarantee that such a horrific event wouldn't happen again. Lately, the latch locking the front door had also become somewhat loose from the constant pounding. In other words, leaving Hia here alone also entailed a great risk. And, this is just a hypothetical, but if we were to be bitten and turned into zombies, Hia would have to survive alone in this house, without any food or guardian. That too was a big problem. It meant that since our deaths would indirectly lead to Hia's death anyway, it might be better to keep Hia by our side and protect her, as Jungian had suggested. Even if we were safe, there was no guarantee that Hia would be, and if something were to happen to us and we were in danger of dying, Hia, who would be alone at home, would also be in danger. In the end, we came to the conclusion that putting Hia in danger was for Hia's safety. It was a truly unavoidable and difficult conclusion to accept. Well, dot. Seeing Hia's beaming smile, perhaps excited to be going outside with us, I think maybe we would have surrendered even if it hadn't been for that reason. By the way, how is Hia expressing laughter through hand signals? No, seriously, how? Walking and more walking. We, who had been tense with anxiety about the dangerous journey ahead that morning, were now able to walk more comfortably, thanks to Hia's presence. Fortunately, we didn't drop anything or take a wrong turn because of our nervousness. And so, as planned, at noon, when the zombies' movements became most sluggish under the scorching sun, swish. Cars that looked like they hadn't been spared a single scratch, and spiderweb-like cracks on their windows. And the shattered windows and glass entrance door here and there. We're here. We arrived at the supermarket parking lot. The inside of the supermarket was so dark that we couldn't see an inch ahead without flashlights. They say that large discount stores intentionally avoid installing windows so that customers don't look outside and decide to stop shopping. Naturally, there was no way the supermarket, which didn't even have electricity, would turn on the lights just for the four of us, so we had to wander around in the darkness, unable to easily make out even the shape of a person standing right in front of us when turning a corner. Even haunted houses, which are supposed to be scary, at least have enough light to see where you're going. And there are no zombies that will get you out if you get bitten even a little. So, what can you do? Like a squid fishing boat luring squids with bright lights, we had no choice but to turn on our flashlights even though we knew this thin beam of light would attract any nearby zombies, like swallowing bitter medicine while crying. I didn't want to turn it on either, but we literally couldn't see anything, so there was no other way. Of course, these lights might draw in zombies, but we concluded that the danger lurking in the pitch-black darkness was more threatening to us than the immediately visible danger. From the start, our goal wasn't to avoid being detected by zombies, but to secure food supplies and return, even if it meant having to fight after being discovered. And if we have to face danger, isn't it better to face a danger that we can handle to some extent? Rather than not knowing when and where the enemies will pop out, it's better to be in the current situation where we can at least tell which direction they're coming from, even if the enemies come first. After all, even without this light, the zombies we know would have been able to find us just by the small sounds of our footsteps. Well, this might seem no different than riding a bicycle in the wrong direction on the road because you're afraid of cars coming from behind, but that's just my feeling. As much as possible, let's pray that not too many of them rush at us. Step, step. one step at a time, cautiously watching out for zombies that might suddenly pop out from around corners. We firmly gripped our weapons with both hands and carefully entered the supermarket. And after about 10 minutes of searching, we learned one shocking fact. That is, tap. There are no zombies. It seems that way. Did they all leave? The surprising fact that there were no zombies inside this large supermarket. Even after turning up the brightness of the flashlights, which we had kept at minimum setting just in case, to maximum. Even after Yeona, who was standing next to me, stomped her foot forcefully as a test, when she wasn't satisfied with just that. Are they really not here? Should we wait a little longer? Wamin Sunbi. The horrible sounds of what sounded like corpses wailing, sounds we've been hearing every night for 2 months, could not be heard. And not only that, neither the sound of squelching flesh hitting something hard, a sound that would immediately be heard if there was even the slightest movement nearby, nor that unpleasant sound of them rapidly clicking their teeth up and down that we'd always hear looking out windows. Inside the pitch-black supermarket, only a strange, eerie silence prevailed. Actually, it was a situation that we had expected to some extent. Of course, saying this result was expected is not much different from saying heads or tails will come up when flipping a coin. It was either the supermarket would be crawling with zombies or they'd be mostly gone and quiet, but it was an expected result nonetheless. Well, it's a relief if there aren't any. It made sense, since 2 months had already passed since the zombie outbreak. Except for special-purpose buildings like schools or hospitals, the building with the most foot traffic in this area at the time of the outbreak would probably have been this supermarket. And to put it another way, it meant that this was one of the first places where hell broke loose, just like the massacres that occurred in schools and hospitals, where zombies mixed in with the people who were running away without knowing what was going on. Judging by the absence of any barricades made from surrounding objects to block the zombies, or any traces of human life like empty cans, it seemed that the people who had been in this supermarket had been swept away without any resistance by the zombies that had entered on the first day of the outbreak, as expected. And now, after so much time had passed since then, it wasn't entirely unreasonable to think that the zombies who had been wandering inside the supermarket might have left after hearing the sounds of survivors moving around outside. In fact, even Yeona, before we came to the supermarket, had listed various possibilities and said that this could happen. Were the bloodstains on the floor, looking like something had been dragged along, all created at that time? It was probably a trail left by those things moving around. And if that was really the case, jackpot. Our course of action was clear. In the past, when we were first cluelessly fleeing from school, we hesitated to even break into a convenience store, questioning if we were allowed to do that. We had wasted our time worrying about trivial things like what the police would do or if we would get a criminal record, despite being in a situation where we didn't even know if we could survive the next day. But let's sweep it all. The food aisles are probably in that direction, Sunbi. Can't we just take the whole mart with us? It seems like a waste. This time, no one hesitated. Do you all just want to die together? Was it simply because we thought that since the world had already ended, there was no need to worry about anything? Tap. Did I lose? Hee. I finally won, Yeona Uni. Oh, Hia beat Yeona? Our little Hia, you're so smart. Or was it because we had something precious and meaningful that couldn't be measured by values defined by others, things like sin or morality? From here, downwards. Yeona, the youngest among us, was already calculating the approximate locations of the items we needed by looking at the building layout. Yo, woman, don't forget Hia. Yoongian, the most impatient among us, shook her club in the air a couple of times before giving me a thumbs up and showing off the bag on her back. And this is insane. Seeing how much they had changed, I could only smile wryly. Somehow, the kids had become so reliable. But we've basically become a criminal gang now. And so, tap. Come on, Hia, let's go over there too. Okay, got it. Afraid of the dark perhaps, Hia had been clutching my clothes without saying anything while staring at the pitch darkness spread out before us, so I covered her hand with mine. Following everyone else, I slowly entered deeper into the supermarket, where the food should be displayed. TL note, Hia is POV. Just to let you know, squids instinctively move their legs towards the bright light pouring down from above the water's surface. Moths fly toward blazing bonfires, believing them to be the moonlight from heaven guiding their way. We who watch all of this from afar might click our tongues at their foolishness, while others might find it strange, wondering why they're being fooled by such a crude resemblance. But the truly unfair ones are none other than them. Because the ones who could tell them it wasn't the right answer were all already deceived. They were all already dead. There is no one in this world who can say they were deceived. Because the moment you realize you were deceived, you are no longer the deceived one. In this world, there are only those who haven't been deceived yet, and those who are already being deceived. So everyone firmly believes they haven't been deceived. Saying, I wasn't deceived. Saying, my choice was right. But, well, who was caught? Who was truly deceived? Like someone from above the water waiting for fish below the surface to enter the fish trap on their own. Like a fisherman waiting for a fish nibbling at the bait to swallow the hook as soon as possible. Quietly watching us, me, from the darkness. Looking at those dozens and hundreds of pairs of eyes showing no signs of life. I murmured softly, how clever. Hia, are you scared? Squeeze. Small wrinkles formed on the hem of the clothes I was holding. It's okay, Hia. I'm here too, and there's a gorilla up ahead too, you bitch. So don't worry. Your unis will take care of everything. Okay, I trust you, Uni. Did she hear my murmur? Thinking I was scared, Woman covered my hand, which was clutching her clothes, with her own. While feeling reassured by that warm touch, I was also quietly thinking about what was about to unfold. Scared, she says. I carefully rolled that short phrase around on my tongue, like rolling a grape in my mouth. Yes, maybe she's right that I am scared. Because I may not be able to see that beautiful sides of my unis anymore in the future. Because I won't be able to be together with them as they work hard to overcome all obstacles and move forward even in this dark world. Really, I'm scared. And regretful. So regretful. And so, carefully, very carefully, I slowly followed them deeper into the supermarket, where zombies lay in wait. Sweep it all. Oh, this one's expensive, I'll take this. Everyone's so enthusiastic, I see. Watching Waman Sunbi and Jungian Sunbi excitedly stuffing canned goods into their backpacks. I thought that we wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few months. One large backpack and one small backpack per person. Having filled both backpacks with the maximum amount of canned goods they could hold, by rough estimation we could comfortably last for 2 or 3 months. Of course, we'd essentially filled the backpacks with what amounted to chunks of metal so they'd be quite heavy, but if we think of it as extending our lives by the weight we carry on our backs, it wasn't a weight we couldn't bear. And we didn't know if such a good opportunity would ever come again. Fortunately, there were no zombies inside the supermarket. In fact, we hadn't even seen a shadow of a zombie while making our noisy way down to the basement food aisle, so that was certain. Of course, it wasn't that we hadn't considered this possibility at all, but even I found it quite surprising that what I'd thought was the least likely possibility had become reality. The only traces we could find were a few items out of place on the shelves and bloodstains here and there on the floor, as if something had been dragged along. Only remnants of the past, reminding us of the horrific events that had occurred here, remained. If it weren't for those creepy bloodstains on the floor, and the fact that the space was too wide for the 4 of us to properly guard the perimeter, the supermarket would have been an ideal place to set up a base. Literally, it was so perfect that it couldn't get any better. But, still, tap. Is this right? My head rang with warning bells louder than ever before. Like that first day when the outbreak occurred. When I saw my friend with bloodshot red eyes enter the classroom, and then immediately bite off the neck of another friend who had approached to help her unstable-looking state. No, this creepy feeling was even more ominous than back then. This horrible feeling that I was stepping into death's boundary myself continued to pound inside my head. A voice told me to run away immediately. That it's not too late yet. Perhaps, it was my emotions warning my rationality, which had yet to grasp the situation, that something was amiss. What was I missing? What mistake did I make? Clench? I have to find out. Unable to shake off that persistent sense of unease, I quickly picked some random canned goods nearby and stuffed them into my backpack, then began staring intently at the marks carved nearby. I could feel Waman Sunbi, who was dumping cans into her backpack next to me, looking at me strangely, but I was desperate to solve the doubts that were forming in my mind. Even as the can I had put in my backpack slipped out through a small gap and fell to my feet, my thoughts continued. The can that had fallen to the ground wasn't important right now, because I have this horrible feeling that if I couldn't figure out this sense of unease now, I might have to live the rest of my life regretting it. A dark red line stretching far beyond the reach of the bright flashlight beam. Turning up the brightness of the flashlights we each held to maximum, I carefully shone my light on the bloodstains on the floor, which might be the only clue to resolving this suffocating feeling. With a thud, I plopped down on the floor to take a closer look at the line and began conducting imaginary experiments in my head to interpret how this trail could have possibly been created. For this experiment, I needed one person who was likely bleeding profusely from a wound in an area where an artery passes through. And if I thought of the floor as paper, and the bleeding person as an ink-soaked brush, the traces that I'd simply thought zombies or people had made by crawling across the floor, the imaginary brush slowly moved along that line. They didn't crawl, and the result was completely different from my initial assumption. First of all, this red path wasn't created by a single person crawling and moving. It was a path created by someone dragging another person. If you think about the act of crawling using your arms and legs, you'd know that when you crawl, you pull yourself forward with your outstretched arm while simultaneously pushing off the floor with your bent leg. Then, to move forward again, you extend your bent arm forward and bend your outstretched leg. And that meant that if a person crawled, they would repeatedly perform the action of moving and stopping, following a specific rhythm. Think about drawing a line on paper with a brush. If you were to draw a line while stopping the brush here and there, like I mentioned earlier, thick marks, like notes, would inevitably be left on the paper in those spots where the brush momentarily stopped. It wouldn't just be brushes, but any pen filled with ink would leave similar markings. It couldn't be any other way. But the thickness of the bloodstains on the floor was consistent without any such notes, and that meant that whoever created these marks had moved across the floor at a constant speed without stopping. The only way that could happen was if someone had been dragging another person at a constant speed. In other words, creating these marks requires at least 2 people. The one dragging and the one being dragged. And judging from the next clue, the one being dragged was highly likely a human being, not a zombie. I mean, it's one thing if they set up a base and moved the zombies they had killed for sanitary reasons, but in a situation where a fight or a search is going on and there's a chance other zombies might swarm in if you kill one, who would have the time to move the corpse of the zombie they just killed somewhere else? The very fact that they were dragged across the floor, leaving a trail of blood, meant that it wasn't a zombie, whose bodily fluids are nothing but a rotten ooze. The one being dragged is a human who has suffered a major injury. Then, was this trail created by someone dragging a person who was bitten by a zombie? Judging by the evidence I've gathered so far, that seemed to be the most plausible possibility. Perhaps during the outbreak, when someone was injured by those things, their friends or family, in their attempt to help the injured person, dragged them across the floor. Wait a minute. Dragged them? They dragged an injured person across the floor? Not carrying them on their back or in their arms, but specifically dragging them across the floor? A critically wounded person who, judging by the amount of blood, had been bitten by zombies on their neck or where major arteries pass through, with blood pouring out profusely? Not just 1 or 2 people, but counting the bloodstains, at least over 10 people, all in the same bizarre way that anyone would say was wrong? No, that's impossible. No matter how urgent and desperate the situation was, dragging an injured person across the floor instead of just freezing up and doing nothing isn't something a normal, sane person would do. That's right. If it were a person, that is. What if the one who dragged them wasn't a person? Goosebumps covered my entire body. My breath caught, and for a moment my lungs couldn't take in air. Perhaps I had been thinking wrong from the start. The deduction process that I thought was perfect from start to finish. But if the answer I came up with isn't the right one, there's only one possibility. That the deduction itself had been twisted from the very first assumption. That's right. I was wrong. The sense of unease I had felt upon entering the supermarket could now be clearly explained. Why were there no corpses left behind here? A person bitten by a zombie turns into a zombie, and those already dead don't turn into zombies. In other words, this means that people who die from excessive blood loss or shock before the zombification process is complete don't turn into zombies, but simply become corpses lying around in the streets. Corpses horribly mangled and disfigured from being mauled by zombies were surprisingly common, even just by looking out from Hia's house. Then why? In this place where more people must have died than anywhere else. In this place where countless people, clueless about what was happening, were massacred on the first day of the outbreak. Why were there no corpses present? It's because someone hid the corpses or the critically injured people who were on the verge of becoming corpses. How? By grabbing their arms or legs and dragging them across the floor. Then, who was the one who dragged them? The zombies. For what reason? It was to make people who come to this place believe that it is safe. The answer was horrifying. We made a plan to go to the supermarket because we had run out of food. And that, to put it bluntly, wasn't an unusual choice. It was an ordinary choice that any rational person would have made. Of course, our survival was accompanied by a fair amount of luck, but it wasn't the kind of extraordinary fortune that could be considered special. The kind of luck that anyone else could have experienced. And many others who had probably survived in a similar way to us would have planned a journey to find food, just like we did, with this supermarket as their destination. Because they were running out of food. Unlike us, who were lucky enough to have plenty of supplies and could stay in the house for a long time. But now, where are the traces of those people? Where are the traces left by the survivors who would have already come here before us? Creak, creak. My neck turned unnaturally towards the surroundings like a broken doll. The countless marks that I had simply assumed were created by zombies crawling around. But now, those marks held a completely different meaning for me. Within the thick bloodstains, if you looked closely, you could find 4 thin lines, about the thickness of a finger. They were deeply carved into the floor, as if resisting being dragged somewhere by someone. Those were probably the last traces left by the people who had come to this place. And no, even in their hazy consciousness, at the crossroads of life and death, those marks were created because the ones dragging them were the very same horrific beings who had brought them to their deaths. And where are they now, those who committed such horrific acts? Those who had set traps and laid ambushes in places where people would come, those who had meticulously erased all traces of their actions to make their prey feel safe, where would they be now? Right. They're here, those things. They would be watching us from right here, nowhere else. They would be laughing at the idiots drawn by bright lights from within the pitch darkness. They've been watching us all along, from the start. Thump, I kicked off with my foot. Toward the 2 sunbez gathering supplies in the distance. Towards them, who were still cluelessly stuffing cans into their bags with smiles on their faces. I ran as fast as I could, an abomination, blooming in the darkness. A flower of flesh has blossomed. Everyone, Ruyuyun, comma, comma, damn it? Hia, where's Hia? Woman, where is Hia? I haven't seen her since earlier. Has anyone here seen Hia? I haven't seen her either. Nash, Nash. Instead of the fragrant flower scent that should have wafted from the gaping hole, presumably a mouth, there was the horrible stench of rotting corpses vibrating. Below that orifice, where beautiful petals should have been if it were a flower, were protruding, crooked fangs instead of petals. A stem reminiscent of a neck, or a trunk, withered and twisted. And branches, forking out from there, now reaching towards us. What the? A flower that looked like it had been created by inverting all human values. Just what the hell is going on? The indescribable song emanating from those flowers filled the entire floor of the supermarket where we stood. Like sunflowers turning their heads in unison to follow the sun. Or like a line of ants swarming towards where food can be found. Those who had revealed their horrifying forms from the darkness began to walk towards us, the only source of warm life in this place. Even when we threatened them with long weapons raised high, even when we shone bright lights from our flashlights, they didn't care. Step by step, as if our resistance meant nothing to them, they took slow but steady steps forward, and the distance between us and those zombies was steadily closing. Do they want to kill us that badly? Do they need to devour us that desperately? Of course, we weren't just standing still in this dire situation either. However, we couldn't do much since if we got so much as a scratch, we would lose, and because hordes of zombies would pop out every time we tried to escape past the counters, we had no choice but to be stuck here. And that, grab, get lost, you bastards. Led to the truly worst-case scenario of zombies starting to swarm in right within striking distance of our weapons. No matter which direction we looked, left, right, front, back, all we could see was a wave of screaming corpses. Where did we go wrong? Since when had this trap been planned? And most importantly, where is Hia now? The sudden appearance of the zombie horde, and the sudden disappearance of the child who had been holding onto my clothes just moments ago. In this worst-case scenario where those two things that absolutely shouldn't happen had happened at the same time, ominous premonitions filled with worry and anxiety were growing in my mind, each one feeding into the next. Could she have already been caught by the zombies? Or is she lost and wandering somewhere on this floor overflowing with zombies, clueless about what was happening? Or maybe, even now as we were trapped here, she was desperately calling out our names, waiting for help. No, absolutely not. Clench. Hia. That clever child wouldn't be caught so easily. I gripped the weapon in my hand even more firmly. With resentment. No, perhaps with desperation, I glared at the hordes of zombies approaching us. My eyes fell on a woman with long black hair, and on her brown, rotten skin, a swarm of maggots wriggled, greedily devouring her flesh. A repulsive sight I could never get used to, no matter how many times I saw it. Forcibly pushing down the urge to vomit rising from within, I directly smashed the heads of the zombies surrounding us with my club, along with everyone else. Whack, whack, comma. Hia? Where are you? Every time I swung my arm forcefully, a liquid would burst from the bodies of the zombies that collided with my club. A strange liquid that could only be vaguely discerned as a deep green color, impossible to describe properly. Still, how could such a sickening substance that induces disgust just by looking at it be produced in the bodies of those who were once human? Even though I was wearing thick clothes without any gaps so that the liquid wouldn't touch my skin, I still couldn't shake off the uncomfortable feeling of bugs crawling all over my body from the moment I saw that horrifying ooze. Had the people I knew also turned into this form? Could the faces of those people possibly exist among these zombies I was attacking? The things I was striking down now were the remnants of those who were once people. No, no. Whack. I gritted my teeth and swung my club even harder. There was no room to think of anything else with the horde of zombies right in front of me. The best I could do in this desperate situation was simply to swing the club in my hand with all my might. First came the sharp sound of air being sliced, followed by the dull sound of striking something blunt. My hand felt like it was hitting clay, and with that empty sensation, the thing that had been walking towards me with both its arms outstretched fell to the ground in the same posture. As expected, unlike their horrifying appearance, the zombies weren't that strong. Thanks to that, we were able to somehow fight back even in this critical situation. But, just when we thought we might be able to escape somehow by continuing like this, with a squelch. More, they're gathering. It's endless, damn it. Where the hell were they all hiding? We looked and saw a new wave of zombies, several times larger than the ones we had just defeated, approaching us, trampling over the bodies of the fallen zombies. There had been some gaps here and there on the floor in the beginning, but as time passed, their numbers only increased, slowly filling those gaps. And to make matters worse, Russell, this is crazy, seriously. Even the zombies we had knocked down earlier were starting to get back up, as if they had recovered. The floor was already covered in that creepy green ooze. With the encirclement closing in, all we could do was slowly back away, our backs against each other's. But despite our efforts, the floor was becoming more and more crowded with zombies that had gathered. Soon, even the path to the stairs we had used to come down here would be blocked. If this continued, this entire building would become our grave. Thwack. Have you still not found Hia? Did she go up to the first floor ahead of us? What if she's still here on this floor? We can't leave Hia here alone. Ugh. We have to find Hia. They're swarming in from the other side too. We're running out of time. At this rate, even the stairs going up will be blocked. Hia, Hia. Can you hear us? Where are you? We shouted Hia's name with all our strength. Perhaps our voices acted as a catalyst. The attacks from the surrounding zombies grew more fierce. But despite that, our cries calling for Hia only grew louder, as if in defiance. Rather, it was hundreds of times better for the zombies to hear our voices and come this way than to head toward Hia, who might be somewhere in this building. But, Hia, answer us, please. Whack. Despite our efforts, shouting at the top of our lungs and fighting our way through the zombies, there was no sign of Hia anywhere. All we could hear were our own voices echoing off the walls and the moans of the zombies. As a last resort, forcefully suppressing the urge to turn away, I scanned the zombie horde, but Hia's face couldn't be found there either. Yes, not a single one, all of them. Without exception. Not the bag Hia would have been carrying. Not the clothes she would have been wearing. Not her hat. Nothing. In the end, as I expected, Hia had. Wait. Not even one? That's strange. No, that's weird, isn't it? Because, having none at all, It doesn't add up. I muttered blankly. Thinking about it, it was a simple matter. Sound? Let's say Hia's voice couldn't reach us because of the loud noises of the zombies, or perhaps she was in a situation where she couldn't make a sound because there were zombies nearby. Objects? Because it was so dark, we might not have been able to spot Hia's clothes or figure. Yes, that could be possible. But still, it's strange that that isn't visible. The one thing that should be visible more than anything else in this dark environment. The one thing that everyone has, the thing I repeatedly told Hia to always keep on no matter what. The thing that I even tied to Hia's wrist with a string, just in case. That is, the flashlight. Sunbi, what are you talking about? Hia's flashlight is missing? The light from the flashlight isn't visible. As I blurted those words out, I quickly scanned the surroundings again. And sure enough, except for the areas we illuminated with our flashlights, there was only pitch darkness. You're right. It's not there. Yes. Literally, nothing could be seen. Except for the area near us, lit by our flashlights, the surroundings were so dark that we couldn't see an inch ahead. Yet nowhere in our quick scan could we find the light that should have been emanating from Hia's flashlight. And that meant only one thing. Hia's presence isn't on this floor? She must be upstairs. That she's not on this floor, that was the conclusion I reached. Come to think of it, before coming down the stairs to the basement food aisle, Hia had been intently looking at the shelves where non-food items were displayed. Furthermore, no matter how engrossed Jungian and I were in the canned goods, there was no way we wouldn't have noticed Hia's screams or any other noise if she was struggling. Even if her flashlight was broken or taken away, if there had been any loud noise, Jungian, or I, or at least Yana who had been quiet, would have noticed it right away. If that's the case, it means Hia left our side on her own while we were momentarily distracted by the food. Then the only place Hia could be now was upstairs. And if that assumption was correct, it meant that while we were continuing to waste time here, Hia, alone upstairs, could be in danger. The answer was clear. I don't care if this is a false hope. I will simply do my best in this given situation, that's all. Thump. Okay, the path is still open. Let's quickly fight our way up the stairs. Remember the stairs we used to come down? We're going back up that way. Yes. Hoping that Hia would be waiting for us on the first floor, we ran with all our might, forcing through the zombies. Neither the zombies blocking our path nor the objects scattered on the floor like obstacles could stop our relentless advance. The only thing in my mind right now was the image of Hia waiting for us alone. Hia, stay right there and don't move. I'm coming. Tick. Now, it's Uni's turn. 1:59. Tick. Hee. If you don't roll quickly, you'll be late like last time, won't you? 1:58. Tick. Well, I could roll it for you, but it feels wrong for someone like me to touch Uni's precious things. 1:57. Regret is the act of looking back on what has already passed. Because it's too late to do anything about it, no matter what. That's why it's called regret. So Uni, you don't have to be so heartbroken. Even if you always do your best, regrets still come. Tick. 1:56. I miss you, Woman Uni. When will you come? Tick-tock, the changing numbers. Now, there's not even 2 minutes left. Was it perhaps heaven's wrath, something that fragile human bodies were not even permitted to face? Or was it simply one type of disaster brought about by humans themselves, always repeating the same mistakes? April 4th, 2018. That is, on the day when, despite shivering in the unseasonable cold snap, I was realizing that I was gently crossing the threshold of spring upon seeing the small flower buds gradually forming on the cherry trees. On the streets bathed in the warm sunlight of the gradually warming weather, joy and an inexplicable lightness could be seen on the faces of people passing by, and the shopkeepers opening their stores seemed more energetic than usual. And, I'm going to the supermarket, my princess? Is there anything you want? Or anything you'd like to eat? How about the dakhaenjang you said was delicious last time? It's okay, Mom. Instead, you have to go and come back safely. I'll be waiting for you right here. Mommy and Daddy will try our absolute hardest to come back as quickly as possible. It was no exception for this family here, either. The sight of the family embracing each other tightly, as if no misfortune could tear apart this close-knit relationship. If you were to look at their smiling faces, brighter than anyone else's, you would never believe that they had once faced great hardship and crisis, and that even the final relationship of having to support each other to the end was on the verge of being twisted and collapsing. But like a treasured sword, born after countless repetitions of being hammered and forged in a blazing inferno, or like a jewel, washed and cut for days and nights in a vibrating machine, eventually emerging as brilliantly shining as the stars themselves. Swish. Have a safe trip. Yes, we'll be back here. They were able to miraculously solve the problems that had plagued them with the birth of their long-awaited child. For that family, which had been tempered and hardened like sharp steel in a raging storm, there was nothing left in the world to fear anymore. This is the story of my precious treasure, my family, and my devotion to them. The story of a small blacksmith who vowed to make a family, who had been living more passionately and arduously than anyone else in this difficult world, live a beautiful and happy life using her worthless life. Bang, bang, can you hear me? Listen carefully to what I say, Mom. However, if there was just one thing, if there was one thing that small blacksmith had overlooked. Thump, thump, thump. Even without Mommy, our smart Hia can live well. Mommy and Daddy love you. We love you. No, no. Mom? Mom. It was that humans are, after all, beings living precariously each day in the great open maw of death. That they are frail beings who could be slowly swallowed whole at even the slightest whim of death, a fact she had forgotten. Yes. Beep, beep. My world was already, my precious family, that is, the flower garden I had vowed to dedicate my entire life to making happy, was already, in the face of a sudden gust of wind, as if the years of effort were meaningless, not even a single small seed remained. With a soft click, along with that momentary sound of the mobile phone call disconnecting. Truly, so futilely. Truly, so vainly. Click, click. Please, please, Mom. No, no. Uprooted and swept away completely. A failure who had been lulled into a false sense of peace, failing to see reality. The price that came upon that failure was a horrifying one, far exceeding the single momentary mistake she made. Step. In an instant, everything disappeared. I failed. A contradiction, where the one who should die lives, and the one who should live dies. Unable to admit that unacceptable ending, I started walking towards the kitchen, where darkness lingered without light. One step at a time. My footsteps were headed towards the drawer where the cutlery was stored. Towards the small fruit knife used for peeling, tucked away inside. Tap, with the sound of my footsteps, devoid of strength. Carving my own incompetence into each of my footprints left on the floor, I walked towards the object of my purpose. And finally, as I reached the kitchen and extended my hand forward, a somewhat cold, plastic handle of a paring knife was wrapped in my hand. Shing! That sharp glint that my parents usually prevented me from even going near, saying it was dangerous. But that dangerous object came into my hand so easily, so unbelievably simply, as if those past memories were all lies. The fact that there was no longer a mother to stop me from entering the kitchen, no beloved father, no one at all. It was the moment when that empty space finally became real. Clink. I took out the knife and carefully examined its sharp edge under the light. What I could see was that it wasn't exactly a good knife. Though sharp now, after being used a few times the edge would quickly dull, becoming unable to even cut my own neck easily later, just a cheap fruit knife sold at neighborhood convenience stores. Of course, it was unreasonable to expect a knife meant for peeling fruits like apples to be able to cut through tough muscles and hard bones, but still, it was disappointing nonetheless. If used properly, it would probably be good for about 20 or 30 people. The blade would start chipping as it hit bones, and the sharp edge would gradually dull as it cut through tough muscles. After that, it might be better to just use office scissors that could be found lying around somewhere. At least those wouldn't suddenly break and scatter into pieces. Swish. Yes. If, by any chance, I were to be bitten by those things and couldn't end my life as a human being, I'll keep the scissors in mind. Scissors. It might not be such a bad way to go. What I was about to do now was something anyone who knew me until now would have asked if I had lost my mind. A reckless act that couldn't be understood even with the excuse of still being a child. But this is fine. Such things didn't matter to me. Because this is the end, anyway. Because there was no longer any meaning for me to live. Because in this place where my flowers had withered, there wasn't a single shred of value in surviving on and pursuing happiness, not even a speck of dust. A gardener who couldn't even protect their own small garden naturally loses their usefulness. There were more than enough reasons to die, and the reasons to live had long been trampled upon and crushed into oblivion. All that remained for me now was to sacrifice myself and appease the resentment of the dead. Like in a movie, it would be like a scene where everything is consumed by an all-encompassing fire. An ending where the protagonist, the villain, the supporting characters, everyone in the movie are engulfed in a magnificent explosion. Like the image of the remaining family member clutching the bodies of their dead family, shedding tears, and choosing to take their own life. Therefore, everyone, this is really the end. With the knife firmly gripped in my right hand, I prepared to go outside, where those pitiful corpses who had even abandoned death lay in wait. Damn it! Woman, Yana, everyone run, don't look back. That is, until I heard that sound. Tack. What is with these things? They're multiplying? Did they gather like, every single one of them in the area or something? Then what do we do now, Yoongi and Sunbi? The path we came from earlier is completely blocked too. Fuck. As I was about to leave the house, knife in hand, I heard a small commotion from outside, sounds filled with life. Frozen with the knife still in my hand, I walked towards the firmly shut front door and opened it as if entranced, wanting to confirm the source of that sound. And there, with wide open eyes, I saw 3 women holding up their weapons, still resisting despite being surrounded by zombies. That was my first encounter with them. A new story unfolding with them, who approached me as I sat weeping sadly on my knees in front of a flower bed where my precious flowers had withered, and the rotten seeds buried, a flower bed devastated by an unexpected disaster. In the wake of a typhoon, rich nutrients that had settled deep beneath the surface of the water are brought up. And in the wake of a wildfire, new life blooms, using the burnt trees as fertilizer. The long life I've lived until now was all for this single, short moment. Swish. I opened my closed eyes. With the intense smell of blood, the sharp piercing sound, and the unsettling feeling of not having a proper place to stand. Like a swarm of moths drawn to a flame, the zombies that had gathered around us rushed towards Hia without a moment's delay. No, don't. Please, don't do that. Thwack, whack. Stop! Stop it, you bastards! I desperately swung my arms, trying to somehow block their advance. Yeona and Jungian, also grasping the situation, stood beside me to try and block their path. But those things didn't even spare us a glance who were shouting, their eyes fixated solely on Hia as they rushed towards her. And with my frail arms, I couldn't stop all the zombies that were crashing in like waves. And so, no, this can't be happening. By the time I managed to knock down one or two, dozens of them had already slipped past me and were climbing the stairs, approaching where Hia was. They finally reached the glass railing, where Hia was hanging outside of it precariously. In my heart, I prayed that the thick glass would be able to protect Hia's body. But a railing is just a railing. That railing, which had to support the weight of countless zombies leaning against it and reaching out with their bodies, with only that thin glass panel less than a hand's width thick and small metal brackets connected to the floor, finally, broke into pieces. Like falling snow, the fragments of the railing rained down from above, and the pieces of glass from the railing where Hia had been hanging were scattered into the air, and in between them, a snow-white angel without wings was falling. The child who had stabbed herself in one arm with a sharp shard, yet still desperately clung to the stopwatch in her hand, refusing to let go even in that agonizing pain. Even as Hia fell from that height towards the horde of zombies below, she was smiling while looking at us. Her last words, too far away for us to reach. The shape of her lips was clearly calling out our names desperately. Even as I watched the whole scene unfold before my eyes, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't catch that child's hand. I couldn't answer that child's final words. I couldn't even soothe the pain that child must be feeling now. I couldn't do anything at all. As if frozen in ice, my body wouldn't move even a bit as Hia was falling through the air. Less than a few meters remained until Hia fell into the horde of those things, amidst the shower of shattered glass. In that frozen time, I was only able to move my right arm after biting my tongue hard and screaming like crazy. But my arm still wouldn't move properly. I extended it towards the falling Hia, and of course, my hand couldn't reach. No. Thud. I woke up from under a familiar ceiling I had seen many times before, pushing away the blanket that was covering my body. A space that had become so familiar that I could clearly picture in my mind where every item was placed, even with my eyes closed. A space that had been a complete stranger's home until not long ago, where we had all lived together for almost 2 months. That is, Hia's home. The red sun, setting in the distance. Taking deep breaths to calm my pounding heart, I looked down. My body, bathed in the setting sun's glow, was soaked in sweat and an unidentifiable, slimy fluids. Had I fallen asleep without realizing it? Yes, it must have been a dream. That we went to the supermarket together, fell into a trap, and that Hia had been caught by those zombies there. There's no way such a horrible and ominous thing could happen in reality. Tap. Hia. I called out Hia's name loudly. Though I knew better than anyone that what I had just recalled was nothing but a dream, but I still wanted to shake off this ominous feeling crushing my heart as soon as possible. I need to see Hia. I needed to hold that child in my arms who would usually welcome me with a bright smile when I came down. The distinctive calendar hanging on the wall, the modestly sized room, and even the family photo with Hia in it. This must have been the second-floor room that was originally used as Hia's room. The others must be playing downstairs. Hia would surely be there with them too. Really? Do you really think so? That's right. She'll be there with the others. She has to be there. But in this house that should have been bustling with noise, an eerie silence that would make one's hair stand on end took over, with no sign of human presence. Though I tried to convince myself it was just my anxiety acting up, I continued calling out Hia's name with a trembling voice. But, surely, that ominous dream had just ended. Hia, where are you? Yet, for some reason, the nightmare consuming me felt like it had only just begun. Hia. Click. I opened the door to the other room on the second floor. An empty, dirty room with things scattered all over the place. Hia wasn't there. Of course. Hia. Slide. I turned to the side and opened the veranda door. Only the familiar sight of the devastated street and a dusty chair entered my vision. Hia wasn't here either. You saw it clearly with your own eyes, didn't you? Tap, tap. Hia, stop playing around. I ran down the stairs to the lower floor like a madwoman and looked around the living room. The place where everyone would usually sit together playing board games until sunset. But there, only Yeona and Jungian lay on the floor with haggard appearances, staring blankly with their eyes open. Even though they must have noticed me coming down, they didn't even spare me a glance, their gazes fixated on the empty space. Hia wasn't here either. In fact, you know it too, don't you? In fact, you're just trying to deny it, right? Hia wasn't anywhere. Where is Hia? Outside. Yes, she must be outside. Hia is, right before your eyes. Grab. What is it, Jungian? I had been about to continue walking around the house calling Hia's name, but Jungian's hand suddenly grabbed my arm, stopping me in my tracks. Jungian, still holding my arm, staring at me with eyes that showed no sign of life whatsoever. Seeing that horrifying sight, I shouted. No, I pleaded. Hey, Jungian. This is strange. I can't find Hia. Where is Hia? Jungian. Are you playing a prank too? Hia, I can't find Hia. Jungian, I'm asking you, where is Hia? It was strange. I was simply asking Jungian where Hia was. But my voice kept getting louder and louder for some reason, to the point where I was basically screaming at Jungian. However, Jungian, who would normally have snapped at me for acting like this, remained silent, even with me in front of her. When I finally came to my senses, I found myself kneeling before Jungian, clutching her arm. It can't be. Please, tell me. Tell me that what I'm thinking isn't true. Just close your eyes once and tell me it isn't so. Anything is fine. Even if it's a lie. Please, just tell me that this is all a nightmare. Tell me that I'm just dreaming right now. That I haven't woken up from my sleep. Otherwise, there was no way the Jungian I knew, the one who was always energetic and courageous, would be crying in front of me with such a face. Otherwise, there's no way Yeona, who at some point had become so bold as to scold me and Jungian whenever we played pranks, would be scratching her neck with her fingernails until it bled with such a terrified expression. Otherwise. Yes, otherwise. Why are you all looking at me like that? Why are you all looking at me with such broken expressions? Really? It's really like Hia has died or something. Bloodshot, red eyes. The faint smell of bad breath and missing teeth here and there, clinging to Hia's neck, arms, legs, fingernails, teeth, tongues crawling over her body, 3 eyes, strong grips, long wounds, narrow wounds, deep wounds, shallow wounds, purple bruises, broken bones, flowing blood. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Uni, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The child's scream that I've never heard before. Sobbing, despair, pain, sounds. Dragging, leaving a trail of blood. The struggling child is being dragged away. The child is being dragged into the darkness she had been so afraid of. Look. You saw it all, didn't you? You weak? Keek. I threw up. The reality I couldn't accept. The reality that had taken everything from us. Hoping that it was all just a dream, that all of this was just a delusion I was having while dying from a zombie bite on that first day at school. I vomited everything inside. Hope. Memories. I threw it all up. But the hard texture of the floor that I still feel even now, this maddening sense of reality that could never be felt in a dream, was strangling me, gripping my throat. The suffocating feeling, and the dissonance between dream and reality. Memories I wanted to forget, but could never possibly forget. Swish. Having recalled everything, I collapsed onto the vomit I had just thrown up. And just like that, I lost consciousness. Day 59 after the zombie outbreak. And day 41. Hia had died. So this is how it was. I muttered to myself. While observing their every move, there was always something I was curious about. Some would literally eat the flesh down to the white bones, and when it became a cold corpse, they would leisurely leave. While others would only leave small scratches from their fingernails or teeth before moving on as if finished with their business. Those zombies' incomprehensible behaviors. What is the difference between the two? What is at the underlying cause behind the difference in those two behaviors? The ultimate goal of zombies, the answer that lay at the root of all the questions I had asked. Ironically, I was able to find the answer by becoming one of them myself. Yes. So that's what it was. Just for reproduction, seriously. No, it's more accurate to say that there couldn't be a more appropriate reason in this case. Reproduction of the species. An act that could be said to be the fundamental goal of all living beings, not just humans, animals, or plants. They weren't hunting humans to eat them or out of hatred. It was for reproduction. They were prioritizing attacking and infecting humans who had the aptitude to become zombies. Well, it's easier to think of it as a gene that allows one to become zombies. All human values stripped away and crushed, replaced by the aptitude to become a member of the zombie collective. Even if a human didn't have that gene, they were still hunted as a potential threat to the zombie collective. And as a bonus, they could also create mindless zombies to use as dummies. Typical zombies with poor physical condition, who mindlessly charges at humans. They were all just decoys lacking the gene and thus intelligence, meant to divert humans' attention and thoughts. The real ones were these. It wasn't that they became zombies after death. From the start, they were selecting and judging who to kill and who to merely wound and release. Like sorting out weak chicks from healthy ones. Everything was for the prosperity of the species. That is, to increase themselves. And this time, by chance, I was the lucky one caught for that goal. Well, the thought that came first was that it was fortunate. If even one of them had the gene to become a zombie, no matter what I did, they would have all become targets of the zombies. After all, their ultimate goal was to turn humans with the right aptitude into zombies. Well, if that had been the case, I would have gotten them out even if it meant my limbs being ripped apart. Although things didn't go exactly as planned from start to finish, I was glad that the result turned out well. Glad. Yes. Maybe you could call it that too. Crunch, crack, unnie. Was there some kind of bug crawling around inside my body? I kept hearing this strange sound in my ears, as if something was eating away at my body. The unpleasant sensation of something burrowing into me, trying to control my body, continued even now. Of course, I'm suppressing it with my willpower for now, but it was still unpleasant. This discomfort was only intensifying as time passed, and I was worried it might eventually consume me completely. I didn't want that. At the very least, even if I die, I don't want to become a zombie and go around hurting people. Though I'm already living a life that only causes trouble for everyone, being a nuisance even after death would be too pathetic in its own way. Well, so, while I can still move my body, while I'm still alive as a human being, that is, before I completely degenerate like them, Crack, crack. I think I'll try moving my body one last time. The morning of the 60th day has dawned. I was standing with my head resting against the wall, gazing into a corner of the empty room. My head slowly slid down the wall. I didn't resist the gravity pulling me down, and just sat there on the floor. My legs remained stretched out, and only then did my half-lowered eyes catch sight of my shoes, thoroughly coated in green fluid. Had I not even taken off my shoes, I must have been so out of it when I got home that the idea of removing them never even crossed my mind. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Whether the sticky ooze dirted the floor or not. Whether this rotten stench seeps into every corner of the house or not. Whether I die like this or not. Every day, the food supplies dwindled. Even as survivors vanish one by one, and hope gradually fades, this house had always stayed cheerful, without losing a smile. Yet now, with backpacks full of canned food piled up by the front door, all preparations for going outside complete, this house is filled with nothing but a chilling silence. The front door is locked tight. The bags are exactly where they were first placed, untouched. Nobody said a word. Still, none of us, myself included, laid a hand on those bags filled with food. Like corpses. Corpses. Yes, we were corpses. 3 sprawled bodies, lying about. If someone saw us the way we are now, wouldn't they assume these open-eyed people are already dead? Like spirits who died without ever being freed from their regrets, forced to keep their eyes open in bitter grievance. But at least those types of wandering souls carry a pent-up wish to resolve their old resentment, so calling them corpses unable to close their eyes might be an insult to them. Tap, tap. Kiuk, kook. Ha, ha ha. We did nothing. We just waited in silence for death to come, someday. Each of us were spending our time in our own rooms, on the floor, in our own postures, without making a sound. Staring hollowly into space with empty pupils, each of us probably revisits some point in the past. And then, the very moment our minds slip, even by a tiny margin of awareness, we're torn away from that illusion of happier times, forced to face the wretched present. We're seized by the urge to die right away. It's as though the events of that first day have come back to life. But if only it were really like that. If we could return to day 1, surrender to the zombie horde without resistance, and die at school. If on day 2, upon reaching the rooftop of that building complex, we had thrown ourselves over the edge. By day 4, we'd tie some rope made from clothes around a sturdy pillar, string up our necks, and hang ourselves. By the morning of day 8, we'd find a large rock lying nearby to smash our own heads with all our might. On the night of day 16, we'd offer the little remaining food to them, keep some sense of human dignity, and bring our lives to an end. As time passed to the day 18 when I met Hia, if only I had walked far away from this house, so nothing bad would happen to that child. It would have been so much better. Telling ourselves we did the best we could in these circumstances. Or that running away was the best we could do there. We simply spit out meaningless words we once heard somewhere, because we're too scared to speak from our own hearts. But those worn-out, canned lines of comfort can't give us any solace at all. Rather, they're merely pouring oil on our already raging fires. No matter the process, the result that came to us was just one. That Hia had been swallowed by the horde of zombies in our place, that we had driven Hia to her death, that horrifying result. As long as that result, that conclusion, that tragic death and end remained unchanged, I would never be able to escape this swamp. Perhaps, if I had recklessly entered that zombie den without proper caution and been bitten, if I had been the one in danger, I might have been able to accept it. Maybe I'd say it was my own fault. Maybe I'd feel a bit regretful. That's probably how I'd think. I'd be sad, sure. I'd miss Hia. And I'd probably grieve a little that someone else, not me, would get to share a bright future with her. Yet, in some odd way, I might have been happy about it. Yes, that's how it might have been. Or how it should have been. Boom, boom. Why? That child, it's not right. That child was blameless. That child had done nothing wrong. She shouldn't have had to suffer that horrible fate. We, the ones who made the poor judgments and mistakes, survived. Why on earth did the child, who only followed us, have to meet such an end? Why? Boom, boom. I banged my head against the wall. The central hall of the supermarket. Making sounds that could hardly be called human, we ran towards the spot where Hia had fallen. We grabbed anything within reach and swung it wildly, shouting at them to give Hia back. The zombies stepped aside before our eyes, as though they had finished everything they needed to do. They vanished like an illusion down the stairs into the deep darkness below. All that remained where Hia had fallen was the remnants of the white clothes she had been wearing that day, torn and stained with red and green beyond recognition, and the small yellow backpack she had been carrying. The thick clothes I had made her wear out of worry she might get scratched provided no shield at all against the zombies' sharp nails and teeth. And then, as if to take away even the last shred of hope from us, Hia's body was nowhere to be found. Squeeze. I'm sorry, Hia. I hugged the last memento of Hia, the little yellow bag, tight against my chest. I knew full well I had no right to shed tears, yet tears poured from my eyes in torrents, like driving rain. Inside that bag I opened, I found a few board game boxes. They were probably meant as a surprise gift from Hia, who saw us spending day after day playing the same games, growing tired of them. Among them, I found the first and third editions of the board game I once absent-mindedly mentioned wanting to try with Hia, if the chance ever arose. Even though a whole month had passed, Hia must have kept that random late-night mumbling of mine close to her heart. But, drip, drip. This is worthless without you. I just want to see you. Games like these mean absolutely nothing if Hia isn't here. Without Hia, there's no one left who could gather everyone to the living room, inviting us to play. The one person who would reach out with a gentle hand to us, hunched over with our heads buried between our knees, is gone. Why did you do that? Why did you do that, Hia? Why did you do that? Why did you save useless people like us, Hia? Laid out on the floor are the board game boxes that were inside Hia's bag. Among the board game boxes scattered on the floor, the box labeled third was missing the stopwatch that should have been inside. Right to the end, the girl was looking out for us. She went back to retrieve the rest of the game board. Even in that dangerous moment surrounded by zombies, the child who had been safe and undiscovered by zombies had thought of our safety before her own, knowing full well what would happen to her, to the point where she stabbed herself in the arm with a sharp shard. Ugh, kak, kihyuk, beeg. I turned my head to the side and spat out yellow bile. The rotten stink in the room mixed with the sour odor of my bile. Because I hadn't drunk a drop of water since yesterday, luckily only a bit of stomach acid came out. The cloudy puddle spread across the floor, reflecting my pathetic face on its surface. Sunken eyes stared back at me, ringed by dark shadows, hair plastered to my head in greasy clumps. I looked awful. Even though that reflection showed no one but me, it twisted my insides with a sickening discomfort. Yes, for this sorry excuse of a person, that child gave up her life. Clench. Something felt lodged in my throat. My gag reflex flared. I shoved my hand into my mouth, down to the wrist. Squelch, squelch. Even though my hand was clearly too large to fit, it somehow slid all the way in. But all I could pull out was sticky saliva and a little blood from where I'd scraped my flesh. The refreshing feeling I craved, the clear sensation I wanted, was nowhere to be found. Rather, that maddening stuffiness, that nauseating feeling of something pressing on my throat, only grew stronger with each passing moment. And then, you killed her. The reflection, in the surface of that puddle, looked up and glared at me. I killed her. It opened its mouth, its eyes, and pointed a finger at itself. No, it was pointing at me. The reflection said, "You killed Hia. I killed Hia." Over and over. "You killed Hia. I killed Hia. You killed Hia. I killed Hia. You killed Hia. I killed Hia." It didn't stop. "You killed Hia. I killed Hia. You 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 killed Hia. I killed Hia." Without pause. Smash. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. As though fleeing from something, I sprang to my feet and dashed out of the spot where I'd just been sitting. Was I trying to escape from the fragment of the past that condemned me, or was I trying to run from myself, lurking in this place? Covering my ears, squeezing my eyes shut, stumbling across the floor, crashing into walls, holding my breath, screaming, I raced down the corridor. Tap. Ha. Panting for breath, I came to a stop. My pointless flight ended in the narrow veranda one can reach by sliding open to the double glass windows. The veranda with its distinctive ocean-colored tiles. It was the place where, on a dawn when the stars shimmered so beautifully, Hia and I stood side by side and looked at each other. But in this spot filled with memories, now there's only me, all alone. Swoosh, I climbed up onto the railing. The sturdy iron railing set at the edge to prevent people from falling. But ironically, in this moment, it was simply my stepping stone to make me fall from an even higher height. Ha. If I jump from here, will I die? If I land on my neck, maybe I'll die. Even if I somehow survive the fall, there have been occasional roaming zombies. If they show up, my end won't be long. I pictured the others, who were probably lying in bed in their rooms right now. I hoped my corpse wouldn't draw more zombies their way, and I hoped Yeona and Young Ian wouldn't suffer too much trauma from my death. I'm sorry, Yeona. I'm sorry, Young Ian. I've thought about this for so long. It looks like someone like me was never meant to be alive. You always said I was neutral and rational, praising me like that, but you know, right? I'm not all that smart, and I'm not that brave, either. I was just someone who hated fighting with others, always choosing the middle ground between people's opinions. When you think about it, I never actually accomplished anything for us, did I? I only ever weighed you down, and I couldn't even protect Hia properly. All talk and no substance. Someone who looks good on the outside but is empty inside. It's because of someone like me that we all ended up like this. If anyone's at fault, it's obviously me, the one who never formed an opinion and just agreed with whatever you said. If only I hadn't been here, maybe everyone would be better off than now. Maybe Hia would still be alive. Yes, it's all on me. I'm not blaming you. No one should blame you. Nobody who's worked so hard, who's always lived passionately, deserves any blame. I have nothing but my worthless life to offer, but I can promise you at least that. So please, everyone. I'm coming to see you, Hia. You're not bad people. The bad one is me, the coward who can't control her own fear and runs away first. This idiot named Lee Woman. And that idiot is making yet another stupid choice. Whoosh. The breeze, which now feels entirely like a summer breeze, whips past my body, That same wind, which until this moment felt stifling, stuffy, and suffocating, today, for some reason, kisses me like the crisp air of winter. It tickles my skin as it passes. Standing with both feet on the railing, I shut my eyes and savor that fleeting coolness. Ah, yes. At last, it feels like I can let go, just a little. I open my eyes and take one long breath. It might be the last breath of my life. Relishing that brief moment, I start to move my right foot forward. I froze in place, my foot still half extended in midair. Eyes opened wide, mouth spread wide open, unable to close. Despite my ridiculous and precarious posture, my eyes were fixed on a single spot. Did I make a mistake? There's no way I did. Did I see it wrong? I couldn't have seen it wrong. Was it a hallucination? There's no way it was a hallucination. Hey. Of course, it's not a mistake. There's no way I could fail to recognize that color. Far away, almost out of naked eye range, wedged into a narrow gap in some side alleyway. It was just an instant, maybe even shorter than a blink. But in that sliver of time, I definitely saw it. Not faded or lifeless. Not dusty or dull. But rather like freshly fallen snow from the sky, so pure and white. Step. Is that you? That snow-white hair. Without a doubt, I saw it. 60 dark days. 42 bright days. The once colorful street was stained a deep red, as though drenched in blood. If I wore glasses made from red cellophane, and looked out at the world, perhaps this is how it would appear. Everywhere, piles of collapsed gray concrete rubble, the brightly colored signs cluttering the buildings, and the green trees growing on their own without any human care. Everything had lost its original hue and was replaced by a mere resemblance to the color of human blood. Step. I was walking alone across that blood-hued street. I kept forcing my feet to focus on my destination, each step taken against the strange urge pulling me elsewhere. At times, the streets appeared split into dozens of fragments as if viewed through a kaleidoscope, or a blackness spread through the corner of my vision like spilled ink, making me doubt where I even stood. Yet, none of that posed a major problem for me, because my two legs knew best where I needed to go, because no one but I knew better what I had to do. As long as my soul still inhabited me, as long as this soul, densely engraved with the journey of all the lives I had lived, had not left my body, I could return to the people I love. A hot summer wind blew. With each footstep I took, I passed houses with familiar appearances that I had seen many times before one after another, and from the protesting pain in my legs, I realized I had just traversed a back alley of a length I knew well. That house belonged to Yuwa, a friend in my class. That alley was where we would all gather and play after school ended. That small tree was the sapling of an apple tree that my whole family had planted together on Arbor Day. This car, this sign, this fence and street lamp. This place is. With every single step, I remembered. With every single step, I brought back memories. Sometimes as I continued walking, I would encounter a group of zombies heading in the opposite direction. Maybe because no one was around to observe them here, they felt no need to hide their abnormalities. Dozens of zombies lined up in a long row, all marching to the same place with an identically grotesque gait. If they were moving as a group, it meant there was a surviving human in the direction they were heading, someone who had been lucky enough to stay alive until now. If that was the case, then that mysterious command I had been feeling since earlier, trying to guide my footsteps in the opposite direction, must have been leading me that way. But I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have something else I need to do. A few of them, unlike the rest of their group, cast inquisitive looks at me for walking in the opposite direction. Yet in the end, they must have decided it was no big deal, for they didn't bother stopping me. Pausing for a moment, they turned their eyes, oozing with a strange fluid due to rotting, towards me once, and then continued walking on their way. Their bodies, covered in moldy blotches as though something was growing on them, those remains had once belonged to people, who had been human, after all. Such an appearance of theirs, how should I put it? Yes, they looked so pitiful that sympathy was the only thing I could feel. My desire to save them was like a chimney, its smoke rising high and urgent, but I knew my own time left was not that long. Thus, the only thing I could do was bow my head briefly and hope someone else might be there to save them in the future. Because I had to keep going. Not just anywhere, but home, to my own house. After passing a few houses and crossing a few alleys, walking on and on, I finally arrived at the place my body remembered after many twists and turns. A house with a brightly vivid blue roof, like a piece of the sea brought to land, framed by a stone wall which was so beautiful once. As I raised my head, the sight of the house that looked exactly like the one in my memories finally came into view. But the house from those days, when my entire family ran around together, had long faded away. What remained for me was just a single house, immersed in blood red, distorted in various ways, flaunting its grotesqueness and eeriness. The scenery I had hoped for, the memories, unfortunately, could not be seen. But still, it didn't matter. For me, who can recall every detail of the hundreds of lives I've lived without a single gap. I still remember exactly how each brick was colored, which spot on the front gate's paint had peeled away, and what kind of tree was planted and how its leaves looked. I could overlay all those past things onto the bleak reality and recall them all. Perhaps they finally gave up, or maybe the people inside this house weren't what those creatures were searching for. Or maybe it was both. The area around the house I had arrived at was clean without a single zombie. If it weren't for the severely dented iron gate, as if something had repeatedly crashed into it with force, and the debris of something scattered here and there dirtying the ground, I might have thought that normal daily life had returned. Whether that normalcy will ever come again in the future, no one knows. Still, knowing them as I do, I believe they would be able to move forward chasing the light even in such desperate situations. They will burn hotter than anyone else, shine brighter than anyone else, and become a torch that lights the way through the darkest desert. And they will realize on their own that happiness is not something you create or obtain, but something already given to them. They will be able to realize that what's important is discovering the bits of happiness hidden around them. Because I believe in them. They were too radiant, too beautiful, to be tied down by a foolish existence like me. Rattle, rattle. My trembling hand reached inside the mailbox beside me. Even that simple act took a long time, as if my arm had been in a cast for ages. My stiff limb refused to move easily, but at last, I finished the task. I felt the sensation of grasping something and pulled my hand back out. In that hand was a set of keys with a cute keychain attached. If you ever lose your keys, open up this spot and grab the spare, my mother had told me that with a smile. She attached a pure white rabbit doll that she had gotten from somewhere to that very ring, saying I resembled it. Yes, the rabbit doll that should have been pure white. Yet in my warped sight, there was no pristine white fur anywhere on the rabbit. Its shape was distorted in several places, dyed in a malevolent, crimson hue. Because it had stayed in the mailbox, it's likely not actually so ruined. Perhaps it was all just my distorted vision. She used to say it looked like me in so many ways. There was no need to resemble it to this extent. Still, well, maybe the resemblance really is exactly as she said. My lips formed a vague smile. Clack, clack. I was careful not to drop the key onto the ground because in my current condition, I would struggle to pick it up again. I used every ounce of concentration to keep my hold on that tiny key. My joints felt rigid, and my hand wouldn't do what I told it to, but I managed to secure the key in my grip. Slowly, I tried to slide that key, adorned with the distorted cat doll, into the intended hole. Tap, tap. The shaking key missed the hole and wandered here and there. That was inevitable, I suppose. A hand that trembles uncontrollably, a vision blurred by creeping darkness, and a pervasive sense of nausea swirling through my mind. Trying to plug a cord into a socket in the dark using only the sensation in your fingertips and memory would probably be 100 times easier than this. Tap. Yet I kept trying, refusing to stop these clumsy attempts. If I hovered over the hole, only to discover I was too high, I'd go lower next time. If I drifted too far to one side, I'd try the other side next. It didn't matter how many times I failed or nearly dropped the key. When that happened, I simply readjusted my grip and double-checked the keyhole's position with my eyes. Because mere failure could never defeat my determination. And then, after dozens of attempts, click, dot, with a very small sound of click. At last, the tightly sealed door creaked open, unlubricated, slowly letting out a drawn-out groan. It's a bit bright. As the door opened, sunlight poured through the open gap onto me, who had been in the shadows until just now. Even while feeling pain as if my eyes were burning from the brightness, I looked straight ahead proudly. With a smile on my face, head held high. From the moment I started trying to slide the key into the keyhole, I'd heard something familiar stirring and bustling inside. Yes, I knew in this very moment, they were waiting for me. So, while forcibly holding open my eyelids that kept trying to close tightly, what I saw with my eyes that I forcibly kept open was thud. Hia, ha, ah. 3 people stared at me with eyes half in shock and half in disbelief. Their faces were drained of color, as though their souls had left them. My smile deepened a bit at their silliness that wouldn't change no matter how much time passed. I spoke. Rather, I opened my mouth to speak. Hi #unis. So #good #to #c #you. I'm #really #happy. Never before had I seen their eyes open so wide. In those black jewel-like pupils reflected the unsightly naked body of a young girl's body, riddled with deep wounds revealing raw muscle, ragged from bites and tears. She looked all too similar to those zombies I had encountered before. No, in fact, she was unmistakably a zombie herself. Creak creak, with jerky unnatural movements, that girl entered through the door. Standing there, 3 women who had been brandishing wooden clubs dropped their makeshift weapons onto the floor with a dumbfounded expression. Thud, thunk. No, this can't be. 3 wooden clubs rolled helplessly on the floor. And looking at the 3 of them, the girl who had been in those tiny pupils, he smiled in a way that made the skin crawl. Tap. Uni, do you dislike those people over there? Huh. It was a night when a thick veil of mist spread across all 4 directions, hiding the night sky. Hia, who had made it her habit to enjoy the night air beside me every dawn since that one time, looked at me with a shimmering gaze that seemed filled with the dreamy glow of the milky fog. Then, she asked me that question. If I hated those people. Naturally, I had no choice but to ask back in that moment. As far as I knew, in this place, that is, in this house, didn't really have many people around, other than Jung Ian or Yeon-ah. Excluding those 2, it was difficult to say there was anyone else around here at all. So, was Hia referring to Jung Ian or Yeon-ah when she said those people? If that were the case, then her question meant she was asking if I disliked Jung Ian or Yeon-ah, and that threw me off completely. I had no reason whatsoever to dislike those 2, so why would Hia ask me something like that? But soon, I noticed that Hia's gaze was actually directed toward the zombies outside the wall. Only then did it hit me that these people Hia spoke of were none other than those zombie bastards. Zombies and people. Yeah, maybe that was it. The kind-hearted Hia, perhaps she still viewed those things as people. At the unexpected question, I propped my chin on the railing and fell into a quiet thought. I stared blankly at the zombies beyond, while Hia stayed wordless beside me, wearing a gentle smile, waiting. A kind silence stretched between us. For a few minutes, we took in that little slice of hush. Eventually, I reached a conclusion. I don't think I can ever like them. I see. There was no doubt in my mind. I couldn't like them. That was my answer. Their horrific appearance and bone-chilling moans, the danger they posed as they're probably still counting down the seconds for us to step outside and, perhaps most of all, the awful deeds they had done up to now. No matter how hard I tried, there was no part of them that felt redeemable. Rather, I had endless reasons to hate and abhor them. If someone else like Jung Ian or Yeona had asked me the same question, I might have snapped back immediately with, of course I hate them. I might even have gotten angry and demanded why they would ask something so obvious. Of course, those two despise the zombies at least as much as I do, so they wouldn't have asked anyway. But with Hia, I answered in a softer voice, saying, I can't like them, not because I had a specific reason. It was just that the night air, a touch chilly, felt pleasant. The sensation of being wrapped in the night fog, like I was cozied under a warm blanket, felt gentle. And because I was looking at the same scene with Hia, just the two of us side by side, it dulled my hatred for a moment. So that's what Uni thinks. Yeah, it was just a very brief whim. Maybe someone else would say it was an irrational resentment. If I had to speak logically, the guy zombie out there wasn't even the same one that killed and devoured my friends, the one I hated so bitterly. Among the zombies that attacked us on our way from the building complex to the large supermarket, I don't recall seeing one quite like that one. That means, in all likelihood, I'm only seeing it for the first time, or something close enough that we might as well be strangers. So there's no personal reason for me to hate that specific zombie. Then is it because that zombie attacked someone else and ate them, so I must hate it? But to say that, I'd have to see it attack someone with my own eyes or at least confirm it. I never did, so I don't have that right. So that's not it, either. If not that either, then am I hating that zombie because there's a risk it will harm and attack me? No, that's not really the reason, either. After all, my hatred for them never stemmed solely from the fact that they'd attack me, even if one day they suddenly just stood around like harmless plants. Even if they miraculously got their minds back, extended a hand in peace, and asked to talk, I'd probably still beat them to death mercilessly. So, why do I hate them? Why do I, from the very core, reject their very existence? In fact, there's not much of a reason. Yes, it's simply, they just tick me off. I just hated them. Like how someone might hate an entire nation because it once invaded our own in the past. Like how, upon seeing some clueless group of people act like idiots, one might end up insulting the entire crowd they come from. I felt sick just knowing they roamed the streets freely. Their repulsive shrieks in my ears, the echoing thuds as they pounded their bodies against our gate. All of it drove me up the wall. I just hate them. I wished they'd all just die off, somewhere out of sight. That was how I wished for their deaths. That's why. Then, Uni. Because I wanted to kill them, for no other reason than I just hated zombies. If I ever become a zombie, would you hate me too? Hia, you. I couldn't answer Hia's question. At that shocking question that made me doubt my ears for a moment, my eyes shot wide open. There's a line. Certain things you just don't say, no matter how hypothetical. Even if Hia was just a child, there were dangerous topics one shouldn't speak of so carelessly. I glared at Hia, letting some of my anger and fury show. If that happens, would you resent me? But Hia didn't even flinch or shrink away. She just met my eyes, calmly and without fear. The quiet silence flowing between us two. But this time, that tranquility morphed into an uncomfortable hush. Once, I had two friends. They loved each other so fiercely that one would say, if you die, I'll die along with you. They joked about it, but they meant it. They tortured us by flaunting their romance constantly. At first, I had worried that if they ever parted, it would hurt them deeply. But when I saw them smiling with a warmth I'd never seen before, such worries of mine melted away like snow. Love during school days, after all, is just an immature child's love. Coming quickly and disappearing just as quick, I knew that better than anyone as one of those involved. Yet even I thought, seeing those two wearing such radiant smiles, maybe their bond can last into adulthood. Yeah, I actually thought that. Crunch. WHY, low, V. Until I saw one of them sink their teeth into the other's neck, that is. There was once a neighbor who was kind to everyone. There was once a loving parent and child. There was once a teacher and student who shared the utmost respect for each other. But in the end, all of them killed and devoured each other. People who just moments earlier had been inquiring about each other's well-being, then turned around to feast on each other's blood and flesh. It didn't matter how deeply they loved each other, how strongly they cherished each other, how tight their friendship. Once they became zombies, all of that was worthless. With humanity stripped away, those infected by zombies could only reach out to whatever human was standing before them. Crunch, crunch. Making that horrible sound. Those who approached their infected significant others with their hands raised high, believing that if they wouldn't listen to strangers, surely they would listen to them. People who blocked us with their 2 arms, saying if they sincerely talked the zombies would listen, rather than us with our clubs. Those same infected who had once been their lovers, family, neighbors, or teachers. Like that, they met a futile end. Without being able to escape from their delusional fantasy, they ended their lives with faces filled with despair. I'm sure the turned zombies didn't want to kill the people they loved. As someone who had directly witnessed that horrible scene, I knew that fact better than anyone. No one wants to murder their beloved spouse, child, or dear friend. Unless they've completely lost their mind, they wouldn't do that. The zombies I knew certainly weren't that sort of being, before they turned. But still, what else can you call them, those whose bodies move on their own, leaving them powerless to do anything but watch themselves kill the ones they once loved? What should their actions be regarded as? Tap. I feel sorry for them. Yes, I felt sorry. So very sorry. They have to watch their own body sink its teeth into the nape of their loved one. They have to watch themselves tear into their loved one's corpses, unable to halt what they're doing. What could they be thinking? Perhaps they might be thinking, please kill me instead. That's why I'm scared. Hia. What if I become like those people and try to bite you, Eunice? What if I become a burden, only holding onto your ankles? Then in the end, what if I become hated by you, Eunice? Finishing her long speech, Hia clamped her mouth shut. She closed her eyes and steadied her breathing, which had become ragged from speaking at length. Saa. Beneath that thin clothes, her chest heaved up and down in quick, shallow waves. And only then, I see. I understood what was on Hia's mind. We, or at least I, don't particularly fear death. What reason is there to fear something that I have never experienced even once in life, that no one has directly experienced? What we fear is the suffering before death, the goodbyes, and the rupture of relationships. That's also why, sometimes, we find it sadder to witness someone else's death than to consider our own. We're more terrified of parting with others than of the pain. So if none of those negative emotions existed, we might regard death not as something fearful but as something welcome and beautiful. And what Hia truly feared was, Woman Yuni, ending up a zombie and no longer being in control of her body, attacking us. Was it because living together, we'd been seeing her as this helpless, tender girl who needed our protection? We had always been telling Hia out of habit that, we'll keep you safe, or no matter what happens, we'll make sure you survive. But all those words we had been saying to reassure Hia were ironically becoming a burden in Hia's heart. Burden. Yes, a burden. She worried if she might drag us down. She worried if we might be stuck in this house, only because we had to protect her. If she became our burden like this, Hia had been agonizing over it all this time. Though, in our minds, we don't feel we've repaid even a fraction of what Hia has done for us, this sweet child felt even that small repayment as a burden. And after turning it over in her mind for so long, she ended up with that terrible scenario, that if she, as the weakest among us who could do nothing in front of zombies, was eventually caught and bitten by zombies, then, would she who became a zombie attack us? Would she who lost reason bare her teeth at us? Would we be unable to attack her who we could easily defeat, because of our attachment? Hia had been worrying about that. So, no one would ever hate you, Hia. Not me, not Jungian, not Iana. None of us would hate you. Saying I'll protect you, such groundless words, probably won't resolve the fear and worry Hia has now. So was saying, that'll never happen, so don't worry and go to bed. Those words wouldn't bring her any real comfort. Therefore, I promise you, Hia, there was only one thing I could say to Hia. Just if one day, you do get bitten by a zombie. This was my resolve. This was my pledge. This was my personal growth. And, in a way, my entire truth. In that case, I'll be the one who will. I told her. Those words I'd mulled over for so long, words so horrific I could barely bring myself to say them. Words that felt far too cruel to utter to a child not even in middle school. I told Hia, but she didn't scold me or look at me like I was some kind of monster. Instead, her eyes went wide, much like mine had moments ago. She seemed stunned by my response. I couldn't tell if my answer was the one she'd wanted. Even looking back on it now, I still don't know. Perhaps for the rest of my life, I might never truly understand Hia's feelings. Plop. Hee. But I do know one thing for certain. At that time, Hia, as if her long-held worry had been resolved. As if she could resolve a long-cherished wish she had wished for ages. Thank you so much, Uni. She was smiling ever so brightly. Yes, she was definitely smiling. Kriok. I opened my eyes. The front gate, which had a sturdy latch on it, one we'd believed impossible to open from the outside, was now swinging ajar. We had thought it would never be opened again in our lifetime. But that gate, right now, was slowly opening, accompanied by a dreadful noise like something from hell. I heard someone's gasp echo at the edge of my hearing. The twisted and bent irons, rubbing against each other, produced an eerie noise. Amidst that loud sound, the groan of one zombie began to thickly engulf the area outside the house. That broken, mangled wail, like a voice forced from a crushed throat, was a sound I'd heard too many times in this nightmarish world. Unlike the first day when I had to cover my ears, now they were sounds I could say had become familiar. Thunk, thump. No, right. But, the moment I heard that sound that gave a sense of déjà vu from somewhere. The three of us, as if time had stopped, could only freeze on the spot. Thump, thump. My breathing stalled. My heart pounded like mad. My teeth clacked uncontrollably, and an incessant stuffiness lingered in my throat as if a thorn was stuck. My mind screamed at me to close my eyes right now. My reason was saying that if I don't turn my eyes away from there as soon as possible I would surely see something horrifying. But from the instant I heard that sound, the moment I heard that voice, I had wanted to hear so much in my heart. The choice called escape could not be given to me. I heard it. It was, of course, a sound I had never heard before. Even if I had heard that sound once before, there was no reason anywhere for me to particularly remember such a terrible sound. But, even so, I knew that voice. I knew who that voice belonged to. I know. Damn it all, I know. Yes, I recognized it. Because, no matter how much it changed, there's no way I could forget that innocent voice. Because, there's no way I could forget the voice of that child. This is the sin I committed. This is the retribution that has come to me. Tap. Appeared opening the door. That child, once so pure white, was now dyed in red. Become a butter enjoyer. The ones who should live are dead, and the ones who should be dead are alive. That, in and of itself, is irrational, illogical. Hia's appearance as she opened the door was horrifying. She was practically naked, with only a few scraps of cloth dangling from her shoulders and waist as the last traces of once worn clothing, leaving her as bare as the day she was born. The child's body, which until just days ago had been pure white and flawless without a single scar, now had bites and tears everywhere, with the tendons and flesh that should have been hidden beneath the skin now gruesomely exposed. That horrific sight was enough to shatter the hopes I had been clinging to, my prayers for the child to return safely. Creak, creak, and a groan. As if someone was forcibly twisting a doll's limbs beyond their limits, in the opposite direction they were meant to bend. While Hia took small steps toward us, sounds that should never emanate from a human body were flowing out in succession from various parts of her body. Tap. Hiek. A gasp from behind me. Whose it was I don't know. Was it Jungian, or Yiana? I couldn't tell. Patches of blood, dried into a dark crimson hue, were spattered all over Hia's body. Shit. Sunbi? What should I do? Thud, thunk. From behind, I heard the sound of 2 wooden clubs falling to the concrete floor. Glancing back, I saw Yiana and Jungian had dropped the clubs they had been holding until just a moment ago. Their hands were trembling uncontrollably, flailing in midair as though they couldn't figure out what else to do. It was a reflexive act, because they couldn't bring themselves to aim a weapon at Hia, of all people. In their eyes, as they looked at Hia, there was only unconcealed horror and confusion. And it wasn't any different for me. Tremble. I, too, couldn't stop my hands from shaking like this. I knew better than anyone that we should be doing something instead of just standing around like this. Whether it meant greeting that child warmly for miraculously returning all by herself over such a distance, or embracing the child whose entire body was now covered in wounds. We had to do something. Anything. But none of that was possible for us. Holding her in our arms, nursing her wounds, and ultimately turning her back into a human, all of it. With our meager abilities, it was impossible. Click. Hia. I bit my lip. Our hands, simply grasping at the air, accomplishing nothing. We couldn't do anything, one way or another, and we didn't even know what we should do. The pathetic flailing of humans. That pitiful gesture resembled the helpless flailing of someone who'd fallen into the vast ocean, unable to grab onto anything to support their weight. The only sensation that met those hands was the touch of cold seawater as it slipped away, mocking their struggle. Not even a straw could be grasped. It was cruel. Faced with this horrific reality that can only be described as cruel, I wanted to run and demand answers from someone, anyone. Be it God, Buddha, or the devil. Why couldn't this child be allowed to rest peacefully even in death? Why was it that child, and not me, who ended up like this, through no fault of her own? Did you hate that child, whose only trait was being kind and gentle, that much? As my heart was consumed by that gut-wrenching agony, I despaired. If my lips, which refused to move, could have made a sound, perhaps I would have screamed. If my eyes could shed more than tears, perhaps I would have shed blood. A despair and emptiness like none I had ever felt before, infinite in depth, consuming everything in its path. Thud. I'm so sorry. There, in front of her, I finally sank to my knees. On the inside, I even thought that such an end wouldn't be so bad. Perhaps, in my heart, I was already convinced this was the logical outcome. Rather than quietly waiting to die in a room somewhere, it seemed more fitting to be killed by the very child we had killed ourselves. If that could be some form of atonement toward her, if Hia over there could free herself of resentment through this, wouldn't that be better, I thought. Step. It must have hurt so much, didn't it? Hia. Before I knew it, Hia was right in front of me. The distance between me and Hia, who had been standing before everyone else there, rapidly closed. The shadow she cast beneath the sun now fully enveloped me. At that distance where I could clearly see every small detail of Hia's body, I saw the strange green ooze I had seen countless times on the zombies, slowly trickling from the child's mouth. But unlike the usual thick slime of other zombies, this fluid was thinner, almost watery. It was slowly leaking out of Hia's mouth, reminiscent of blood. Tap. And then, one last step. Finally, my entire field of vision was filled by Hia. Hia, now right in front of me, slowly started to stretch both her arms out wide, as though to engulf me. Her arms moved slowly, almost leisurely, Even though she looked weak enough that I could have fought her off at any moment, I simply remained on my knees, waiting desperately for the punishment to come. Swish. And finally, Hia's mouth opened, ever so cautiously. Inside were razor-sharp teeth, inching toward my neck. This was the end that had finally arrived. The death I had been waiting for. Woman Uni, what Hia is carrying out. I feel sorry for them. Revenge? And at that moment, the conversation I had with Hia in the middle of the night suddenly came to mind in my head. Could this truly be what Hia wanted to do? Yes, we had killed Hia. That was true. It was an undeniable, irrefutable truth. I deserved to die. Do you really think Hia hates you? For anyone else, it would be more than enough reason to hate. It would be understandable to be angry and demand, why did you abandon me? This was just how it was. Isn't it possible that it's not Hia who hates you, but rather you who hates yourself? I did not answer. That sweet child, you think she hates you enough to kill you? Did not answer. Do you think Hia is that kind of child? No, she's not. Right. You know her well. I know too. Because, you see, there's no way Hia would ever think like that. I could say it without a doubt. That there's no way Hia would do this. She was always a kind child who thought of others before herself. She was a child who worried late into the night, lest she become a burden to us, a child who suffered alone without ever showing her struggles. She was a child who, even as she was being devoured by zombies in our place, smiled at me until the very end. And you're saying that child wishes for us to die? That Hia wants to kill us? There's no way. If Hia truly wished for our deaths, I'd willingly die 100 times over. If she demanded why we'd abandoned her and thus condemned our sins, I'd die 1,000 times over. But this wasn't it. This isn't right. The only thing on my mind right now is one thing. To make sure that Hia, who might still be watching us from inside that body, wouldn't commit any more sins. To not burden Hia once again with just our pathetic reason of wanting to be comfortable. If that happens, I'll stop you, Hia. Okay, I'm counting on you, woman Uni. Those were the very words of the promise we made. The world flickered before my eyes, as if film frames were skipping and breaking. When I came to, I found that my hand was clutching a wooden club that had been rolling nearby. It was undoubtedly the one that Iana or Jungian had dropped earlier, its end sharpened to a point. The scene shifted abruptly, and in the next frame, my eyes saw Hia, her cloudy eyes staring down at me with both arms spread wide. I murmured. That I'm sorry. That it's okay to curse me. That I'll gladly accept this punishment. Will I go to hell, I wonder? So what if I do? I'm already in hell as it is. What's one more sin? It won't change anything. So Hia, please, don't forgive me. Thwack. I thrust the club at Hia. The world around me flickered again, everything darkening to black. My heart, in this moment, was filled with a sense of duty to stop Hia from doing anything she might regret. For Hia, I will kill Hia. That was it, exactly. And then, thwack. Along with a sound and sensation like piercing soft clay, green ooze flew onto my face. Lush leaves soothe the hearts of those weary from the heat, and sturdy, horizontally stretched branches are perfect for hanging a swing for a child to ride. Its thick trunk, when cut, is well suited for building houses for people to dwell in and ships for them to sail, while its stump serves as a seat where travelers may pause to rest. In that way, the tree sacrifices its entire being for the sake of humanity, and meet a noble death. Yes, such an enviable and meaningful end, indeed. I said. Grandpa, give me that sapling. This one takes quite a while to grow, are you sure you want this one? Yes, that's more than enough. Tap, tap. Tree. I rolled that pleasant sound around on my tongue. I felt a soft energy, both the refreshing coolness that washed over me and the warmth it held, lingering in my mouth. Though Grandpa tried to dissuade me, saying it would take a long time, it didn't matter to me. No matter how long it might take for the tree to grow, even if I were to suffer an unforeseen accident and lose my life before it reached the end of its lifespan, my resolve would not waver. Because I had found my purpose in life. Because I, who had only coveted what others had, who had repeated a meaningless life again and again, was finally able to realize all of that. This is something no one else can do. This is something only I can do. Swoosh. Will I ever be able to become like this tree someday? Today, I found the path to happiness. Tap, tap. I heard rhythmic footsteps from outside. Just by hearing them, one could instantly sense the refinement woven into those footsteps. Hearing those sounds, filled with barely concealed excitement and anticipation, I realized how much time had passed. Has a new day begun? Then it was time for me to start my daily routine. Stretch. I quietly stretched my body. Perhaps it was because I'd been sitting in the same position for several hours, I could hear the popping sounds of my joints loosening as I moved. I, who'd been sitting on the wide windowsill, a space specially prepared just for me, got up after making sure my stiff body was somewhat loose, and carefully walked towards the door that would soon open. Ding-a-ling. The bell attached to my ankle rang out clearly. After waiting for a few seconds, the door opened. Beyond the door, which had opened rather swiftly, stood a woman with fiery, passionate eyes looking down at me. A woman in the royal attire signifying her status as the queen of the kingdom, radiating an air of stately grandeur. Reflected in those slightly reddish eyes was the figure of a girl, kneeling on the floor and gazing up at her. The one person in this world I could call my blood relative. My older sister. Have you been well, Eris? Yes, Anna. Anna Akaya stood there, before me. Anna took my hand and led me to the bed in the corner of the room. Though there were 2 pillows on the bed, Anna didn't even spare them a glance as she gently pushed me down onto the bed and lay down with her head resting on my thighs. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them tightly around my waist. Having grown used to this by now, I started stroking Anna's hair. Her smooth, soft hair felt like the finest silk. Swoosh. Inside that hushed room, the only sound was the quiet breath of the 2 of us. The neglected pillows, untouched by anyone, lay chilled and forsaken. Anna, who had buried her face in my lap for quite some time, finally looked up at me with dreamy eyes. Though known as a cold-blooded, heartless person outside, a queen of iron, when it was just the 2 of us, she was no different from any other little girl acting spoiled. Just like now, Anna would bury her head in my lap and tell me about the hardships she'd faced that day, sometimes whining that annoying people kept bothering her. And on days when she was in a particularly bad mood, she would even bite me here and there. When that happened, her eyes would change as if she were swallowing something hotter than burning flames, shining with possessiveness and jealousy, as though declaring she would not let anyone take me away. It wasn't easy to soothe her in those times, so predicting her mood by her footsteps had become a habit of mine. It seemed there was nothing major troubling her today, given that she said nothing at all. Seeing her like a full-grown infant, a gentle smile naturally formed at my lips. When Anna noticed my smile, she lifted a hand and lightly stroked the area around my mouth. Both our faces, gazing at each other, were in full bloom with smiles. An ordinary, repeating daily life. The same daily routine that had continued for the 3 years since I turned 12, until I was now 15. You could call it a life of a spectator. I didn't want to stand out or gain anything in particular, so I tried to live a quiet life like any other girl my age. Of course, some perceptive people noticed that I was hiding something. But not wanting to belittle the talents and efforts of others, I simply wanted to live a life of supporting my 2 big sisters without doing anything myself. Comforting and consoling Anna, who would stay up late into the night, tirelessly repeating her arduous efforts in the dark to meet others' expectations. I lived as a silent supporter for Remy, overshadowed by her innate position and natural talent, never receiving acknowledgement for her efforts from anyone. That was the life I lived until I turned 12. And not long after my 12th birthday, an incident occurred. Anna, who fell under a curse by a greedy duke. Her anger, triggered by a trivial matter, was, unbelievably, directed at Remy. At first, I didn't think their conflict would escalate into something serious. But if there was something I had misjudged, perhaps it was that the emotional divide between them was deeper than I thought. Remy, having suddenly become the target of irrational and unreasonable anger, also had her own pent-up frustration explode just like Anna. A person's rationality can easily be shaken even by the smallest of impacts. After all, everything was because of my existence. It was because of the misunderstanding that I had been stolen from each other. In the dead of winter, upon a field blanketed in snow, Remy and Anna began a sword dance stained red with blood. Perched at the precarious boundary between a mere fight and murder, they danced, and I could do nothing but collapse to the ground in a daze, watching them. Just as the saying goes, the grass is always greener on the other side. Perhaps they had each, from the beginning, been jealous of the other. When one looks forward, it's only natural not to see what lies at one's feet. From Remy's perspective, it must have seemed I favored Anna more. From Anna's perspective, she must have thought I favored Remy more. Arrows of jealousy, aimed at each other. And I, unfortunately, couldn't understand those emotions myself. Whoosh. Thus, this was inevitable. Didon't fight. Eris. I pushed my own body between their clashing blades. A sturdy tree can support the weight of many, but it seemed that I, who was lacking and weak in many ways, could only help one person, just one. This was the disaster brought about by my own greed, wanting to embrace both of them at the same time. And the price that must be paid, naturally, to put an end to that tragedy. 2 sharp blades pierced deep into my body, and there, I lost consciousness. After that, I am not entirely certain what happened. All I do know is that since then, I have been unable to see Remy anymore and that I have been hidden away in a secret room in the royal palace, my ankle bound with a bell, and that no one except Anna can visit me. The only freedom given to me was gazing out at the royal palace grounds from that wide windowsill. Leaving this place on my own 2 feet, inviting someone here, none of that was allowed. I wondered what was happening outside. How were my father and mother doing right now? Where might Remy be now, and what might she be doing? Whenever I closed my eyes, worries about my other big sister would surface. But now, none of it really mattered to me anymore. After all, the lesson that greed is punished has already been engraved deeply into my body. Yes, I shouldn't have been greedy. Sleep tight, big sis Anna. Yes, you too, Eris. A tree simply stays still in its place. Whether a typhoon blows from afar, or a wildfire starts. Whether someone cuts down its trunk or peels off its bark. As long as someone needs its existence, as long as someone wants it to be there. Swish. Sweet dreams. It simply accepts everything that's given and offers everything it has. Another day, a day in the royal palace, has come to a close. Tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, a new day will begin. A new day, identical to today, in every way. A canary in a cage without bars. Why doesn't the bird fly away? That's because it's already dead. And a root. Sapling, a tree by a grave. The end. Author's afterword. This side story is unrelated to the main story. This side story takes place in a different world from the main story. A world changed by small differences, small mistakes, small changes, all coming together. The next side story will be about Remy Akaya's part. After all the side stories are finished, this work will be complete from the very moment I first met those beautiful eyes reminiscent of a lush, green forest, that reflected my own face. From that very moment when a newborn, held in mother's arms, gently smiled at me while clutching my finger with her unbelievably small and delicate hand. Remy, this is your little sister. You should say hello, shouldn't you? My little sister. I instinctively knew. My life. My everything. Tap. I want to name her. Would revolve around this child. I opened my mouth to speak. What came to mind was the name of the brave and witty protagonist from my favorite fairy tale. Changing that name just a little, I spontaneously named my little sister Eris. Yes, I like that name. And the moment I uttered that name, I felt a connection to this child. A pleasant sense of belonging washed over me. Hello, Eris. Poke. I gently poked the tempting, chubby cheek of my little sister, Eris, with my other hand. As soon as my finger made contact, her snow-white cheek dimpled inward. A soft, fluffy sensation, like poking a cloud, met my fingertips, and something indescribable welled up inside my chest. Dozens of words meaning happiness, joy, wonder, and delight gradually filled my mind. My little sister. My own, lovely little sister. In a world that had seemed so inorganic, a star was born. I felt ecstatic, as if I could fly. Every single day was a continuation of happy moments. Even just looking at each other and smiling brought me so much joy. How regretful and heartless the passing of time and the setting sun seemed, unaware of my wish for those moments to last a little longer. Yes, it was such an incredibly happy time. The Crown Princess Anna might kill Princess Eris. Until I heard those words. By the time I arrived there, everything was already too late. At the edge of the cliff, Eris was slowly stepping backward, clutching the blade of a sword that had pierced through her body. The clothes that were pure white without a stain this morning had turned crimson with blood, and for some reason, bright red blood kept pouring from Eris's lips as she stared at me with dazed eyes. In front of her stood the culprit, the one who must have done this to Eris. Anna Akaya stood there, her face a mask of shock and despair. My decision was swift. Bam! Arianeaeus. I bolted forward with all my might. Even though my leg muscles felt like they were melting, and my lungs were being torn apart, I pushed past my body's limits, running like mad. The cumbersome outer garments and my sword had already been tossed to the ground. I didn't care about the voices calling my name from behind, ignoring the woman who had done this, yet had the gall to act as if she didn't know what was going on with that pretentious face. I just kept running forward. I ran and ran. Eris's body slowly started to tip backwards. And at the place where Eris's body is heading was a sheer cliff that seemed dozens of meters high, and a frigid, swift current waiting below. Even a healthy adult would have difficulty surviving once swept away by those raging rapids. It was all too obvious what would happen if a child, unable even to steady herself, were to fall in. Yes, if this continued, without a doubt Eris would die. That can't happen. I can't allow something like that to happen. I approached at the fastest speed I could possibly reach, and extended my hand towards Eris. And, no, my hand, of course, did not reach her. Just because of the difference of a single hand span, a distance I could have easily reached if I had just tried a little harder. Just because of a tiny difference in timing, a consequence of me not training and honing my abilities diligently. My hand merely cut through empty air, where there was nothing to grab. Eris, without anything to hold onto, slowly fell off the edge of the sheer cliff, alongside a few loose stones rolling off with a dull thud. Eris, alone, fell towards the bottom of the dangerous cliff where fierce currents swirled. Falling, you say? I didn't stop. My body moved before my thoughts could catch up. Even if I had closed my eyes and thought it over for a long time, I would likely have done the exact same thing. This was, for me, a matter so obvious it didn't require even a moment's consideration. Eris is falling. In that case, there is nothing else I should do but one thing. Thud. Eris. I threw myself off the cliff, straight toward Eris, who was already plummeting. I could see her eyes, unable to focus, wobbling here and there, locked on me in shock as she realized I had leapt off the cliff with her. Even her startled expression looked adorable to me, and I stretched both arms toward Eris with a bright expression. My little sister's hand that I couldn't catch just now, the hand that I had to let slip away. This time, I won't let go. Grab. And this time, I managed to grasp that hand firmly. I had no regrets. There was no way I could have any. Just like that. Eris and I fell below the cliff. Remy Uni is such an idiot. Hehe. But, I couldn't help it. You're really an idiot. We looked at each other and smiled brightly. Splash. The frigid current swept us away. The winter rapids felt like they were slicing through my skin. With the unconscious Eris on my back, I crawled along the riverbank littered with sharp stones and pebbles, relying on the faint moonlight. Swept downstream so quickly, my body slammed into rocks and branches over and over, making it a miracle I was still alive. Yet I fought the urge to pass out by biting my tongue, thinking of my little sister's face behind me. I needed to find someone, quickly. I had to save Eris. I kept using my arms, pressing onward. But of course, my limit soon arrived. Thud. At some point, my arms simply stopped moving. Perhaps because I had lost so much body heat. From my panting mouth, not even a white mist formed anymore. Even though I struggled to move my hands through the pain, all my trembling fingers could do was scrape weakly at the sand beneath me. My whole body felt heavy, as if weighed down by lead, and my eyelids were drooping persistently like someone who hadn't slept in days. Like a candle flame flickering in the wind. A life about to be extinguished. Tap. A child. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck that I was still conscious enough to notice the sudden change. My eyes, which had been barely open, just enough for a sliver of light to pass through, were about to close. Suddenly, a shadow fell across me. The wind, which had been blowing fiercely until a moment ago, also stopped as if blocked by someone. Who could it be? Swish. I lifted my head. And there, silhouetted against the moonlight, stood a dark figure looking down on me. A person, maybe? Not a hallucination, right? I quickly reached out. Grab. My little sister. Please, save her. Please, help, my little sister. As if the previous moment when I'd thought I had no strength left to even move a finger was a lie, I was able to quickly grab the legs of the figure standing before me. Perhaps surprised that someone on the verge of death would suddenly grab them like this, the owner of those legs flinched at my touch. Feeling that lively response, it seemed that it wasn't a hallucination, fortunately. Though that being tried to pull their leg back as if to shake off my hand, I used all my remaining strength to firmly hold onto that ankle so as not to lose it. I couldn't let go of the lifeline I had finally found. I had to save Eris. I can die, but, please, please. Hugh. A deep sigh reached my ears. Lifting my head with difficulty at that utterly emotionless sigh, I saw a pair of glowing red eyes glaring at me. They were bright red, as if made from coagulated blood. And those pupils, like a beast's, were vertically slit. Those horrifying eyes, which made my skin crawl just by looking at them, were coldly gazing down at me, sprawled like a bug at their feet, clinging to their ankles. Instinctively, fear welled up inside me. Can those truly be called human eyes? They looked like the eyes that monsters in stories were said to have. The monster spoke. Did you see my eyes? My entire body froze. Like a frog caught in a snake's gaze, I couldn't move. My instincts screamed at me to run away from this unknown person before me, as fast as possible. That this was my natural predator, a monster wearing a human's skin. Grip. Please save my little sister. But, I did not let go of my grip on them. That was partly because I didn't have the strength to run away, but the biggest reason was that this being before me was the only one capable of saving Eris. Be it a monster or a devil, it didn't matter who it was. As long as they could save Eris, I would give them even my soul. The blood-red eyes twitched briefly upon seeing me like that. Squeeze? You? How dare you crawl back here with that shameless face? Get out right now, I said get out. I came because I have something to say to Eris, Remy. We have nothing to say to you. The never-ending fight between Remy Akaya and Anna Akaya, repeated day after day without fail. On top of that, recently, even Sayali, whom they had at least somewhat trusted, had begun to openly show her displeasure toward them from time to time. Of course, it was only natural for those who had become the target of that distrustful gaze to be wary of the suspicious woman, whose identity they didn't even know, trying to forcefully take their little sister away, even if she had helped Alice. Essentially, a three-way standoff had formed. And on Alice's face, who could only watch all of this unfold right before her eyes, increasingly deeper shadows were being cast with each passing day. Today, too, was no different from the rest. Inside the dorm room, which was presumably assigned to me, now filled with loud shouts. I wasn't even sure if this was my room anymore, but there, the three of them were engaging in yet another round of their endless nerve war. This is my room, though. It's too much. Tap. Alice, there you are. Sis SIA. I opened the balcony door and approached Alice, who was quietly gazing down at the street below. Had she come out here to escape the tense atmosphere inside for a while? Or maybe they had sent Alice out briefly because they didn't want her to see them fighting. Alice, noticing my arrival, greeted me with a small smile, but the anxiety and darkness contained within that trembling voice couldn't be completely masked. The child has ended up in such a state, and yet, what on earth are those people doing? I pictured their pathetic figures, only shaking my head. Why was it that Alice, the innocent one caught in the middle, had to suffer because they didn't get along? Frustrated with those so-called adults who did nothing but fight next to a child, I let out a sigh and stood beside Alice, looking out at the street together. To be frank, I felt suffocated by the current situation. To the extent that I seriously wanted to drop everything and run away somewhere. Their confrontation was exhausting for everyone involved. Of course, running away wouldn't change the reality of this place. But sometimes, even I wanted to turn my eyes away from reality for a bit. The phrase, "there's no paradise where you run to," which I must have heard from somewhere, briefly came to mind, but I immediately shook my head. After all, wasn't the very reason we even thought about running away was because reality was hell, not paradise, in the first place? If there was a paradise in our current world, we wouldn't even think about escaping. No matter how much I thought about it, their broken relationship seemed utterly impossible to resolve. Overwhelmed by that hopelessness, I jokingly said to Alice, "Shall we run away somewhere together?" It was a slip of the tongue. The moment those thoughtless words left my mouth, I cursed my own loose lips. To me, they were nothing more than troublemakers, but to Alice, wasn't Saeli the one who had saved her when she was drifting away, deeply wounded and having even lost her memories? And Remy Akaya and Anna Akaya, 2 were her 2 real older sisters who had been with her since childhood. To suggest that the 2 of us run away together, leaving them behind, was somewhat rude coming from me, someone who couldn't claim to have built as long a bond with her as they had. Because if I wasn't careful, it could come across as a remark that belittled them. No, it wouldn't be entirely true to say that I didn't feel that way at all, either. At this rate, didn't it completely make me seem like a bad person urging Alice toward rebellion? And so, I turned my head toward Alice to apologize. Let's do that. I found myself looking at Alice, who spoke those words with an expression I'd never seen before in my life, one that seemed to mock herself. Alice, staring into the distance, spoke in a voice so frail that it sounded like she would vanish at any moment. My heart crumbled at that fragility. When I came to my senses, I was rushing out of the dormitory, clutching Alice's one remaining hand. Ironically, the punishment or repercussions I would face because of this didn't even cross my mind. All I could think about was that I had to take this child somewhere peaceful, anywhere but here. That day, we ran away. Well, to tell you the conclusion first, I was caught not long after. Against the combined forces of Enna Akaya and Remy Akaya, backed by the authority of the Empire, and Saeli's almost unfair abilities, perhaps the end of our escape drama was predetermined from the start. Even knowing that full well, the reason I planned this escape, well, I don't really know. Swish. Haha. Remy, could you put the sword down? Shut up, Han Sia. Just because I liked you a little and treated you well, you dare kidnap Alice? Do you think what you did can be forgiven? TCH. With a sword fiercely aimed at my nape, I quietly let the blade I'd been holding drop to the ground. Beyond Remy's shoulder as she held the sword to me, I could see Alice struggling as if trying to reach me, and Saeli holding her tightly to keep her from moving. It wasn't that I lacked the strength to fight, but with Alice taken from me, it was fair to say the outcome had already been decided. They were the victors. And I, the loser. Well, it was just too bad that I was caught. Considering our past, I'll at least hear out your last words. Last words, huh, that's an interesting way to put it. Sis Sia. From a distance, I could hear Alice calling out my name. Since she said she would hear my last words, if I asked her to spare my life, would she really do it? The image of Remy Akaya swinging her sword at my head while saying, I heard you well, and since I listened, now it's over, naturally came to mind, and I couldn't help but let out a small laugh even in this situation. I saw Remy's face twist slightly as she witnessed my laughter. What's so funny? Nothing. It's just that this is my second time dying. My first time being killed by a sword, though. Spouting nonsense again. Was she a little angry? Perhaps. Remy pressed the sword she was holding even closer to my neck. As it made a slight cutting sound, I could feel hot droplets of blood forming on my neck from the shallow wound. The cries Alice let out as she watched me from afar grew a little louder. 1 month. That's how long I had been on the run with Alice. Unlike my initial expectation that I'd be caught within a few days, I managed to slip through their pursuit time and again, perhaps because, surprisingly, I had a knack for escaping. To be honest, it had started as an impulsive act, almost like a prank, but somewhere along the way, I think I became quite serious about it. That was probably because the relationship between Remy Akaya and Enna Akaya, which I'd glimpsed a few times from afar, still didn't seem to have been resolved. I hadn't expected their relationship to magically improve overnight, but it was still disappointing. Well, in the end, we were caught like this. To be honest, it was all just my own doing from start to finish, so I didn't even have any so-called last words I wanted to leave behind. Still, if there was something I regretted, even just a little, it would be that I should have run away a little better. You, Han Sia, really, until the very end. In front of Remy's face twisted with rage, I slowly closed my eyes. Honestly, keeping eye contact like this was a bit frightening. You see, the time I'd tasted death before, everything in the world had felt sorrowful and unfair, nothing but pure pain. But the end of this life was, surprisingly, something I could accept. Perhaps it was because, although it was only for a short time, but during that time at least, I had been true to myself. It would be a lie to say I didn't have any lingering feelings, but there wasn't a single thing I truly regretted. Even if I could go back in time, even knowing how it would end, I would probably do the same thing and meet the same end. Whether it was money, studies, my parents' expectations, or relationships with friend. In my past life, I could only live by deceiving myself, because I was too afraid to break free from those intangible things shackling me. I deceived and deceived until I even deceived myself in the end. All because of things that, looking back, weren't even a big deal. To strive for what I truly wanted, something I'd give my entire life to achieve, enduring any hardship and enjoying every step of the journey. I acted on that single belief. And I've lived a life without regrets. Yes, I, at least, didn't run away from myself until the very end. Soon, the blade would fall upon my neck. Or perhaps I'll be captured and thrown into prison, or maybe end up a slave or something else along those lines. Honestly, facing death over an impulsive, prank-like act wasn't exactly what you'd call a great ending, but I hope this might make those adults pay a little more attention to Alice. With my eyes closed, I waited for the judgment that would fall upon me. Thwack. Sis Sia. But before that, a small figure squeezed through the narrow space between me and Remy. When I opened my eyes in surprise, there was Alice, who had suddenly charged in, knocking Remy Akaya to the ground. Leaving behind Remy Akaya's shocked, wide-eyed face, Alice ran straight to me, grabbed my hand, and started sprinting at full speed. With the shouts of those calling to us as our background music, Alice and my light footsteps echoed through the forest. Glancing back, there was Saeli, wearing a bittersweet smile, seeing off our retreating figures as we ran. It seems my escape drama hasn't quite reached its conclusion yet. Well, if that's the case, I'll simply run again. Even if I get caught again, I won't stop. Come on, let's go, sis Sia. Okay, let's try going to the sea this time, Alice. All because of that one really cliched reason. I simply wanted to. No matter how much you run, you can't run away from yourself. Therefore, perhaps running away is just a brief rest one passes through to look back at oneself. Han Sia root. Escape, longing for a deceased wife. I'll go back to heaven again. Hand in hand with the dew that melts at a touch of the dawning day. I'll go back to heaven again. With the dusk, together, just we two. At a sign from a cloud after playing on the slopes. I'll go back to heaven again. At the end of my outing to this beautiful world. I'll go back and say, it was beautiful. Back to heaven Simon. Chen sang by Yong. Click, clack. Phew, it's all done. My pinky finger pressed the enter key. With that, the typing that had continued for nearly an hour came to an end. Yes, everything's over. The keyboard, where the end don't work anymore because I handled it too roughly. My two eyes that swelled up from looking over the text multiple times to find typos caused by that. The novel writing section, where, every time I pressed enter, it would skip 2 lines, forcing me to go back and proofread what I had written. TL note, don't got any knowledge on the interface of how writing novels work for authors in Novelpia. My left eye, which had a vision of about 0.5 a few months ago, but now can't even see the top letters of the eye chart properly. The migraines that come at least once every 2 weeks, feeling like they're scraping the inside of my head, and the 2 fingers that are half swollen from inflammation, making typing difficult. All of it is over now. Actually, it wasn't always fun. Hobbies should be something we derive joy from doing, but when it becomes a job, a routine, a compulsion, it's no longer a hobby, but simply work. Novel writing is also like that, so the struggles I faced probably weren't something I alone felt. But every time that happened, I was able to get back up thanks to the messages from some readers who cheered for the novel or urged me to release the next chapter. My physical condition, and to be honest, my mental state had deteriorated so much that I think the quality of my writing, and many other things, fluctuated quite a bit. In fact, the development at the beginning and the end of the novel changed so much that it could almost be considered a different story. A kind of transition period, if you will. I learned a lot, but that's why I think so many things have changed. Well, still, if I were to go back to the past, probably, I would be writing just the same. Because I can't imagine myself not writing. There's something called wanderlust. It refers to a fate of being unable to settle in one place, destined to wander here and there. TL note, original word is, yokmasol, which is a concept in Korean where you are fated to be unable to settle in one place and forced to wander around. If so, a fate inevitably tied to writing. Perhaps that was my destiny. In elementary school, no, was it middle school? There was a time when I contemplated what life was, what kind of life I should live. It was probably a thought born from being told to write down our dream jobs for our school records. Soldier, police officer, firefighter, teacher, various colorless answers were born from the hands of many children. And I remember staring at that blank space for a whole hour, unable to fill it. In the end, I did fill it. The dream job I wrote in that space was, to build a house in the countryside, live peacefully, and die. A dream, yes, that was my dream job. By the way, I got scolded by the teacher and had to change it to something else. The revised dream job I chose was a suitable researcher. I was praised for that then. Why though? Anyway, after that, I thought long and hard about how I should live my life. About the values and beliefs more important to me than life itself. I pondered and pondered. And the answer that came at the end, the words I proudly said in front of my best friend at the time were as follows. I will live a life where, even if given the chance to live again, I can confidently say I would live the same life. For the record, while saying that, I took my friend to a PC bang. For the record, the exams were the next week. I didn't want to leave any regrets. For the record, my friend bombed the exams. Sorry. As time passed, I met a friend who liked philosophy. That friend said, that's something Nietzsche said. At the time, the only Nietzsche I knew was the one from that meme scribbled on the bathroom wall, God is dead. Nietzsche. Nietzsche, you are dead. God. And lastly, you're both dead. Cleaning lady. Because of that, I started looking into Nietzsche's beliefs and was quite surprised to learn that he had actually said something similar. Of course, the context is different, but it was probably something like this. Is this life? Ah, it's good. Then once more. Of course, I used those words as an excuse to go to the PC bang. When I told that to my friend, they were absolutely delighted. When I told them that the Übermensch Nietzsche spoke of was like Superman, they were so ecstatic that they almost killed me. Hehe, why? If you say, oh, Übermensch, you mean Superman, in front of someone who likes Nietzsche, they'll love it. Try it sometime. I won't take responsibility for what happens after, though. It's similar to saying, wow, you play the bass well. But why are there only 4 strings, to someone who plays the bass guitar? Or perhaps it would be like asking, wow, so what kind of job can you get with a philosophy degree, to a philosophy major? Well, if you were to ask me if I've grown tired of writing, I would firmly say no. Even if I went back to the past, I would write just the same, and if I did go back, I would want to write even better. Of course, after investing in Bitcoin first. Bitcoin is God, and I am invincible? TL note, this is a meme started by some anon in a Korean community foreign stock miner gallery. Anyway, while reading my past writings, I couldn't help but think, wow, who wrote this crap? Ah, it was me. But I decided to let it be, thinking of it as respect for my inexperienced past self. Actually, there was also the fact that I didn't want to rewrite it. Just kidding. I've learned a lot. And I probably lost a lot too. If you ask if I regret the things I've lost, I might say I'm a little sad, but because what I've gained is so much greater, I don't think I have any regrets. Because the messages, lessons, and emotions that the readers left me were something that couldn't be exchanged for any value. From some, I received encouragement. From some, I received lessons. From some, I received passion. The fact that a single piece of writing I wrote could move people's hearts. The emotion and joy that it brought me were beyond words. Someone who only ever reads now writes. Isn't that quite an interesting experience? A joy that I alone can possess, something that cannot be exchanged for anything. Everything about the author is revealed in their novel, and I am probably no exception to that. In every single piece, every sentence, every word, in the process of choosing and arranging them, everything about the author is exposed. What they want to say, what they want to convey, what their values are. I was able to convey what I wanted to say through writing novels, and for that, I am satisfied. A stranger is willing to listen to your ramblings, and instead of having to pay them to do it, they're paying you? Isn't this totally sweet? Try writing, try writing. Ugh, now, on to the next. Crack, I stretched. Straightening my back, which had developed scoliosis, I prepared for what would be the last typing session. If it's going to be the final chapter, it needs to have a fun or exciting ending, or at least a tearjerker, right? Tap. I have to finish it. I grabbed the keyboard again. The novel is over. But it's not completely over. Probably, according to my destiny, I will write a novel again. I don't know what that novel will be like, but I think I'll be able to incorporate everything I've experienced while writing this novel into it. There is no such thing as a permanent end. Only repeating beginnings exist. I don't know when I'll upload the next novel. I have the content all thought out, but for about a month, it might be difficult due to personal reasons. First, I need to go to the hospital, and I have to take care of the things I've been putting off one by one. But I will return someday. Even if I end up wandering aimlessly here and there, I know where my home is. Even if I just watch from afar, I will come back to this place someday. Because this place, for me, is like the place where I was born. Well then, this is the end. The real end, the true end. In my favorite movie, The Truman Show, they start the day's greeting with the following words. In case I don't see ya, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. They say it in such a roundabout way, when have a good day, would have sufficed. But well, since I will definitely come back here later. No matter what happens, I will definitely come back here. So, let's end with something other than such ominous words. Just, something very ordinary. Words that everyone says all the time. Ordinary, yet meaningful when reflected upon. Words with a deep resonance. Here, I'll be back. When I return, I'll bring Melina ice cream. TL note, Melina is a popular ice cream bar in Korea. This is the end. The real end. And, a new beginning. The girl wants to be murdered. 107 chapters of serialization. A record from May 30th, 2021 to November 10th, 2021. It started simply because I had nothing better to do, ended up strangely finishing one novel, and ended in the writer's section with the single-minded determination to write the novel I truly wanted to write. I am dying, as I have lived, beyond my means, TL note, Oscar Wilde. The end, completed.